Evolution of Divine Beasts is a development game that is popular all over the world. Once the game was released, the number of online players exceeded 300 million on the day, achieving great success. In 2 years, Jiang Cheng successfully occupied the first place in the entire server with 7,000 hours of game time and more than 10 mythical beasts. When the game Reversal of Life begins, countless phantom images of mythical beasts appear in the sky above the world, and Jiang Cheng becomes the player with the most mythical beasts in the world. The United States has the third on the strong list, the burning fire deer, burning the heaven and earth. Xiao Ri Zi has the 10th on the strong list, the Yamata no Orochi, devouring all things, the Ragnarok of the gods, and the decline of Taoism. The land of Kyushu was shaking violently. The wind and clouds changed suddenly. A loud noise came from the east, and the golden dragon was seen from head to tail, and its shape could not be seen for 10,000 meters. A man stood on the dragon, with one hand hanging behind him, staring at the summoners from various countries. I have one last word, no passing. If you take another step forward, you will die. In a parallel world, Blue Star, Guangming University, Brother Jiang, you actually raised your pet into a divine beast. We have been playing for so long, and it has only barely evolved into a spirit beast, which is still a long way from becoming a divine beast. Several young men with their upper bodies naked looked at the successfully evolved beasts on the computer screen, their faces filled with envy. This is the latest pet development game, called Evolution of Divine Beasts. Upon its release, the number of online users exceeded 300 million on the day, achieving great success. This is a large-scale game that can be played without spending any money. Players can capture pets to tame them, evolving them from the most common beasts into spirit beasts, and then from spirit beasts into divine beasts. Most people raise ordinary beasts and spiritual beasts. As for divine beasts, there are only 100 people who appear on the entire server list, so you can imagine how rare the divine beasts are. Jiang Cheng turned his head and said, "This kind of game still requires luck. You can try to start with ordinary beasts. The probability of capturing them will be higher." Wang Hao curled his lips and said with an unusually firm expression, "I will not sleep tonight, and I will upgrade my pet to a divine beast no matter what." Reversal of Life is activated, and you will get all the pets in the divine beast evolution journey. The countdown will last for 60 minutes, and the game will officially stop running. 2 rows of game reminders suddenly popped up on the computer screen. Jiang Cheng raised his head and glanced at everyone's computer screen, but found that only his screen had a page popped up. He wanted to ask other people about the situation, but found that the reminder on the computer had disappeared. Jiang Cheng rubbed his eyes and continued to control his pet to fight. His pet is named Five-Clawed Dragon, the most powerful among all the strange beasts. Its body is covered with scales, each of which seems to contain the essence of heaven and earth. Its eyes sparkle with wisdom, and it can see through all the truth and falsehood in the world. So far, I am the only one in the Divine Beast Evolution Journey server who has a 5-clawed golden dragon. Some people were willing to pay 1 million RMB to buy it, but he refused. Reversing Life started, the game officially stopped running, and the countdown was 10 minutes. The page popped up again, and everyone's computer was stuck at the same time, and a countdown appeared on the screen. Wang Hao slapped his face and cursed, "Damn, I almost caught the spirit beast. What's wrong with this computer?" Wang Hao looked at the computer, which was still counting down. He had finally found a spirit beast of relatively good quality. If he lost it like this, it would be more painful than killing himself. Jiang Cheng stood up and said with a smile, "Don't wait, the spirit beast ran away in 10 minutes. Let's go eat something, and the update may be finished when we come back." Wang Hao put on his clothes reluctantly, and the 2 of them went to the cafeteria, ordered 2 spicy hot pots, and ate them with relish. Wang Hao suddenly asked, "Brother Jiang, we are already juniors, don't you have someone you like?" "Someone you like?" Jiang Cheng thought about it, and shook his head. His family was not well off, and he had saved money to pay for high school tuition by living frugally, not to mention dating, which was both expensive and physically demanding. It was not until I went to college that I made a lot of money from this game of evolution of mythical beasts, and my life became prosperous. You, a school idol level player, can at least become a sea god if you dress up well, Wang Hao said with a sneer. After finishing their meal, the 2 walked towards the dormitory. Just after leaving the cafeteria, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunder flashed in the clouds, like dragons and snakes crawling behind the dark clouds, like gods and ghosts. The might of heaven was as heavy as a mountain, which made people terrified. Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, Wang Hao immediately took out his mobile phone to take a picture. At this moment, a message popped up on everyone's mobile phone. "This game. The journey of evolution of mythical beasts, the reversal of life begins. In the sky above the globe, countless spirit beasts appeared and roared wantonly, and vaguely one could see several divine beasts shuttling madly through the clouds. No one would have dreamed that the mythical beasts in the game could actually appear in the real world. Jiang Cheng felt the faint emergence of a tiny life in his body, as if as long as he wanted, the five-clawed golden dragon that dominated the entire server would appear here out of thin air. Strength gathered throughout Jiang Cheng's body, and even his nearsighted eyes recovered at this moment. "Brother Jiang, look!" Wang Hao shouted at Jiang Cheng. Next to Wang Hao stood a burly spirit beast, with purple flames spewing from its mouth and nose, blood-red pupils with a strange purple glow, and fangs all over its body. On the sides of its body, there was a pair of purple wings that flapped. It was a spirit beast, the purple flame dragon lion. In the evolution journey of divine beasts, it is the best among spiritual beasts. The flames it spews out can burn everything. Even low-level divine beasts will feel a headache when seeing it. Looking at the spiritual beasts and mortal beasts constantly flying out of the sky, Jiang Cheng knew in his heart that the world was about to change completely. The appearance of the divine beasts has led to many riots around the world. Some people rely on their divine beasts to kill and burn people, committing all kinds of evil. According to statistics, there are no more than 100 people in the whole server who own divine beasts. The number 11 even owns top-grade divine beasts such as the five-clawed golden dragon, the flaming dragon and phoenix, and the gilded fairy deer. Although the spiritual beasts are powerful, their bodies are just mortal and cannot be called invincible. In a secret base in a great oriental country, a white-haired old man raised his head and asked, "The world is changing, and many summoners with spirit beasts have appeared in major countries. Is there anyone among you who can also summon?" 3 young men, who looked to be in their 20s, walked out from the crowd. They were wearing military uniforms and saluted the old man with serious faces. "What level of monsters can the 3 of you summon?" "Low-level spiritual beasts, high-level ordinary beasts, and half-step pseudo-divine beasts." Everyone's eyes turned at the same time, their gazes fixed on the woman who claimed to be able to summon a half-step pseudo-divine beast. Although he didn't know the specific realm of these games, the combat power of the pseudo-divine beasts was definitely much stronger than that of spiritual beasts and ordinary beasts. Minister Li asked, "What are the abilities of the monsters you summoned? Tell us in detail." The woman told the truth about everything she knew. There were only 100 people in the world who possessed the strongest divine beasts, and among those 100 people, only 5 possessed several divine beasts. Each mythical beast possesses unimaginable abilities. Different qualities and levels have corresponding abilities. Changing the weather at will and manipulating the 5 elements are just the most common parts. If all the people in the world who own divine beasts were to take action, even Blue Planet would probably become their testing ground. Minister Li immediately announced, "Follow my orders, immediately summon all summoners in the barracks and gather them together. Notify the senior officials and mayors of each city and order them to stabilize the situation, register all summoners, and not let anyone go." A new era of summoning has arrived. At Guangming University, the crowd in the stadium was in a commotion, and everyone's eyes were fixed on one spot because a divine beast had appeared, making the students who own divine beasts extremely envious. In the evolution journey of the divine beast, there are 4 major levels and 4 minor levels, namely ordinary beasts, spirit beasts, pseudo-divine beasts, and divine beasts. Each level has low, intermediate, advanced, and top levels. The process of evolving ordinary beasts into spiritual beasts is relatively simple, but the evolution of spiritual beasts into pseudo-divine beasts requires a large amount of resources, and there is a high probability of failure during the upgrade process. It is even more difficult to evolve a pseudo-divine beast into a divine beast. The 98% failure rate is excruciating, and there are only 100 people in the entire server who own divine beasts. A loud phoenix cry sounded, and a noble and elegant phoenix, with a slender and graceful body and covered with colorful feathers, showed a unique charm. Although it was a low-level beast, it still surpassed 99% of the game players. It was the school beauty Lu Yao, who actually also played this game and also owned the mythical beast, the 7-colored fire phoenix. With a high-nose bridge, she gave people a feeling of elegance and confidence. The school beauty Lu Yao is actually one of the top 100 warriors. Not only does she possess a divine beast, she is also so beautiful. If I could marry her home, I would be willing to eat 40 kidneys a day. The president of Guangming University couldn't stop smiling. He received a notice from the military that as long as a spiritual beast appeared in the school would receive funding from the state. If a pseudo-divine beast or a divine beast appeared, the school would receive national recognition and become a university of the highest level. The principal immediately ran over and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that our school beauty Lu Yao actually owns a divine beast. It really brings honor to our school." Lu Yao was a little disappointed after taking a quick look around and not finding the mythical beast she wanted to see. A year ago, Lu Yao accidentally discovered this game of the evolution journey of mythical beasts and played it to kill time. During this period, she met a player who accompanied her in dungeons every day and helped her upgrade the grade of her spirit beast. The two hit it off and got married in the game. The other party thoughtfully gave her a divine beast, the seven-colored fire phoenix. She gave the other party an ancient Ziwei ring, which could block all attacks from intermediate divine beasts and could be called a physical plug-in in the game. I don't know where he is now. I only know that the name of his game is Reversal of the Immortal Emperor. After the global reversal, he will definitely become the strongest person in this world. Principal Jiang Cheng said loudly, "You are all the elites of Guangming University. I need to conduct on-site registration based on the highest level of your spirit beasts. Please stand on my left-hand side if you have spirit beasts, and on my right-hand side if you have ordinary beasts." In a heavily guarded forest prison in the great country of China, a serious criminal is kneeling on the ground with his limbs tied up with iron chains, waiting for death to come. Li Huxiong was an extremely dangerous mental patient. Just because of a piece of candy, I killed all 15 patients in the ward overnight. He escaped under the cover of night, but was caught by patrolling police and was thrown into the prison that even death row inmates want to escape from. At this moment, the 4 words, "reverse life," suddenly appeared in my mind, and then endless power rushed into my body frantically. Li Huxiong stood there in a daze at first, and after a long time, an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. "Haha, I, the Tiger Bear King, am back again. Today, I will make everyone here bleed to death on the spot." Li Huxiong used to be an ordinary person. 2 years ago, he came into contact with the game Evolution of Divine Beasts, and even cultivated 3 high-level divine beasts in it. I was ranked in the top 20 in the entire game server, but later my parents passed away suddenly and I had a complete mental breakdown, which led to the heinous act of killing my fellow patients. The next moment, Li Huxiong broke free from his handcuffs and shackles, and a huge tiger appeared beside him. The tiger was 7 or 8 meters long and was covered in a layer of blood-red armor. Under the sunlight, it shone brightly and was extremely eye-catching. It also had a pair of mechanical wings behind it, which made a deafening sonic boom when flapping. A huge tiger was suspended in the air, and invisible pressure descended from the sky, making the prisoners here terrified. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the indestructible iron door instantly turned into ashes like paper and disappeared without a trace. The prison guard who heard the noise rushed out and saw Li Huxiong sitting on the back of the divine beast, commanding it to burn all the living things here. Go back quickly." Li Huxiong glanced at the frightened prison guard and said disdainfully, "Hoopa, burn them all." With a tiger roar, the red crystal on its body shone brightly, and in the blink of an eye, a raging red flame suddenly gushed out of its body. The red flames gradually rolled up and finally gathered into a huge column of fire, shooting straight into the sky. The blazing heat melted even the indestructible steel into molten iron. The prison guards didn't even have time to scream before they were devoured by the flames, turned into dust, and disappeared. He laughed wildly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and said, "Reverse the immortal emperor, just wait and see. We haven't had a real fight in a long time." Hoopa flew up and slapped the cage above his head with his huge palm. A red light flashed and a crisp snapping sound was heard. The cage instantly turned into fragments all over the sky and dissipated with the wind. In the Guangming University Stadium, students who own spiritual beasts and ordinary beasts stand separately. Jiang Cheng stood in the spirit beast camp, not because I didn't want to be low-key, but because my weakest pet was already a top-level spirit beast. Seeing the students lined up in an orderly manner, the principal smiled even more broadly, muttering to himself, "Haha, it seems that my prestige is quite high, and the students are quite obedient." A teacher walked up to the podium and asked softly, "Principal, what should we do next? We can't let the children wait here forever, right?" After hearing this, the principal fell into deep thought. He had just received an order from the Education Bureau to calm the children down, and that professional personnel would be here to handle the situation. Naturally, many students who had been bullied suddenly gained the power of spirit beasts, so after gaining powerful strength, they would decisively take up arms to resist. Wang Hao asked carefully in the crowd, "Brother Jiang, most of our pets evolve by devouring spiritual treasures, but those evil beasts are bloodthirsty, brutal, and murderous by nature. I was stunned. There are two factions in this game. I represent the faction that evolves divine beasts with the treasures of heaven and earth. In this way, the divine beast will maintain their initial state and personality, but the cultivation speed and improvement opportunities are very difficult. The other type is the opposite. They feed on spirit beasts. In other words, they devour the spirit beasts of other players to increase their own levels. Not only does the speed of cultivation increase several times, but the evolution of divine beasts is also much faster than normal cultivation. However, the side effect is obvious. That is, you need to constantly devour the divine beasts of other players to survive. Otherwise, you will starve to death. This is just like the real-life cultivation novels, with the righteous and evil factions, and in the overall list of magical beasts, 60% are evil cultivators. I rubbed my forehead lightly, not yet figuring out how to deal with the situation. Just then, a woman in tight clothes came out of the crowd. She had long black hair, a military cap, and walked quickly in high heels. When seeing this woman, one word comes to everyone's mind: heroic. Let me introduce myself. I'm sent by the military to maintain this scene. My last name is Bai, and you can call me Bai Yuling. After hearing her words, everyone in the field looked at each other. It had only been a short while, and the military had sent people over. They were really quick. The woman took off her sunglasses, looked around and asked, I wonder who among you can summon the divine beast? I'm Lu Yao, a mid-level divine beast, the seven-colored fire phoenix. Lu Yao walked out of the crowd and said. She could see that the soldier in front of her was also a summoner. Hearing this, Bai Yuling couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He didn't expect to actually meet a summoner who possessed a divine beast here. Bai Yuling stepped forward, bowed and said, Hello, Honorable Ms. Lu Yao. I am Bai Yuling, who is in charge of recruiting strong people to join the newly formed alliance. It's a pleasure to meet you. In the past, she would certainly not have bowed to a little girl. But now the reversal of life has begun, and Lu Yao in front of him is no longer a weak woman, but a powerful being that can destroy the world. The colorful fire phoenix is enough to burn down the entire city. Seeing the other party's attitude, Lu Yao was also surprised and happy. She quickly stepped forward to support the other party's arms and said softly, Don't be like this, Sister Bai. We are all Chinese, and you have contributed the most to China. I can't accept your gift. Bai Yuling straightened his back and said firmly, Miss Lu Yao, now the world is reversed, and there are only 100 people who own divine beasts, and 60% of them are evil divine beasts. I hope you can join the country and do your part to defend the national territory. Faced with Bai Yuling's invitation, Lu Yao accepted without hesitation. As a Chinese, how could she, as a summoner, sit idly by when her people were in trouble? She nodded and said, Sister Bai, I am willing. It is my honor to serve the country. Bai Yuling smiled slightly, his eyes moved from one person to another, and finally stopped on Jiang Cheng unconsciously, because a spirit beast emitting golden light was lying on Jiang Cheng's shoulder. This spirit beast is extremely special, with golden hair, and its body is like translucent crystal, full of strange texture. Its overall shape is like a lion, but its 4 claws are like dragons, and there is a ball of golden flame under each dragon claw. Its mouth is longer than that of lion spirit beasts, and under its hair, there seem to be fine golden scales. The spirit beast dozed off, then slid off Jiang Cheng's shoulder and landed right into his warm palm. Wang Hao poked the beast's face with his finger and asked curiously, Brother Jiang, where did you get this top-level beast? How come I never knew you had one? This was not caught. It is the product of the mating of 2 divine beasts. I named it the Emperor Beast. Emperor beasts, are they more powerful than divine beasts? Wang Hao asked in amazement. Jiang Cheng didn't know either. Anyway, it was extremely difficult for this Emperor Beast to grow. Training it was even several times more difficult than raising a 5-clawed dragon. It only ate and slept all day long and was very leisurely. Perhaps in the future, it could become a being that surpassed the divine beasts. In the 2 years since the server was launched, no one's pet has surpassed the divine beast. So even Jiang Cheng is not sure whether there is a higher level above the divine beast. The Emperor Beast woke up at this time and saw Wang Hao poking its face with his finger, so it bit the finger. Wang Hao screamed in pain. Oh my god, let go, let go. Jiang Cheng gently stroked the furry head of the Emperor Beast and said with a smile, Okay, stop messing with him. The Emperor Beast listened to the master's order and then let go of Wang Hao's fingers. It turned around proudly, with the golden light on its body shining brightly. Both its noble appearance and unique temperament were rare in the world. Then she continued to sleep in Jiang Cheng's arms. Wang Hao covered his fingers tightly and said with a sad face, "Brother Jiang, your pet is too fierce. Fortunately, this little guy's teeth have not grown fully, otherwise I would have lost my fingers." "Don't worry, the Emperor Beast won't bite off your fingers," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Bai Yuling glanced at the Emperor Beast in Jiang Cheng's hand, turned around and took Lu Yao to a more secluded place and told him the top secret. "Ms. Lu Yao, to tell you the truth, the world is now in a state of reversal. According to big data statistics from various countries, there are almost 1 billion people who have the ability to summon. The total population of the world is only 8 billion, but now there are suddenly 1 billion summoners who can summon spirit beasts. This number is simply unimaginable. 1 out of every 8 people is a summoner. With such a huge number, leaders of various countries were quite troubled. Finally, they unanimously decided to set up a divine beast department and recruit people who can summon divine beasts to serve the country. I wonder how you rank among the top 100? This is a key issue. If we can get a summoner ranked in the top 50, it will definitely be a treasure for the country. This journey of evolution of mythical beasts is a global game. Only 100 people out of 1 billion own mythical beasts, so no one is sure whether other countries have such terrifying beasts." Lu Yao pursed her immature lips and replied, "I am currently ranked 98th, which is at the bottom." Hearing this, Bai Yuling's expression showed obvious disappointment. He had thought that China could produce a summoner ranked in the top 50, but he didn't expect that the other party was only at the bottom. According to senior leaders, a top player ranked 20th appeared in the United States half an hour ago. This player not only has 3 intermediate divine beasts, but also an extremely rare dark attribute beast. When this news came out, it shocked the entire United States and even the world. Currently, the strongest player they know is the 20th ranked player. As for the ones ahead of them, there is still no clue. By the way, I wonder if Ms. Lu Yao knows who else is strong in the game. For example, those who are stronger than you. There are many people who are better than me. When I played, I could only barely rank 98th. Especially my husband, our CP in the game. His name is Reversal Immortal Emperor. He already had 8 divine beasts at that time, and he was the one who gave me this colorful fire phoenix. Without him, I might not even be able to rank higher." Hearing this, Bai Yuling was shocked. Reversing the Immortal Emperor? 8 divine beasts? The other party was Chinese. Recalling the time when the two of them stayed up late to complete dungeons together, Lu Yao's eyes couldn't help but become moist. She still remembers the situation when they confirmed their relationship. "This is the top-grade spiritual beast, the black spirit turtle, which I caught for you. Let it be your birthday present. Wife, your ranking is relatively low. I'll give you this mythical beast, the 7-colored fire phoenix. With it, your ranking will be in the top 100. Husband, this ancient Ziwei ring is our wedding gift for you. With this ancient ring, you will know that I am by your side. Don't give it to other women." Thinking of these chat records, Lu Yao's mouth curled up. She wanted to know more and more what kind of person the Reversal Immortal Emperor was. Judging from the tone of his conversation, she thought he should be a sunny boy. The two originally wanted to meet offline, but they didn't expect this to happen, which resulted in the game being unable to log in, and they could only wait for the first-place Reversal Immortal Emperor to appear. Bai Yuling pursed her lips and said, "Ms. Lu Yao, we will pay attention to the first place. If what you said is true, then this first place may very well be a strong man from our China. If we can get it, it will prove the saying, if you get one person, you can get the world. Ms. Lu Yao, the affairs of Guangming University are now handed over to you. I will return to the headquarters immediately to report the situation here to Minister Li. As for your position, we will consider many aspects, so don't worry." Bai Yuling put on his sunglasses again, gave a few brief instructions, and then left in a hurry. With Lu Yao's 7-colored fire phoenix, it is believed that it is enough to calm everyone on the field, so Bai Yuling is not worried that a riot will occur here. The reversal spiritual weapon is officially activated. Almost at the same moment, a vigorous and powerful voice echoed in my ears. The originally blue sky was once again covered by dark clouds, and bronze thunderbolts shuttled back and forth like dragons and snakes, twisting the air wherever they passed. The same dark voice came from the sky, and everyone looked up. The clouds seemed to have mountains, pagodas, heavenly soldiers arrayed in formation, and giant gods beating drums. The calamity clouds presented many strange scenes. The calamity clouds below began to rotate slowly. From a distance, it seemed as if a tornado was forming. A pale yellow stone tablet about 1,000 feet in size emerged from the clouds and landed with a loud bang in front of everyone's gaze. An ancient aura filled the air, as if it had existed forever. On the stone tablet, there are many strange runes engraved, and there is a faint strange light flashing. Whether they were pedestrians on the road, residents in high-rise buildings, or street vendors, they all stopped and looked up, gazing at the stone tablet with awe. Is this a list of the strongest? Jiang Cheng was stunned. As the number 1 summoner, he is not unfamiliar with the stone tablet in front of him. This is a list ranking set up by the server specifically for players. Those who rank high can obtain a large amount of cultivation resources every day to improve the level and attributes of their pets. The higher the ranking on the strongest list, the richer the reward. Players can challenge anyone on the strong list at will. If successful, they will obtain the opponent's ranking on the list. The next day, they will also receive all the rewards from the opponent. 10,000th place, 5 kittens, own 30 spiritual beasts, and receive 1 spiritual treasure as reward every day. At this time, the vigorous voice sounded again, and the ranking on the stone tablet kept changing. Whenever a dim light appeared, it meant that the person was dead. There were voices of doubt in the stadium, with some even suspecting that it was all a lie. Jiang Cheng could also vaguely feel that his storage ring was back, and the treasures inside were still there. In this game, treasures were divided into many categories. They are spiritual treasures, precious treasures, ancient treasures, innate spiritual treasures, innate supreme treasures, innate chaotic objects, and chaotic heavenly treasures. Each treasure is divided into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. All of these things are equipped on the mythical beasts to enhance their combat effectiveness. The players themselves have no strength and can only control the mythical beasts to fight. Of course, players can merge with the mythical beasts and obtain their original power. In other words, an ordinary player can let a pet possess a body. Not only can he obtain all the power of the opponent, but also have absolute defense. Those ranked 10,000th already have 30 top-grade spiritual beasts, so shouldn't those ranked in the top 100 be able to destroy the world? Yes, I played for 2 months and only got a spirit beast, and I couldn't even rank up. If I had known this would happen, I would have played all night long. Don't forget, there are also pseudo-divine beasts. Spiritual beasts become pseudo-divine beasts only after they evolve, and after pseudo-divine beasts come real low-level divine beasts. There is a huge gap between them. A spiritual treasure will only appear after killing a spiritual beast that is higher than its own level. I still don't have one, but this guy can get a spiritual treasure every day. It's so unfair. Gradually, everyone in the field expressed their dissatisfaction. Why could they have it every day while they could only watch helplessly? Moreover, spiritual treasures can enhance the strength of spiritual beasts, and the gap between the two will become larger and larger until they are completely incomparable. Fairness? A sports student in the crowd crossed his arms and said sarcastically, "There has never been fairness in this world. Some are tall, some are short, some are in high positions, and some are from humble backgrounds. Fairness is nothing but a joke. No matter in which era, the weak are slaves of the strong. Even if the times have changed, only the method of slavery has changed. Only the victorious party can define right and wrong. This is the real world. In order to achieve the goal, you can use any means." Although his words were unpleasant to hear, every word made sense and everyone fell silent. The interesting thing about this world is its unfairness, and the fairness these people talk about is nothing but the most ridiculous joke. Besides, this is no longer the world they are familiar with, but a world where divine beasts can be summoned. "Brother Jiang, you are ranked first. How many good things can you get every day?" Wang Hao came over and asked. People like them who can't even rank high can forget about getting spiritual treasures every day. They can probably only get 1 innate treasure every day. Jiang Cheng didn't care too much about this. Innate chaos objects and chaos heavenly treasures required a lot of time exploring copies before one could have a chance to obtain them. Currently, there are 3 chaos heavenly treasures and 15 innate chaos objects in his storage ring. As for the innate treasures, there is no need to mention it. In 2 years, 99,999 of them have been collected in the storage ring. As for those so-called spiritual treasures, precious treasures, and ancient treasures, they are so numerous that they can never be used up. In the past, he liked to decompose all these treasures and obtain spiritual souls to evolve divine beasts. Later, as the spiritual souls required for divine beasts increased, he stuffed all these things in the warehouse. Now, if he just took out a magic treasure, it would probably cause a sensation in the entire Guangming University. Wang Hao chuckled, put his arm around Jiang Cheng's shoulder and said, "Brother Jiang, we are good brothers after all. I have been your son for 3 years, right?" Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will give each of you 10 ancient treasures after we go back." "Only 10? With the current level of your spirit beasts, 10 is not a small number. When the level is raised, I will give you innate spirit treasures. Jiang Cheng explained that spirit beasts are not pseudo-divine beasts or divine beasts. They can only bear a few spirit souls, and they will feel full every day. After hearing this, Wang Hao nodded. What Brother Jiang said made sense. Inside the secret base, Minister Li paced back and forth with an anxious look on his face, waiting for notification from his subordinates. Minister, we have developed an app. As long as the summoner in China registers here, we will be able to know his full identity at the first time. Minister Li was overjoyed after hearing this, and quickly stepped forward and said, "It was made so quickly. Can the back-end running data keep up?" The man in military uniform in front of him replied, "Don't worry, Minister." After learning about this, the top management took it very seriously and ordered us to put it on the shelves as soon as possible. The app has been tested and is relatively stable. There will be no crashes or message leaks. Minister Li's face was full of excitement. If this app was launched, they would be able to determine all the basic information of the other party at the first time. In this way, even if this person kills innocent people indiscriminately somewhere else, his location can be found in the first time, and he can be dealt with directly. Minister Li hurriedly said, "Xiao Wang, immediately put this app on the market, notify everyone. Let those people download it, and perform face recognition, yes." The man in military uniform nodded and asked, "Minister, what should we call this app?" "Let's call it The Evolution of Divine Beasts." After thinking for a moment, Minister Li said the name of the game. Since the reversal of the world was caused by the game, he would use this name to control all summoners. After much investigation, it was found that there were 13 pseudo-divine beasts and 2 divine beasts in the country, and the rankings of the divine beasts were all after the 90th place, but for the current predicament, it was enough. As long as they continue to dig, they will definitely find more owners of the mythical beasts. The man in military uniform immediately arranged for the listing and sent messages to everyone, asking summoners to conduct tests as soon as possible. Minister Li looked at the stone tablet of the powerful list with constantly changing rankings on the screen with a slightly strange expression. "Pass on my order. Find all the people on the powerful list in China at all costs." Behind him stood a row of people in military uniforms, all of whom were important members of the military. These people were the backbone of China, and none of them could be missing. "Also, have you found a developer?" Minister Li asked with particular concern. "No, we investigated a lot and found out that the developer of this game disappeared 2 years ago when the game was running." Hearing this, Minister Li frowned. He disappeared 2 years ago. Who ran the game? Was it a robot? Minister Li took a deep breath. He knew very well that if he couldn't find a developer, he wouldn't find a solution, which would not be good for the country. Minister, after investigation, it was found that when the reversal began, the summoner was just an ordinary person who could be killed with a thermal weapon. Later, the reversal spirit treasure appeared, and those people gained the ability to merge with the spirit pet, and only the owners of ordinary beasts could kill them. Minister Li said calmly, "I don't want to hear you say this anymore. Those are all children. Do you want me to kill them all?" The soldier lowered his head and said, "Go down. Continue investigating." Minister Li took a deep breath. Even if he couldn't control the situation, he would never let the country's guns point at those children. Whether it is Weibo, forums, or Tieba, as long as a message can be posted, there will be a pinned message. Even my mobile phone kept receiving notifications to download software. In the dormitory, Jiang Cheng and others also registered their identity information and filled in the names of their pets. Wang Hao said helplessly, "Although this kind of software can get the information of people, but if it is hidden like you, there is no way to know it, right?" Currently, no one has shown up in the top 20 of the power rankings. They may be afraid of others' strength just like Brother Jiang. And at the beginning, hot weapons can kill the summoner. Jiang Cheng, who was sitting on a chair, responded, "There are 8 billion people in the world, and 800 million of them have this ability, and the majority of them are young people between the ages of 15 and 30. If we kill them all, do you think the world will be destroyed?" After he finished speaking, Wang Hao nodded and said, "That's the truth." Li Nan, who was wearing glasses and had a gentle appearance, also agreed, "Brother Jiang is right. That's 800 million people. If they were all gone, who knows how much trouble it would cause. Moreover, only a few of the top 100 have shown up so far. They are probably hiding their strength. Once exposed, someone will come to challenge them soon. The top 100 on the power list get unimaginable amounts of things every day, so it is inevitable that there will be provocations. As long as you can replace the other person's position, what you get will be beyond imagination." Wang Hao pouted and said, "Li Nan, you are everywhere. Where's your pet?" I took it back. Li Nan pushed his glasses and said casually, "Brother Jiang, Why is your Emperor Beast still here? It doesn't want to go back, so this is the only way. Jiang Cheng stretched out his finger and poked Emperor Beast on the forehead. Emperor Beast bared his teeth in a baby voice, jumped from the table back into Jiang Cheng's arms, and fell asleep as usual. This time, the life was reversed, and the once high and mighty rich man became an ant. Even if he had a lot of money, it would be meaningless if he could not recruit a summoner. The ugliness of human nature is fully exposed. In the moment of gaining power, the long-suppressed anger is released. The crime index soared, and in just half a day, hundreds of criminal cases occurred around the world. For ordinary people, the power of spiritual pets is too terrifying. They are invulnerable to swords and guns, and are immune to water and fire. Wang Hao lay in bed, thinking back to what had happened in the past few days, and said, "If I had known this would happen, I would have worked day and night to upgrade my pet's level. What a pity." You are wrong to say that. It is actually a blessing to have this ability. What's more, you also have the top-grade spiritual beast, the purple flame dragon lion, which not only has fire attributes, but can also fly. Those who cannot fly are very envious. It is a great thing to have a spiritual pet as a mount. You no longer have to squeeze into the bus when traveling. The flying speed of the purple flame dragon lion is faster than that of an airplane. Jiang Cheng was also lying on the bed, flipping through his phone. His phone was now full of hot topics about the evolutionary journey of the mythical beasts. Someone even wrote it into a novel and published it, which directly won the love of countless people. Some big shots even spent huge sums of money to let the author write themselves into the story so that they could obtain the top-level divine beast and become the world overlord. Jiang Cheng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry about this. Brother Jiang, the top 100 places have changed. At this time, Li Nan pointed at the name on the stone tablet and said in panic, "You know, the top 100 people on the powerful list all own mythical beasts, and no one dares to provoke them easily. But now that the list has changed, that name has become dim, which means that the person who owns the mythical beast has been killed. The 100th place on the strong list, Princess, please go to work." Replaced by Max Gamalika. Seeing the name Max Gamaliti, Jiang Cheng also remembered that this guy seemed to be from the United States. The ranking changes on the powerful list stone tablet attracted the attention of the whole world almost at the same time, but no one witnessed the battle in person. All I know is that the earth shook just now, and then the scene at the beginning appeared. Brother Jiang. Wang Hao ran over and sat next to him, and handed him the phone. He saw that the phone was reporting a news report, and a foreign host was speaking. Just now, a major accident occurred in West Coast State. According to insiders, when they discovered it, they only saw a 1,000-meter-long crack on the ground, and the vibration could be felt within 100 miles. At present, Max Gamalika, the player ranked 100th on the strong list, is under investigation. Citizens are requested to stay at home and not go out. If you see any suspicious persons, please call the official telephone number of the management department immediately. Jiang Cheng frowned. Max Gamalika was the owner of a top-level pseudo-divine beast, but he didn't expect that his pet could kill a low-level divine beast. This has a significant impact on society, but that is the United States business, and they are not very interested in it. Li Nan looked nervous and sweat kept falling. Even the people in the top 100 were killed. Those of them who couldn't even rank higher were doomed. Jiang Cheng took out a dozen ancient treasures from his storage ring, handed them to the people, and said, "You can decompose the ancient treasures and use the spirit souls to upgrade the level of your spirit pets." "Okay, then I will challenge those on the strongest list. I can get a magic treasure every day. It's great to think about it." This list is not only to promote the player's abilities, but more importantly, it is about the understanding and strength coordination of spirit pets. There are 800 million people playing the game worldwide, but only 10,000 of them can make the list. Needless to say, everyone knows this probability. Fortunately, they have Brother Jiang, so it should not be difficult for them to upgrade their levels in the future. With the help of Jiang Cheng, everyone decomposed the ancient treasure, and the spirit pets let out sharp cries under the nourishment of the spirit soul. Wang Hao's purple flame dragon lion evolved directly from a top-level spirit beast into a low-level pseudo-divine beast, and the spirit beast body was much stronger than before. Wang Hao seemed to be able to communicate with the purple flame dragon lion. He immediately lowered his head and saw that his beer belly had turned into 8-pack abs. At this moment, he finally understood that as long as he improved the strength of his pets, their own bodies would also change. Li Nan's pet is a black-feathered serpent. After evolution, the black-feathered serpent successfully transformed into a black clear dragon snake. Fortunately, Li Nan controlled the opponent's body growth in time. Otherwise, with the body of Xinqing dragon snake, it would be enough to destroy the entire dormitory building. It would be so cool. Wang Hao laughed heartily and said, "If I had known that my body would change after evolution, I should have started training from an ordinary beast." "Brother Jiang, how about you? How do you feel?" Turning around, Wang Hao was very interested in Brother Jiang's improvement. As he possesses more than a dozen top-level divine beasts, his own abilities must be strong, and he may even become invincible. The title of reversing the immortal emperor is not in vain. Jiang Cheng shrugged. Perhaps his body had also changed because of the reversal of his life, but he wasn't sure about the details now. It might be possible for him to knock down a building with one punch. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "When we have a chance, let's go to a place where there is no one and try out our abilities." Wang Hao chuckled, put his arm around Li Nan's shoulders and said, "Yes, let's go find those people on the strong list steal. With the pseudo-divine beast, it's enough for us to get into the top 8,000. Li Nan also nodded. Who wouldn't be envious of so many good things on the Changbang every day? Now that he had this strength, he naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity, so he followed Wang Hao out of the dormitory. Somewhere in China, Li Huxiong stared at the people who surrounded him with a bad look on his face and immediately snorted coldly. "You are a bunch of ants, and you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Get out of here, or I will make you bleed 3 feet away today." Several men and women in uniform had solemn expressions on their faces. They had all received the news that Li Huxiong was the owner of several divine beasts. In the entire list, this guy was the only one who registered with his real name, and he was also a top powerhouse ranked 25th. "Li Huxiong, the country is giving you a chance to redeem yourself from your crimes. As long as you join the security department, your past actions will be forgiven." The leading man clenched his fists. If the other party was not one of the top 30 on the power list, their security department would not have come in person to invite him. Li Huxiong sat on Hupa and lit a cigarette, his face grim and full of sarcasm. "Ha ha, you're dreaming of getting me to join you. You wanted to kill me at first, and now you want me to join you. Even a fool knows that's impossible." Li Huxiong. The man's eyes widened and he shouted angrily, "This is your only chance, otherwise you can't leave China today." Li Huxiong said calmly, "Since you are all Chinese, I will not kill you. But if you stop me from taking revenge, I will definitely kill you." The reason why he wanted to leave here was to devour all the spiritual pets from abroad and upgrade the level of Tiger Soul. Li Huxiong is a serious criminal, and he is also aware that there are many powerful people hidden in the eastern country. If he encounters the reversal immortal emperor who is ranked first on the powerful list, he is likely to fall. It is better to go abroad and turn foreign countries into your own feast. Li Huxiong turned around to leave, but was stopped by the man before. "Come out, pseudo-divine beast, Tianxian turtle." The man shouted loudly, and a giant dragon turtle of huge size appeared quietly. In front of the sky-black turtle, even the tiger soul under Li Huxiong seemed very small. Li Huxiong narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "You don't really think that just because you are big, you can provoke the divine beast? Hupa, tear it to pieces." Li Huxiong jumped off Hupa, glided at a height of 100 meters, and landed steadily. Hupa opened his bloody mouth, and his sharp claws merged with the blue thunder. In an instant, the body of the sky-black turtle seemed to be fixed, unable to move. Similarly, the summoner who summoned the sky-black turtle also stayed where he was. His body was torn at a speed visible to the naked eye, and scarlet blood gushed out from the wounds. "Captain!" The man's team members' faces changed, and they rushed forward. Before they got close, the captain's body was completely torn into pieces. The wound was caused by this tiger soul. Li Huxiong laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha ha. A bunch of ants dare to kill God. You really don't know your place." Tiger Soul ate the sky-black turtle. Hupa nodded, then opened his bloody mouth. Under the endless suction force, the huge sky-black turtle in front of him turned directly into a wisp of green smoke and merged into the former's body. Li Huxiong glanced at the few people who had been frightened silly, sat on Hupu again, and said lightly, "Go back and tell your top leaders to find the reversal immortal emperor. The next time we meet, I will definitely experience the power of the number one." After saying that, Hupa carried Li Huxiong and flew away, ready to treat other countries as his own feast. Even the captain of the pseudo-divine beast was killed. What should we do? Take the captain's body back with you. This Li Huxiong is too powerful. I'm afraid even Ms. Lu Yao can't defeat him. The deputy captain took a deep breath, but was also glad that the other party did not kill innocent people indiscriminately, otherwise the whole of China would be littered with corpses. Hupo's strength was so terrifying that he used only one move to tear apart the sky-black turtle, which was said to have the top 10 defense in the game. It's a pity that he is at this level since he is a prisoner. As the sun sets, the The distant mountains turned dark blue. After dinner, Jiang Cheng followed Wang Hao and the others towards the dormitory. Wang Hao stretched his muscles and said tiredly, "I am so tired. Today I found a guy ranked 8,000. Fortunately, my purple flame dragon lion has evolved into a pseudo-divine beast. Otherwise, I would have failed." "You killed someone?" Jiang Cheng asked. "No." Wang Hao shook his head and patted his chest to assure. "I just asked him to give up. I didn't kill him. Besides, I am a good citizen. How can I kill people at will?" Improving your ranking does not just require killing the opponent. The opponent can choose to surrender or defeat the opponent, in which case he can get the original ranking. As for the losers, they will not become unranked like in other games, but will automatically move down one place. But some people still choose to kill the other person, so that they don't have to worry about anyone causing trouble for them. Wang Hao asked, "Brother Jiang, are you not going to reveal your identity?" "You are stupid." Li Nan slapped Wang Hao on the head and said, "Our Jiang brother is ranked first. If he is exposed, the people who come to provoke him every day will have to line up all the way to France. Can you bear it? And don't forget, Brother Jiang has many enemies in the game. If you reveal your identity rashly, you will be killed." Wang Hao scratched his head. Although this sentence made some sense, he was still a little confused. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. If you rashly expose your identity, it may even lead to persecution of your family, so you should be more careful about this. Jiang Cheng had also thought about this matter and planned to arrange 2 top-level divine beasts to protect his parents when he returned home next time. With the protection of top-level divine beasts, they would not have to worry. "You are Jiang Cheng, right?" Just then, several men and women in tight black clothes came towards us. The leading man took out a work certificate and said, "Hello, I am Zhang Qi, a member of the Security Bureau. I am glad to meet you." "From the Security Bureau?" Jiang Cheng and Wang Hao looked at each other and asked in confusion, "What do you want from me?" "Through big data observation, we found that your spirit pet, Emperor Beast, is a very rare creature. It can not only promote the cultivation speed of other spirit pets, but also heal others. I wonder, can we sit down and talk about it?" Zhang Qi asked with a smile. "You don't want me, Brother Jiang, to give you the pet, do you?" Wang Hao walked forward unhappily, standing in front of Jiang Cheng, and then summoned his pseudo-divine beast, the purple flame dragon lion. Zhang Qi was stunned, staring at the low-level pseudo-divine beast purple flame dragon lion in front of him, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Anyone who reaches the level of a pseudo-divine beast can become the team leader of a newly established department. I didn't expect that Guangming University is really full of hidden talents. Not only did a low-level mythical beast, the 7-colored fire phoenix, appear, but now a pseudo-mythical beast, the purple flame dragon lion, has appeared. It is truly unbelievable. Seeing this, the security personnel immediately took protective measures, but were stopped by Zhang Qi, who then said apologetically, "I'm sorry, we didn't come here to bring this Emperor Beast with us. We just wanted to know if we can invite you to join us." Wang Hao looked at Brother Jiang and immediately frowned and said, "We are still students and have no intention of joining the newly established organization. If it were someone else, they would definitely agree immediately. You know, for these children, they can get a government job before they even graduate, which is a rare opportunity." Jiang Cheng also shook his head. If he appeared as an Emperor Beast, he would probably become a medic on the logistics supply line. He doesn't want to join these management departments. It's too troublesome. He still prefers stability. When Zhang Qi saw the other party's refusal, he was obviously disappointed. But he didn't say anything to the pseudo-divine beast, the purple flame dragon lion, or else, this pseudo-divine beast would most likely bite off his head. As Jiang Cheng and the others walked away, the man behind Zhang Qi asked, "If we don't get the Emperor Beast, we will be blamed when we go back." Zhang Qi retorted angrily, "If you can defeat this pseudo-divine beast, then the Emperor Beast will naturally be within your reach. And those kids seem to be summoners of pseudo-divine beasts. We should try our best not to attack rashly, otherwise, you should understand the consequences." Zhang Qi said indifferently. "Among them, the strongest is just a top-level spirit beast. Anyone who wants to fight against the false beasts is only asking for trouble. This is the first time I've heard of an Emperor Beast. It has already reached the top level of spiritual beasts in its infancy, and it also has the ability to heal and upgrade. It should be a divine beast egg in the game. So, if we get this Imperial Beast, can we also get a divine beast?" One of them said with a look of shock on his face. The remaining people looked at each other. If this was really the case, then now was indeed the best time to take action. Otherwise, once this Imperial Beast evolves into a pseudo-divine beast, it will not be so easy to force the other party to hand it over. Zhang Qi thought for a while and said, Forget it. We are not bandits. If people knew that we were bandits, I'm afraid the reputation of the Security Bureau would be trampled under the feet of the people. After hearing what the captain said, the others didn't say anything more, but they were still a little curious about which divine beast gave birth to this imperial beast. Could it be a five-clawed dragon? But after thinking about it, it probably isn't. There is only one five-clawed dragon in the entire server, so it obviously cannot be a student. After the global reversal, all major media outlets rushed to report on the power levels of people in various countries, the most rampant of which was Xiao Ri. It is said that a person who ranks 50th on the powerful list has already appeared, and in front of all the media, he claims that he will be the god of the universe. Many powerful countries were dismissive of this. It was only ranked 50th, but did they really think they were number one? Therefore, China also began to formulate plans to organize each area separately, with each area led by a strong person. That's why it's called the Summoner Management Department, and they can be found in every city. Soon, people adapted to this kind of life. People who own spirit pets have an extremely comfortable life. As long as there is a qualified summoner in the family, the country will grant the title of glorious family. Moreover, the work of children and adults in the family has been assigned. It is really pitiful how much the country values these summoners. Guangming University is located in the northeast of China, which is known as the Northern River City. The director of the Jiang Cheng branch is none other than Lu Yao, a student at Guangming University, who owns the low-level mythical beast, the seven-colored fire phoenix. There are currently only 2 summoners in the entire country who possess legendary beasts, so both of them are extremely precious treasures. Minister Li originally wanted to transfer Lu Yao to Shanghai to take on this task, but Lu Yao declined. Lu Yao believes that Jiang Cheng is her home, and her family has lived here for generations, so she can't just leave like that. Minister Li did not refuse after hearing this, and arranged for many summoners to come to Jiang Cheng to assist Lu Yao in commanding the summoners here. The official number of deaths yesterday was given directly. The global death toll exceeds 1 million. All of them were killed by spiritual pets. Fortunately, all countries quickly stopped the confrontation, secretly executed those summoners who killed innocent people, and strictly prohibited summoners from attacking ordinary people again. If they have difficulties, we will naturally help them solve them. Jiang Cheng was lying on the bed, scrolling through Weibo and frowning slightly. Sure enough, the arrival of the summoned spirit pets brought many disasters to Blue Star, and more than 1 million people died yesterday. During this period, a highly respected expert stepped forward and encouraged the people to oppose the summoner, but it was discovered during investigation that this guy was actually a spy who had been lurking for more than a decade. It's really the experts who are killing people. Anyone can become an expert? The days without games are really hard. Wang Hao tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. The scene of himself capturing the spirit pet kept appearing in his mind. Linan felt the same way. He always felt like there were many ants gnawing at his body. At this moment, he just wanted to say one thing. Let me play for a while, just a while. Okay, stop humming there. Let's go out for a walk. It's a good opportunity to test our bodies. Hearing this, several people in the dormitory immediately sat up from their beds and said with interest, okay, it's a good opportunity to see how terrifying Brother Zhang's beast is. They had only seen the 7-colored fire phoenix as a divine beast, and its aura alone was enough to suppress the pseudo-divine beasts, which was enough to show how terrifying the divine beasts were. 30 miles away from Guangming University, there is a savage mountain. The reason why it is called Savage Mountain is that there are almost no people living within 100 miles of the mountain. According to the older generation, there are many jackals, tigers, and leopards in the barren mountain. Unless you are an experienced old man, if you rashly enter, you may never get out in your lifetime. Moreover, there are many mosquitoes, snakes, and ants in the Savage Mountain. If you are not careful, you may die. Therefore, most of the people nearby will not enter the Savage Mountain. Savage Mountain. Wang Hao, who was sitting on the purple flame dragon lion, turned around and looked at the others. He said with some displeasure, I say, it's fine for Brother Jiang to sit on it, but what are you two doing sitting on it? Haozi, don't be stingy. Among us, only you and Brother Jiang have flying pets. If I don't ride yours, whose will I ride? Yeah, don't be so stingy. The gentle-looking boy patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and spoke with a smile on his face. Wang Hao glared back and said nothing. Soon they came to a relatively open place and looked at Jiang Cheng's position with a smile, wanting to experience the power of the divine beast. Jiang Cheng waved his fingers, and a piercing roar of dragons and tigers resounded throughout the entire forest. Perhaps because it was too loud, the sound took a long time to dissipate. At this moment, the dazzling starry sky suddenly dimmed, and above the sky, there were bursts of thunder. Thunder as thick as a bucket rolled in the sky, and every time it flashed, it would leave a scorched earth on the ground. At this moment, everyone raised their heads at the same time and saw a giant creature suddenly walked out of the clouds. You have to get a clear view of the appearance of this spiritual pet by looking at its body in a fixed position. It is over 5 meters long and extremely majestic, somewhat like a tiger, but it has 3 identical big heads. Each head was over 1 meter in diameter, and its terrifying canine teeth emitted a red-gold luster. The 3 big heads roared at the same time, and within a radius of 10 miles, all the animals crawled on the ground and dared not move. Red Fire, Tiger King. Wang Hao swallowed his dry mouth. This was one of Jiang Cheng's proud pets, possessing the combat capability of a top-level divine beast. In the entire server, there were only 2 people who owned the Scarlet Fire Tiger King. The Red Fire Tiger King landed steadily on the ground. The flames burning on his body burned all the weeds nearby. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. Li Nan sat down on the ground with his buttocks. For some reason, he felt such a great fear of the Red Fire Tiger King in front of him. Red Fire Tiger King, a top-level divine beast, the emperor of the Tiger Clan, possessing extremely strong attack power, agility, and a physical body, and can fly. At this moment, the emperor beast in Jiang Cheng's arms suddenly jumped out, stepped directly on the head of the Red Fire Tiger King, and kept jumping. The Scarlet Fire Tiger King was not angry. Instead, he acquiesced to the other party playing on his head and crawled directly on Jiang Cheng's body. Still fighting? Jiang Cheng asked with a smile. Beat. Wang Hao touched his nose awkwardly, exchanged glances with Li Nan and Guaxinyu, and said casually, "It's okay to give it a try." The 3 people's strongest spiritual pets correspond to the purple flame dragon lion, the black clear dragon snake, and the green ivy wooden monkey, all of which are low-level pseudo-divine beasts. The Red Fire Tiger King smacked his lips in disdain, and he didn't even have the interest to take action. He just stood there, scaring the 3 pseudo-divine beasts so much that they trembled in fear. They had no desire to fight at all. Guaxinyu immediately set up tactics and said, "Ivy wood monkey, use vines to trap the Red Fire Tiger Emperor." Wang Hao, Li Nan, you are waiting for the opportunity. As long as you trap it, you will succeed. Do it. The Scarlet Fire Tiger Emperor stood up slowly, his huge body reflecting an incomparable, terrifying aura under the refraction of the moonlight. Before the 3 pseudo-divine beasts could take action, the Red Fire Tiger Emperor opened his bloody mouth, and a sudden beast roar sounded like thunder on a clear sky, resounding through the sky and breaking the tranquility between heaven and earth. The huge roar seemed to explode close to the ears, shocking the 3 of them. However, it wasn't over yet. The Red Fire Tiger Emperor was seen flying in the air and roaring again at the 3 pseudo-divine beasts under him. The space in front of everyone experienced violent fluctuations, and immediately, sound waves expanded like lightning. There was a loud bang, and the calm lake surface was like a bomb was dropped, with huge waves as high as 20 to 30 feet bursting up. Finally, it fell with a loud bang, and the splashes of water and mist enveloped the entire valley in a misty water vapor. The tiger's roar was like thunder erupting from among the dark clouds, rolling out with the Red Fire Tiger King as the center point. Even the loud sound of the waterfall crashing down was covered by the tiger's roar. The area within a radius of 10 miles could vaguely hear the sound, and wherever the sound waves passed, all beasts became limp. Even the 3 pseudo-divine beasts had their souls trembled violently because of the dragon energy mixed in with the tiger's roar. Some weak jackals, tigers, and leopards that were closer to the lake were actually killed by the thunder-like sound waves. No more fighting, no more fighting. Wang Hao admitted defeat immediately. Not to mention the spirit pets, even they could not hold on any longer and could even feel a buzzing sound in their ears. Li Nan and Guaxinyu also covered their ears and almost knelt on the ground crying for mercy. "Brother Jiang, we are convinced." Jiang Cheng smiled lightly, and thus knew the strength of this Red Fire Tiger King. The divine beast is worthy of being a divine beast. Even if it has not released its true strength, it can still intimidate fake divine beasts with its aura. If he really gets serious, he can kill all 3 people's pets with just one slap. The blood of the Dragon Emperor flows in the body of the Red Fire Tiger King, so there is a hint of dragon roar mixed in with the tiger's roar. "Let's go back." As Jiang Cheng gave the order, the Scarlet Fire Tiger King turned into a wisp of foul air and disappeared on the spot, merging into the former's body. Without the Scarlet Fire Tiger King, the imperial beast above his head fell down directly. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng caught it in time, Otherwise, it would probably have cried and made a fuss with him again. Wang Hao said with a bitter look on his face, "Brother Jiang, next time you'd better not show your divine beast. Your divine beast is too powerful. We can't hold on for even a moment." The reason why a divine beast is called a divine beast is because it has divine power concentrated in its body. Even if a pseudo-divine beast is the strongest, it cannot be a match for a divine beast. Jiang Cheng explained it to him carefully. This is why in the entire game of Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts, there are only 100 people who own divine beasts. Among the 100 people, only 40 had more than 2 divine beasts, and their levels were not evenly distributed. Wang Hao exhaled a breath of hot air, knowing that he could never be a match for Brother Jiang, and didn't say anything more. "Since we failed, let's go have dinner. It's my treat tonight, and no one can compete with me," Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Long live foster father. Jiang Cheng, Yapingxiang barbecue restaurant. Several people ordered a lot of skewers, sat together to see who could eat more, and brought out several boxes of beer, drinking while chatting. Since the global reversal, their appetite has increased dozens of times. Perhaps it is true that the greater the ability, the greater the appetite. Wang Hao laughed and said, "It feels so good not to spend money." "Drink." Li Nan then said, "Brother Jiang, with your current strength, even if you reveal your identity, few people would dare to provoke you. Why do you still deliberately conceal it? Although I have become stronger, my family is still ordinary people. Besides, there are many enemies in the game. If they know the information of my family, I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. He has eliminated many players in the game, so those people have hated him for a long time, not to mention that his identity has been exposed now. Just like the top 20 people on the strong list, none of them have appeared yet, because they all know what it means to pretend to be cool and die quickly." Li Nan nodded slightly, picked up the wine glass and drank it all. However, at this moment, loud roars suddenly came from next door. "I'm already unhappy today because I don't have money. I ate some of your food, and you asked me to give you money. Don't you know that I don't eat beef? Now I've changed my mind. Give me the money, or I'll burn down your shop." The speaker was a spirited young man of about 18 or 19 years old, wearing moccasins, tight pants, and a third eye tattooed on his forehead. Every time he finished speaking, he would tidy up his yellow hair, just like his Uncle Tiger 6. The boss was a middle-aged man in his 50s. At this moment, he was begging the other party to leave quickly, saying that they didn't want the money this time. However, this person was not willing to give in, and he said directly, "Prepare $100,000 for me, otherwise, you should also understand what it means to offend a summoner." Wang Hao frowned when he heard the noise. They were so brazen in broad daylight. No wonder more than 1 million people were killed or injured around the world overnight. It was all because of these troublemaking stinky chubas. Wang Hao looked at Jiang Cheng beside him, and when the latter nodded, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the guy. At this time, Lin Tianxiong was still chattering there, but he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Wang Hao's slap falling on him. Snapped. A crisp sound. A crisp and pleasant slapping sound instantly rang out, and Lin Tianxiong's weak body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall without any warning. "Boy, you are quite arrogant." Lin Tianxiong stood up with difficulty. The right side of his cheek was already red and swollen, and his teeth fell to the ground from the corners of his mouth. He looked like a hideous evil ghost. "You bastard! You dare to hit me! Do you know who I am? Whoever you love." Wang Hao rolled up his sleeves again, ready to teach this guy a lesson, but he saw him yelling, "Wait for me. I'll call my dad. After you beat the younger one, the older one comes." "Does that mean your grandfather will come too after you beat the older one?" Wang Hao said sarcastically. Lin Tianxiong was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He immediately dialed the phone and cried madly to the middle-aged man on the phone, as if he had suffered a great injustice and cried his heart out. The barbecue restaurant owner didn't want to make a big deal out of it and wanted Wang Hao to let it go, but he never expected that this was the kind of person Wang Hao couldn't stand the most. About 10 minutes later, I heard footsteps coming from the door and turned to look. I saw several men in black walking towards this side, led by a middle-aged man, tall and strong, with a face full of flesh that looked particularly scary. "Whoever hurts my son, I give you 3 seconds to kneel on the ground. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you today." The middle-aged man looked at Wang Hao, Li Nan, and the other two and spoke coldly. Wang Hao curled his lips and said, "Grandpa, I beat him. Before I beat your son, why didn't you ask your son why I beat him?" Lin Batian glanced at Lin Tianxiong behind him and knew what kind of person this kid was. But now it was his son who suffered, so this matter would not be so easy to resolve. "I'll pay for the barbecue restaurant's losses, but you beat up my son. What do you say I should do? What do you want to do? Guasinyu asked with a frown. Leave a pair of hands behind you. Otherwise, none of you will be able to walk out of here alive. Lin Baishan's voice was very cold. It was obvious without thinking that this guy was not joking with Wang Hao. He was fully capable of dealing with the three people. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. In an instant, Wang Hao punched the middle-aged man with all his strength. Snap! The man in black, next to the middle-aged man, casually caught Wang Hao's fist and gently pushed it back. Wang Hao staggered back a few steps, and Li Nan supported him. The black-clad man's pressure was revealed. At the same time, a palm-sized spider crawled out. Although the spider was only the size of a palm, the strange aura it exuded was no less than that of the pseudo-divine beast, the purple flame dragon lion. Intermediate pseudo-divine beast, blood demon poisonous spider. Haha, little brother, let's talk it out nicely. Don't get physical. Lin Batian sneered while sitting on the chair, his tone very provocative. There is nothing in this world that cannot be bought with money. If there is, it's because you haven't paid more. Everyone's price is different. Lin Batian shrugged and said with a smile, Little brother, I am not an unreasonable person. You beat my son, and it seems unreasonable not to spare his life today. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Wang Hao is also at an age full of vigor and vitality, so how could he let this old bitch stop him? He immediately slapped the table and spoke word by word. Lin Batian was a little impatient when he saw that the other party was still acting so presumptuous here. In Jiang Cheng, let alone a few college students, even the newly established security bureau could not do anything to him. Moreover, the country has clearly stipulated that summoners are not allowed to attack ordinary people. As long as Wang Hao dares to touch him, the management department will definitely not let this guy go. Wang Hao's face turned pale. The other party was indeed an ordinary person, and the reason why he was able to command this summoner was mostly because he gave more money. Jiang Cheng also came out at this time. Looking at Lin Baishan's extremely arrogant look, he went up and slapped him directly. The crisp and pleasant sound of applause rang out leisurely. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. All of them stood there in a daze. Lin Batian was a little confused. He touched his red and swollen cheeks and couldn't believe that someone actually dared to hit him. The man in black immediately rushed up and wanted to capture the other party, but was pushed back several meters by the aura released by Wang Hao and the other two. Three false beasts. The man in black had a strange expression. I didn't expect that these college students actually had three pseudo-divine beasts. No wonder they didn't feel scared when they saw me. Lin Baishan's mouth twitched, and he stood up with his eyes wide open, and asked in a low voice, Boy, who are you? How dare you hit me? You don't need to know who I am. Don't think you can show off just because you have some money. Have you forgotten that the management department recently issued a notice that ordinary people are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of summoners, and are not allowed to show off their status? Your son should have a pet. Jiang Cheng stared at Lin Batian in front of him and said with a cold expression, If it gets out, your Lin family will probably disappear. Lin Baishan's face was extremely ugly. At this moment, he was like the third emoticon package in your mobile phone, standing there stupidly. Yes, I am an ordinary person, but his own son is a summoner. If the people in the management department knew that his son was oppressing the people, then not only him, but also himself, and even the entire Lin family would have to pay the price. Lin Batian clenched his fists and pondered for a long time. His cold face suddenly broke into a bright smile. He quickly grabbed Jiang Cheng's hand and said with a smile, Look at my memory. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, and families no longer recognize each other. Ha ha ha. Jiang Cheng pushed him away in disgust. This kind of person is used to bullying others by taking advantage of his power. Do they really think they can do whatever they want just because they have money? Don't forget to reverse your life. What is the meaning of this reversal? Lin Batian touched his nose awkwardly, turned around, looked at his son, and cursed. You evil creature, come here quickly and kowtow to these friends to apologize. Lin Tianxiong said with an unhappy face, Dad, why should I kneel down to them? Kneel down if I tell you to. If you dare to say anything more, I'll smash your head. Lin Tianxiong was frightened by his father's aura and hurriedly knelt in front of Jiang Cheng and the others, his face full of resentment. Give me the money and get out. Lin Batian didn't ask how much money it was. He immediately took out a stack of bills and put them on the table. He turned around and hurried out with his son and bodyguards. Jiang Cheng was too lazy to pay attention to them. He took out a few hundred yuan bills from his pocket and put them on the table, saying, Boss, this is our barbecue money. If this happens again, just call and report it. The boss thanked them repeatedly, Thank you, thank you. On the way back, Wang Hao still said angrily, it seems that no matter what time, these guys rely on their wealth to show off their power. This is how the world is. However, even those rich people have to consider whether they have the ability to turn their lives around. Jiang Cheng said with a faint smile, not everyone will indulge those guys. At the beginning of the reversal of life, nearly 100 wealthy people across the country were killed. Even their assets were stolen, and their bodies were cut into pieces. If the management department had not released the information in advance, these people would probably have died long ago. How about this, everyone? Don't go back to the dormitory tonight. Why don't you go to my house? My mom is at home right now. Li Nan said at this time. Everyone didn't have a good meal just now, so we're still quite hungry. Let's just go home and eat something. Oh, I think it's okay. The food made by Li Nan's mother is absolutely authentic. Once you eat it, you will find that you can't forget the taste at all. It tastes delicious. Jiang Cheng, Guangming Community. Li Nan and his group stood in front of the door and knocked gently. Mom, open the door. I'm back. Li Nan shouted. Here I come. A woman's voice came from inside. Snap. The door opened, and a gentle and kind woman came out. After seeing Li Nan and Jiang Cheng behind him, she smiled and said, Xiao Jiang is here too. Come in and sit down. Auntie has just cooked the meal. Jiang Cheng and his friends greeted them politely. Aunt. Li Nan's mother smiled gently, tidied up her long black hair, and said, Okay, you guys go and rest first. I'll go prepare dinner. He had been to Li Nan's house dozens of times and was not unfamiliar with it at all. She put on her slippers as if she knew the place well, walked in, and sat down on the sofa obediently. At this time, Li Nan's father, Li Qingshan, came out of the bedroom. Seeing his son's friends all coming, he also smiled brightly and said, You haven't been here for a while. I've been busy with schoolwork lately. Is uncle in good health? Jiang Cheng asked softly. It's okay. No different from before. Li Qingshan personally poured a cup of tea for the few people and asked casually, By the way, I heard that many students have awakened special physiques recently. You should have some too, right? Li Nan chuckled and said, Of course. Don't you see who I am, your son? My strongest spirit pet has already reached the level of a pseudo-divine beast. Hearing this, Li Qingshan's face was filled with pride and arrogance. If it were in the past, Li Qingshan would definitely scold him for not doing his job properly and should focus on studying. But later the world changed, and Li Qingshan's thoughts also changed. He always believed that becoming a summoner was the pride of their Li family. Xiao Jiang, what's the level of your pet? Li Qingshan took a sip of tea and asked curiously. Brother Jiang's pet is a top-grade imperial beast, a spiritual beast. Li Nan understood that Brother Jiang had something to hide, so he answered for him. Hearing this, Li Qingshan nodded. Nowadays, even an ordinary beast can become a superior being, let alone a top-grade spiritual beast. Ordinary beasts are equivalent to ordinary animals, similar to those in zoos. However, their strength far exceeds that of the jackals, tigers, and leopards in the zoo. You know, in this game of Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts, even ordinary beasts have ultimate strength, clever wisdom, and absolute determination to obey. Compared with purely wild animals, the latter are very different. Not long, Li Nan's mother brought out many delicious dishes from the kitchen, and Li Qingshan, as a father, took out the fine wine that he had collected for many years to reward his beloved son. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Nan and others were also dizzy from drinking and lay unconscious on the bed. Jiang Cheng found an excuse and left Li Nan's house. River City. In a prosperous manner, the defeated Lin Batian was now sitting upright on the chair with red eyes, and he crushed the teacup in his hand into powder with force. Thinking back to what had just happened, Lin Batian became even angrier, and even his old face twitched unconsciously. For so many years, I, Lin Batian, have never suffered any loss. Master Lin, what should we do? We can't go against the country. Besides, it's not worth it for a child. The man in black from before asked with a serious expression. The management department has clearly stipulated that summoners are not allowed to interfere with the lives of ordinary people. Similarly, ordinary people are not allowed to interfere with anything done by summoners. Violators will be subject to the highest legal sanctions. Lin Batian smiled grimly and said, Mortals are not allowed to interfere with them. But don't forget that after the reversal of life, there are many summoners who are desperate. As long as I use some tricks, what if I destroy the entire Guangming University? Lin Batian has already thought of a countermeasure. Since he couldn't do it himself, he used the Lin family's background to hire a powerful killer to get rid of Jiang Cheng and those children. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man when there is a big reward. Who can resist money? The Lin family has accumulated countless assets over the years and originally wanted to live a life of luxury, but they never imagined that after a reversal of life, ordinary people's money would be of almost no use. Then, it would be better to use this money to hire a more powerful summoner. Then, you can kill anyone you want. Lin Tianxiong also said immediately, "Dad, you are so smart. In that case, our Lin family will not offend the management department, and we can also solve this problem. It's killing two birds with one stone." Of course. Lin Batian shrugged and said, "Money makes people more greedy. As long as I take advantage of this, whoever I want to kill will die." Oh, really? Is money really useful? Suddenly, a devilish voice sounded in Lin Batian's ears, instantly making him shudder and his body stiffen. Lin Batian turned around suddenly and saw an ice-blue spirit pet standing outside the hall. If you look closely, you will find that it is an extremely rare unicorn. The unicorn is ice blue all over, even its eyes are blue. A thin layer of frost had formed on the ground beneath him at some point. As a loyal fan of the game, Lin Tianxiong recognized it immediately, fell to the ground with a look of panic on his face, and shouted, "This is a top-level beast, the one-horned ice dragon beast." One-horned ice dragon beast. What is that? Lin Batian's throat rolled and sweat dripped down uncontrollably. At this moment, he could also feel that this spiritual pet was extraordinary. The fact that it could make his son become like this was enough to show that this summoner was not an ordinary person either. The man in black said, "The top-level divine beast, the unicorn ice dragon beast, can transform into the appearance of any spiritual pet, but it is also very easy to distinguish. You only need to look at the horn on its head. There is only one in the entire server, and the owner is the number one on the server, the reversal immortal emperor." Bang! Lin Batian's legs went weak and he slid off the chair, kneeling heavily on the ground. Number 1. The child in front of him turned out to be the legendary immortal emperor of reversal. How can this be? Senior, you thought I was talking nonsense just now. Can you please let me go and just kill my son? Also, summoners are not allowed to kill humans. This is a rule set by the management department. You can't violate it. Lin Tianxiong roared, "Dad, I am not your son anymore. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of a feather, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. What's more, Lin Tianxiong is just his son." Lin Batian kowtowed frantically and wanted to use the management department to pressure Jiang Cheng. Inside the Lin family manor, Jiang Cheng looked at the father and son kneeling on the ground and said with a grim smile, "I like to root out the evil. Are you ready? You son of a bitch, if you dare to kill me, my Lin family will definitely make you pay a heavy price. I will kill both of your parents." Lin Tianxiong roared ferociously. There was a hint of coldness in Jiang Cheng's eyes. What he hated most was when someone threatened his family. The next second, an ice-blue air wave swept over, and any buildings that came into contact with the air wave were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing that the situation was not good, the man in black abandoned his employer Lin Batian and turned around to flee. The fear in his heart made him no longer have the slightest desire to fight. He is the number 1 ranked reversal immortal emperor. Except for the top 5 strong ones, the others who can compete with him are almost garbage. Do you really think you can get out? As the voice fell, the man in black only felt an ice-blue murderous aura being released from the latter's body, and then he saw his legs under him suddenly frozen, and the cold murderous intent filled his whole body. No! Before he could finish his words, the ice-blue frost had already come to his side. In just a moment, the man in black was completely frozen. Not only his body, but also the blood in his body was frozen. Similarly, the Lin family father and son were standing there in strange postures, and a layer of ice was forming on their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers expressionlessly. The ice broke into pieces instantly. Along with their bodies, they disappeared in the Lin family hall, as if they had never come into this world. Go back to dorms. Jiang Cheng lay on the bed, playing with his phone as if doing something insignificant. Originally, he had not thought of destroying the Lin family father and son, but only left his pet on them as a tool for eavesdropping. But I learned from it that Lin Batian wanted to hire a killer to kill them, so don't blame me for being cruel. If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Between thoughts, Jiang Cheng's gaze rested on the strong list stone tablet. The names on the stone tablet are constantly changing. Fortunately, there has been no movement among the top 100. In other words, those who own the divine beasts have not acted rashly. Rewards are still being distributed. There are now more than 3,000 of them. For people at this level, the spiritual pets they own are all pseudo-divine beasts. Most of the treasures they obtained were precious, and few people could own ancient treasures. Only the top 500 people have the opportunity to obtain the top ancient treasure, which is second only to the innate spiritual treasure. As for the innate spiritual treasure, only the top 100 people can obtain it. As for the innate treasure, it is extremely precious in the whole world, and its current owner is naturally Jiang Cheng. The next morning, the golden rooster crowed. As usual, Jiang Cheng and his friends took care of their personal hygiene and then went to the classroom to study. Just at this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky again, and the surging energy continued to spread out in all directions like a raging storm, and the air became distorted wherever it passed. Not only that, what caught the eye was a huge banner with several large gold-plated characters written on it. Reverse your life. The primary secret realm is opened, and some spiritual pets are coming. Other secret realms and spirit pets will arrive one after another. Seeing the note on the banner, everyone came to the balcony at the same time. Everyone's expression at this moment was like the third emoticon package in your phone, standing there stupidly, because they all knew how huge the disaster would be for the world if those spiritual pets came. Spirit pet is the summoner's attack weapon. Only after being conquered can it be bound to oneself, and it will only obey oneself and never betray oneself. But those spiritual pets that suddenly arrived were obviously not capable of being obedient. They were like wild beasts and would kill indiscriminately. Most of the spiritual pets within the secret realm are beings that surpass spiritual beasts, and the strongest among them can even be said to have reached the top level of divine beasts. Jiang Cheng obtained almost all of his divine beasts in the secret realm, so he knew the situation in the secret realm better than anyone else. Within the management department stationed in Jiang Cheng, Lu Yao put down the documents in her hand, raised her head and looked at the banner thousands of feet high in the sky, feeling an ominous premonition in her heart. But there was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. If he were still here, he would have seen it. Wang Hao frowned and said, "Brother Jiang, when the secret realm is opened, many people will choose to enter and capture spiritual pets. If we let them obtain high-level spiritual pets, our advantage will be gone." Li Nan also nodded and said, "There are many spiritual treasures in the secret realm. We have to go there when we have time. Not urgent." Jiang Cheng shrugged and said expressionlessly, "The secret realm has just been opened. In the lowest level secret realm, only ordinary beasts and low-level spiritual beasts can be derived, and there are very few spiritual treasures. When a high-level secret realm or a top-level secret realm appears, it won't be too late for us to go there." Hearing this, Wang Hao and Li Nan looked at each other and then nodded. This low-level secret realm is only suitable for novices to train. As veterans, they naturally look down on the ordinary beasts in the low-level secret realms. Ranked 80th on the strong list. A little kid who loves animal milk and owns 2 mythical animals. Reward: low-level innate spiritual treasure, Hunyuan sword. Brother Jiang, isn't this your little disciple? He is also on the list, and he also owns 2 low-level divine beasts. At this time, Wang Hao said in surprise. Jiang Cheng had also noticed the name on the list at this moment. This was indeed his disciple, the little brat who loved to drink beast milk. When he was playing games back then, many people wanted to become his disciples because of his overwhelming strength. Originally, Jiang Cheng had never thought of taking anyone as his apprentice, but after he met a child who claimed that he loved eating animal milk, he changed his mind. He took him in as his disciple, bestowed him with countless spiritual treasures and ancient treasures, and even trained him to be the next reversal immortal emperor. Even gave him 2 divine beast eggs. Unfortunately, during a conversation one day, I learned that the little brat was a left-behind child. His parents died many years ago, and in order to take care of his grandmother, he was forced to sell the computer left by his father before his death. From then on, the 2 people never had any contact again. But I never thought that the little brat back then actually owned 2 low-level divine beasts. This is really unbelievable. Yes, I thought he had already quit the game, but I never thought that before he quit, he had hatched 2 divine beast eggs, and both of them have reached the level of low-level divine beasts. In a remote mountain village somewhere in China, a ragged young man raised his head and looked toward the sky, feeling somewhat surprised. 2 years ago, he was just a kid who only knew how to work. By chance, he came across the game, Mythical Beast Evolution Journey, and met the person he most wanted to meet in it. That is, his own master, who reversed the immortal emperor. With the help of the master, his spirit pets have reached the level of high-level spirit beasts, and he has also received 2 divine beast eggs from the master. However, due to family reasons, he reluctantly sold his computer. He thought he would have nothing to do with this game anymore, but he never imagined that the 2 beast eggs he had obtained had evolved on their own. Moreover, because of these 2 divine beasts, his ranking directly reached the 80th place on the strong list stone tablet. Even he didn't expect that this day would come. The young man pursed his lips and murmured to himself, "Master, we will definitely meet again." Magic City, Secret Base. Minister Li asked nervously, "Any news?" "I think I know who he is." In the crowd, a young man who looked only 20 years old suddenly ran over. "Who is it?" Minister Li asked hurriedly. So far, they have mastered 2 powerful men who possess divine beasts, but their rankings are both below 90. Now that they have encountered one ranked 80, they naturally don't want to miss it. "I come from a mountain village. When I was a child, I had a few playmates. One of them came from a very poor family and lived with his grandmother. He liked to drink goat milk since he was a child. We all called him the little brat who loved to drink animal milk. In my opinion, the little brat who loves to eat animal milk is most likely him." After hearing what the man said, Minister Li didn't care whether it was true or not, and immediately shouted, "Prepare the helicopter immediately. I want to meet this senior in person. If he can recruit me to manage the department, the country's combat effectiveness will be greatly improved."
Yes.
The man saluted immediately, turned around and left, and arranged for a helicopter to arrive here in the shortest time possible. If there is a summoner ranked 80th in charge of the management department, I don't believe that anyone would dare to be so presumptuous. Now, they have gathered nearly several hundred people who were ranked on the stone tablet and arranged them to guard various cities. With them around, crime dropped rapidly in just one night, and those evil summoners no longer dared to act so arrogantly. He planned to make an example of someone and select a few summoners with the most serious crimes and behead them nationwide. This proves that the criminal summoners they catch will be given the most severe punishment and will not let them go just because they are summoners. This will not only deter others who have not joined the management department, but also reassure ordinary people. No way, with 2 divine beasts, there are only 80 people, so won't the front be flying? Of course. 2 low-level beasts are already considered the overlords in our circle. Looking at the entire blue star, there are only 79 people who are better than him. I don't know how strong the first-place reversal immortal emperor is. He must have many divine beasts, right? One of them frowned and replied, "More than that, as far as I know, the immortal emperor reversal is very powerful, and most of his beasts are top-level beings. Among them, the strongest 5-clawed dragon in the entire server is his mount. Who dares to be his enemy?" After hearing these words, the people who were previously shocked were even more shocked. Who doesn't know about the 5-clawed dragon? The king among mythical beasts. It is even said that owning a 5-clawed dragon is enough to firmly sit on the throne of number 1, and even be able to suppress everyone. If I had a 5-clawed dragon, I would definitely dominate the world. Unfortunately, I don't have one. The top-level divine beasts shouldn't be the highest level, right? If this is really the case, then how do we define the strongest? Only the top level of divine beasts is clearly shown in the game. As for the levels above that, no one has reached them yet. There may be higher levels, but if you want to break through, I don't think anyone can reach them. Number 20. Li Huxiang, 2 intermediate-level divine beasts. Reward: high-level innate spiritual treasure, dragon crystal. It's actually him. Minister Li clenched his fists with a serious expression. Li Huxiang was the one who escaped from prison and killed one of their pseudo-divine beasts. Fortunately, the other party left the Chinese territory and did not carry out a large-scale massacre. Otherwise, with his 2 divine beasts, there would be only a handful of people in the whole of China who could defeat him. But he is still alive and is a potential danger. 10th place, Kimura Kotaro, owns 2 top-level beasts. Reward: top-level innate spiritual treasure, demon blade ring. Damn, it's actually a little Japanese, and he's ranked 10th. I really want to fart in their brains. Yeah, it's disgusting that he got the innate spiritual treasure. The Chinese people are extremely angry about their easy life and wish they could cut them into pieces. If it weren't a peaceful time, I would have given them an electric cannon. 3rd place, Hulk, owns 5 top beasts. Reward: top-level innate spiritual treasures, flame ring, fortune, and longevity, can increase the defense of spiritual pets. And when everyone saw the reward for 3rd place, they were shocked. I didn't expect that this guy could actually obtain 2 top-level innate spiritual treasures. It's incredible. Moreover, this guy actually owns 5 top-level divine beasts, each of which is probably capable of destroying an empire. 2nd place, Nameless, owns 10 top-level divine beasts. Rewards, top-level innate spiritual treasures, 1,000 blades of the magic knife, time and space gem, reversal of the universe. When the second place was announced, people all over the country were dumbfounded. 10 top-level mythical beasts. Some people played this game day and night for 2 years, but still failed to obtain a top-level beast. This guy actually owns 10 of them. He is truly a hardcore player. However, everyone soon realized that the first place winner most likely had 13 mythical beasts, or even 15. But no matter what, the first place will be the strongest person in the whole of China. No doubt about it. Because only the Chinese can be called emperors. Reverse the immortal emperor. There is no need to think about it. He must be a strong man from China. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, holding their breath, staring at the gold list. Even the television stations have been rushing to report on this, with all cameras focused on the stone tablets standing in the clouds. Not only the Chinese were watching, but everyone on the entire blue planet clenched their phones, breathing rapidly, and their heartbeats quickened. Sudden. In the sky, the thunder made a deafening roar, and at the same time, golden highlights appeared in the cracks on the fish-scale surface of the thunder. Chapter 16. The first person in China. The entire sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The clouds kept spinning and rolling. Thunder rumbled in the clouds. Strong winds blew, and arcs of lightning flashed from time to time. Everyone was shocked by the strange sight of heaven and earth before them, and some even knelt on the ground in worship. First place, reversing the immortal emperor, owns 20 top-level divine beasts. Rewards, top-level innate treasures, Hunyuan Sky Sword, Emperor Phoenix Body. As the strong list stone tablet was exposed, the first place finally appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked to see that the number 1 reversal immortal emperor actually possessed 20 top-level divine beasts. This is the number 1 person in China. It's really terrifying. 20 top-level divine beasts. My God, that's the level that humans can reach. I remember that it takes a year or even 2 years to train a divine beast. Yes, without the Krypton Gold entrance, no one is allowed to use technology to modify it. Otherwise, it will be permanently sealed and unusable. My brother is like this. He originally had 15 top-level spirit beasts. He wanted to use cheats to upgrade the spirit beasts, but all his attempts failed. His account was also permanently sealed, and he is currently unable to summon spirit beasts. He regrets it so much. The immortal Emperor of Reversal is indeed worthy of his reputation. Whoever dares to say that China has no gods, these foreign rubbish, must be made to experience the cruelty of society. Almost everyone in the world is paying attention to this matter, and some people even look surprised. For such a powerful being, it shouldn't be difficult for him to rule the entire earth. Ordinary people were also trembling with fear. To them, spirit beasts could slaughter an entire city overnight, not to mention the pseudo-divine beasts and divine beasts above the spirit beasts. Scared to death, Wang Hao chuckled and placed his right hand on Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Brother Jiang, you are now famous. Even we didn't know how many beasts you have. We didn't expect you to have 20. Most of those divine beasts have not been used for a long time, and I don't remember any of them. If they can be transferred, I will give one to each of you. It is true that one can give away divine beasts in the game, but not in reality, otherwise he would have transferred his divine beasts to his family members long ago. Wang Hao didn't care too much and said casually, I still like my spirit pet. When it evolves to the god level, it will definitely be handsome and impressive. Jiang Cheng smiled but said nothing, standing there quietly, watching the changes on the stone tablet. I didn't expect that you actually own 20 divine beasts. It seems that I have always underestimated you. Lu Yao pursed her lips and spoke softly. She originally thought that her husband only had 11 or 12 divine beasts, but she never imagined that it was twice as many as the second-ranked one. I don't know. Does the immortal Emperor of Reversal still remember her? As the sound fell, the dark clouds dissipated and the sky became clear again. The class returned to its original calm. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and Bai Yuling walked in with a heroic look. After a brief exchange with the teacher, the latter tactfully turned around and left. Bai Yuling stepped onto the podium, shrugged and said, I'm very happy to be able to come to Guangming University again. You should be familiar with me now. I'm Bai Yuling from the management department. I came here today to adjust your classes. All courses will be changed to summoning, training spirit pets, and how to control spirit pets. The world today is no longer the same as it used to be. Since so many people have appeared, the original course needs to be changed. How to use your own pet to protect your home. Of course, the more important thing is to cultivate the next generation of talents and finally send them to management departments. Bai Yuling took out a list and said, "Those whose names I read will follow me to the elite class. As for those whose names I didn't read, the teacher will take you to the ordinary class. Wang Hao, elite class." Hee, I knew it. Wang Hao stood up, patted his chest, and said confidently, "The pseudo-divine beast naturally needs to enter the elite class. If it weren't for his studies, he could have been promoted directly and eaten the government's food." Bai Yuling glanced at Wang Hao and said casually, "From now on, you will be the teacher of the elite class and will be responsible for explaining to the students how to upgrade their spirit pets." According to big data, the pets of Wang Hao, Li Nan, and Guo Xinyu have all evolved into pseudo-divine beasts, so the management department decided to appoint them as teachers of the elite class. Ah. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Sister Bai, we are still children. Isn't it a bit misleading to teach others?" "There's nothing we can do. This is an order from above. You can refuse, but your family won't be able to enjoy the highest level of treatment in the country." Bai Yuling explained. Minister Li had thought about this a long time ago, and therefore hoped to guide these children to serve him by using their family lives. Wang Hao sighed, but thought there was nothing wrong with it. "It's also quite nice to eat this meal in advance." Bai Yuling continued, "Li Nan is in charge of Elite Class 2, and Guo Xinyu is in charge of Elite Class 3. The rest will be assigned to classes based on their levels." Wang Hao wanted to say something, but Jiang Cheng beside him held his thigh. Apparently, this guy wants to ask for the title of mentor for himself. Jiang Cheng had no interest in this kind of thing. Besides, his identity should not be exposed. It would be better for him to act carefully to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. Wang Hao looked at Brother Zhang's calm expression and exhaled deeply. However, when they thought about becoming Brother Zhang's teacher, the three of them smiled strangely at the same time. After a while, all the names were read out, but Jiang Cheng's name was the only one missing. This made Wang Hao puzzled, so he asked directly, "Coach Bai, why is Brother Zhang's name not listed? Could it be that he has been assigned to a regular class?" Bai Yuling replied, "Of course not. Jiang Cheng's list shows that his Emperor Beast is a spirit pet that has no attack power. And it is a very rare creature. It can not only accelerate the cultivation speed of other spirit pets, but also heal others. So, we decided, how about inviting you to join the management department?" Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Cheng. If you can directly join the management department, you won't have to worry about your future studies at all. You can even get a bonus every year, which is enough for an ordinary person to live for a lifetime. Jiang Cheng stood up, shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, Instructor Bai. I haven't thought about joining the management department yet. Sorry." Bai Yuling sighed, "Well, if you want to join the management department, you're always welcome." Chapter 17. Go there in person to show your respect. After handing over today's courses, Bai Yuling left Guangming University and prepared to go to other schools to make allocations based on existing resources. At present, the low-level secret realm has been opened, and its location is exactly 30 kilometers northwest of Jiang Cheng. Most summoners from all over the country came here, wanting to go to the secret realm to obtain treasures and spiritual pets. If you can catch a spiritual pet with a relatively high upper limit, then the probability of breaking through to become a divine beast in the future will also be greatly increased. Minister Li also attaches great importance to this. In order to ensure the vitality of China, it was decided to arrange people to garrison in the secret realm. Only those with the corresponding power can enter the secret realm to look for spiritual beasts. This is not only for the sake of the summoner, but more importantly, they are afraid that if a spirit beast escapes, it will be a devastating blow to the people in the real world. There are 800 million summoners in total, but countries have discovered that anyone who has never played this game cannot become a summoner. Only by going to a secret realm and obtaining a pet inside can one have a chance to become a summoner respected by everyone. But don't forget, human power is limited. Even ordinary wild beasts are no match for us, let alone spiritual pets that can tear everything apart. Minister, we have set up checkpoints nearby. No one except the summoner is allowed to set foot in the secret realm. A man in military uniform walked over quickly, handed over the document in his hand, and said that there was a regiment of troops stationed there, and anyone who dared to trespass would be regarded as a heretic. Minister Li took the secret document handed to him, and after confirming that there was no problem, he wrote his name on the document and handed it back to the person who came. This matter is extremely important to us. Those rich guys will want to solve the summoning problem for their offspring at any cost. We need to treat them equally and not jump to conclusions. At present, the 800 million summoners in the world are already enough of a headache. If everyone becomes a summoner, then there will be a huge gap between the strong and the weak among countries in the future. Minister Li also attached great importance to this and told his immediate superior what he was thinking. The boss also had the same opinion on this matter. Thinking that this could not go on any longer, he decided to open the secret realm only to summoners. As for those children from wealthy families who want to obtain it, they must go through a national vote and ensure their good character before they can become a summoner. Jiang Cheng came to Minister Li at this time and frowned and said, "We have confirmed the child who has the Emperor Beast. Here is his character information and home address." Minister Li just glanced at it and said casually, "There are several high-level summoners among the students of Guangming University, and they have a close relationship with Jiang Cheng. It is better not to touch his Emperor Beast." Minister, this Emperor Beast is the only spiritual pet since the server was launched that can help others evolve and heal. If we can get it, our army can achieve 0 casualties. Why not? Minister, this is our chance. If we can get it, maybe our pets can be upgraded. Jiang Cheng asked with a puzzled look on his face at this moment. If they could obtain the Emperor Beast, it would be 100 benefits for the management department, and they could even upgrade the level of their spiritual pets. What's wrong with that? Minister Li's face suddenly darkened, and he slapped the man's face fiercely, saying calmly, "It is a soldier's duty to obey orders. Jiang Cheng, if you dare to say such words again, don't blame me for being rude. Ms. Lu Yao is at Guangming University. She should handle the matter herself. It is not your turn to point fingers here." Jiang Cheng didn't dare to say anything and could only lower his head. It's not that Minister Li doesn't want to use the Emperor Beast for his own benefit, it's just that he can't. He had already investigated and found that Jiang Cheng's roommates were all owners of pseudo-divine beasts. If he touched him, he would be officially becoming an enemy of those pseudo-divine beast owners. By then, it will seem not worth it. Besides, Minister Li doesn't care about the so-called Emperor Beast now. What he wants is the number 1 reversal immortal emperor. Is the helicopter ready? Minister Li frowned and asked, "Don't delay my meeting with the little brat who loves to eat animal milk." "It's ready. We can go now." Jiang Cheng replied. "Well, let's go. In this case, it is better to meet in person." Of course, with his status, he could also let the other party come to him, but that would be too perfunctory for the people on the god list. Therefore, it is better to visit directly to show one's attention to the list of gods. Go back to dorms. Wang Haoxing lay on the bed helplessly. "What's wrong? You look like you're about to die." Jiang Cheng asked with a smile as he sat in front of the computer desk. "Still not those kids. No, it should be brothers." Wang Hao narrated what happened today. The students in the elite class all have spirit beasts. He did tell them a lot about how to evolve a spirit pet, but without a spirit soul, how could one evolve a spirit pet? There are 2 ways to obtain souls. First, decompose the treasures in the warehouse. Second, go to the secret realm to look for souls. For college students like them, souls are almost a luxury, not to mention getting them. Even if all the things in the warehouse were dismantled, there is no way to get enough to upgrade the level of their soul pets. The same is true for Li Nan and Guosinyu. Lying in bed, feeling half dead. If I had known it would be so difficult to serve, I would never have been a teacher. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "Who told you to agree to it directly?" "Brother Jiang, did you expect this a long time ago?" Li Nan turned over and asked. "It can't be said that I had anticipated it, but the soul is something that requires treasures above ancient treasures to obtain a large amount of soul. Most of those students have decomposed it in advance. It's rare to find someone like me who can keep so much." "Huh? Then how should I explain tomorrow?" "Just hold on a little longer. You've already promised me." Jiang Cheng encouraged her casually. "Besides, if you can retire, you won't have to worry about your future life." "Fuck, I'd rather sleep." 7 days passed in a flash. Ever since the emergence of the number 1 reversal immortal emperor in China, the crime rate in the country has been close to 0, because they are not sure how the reversal immortal emperor cultivates. If he devours other people's spiritual pets to increase his level, then exposing his own identity will only lead to his own death. And precisely because they dare not commit crimes, the work of the Summoner Management Department is extremely easy. Now, they have a total of 5,000 people, all of whom are summoners. At the highest level, there is a little brat who loves to drink beast milk and is ranked 80th. At the lowest level, there is an ordinary beast summoner. They had all the domestic forces firmly under their control, except for the most terrifying force. Chapter 18. The arrival of high-level spirit beasts, heavy casualties. The intermediate secret realm is officially opened, and the spirit beasts descend. High-level spirit beasts randomly descend upon the human world and can be captured. A dark and powerful voice sounded leisurely in the sky. The whole country heard it. The originally peaceful days became lively again. Intermediate Secret Realm. Everyone who has played it knows how precious things will be born in the Secret Realm. If a low-level Secret Realm can only produce some low-level spiritual treasures and ordinary beasts, then a mid-level Secret Realm can produce high-level spiritual treasures, low-level spiritual beasts, and so on. And in each level of the Secret Realm, there will be a Tower Master, who can also be called a hidden boss. As long as you can kill the Tower Master, you can obtain a large number of spiritual pet resources. However, in comparison, the intermediate Secret Realm is much more dangerous and full of murderous intentions. If you are not careful, you may die. At this moment, everyone received a text message on their mobile phone. Location of the Secret Realm, Savage Mountain area. The moment they got the news, countless people rushed towards the direction of Savage Mountain, and some even took a plane to explore the entrance to the Secret Realm. The low-level Secret Realms are firmly controlled by the authorities, so naturally there is no way to enter them. Now that the intermediate Secret Realm has appeared, those noble people naturally don't want to miss such a good opportunity. At this time, Jiang Cheng came to the playground. Many students are upgrading their pets there. It is easiest to upgrade an ordinary beast, but when it comes to a spiritual beast, a large amount of spiritual soul is needed to upgrade the level of the spiritual pet. For children from poor families, unless they join the management department, they will need to spend a lot of soul to purchase it. Ha ha ha, I did it, Master Dao, I did it. My mortal beast has evolved into a spiritual beast, ha ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the envy of many people. They all lowered their heads and worked hard to improve the strength of their pets, just so that one day their pets could also break through to become spiritual beasts. Jiang Cheng was not concerned about this, but was thinking about the arrival of the next high-level spirit beast. The earth is so small, and the sudden arrival of spiritual beasts would definitely be a devastating disaster for the people of this world. The most important thing now is how to solve this problem. Since everyone is here, let me say a few words. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind Jiang Cheng. Turning around, I saw Lu Yao walking towards me in military uniform. Now she is the captain of the management department and a national soldier, so naturally she needs to travel in military uniform. Similarly, Lu Yao is not only the captain of the management department, but also a teacher at Guangming University. She has a very high status. Even the principal has to call her teacher Lu Yao when he sees her. Teacher Lu Yao. Everyone greeted each other. Lu Yao nodded and said softly, "You should have heard it just now. The opening of the Secret Realm is real, and the arrival of the Spirit Beast is also real. I hope you can inform all the people in Jiangcheng to find a room to hide and not go out if there is any noise. If nothing unexpected happens, those Spirit Beasts will appear in Savage Mountain. The military has already sent people to investigate and will give us news soon." Upon hearing this, the students put down their work and immediately did as they were told. Lu Yao turned sideways, her clear eyes fixed on Jiang Cheng. "Are you the student who possesses the Emperor Beast?" Jiang Cheng turned around and said, "Hello." "Hello." Lu Yao responded. Then he advised kindly, "You'd better hide quickly. Although the Emperor Beast is a top-level spirit beast, it has no fighting power. If you encounter a spirit beast of the same level, you will definitely lose." Jiang Cheng said firmly, "Don't worry, I know what's going on." Lu Yao smiled slightly. For some reason, Lu Yao had a special feeling for the boy in front of her, and the way he spoke was somewhat similar to her husband. Before she could ask further, the ringing of the cell phone broke the silence. Lu Yao straightened her clothes and answered the phone. Minister Li's voice suddenly came from inside. "Ms. Lu Yao, after our investigation, dozens of spirit beasts suddenly appeared in the Savage Mountain, and many people have died at the hands of the spirit beasts. When the secret realm was opened, summoners and ordinary people in Jiangcheng went to look for it anxiously. Perhaps they would never have dreamed that what was waiting for them was not the treasure in the secret realm, but the slaughter of spirit beasts." After hearing this, Lu Yao couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. In this way, the spirit beast will not only slaughter the humans in the Savage Mountain, but will also cause an irreversible situation to the nearby villages. Immediately he said, "Okay, I will lead people to encircle and suppress them immediately. Thank you for your hard work, Ms. Lu Yao. We will also send people there, but it will take several hours. During these hours, it's up to Jiang Cheng." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Lu Yao immediately summoned out her sacred beast, the seven-colored fire phoenix, sat on it, and prepared to go and solve the chaos caused by the spiritual beast. The mythical beast, the seven-colored fire phoenix, glanced at Jiang Cheng's position. Its lively eyes twitched slightly, but under Lu Yao's command, it still flapped its 10-meter-long giant wings rolled up the slowly burning flames, and slowly disappeared in the sky above the university. Savage Mountain. The sounds of fighting, screaming, and begging for mercy continued to ring out. Damn it! Where did these beasts come from? Don't panic, everyone. These spirit beasts are all at a low level. There are so many of us, there is no need to be afraid of them. One of them gritted his teeth and summoned a giant mosquito that was 3 meters long out of thin air. Under his control, the mosquito bit a spirit beast directly on the neck and madly absorbed the other's blood. Seeing this, the others followed. But they were all just mortal beasts and spiritual beasts. But at this point, of course they would not continue to hide. The intermediate spirit beast let out a deafening roar. Then it placed its 4 limbs on the ground and rushed towards a person. They had only mastered spirit pets not long ago, so they had no combat experience. Not to mention killing spirit beasts, they didn't even know how to fight other summoners. What's more, these are intermediate spirit beasts without intelligence. Their strength is stronger than that of cultivators. At the same level, they are far superior to the spirit pets possessed by summoners. The huge slap landed on the opponent's body. The latter felt as if his body was hit by a truck. He spurted out a mouthful of scarlet blood on the spot and fell to the ground. Evil creature, this is my Chinese territory. You are just an evil beast. How dare you be so presumptuous? Everyone, don't move. Let me handle this myself. Come out, high-level spiritual pet, ghost leopard. The man in sportswear glared with eyes like copper bells, roaring like thunder and rage, and controlled the black ghost leopard beside him to attack. Finally, despite being seriously injured, he was able to kill it. But he himself was exhausted. Chapter 19 Top Divine Beast, Gilded Flame Butterfly. At this moment, 2 beast roars sounded around him, which made his heart tremble. Again? The summoner from before looked terrified and instinctively wanted to escape, but he found that the soil beneath him began to loosen. Before he could react, countless sharp teeth suddenly appeared from the ground. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, they broke through the soil and swallowed the summoner in one gulp. This is a high-level spiritual beast, the earth python earthworm. Run, run. There was a commotion among the crowd. Everyone rushed towards the outside of Savage Mountain. Now they had only one idea, which was to leave here quickly, the farther the better. However, how can humans with 2 legs outrun spiritual beasts with countless legs? In just a few moments, all the humans closest to the python's earthworms became delicacies. Inside Guangming University, Jiang Cheng sat in a chair and watched the live broadcast on TV. The scene of countless high-level spirit beasts killing humans could no longer be suppressed. Even if the people in the management department arranged summoners to provide support in time, it was obviously a drop in the bucket facing the countless spirit beasts. They are all at the level of spiritual beasts, and their true strength is comparable to that of pseudo-divine beasts. Even if you fight against them at the same level, it is difficult to kill them. Between thoughts, Jiang Cheng stretched out his right hand, and a fire-attributed butterfly quietly appeared in his palm. The butterfly flapped its wings, and unimaginable fire energy burst out, causing the temperature in the room to rise sharply. Even the air conditioner hanging on the wall was shut down by the heat. Kill all the low-level spirit beasts and capture the 2 most precious top-level spirit beasts. Is that okay in 1 hour? The fire butterfly nodded intelligently, then turned into a fiery red meteor and disappeared into the sky. Jiang Cheng returned to his seat and continued to watch the live broadcast scene in the video. Savage Mountain. The battle continues. Several helicopters fired artillery fire at the spirit beasts below them. However, to these spirit beasts, the human artillery fire was just a tickle to them. Unless nuclear weapons are used, there is really no way to kill them. A deafening roar thundered through the sky. More than 100 flying spirit beasts began to capture humans with great precision. In their eyes, humans were like walking buffets, and they would eat anyone they saw without mercy. Help! Someone come and save me, Mom. Wow, I don't want to die. I haven't found a wife yet. Please don't eat me. I have an 80-year-old wife above me and an unmarried mother below me. They saw the spirit beast licking its tongue and walking towards them. Those who didn't have time to escape knelt on the ground and begged the other party to spare their lives. However, begging for mercy from a beast is obviously seeking death. But at this moment, the temperature in the forest gradually rose. The summoners who had been crying and begging for mercy earlier also raised their heads. The clouds above my head were like a flowing painting. The orange-red clouds were burning in the sky. They connected with the horizon like a blazing flame, which was amazing. It rolled across the sky, leaping like flames, as if it was going to burn a hole in the sky. The warm colors and majestic momentum are unforgettable. In an instant, 100-meter-long fiery red butterfly quietly appeared in the air. The butterfly's wings sparkled with gold, and every time it flapped, the trees in the forest would catch fire. Ah, this is. The summoner kneeled on the ground, his eyes wide open in horror, unable to believe that this was all real. As loyal fans of Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts, the system will automatically give them a record of divine beasts when they first enter the game. Various kinds of mythical beasts, pseudo-mythical beasts, spiritual beasts, ordinary beasts, etc. are marked inside. And the butterfly in front of me, if I remember correctly, should be the Gilded Flame Butterfly, ranked 15th on the mystical beast list. The Gilded Flame Butterfly is the overlord among the top mythical beasts. The flames it erupts can burn thousands of miles away, and any living creature there will be reduced to ashes. It really is the Gilded Flame Butterfly. I'm done. Wow. I didn't expect that I would die at the hands of a divine beast. Mom, I can't accept this. Save me. Someone can save me. Just when everyone had given up on escaping, the Gilded Flame Butterfly suddenly swung out 2 hurricanes with blazing flames, burning all the spirit beasts in front of it to ashes. Suddenly, everyone stood there in a daze. What on earth happened? Wherever he went, no grass grew. At this time, someone finally spoke up. Did you notice that there is a soul mark between the eyebrows of this Gilded Flame Butterfly? This is a tamed divine beast. Among all the servers, the only person who possesses the Gilded Flame Butterfly is the Immortal Emperor of Reversal. Could it be that the Immortal Emperor of Reversal is right next to us? There was commotion among the crowd. They had more admiration and respect for the Reversal Immortal Emperor. They didn't expect that the one who saved them in the end was the long-lost number 1 person in China. The Gilded Flame Butterfly did not stay for long, turning into a wisp of fiery red smoke and disappearing without a trace. Wherever it passed, the spiritual beasts there would suddenly shrivel up and die, or be burned to ashes by the flames and disappear. This strange phenomenon confused the summoners who saw the spirit beasts preparing to attack. What's going on? How come it's over before I even take any action? The other side. People from the management department have also arrived here. When they saw the Gilded Flame Butterfly in the sky, they all looked at it in surprise. That's my husband's pet. Lu Yao smashed the spirit beast in front of her with a punch and looked at the mythical beast Gilded Flame Butterfly with surprise, her gem-like eyes misting. Where are you? Captain, the Immortal Emperor of Reversal should be nearby. I didn't expect that he is actually in Jiang Cheng. One of the summoners walked over quickly and said, with his strength, even if he is thousands of miles away, he can still get here in the first place. Another person said, perhaps he is in a faraway place, and he just doesn't want to see the Chinese people die tragically at the hands of spirit beasts, so he helps us get rid of these spirit beasts. Lu Yao said, no, I know the character of the Reversal Immortal Emperor. He will never sit idly by. That's her CP. How could she not know his personality? Although he has a bit of a childish temper, he will definitely stand up and help the country through difficulties when times of crisis come. Call out. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, in the forest, a crossbow arrow filled with poison directly attacked the Gilded Flame Butterfly in the sky. Chapter 20 Lu Yao's Thoughts. A crossbow arrow pierced the sky, and a sharp explosion suddenly sounded. The hurricane it brought made it difficult to open one's eyes. The Gilded Flame Butterfly glanced at the crossbow arrow flying towards it, only to see the 2 antennae on its head tremble slightly, and the previous crossbow arrow turned into a wisp of dust out of thin air. Lu Yao reacted and immediately shouted angrily, "How dare you? Who is so bold as to sneak attack the divine beast?" The team member from the management department was stunned. The crossbow arrow just now was released by him. If one could obtain a divine beast, his status would advance by leaps and bounds. Not only would he be able to obtain top-grade magic weapons every day, he would also be able to possess endless money and beauties. However, in the eyes of the Gilded Flame Butterfly, his attack was just like an ant trying to shake a tree. The Gilded Flame Butterfly was completely enraged. It dived down, spewing out red-gold flames from its mouth that could not be extinguished at all. Completely different from the fiery red flame just now, the red-gold flame can not only burn the opponent's body, but more importantly, it can burn the opponent's soul. Anyone who comes into contact with it will have their soul burned to ashes in an instant. In the game, Jiang Cheng used this ability to force several big guys to quit the game. Everyone was horrified to see their former companion turned into a pile of ashes and fell to the ground. At the same time, I was extremely angry. Son of a bitch. A boy who possessed a mid-level spirit beast seemed to be blinded by anger and actually wanted to rush up again. But fortunately, Lu Yao stopped him forcibly. Otherwise, his fate would be the same as that of the man just now, turning into a pile of ashes, or even never being able to be reborn. Lu Yao quickly asked, "Gilded flame butterfly, do you still recognize me?" The gilded flame butterfly turned its head and just glanced at Lu Yao behind it. As their master's spiritual pets, they possessed their own intelligence and naturally recognized each other's identities. However, the master clearly stipulated that no one was allowed to reveal their identity. Even the spirit pet had no right to go and recognize him. He could only flap his wings and disappear into the savage mountain. Standing there, Lu Yao looked at the gradually disappearing figure. The smile on her cheek slowly faded, and a hint of bitterness climbed up her cheek. She murmured in a low voice, "Although I don't know where you are, I believe that we will meet again." Raising her head and gazing at the vast sky, Lu Yao sighed softly. The tenderness on her face quickly disappeared, replaced by the arrogance and majesty of a person who controlled the greatest power in the management department. Clean up the mess and count the bodies. Yes. The farce is over. The live broadcast has since disappeared. Jiang Cheng stretched in the dormitory, took out a bottle of happy water from the small refrigerator, and drank it all in 2 gulps. The gilded flame butterfly slowly flew in from the window and landed steadily in Jiang Cheng's hands. Jiang Cheng asked, "Have the 2 spirit beasts been tamed?" The gilded flame butterfly nodded. Due to special reasons, it trapped the 2 spirit beasts. However, because the other party was too large, it could only wait until there was a chance to release these 2 top spirit beasts. Jiang Cheng put away the gilded flame butterfly. Just at this time, Wang Hao and others walked in from outside, and each of them had a special expression. "What's your expression?" Wang Hao chuckled, walked over slowly, hugged Jiang Ji's shoulders, and said, "Our spirit beast cannot leave the main body within 100 meters. I didn't expect that Jianggu is fine." Obviously, they had all seen the gilded flame butterfly in the live broadcast, and they did not expect that Brother Jiang could actually make his pet go to the savage mountain dozens of miles away. It was too shocking. "Basic operation." Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. "Cut." Guasinyu curled his lips and said, "What basic operation is there?" "That's because, Brother Jiang, you are too awesome. Our spirit beasts will automatically dissipate if they run 100 meters, not to mention extending it for dozens of miles." Li Nan also nodded. According to official media statistics, only summoners who own mythical beasts can extend the restrictions on their spirit pet's departure. But even for Lu Yao, the distance can only be extended by 10 miles at present. As for Brother Jiang, it obviously cannot be that short, it must be able to extend outwards. "Okay, let's not talk about anything else, let's go eat." Wang Hao hugged Jiang Cheng's shoulders and said with a grin, "Also, Brother Jiang, the soul obtained by the gilded flame butterfly. There is no such thing as a soul." Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes at Wang Hao beside him and said, "The flaw of the gilded flame butterfly is that any spirit it burns will be shattered, not to mention the spirit you mentioned." "What?" Wang Hao opened his mouth wide, with a look of disbelief on his face. "Those spirit beasts have wasted their spirits in vain." "Hey, brother, you are so wasteful." "I can't help it. The gilded flame butterfly has this kind of physique. After dinner, I will decompose some ancient treasures for you." Magic City, headquarters of the management department. Minister Li was busy dealing with those summoners from abroad and did not watch the previous live broadcast. Report, in 1 hour, all the descending spirit beasts have been annihilated. Just at this time, the soldier in military uniform came to Minister Li to report. "Good, very good. It's done very well, and it's much faster than I expected." Minister Li put down the documents in his hand and nodded in satisfaction and praise. "But it wasn't us who killed him." The soldier hesitated for a few seconds and reported truthfully. Minister Li frowned. He turned around, looked at the soldier who walked in and asked, "What do you mean?" In the live broadcast, the one that solved the invasion of the spirit beasts this time was a top-level divine beast, the gilded flame butterfly. Minister Li stood up suddenly. Top-level divine beast? Then only the top 10 people can have it. Could it be that there is another genius in China whose fame exceeds the top 10? Look. The soldier picked up a tablet from the side, pulled up a video and handed it to Minister Li. "This is the footage captured by our satellite live broadcast 10 minutes ago." Minister Li took the tablet, frowned, and looked at the screen carefully. The hurricane created by the gilded flame butterfly tore the bodies of all the spirit beasts and burned their souls as well. However, the gilded flame butterfly just stood there, flapping its wings twice and then showed no signs of moving. Then, there was a scene of the divine beast killing them. Have you found out the answer to the investigation? Minister Li questioned. Reporting to the minister, according to our investigation, there is only one top-level divine beast, the gilded flame butterfly, in the server. Therefore, the owner of this divine beast is none other than the one ranked first on the strong list, the Reversal Immortal Emperor. Reversal Immortal Emperor. Who is he? Chapter 21 Orders from the Supreme Command. Minister Li stroked his forehead gently. As long as they can't find the Reversal Immortal Emperor, they will never let go. At this moment, an old man in military uniform suddenly appeared on the big screen in front of him. The moment he saw the old man, Minister Li immediately stood up from his chair, saluted and said, "Commander." The old man on the screen nodded, his expression frozen as he said, "Xiao Li, we have all seen the live broadcast. The management department set up by the state is very supportive, but this time we are deeply aware of the importance of strength." I see. Although Minister Li is the highest manager of the management department, he still has a national boss above him, so he shows great respect for the leader in front of him. Huang Lao said calmly, "We have tried our best to investigate the matter of Reversal Immortal Emperor, but we have not found any clues. It seems that this person does not exist in this world." Impossible. Minister Li directly denied Mr. Huang's question. For him, he was absolutely certain that the Reversal Immortal Emperor existed in this world. He just hadn't found him yet. Moreover, in the current situation, it is obvious that it is the Reversal Immortal Emperor who is helping them, which proves that this person really exists in this world. It's even possible that it's right next to you. Huang Lao said with a strange look, "Xiao Li, I know what you want to do, but you should also understand what this means to us. If we can't accept them as our own, then it won't be a good thing for China." Minister Li also understood what Mr. Huang said, but the Reversal Immortal Emperor has not been found yet, so no one dares to go looking for him rashly. Moreover, the top 20 people on the strong list have not appeared yet, which is enough to show that those strong people do not want to appear in the public eye. One is the fear that it would cause panic among the people. Secondly, as long as their identities are exposed, countless people will come to challenge them and replace them. In that case, the treasures they obtain every day will be handed over to others. This is also the main reason why those top powerhouses are unwilling to come out. Huang Lao continued, "Xiao Li, this is the highest directive from the Central Command. Regardless of whether war comes tomorrow, death comes tomorrow, or the end of the world comes tomorrow, the People's Army will never betray the people. We will never trade the lives of the people. We will face the darkness together, fight together, and share weal and woe. Yes. Resolutely follow the orders of the Central Command." Minister Li held his head high and said. The phone was hung up. Minister Li turned around, looked at the soldier from before and said, "What's the decision of the little brat who loves to eat animal milk?" Reporting to the minister, the little brat who loves animal milk agrees to join the management department. Here's his message. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier took out a list from his arms. The little brat who loves to drink animal milk. His real name is Li Haoyang, 16 years old this year. Born in Yingxi village, Jiangxi province. Both his parents died, and he has lived with his grandmother since childhood. Later, my grandmother died of cancer, and I became an orphan, living on the food of many families until today. Minister Li felt sympathy for Li Haoyang's miserable life and said casually, "Apply for 20 million from the higher authorities and distribute it to the villagers of Yingxi village." Ah. The soldier asked in confusion. "Minister, why do you want to give money to ordinary people? Isn't this a bit against the rules? As the saying goes, poverty and bad water breed unruly people. Nowadays, the people in Yingxi village live and work in peace and contentment, but once money is given to them, perhaps many lazy and greedy people will appear." Minister Li said, "I have thought about this, but I believe that the people of Yingxi village are not that kind of people. They are willing to give their own food to Li Haoyang. They will never do anything that is against the will of heaven and earth. Besides, a summoner with a divine beast is worth the price." Seeing that Minister Li was determined to do so, the captain said nothing more, turned around and left the meeting room, preparing to apply for 20 million to be distributed to the people of Yingxi village. Minister Li certainly has his reasons for doing this. Li Haoyang owns 2 low-level divine beasts, which is definitely a timely help to the management department. He only needs to spend tens of millions to get Li Haoyang's full support. Why not do it? As expected, After learning about this, Li Haoyang had great respect for the organization in front of him. It was his lifelong dream to allow his fellow villagers to live a good life. Now that it has been realized, I can stay in the management department well. Li Haoyang learned about the reversal of the immortal Emperor CP from Minister Li and immediately came to Guangming University in Jiang Cheng. At this time, students are taking classes in the university. The sound of a helicopter engine quickly attracted many people's attention. Another military helicopter. Could it be that the authorities have come again? I don't know. Anyway, the other party must have other intentions in coming to our Guangming University. Maybe they will allocate souls to us at that time. That's great. If we can get a lot of spirits, it will be crucial for the evolution of our spirit pets. The students leaned against the window, watching the helicopter slowly land, each revealing a look of longing. If one day I could have such a supreme disciple and go home on a helicopter, it would be very face-saving. As the helicopter stopped, Li Haoyang walked out. After seeing that it was a child, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Why is there a child here? That's a bit too outrageous. Brother Jiang, what do you think of this person's identity? A child who can use a military aircraft must have a very impressive background. Wang Hao, the teacher of the elite class, was lying by the window, looking at the children on the playground with Jiang Cheng and others, with some doubts in his mind. He's a summoner. Through the other party's breath, Jiang Cheng could clearly feel that the other party was a summoner, and the spirit pet he possessed was definitely of a high level. A summoner too? Wang Hao was shocked and said, "So, this child's spirit pet should be at the level of a pseudo-divine beast. Otherwise, it would not have the right to ride a military helicopter." On the playground, the president of Guangming University walked up quickly, shook Li Haoyang's calloused hands with a smile, and said, "You must be Mr. Li Haoyang. I am the president of Guangming University. My last name is Zhang. You can call me President Zhang." Li Haoyang nodded, looked around, and asked, "Principal Zhang, I wonder if Ms. Lu Yao is in school." Lu Yao is currently dealing with soldiers inside Jiangcheng and is not in school, but she comes back every night to sort out her homework. Chapter 22. You are the master's wife, right? After hearing this, Li Haoyang was willing to wait for Lu Yao here, wanting to learn the basic information about his master from her. President Zhang personally invited Li Haoyang to his office to rest, poured him a cup of tea, and said with a smile, "It is a great honor for our university that you can come to Guangming University. Please let me know if you need anything. As long as we can help, Guangming University will never refuse." Looking at the principal busying around, Li Haoyang felt a little restrained and was not used to such a life. Originally, he was just a child from the lowest class, and it was impossible for him to even get married in his entire life. Until the beginning of the reversal of his life, he finally realized the distinction between high and low in this world. If the game had not changed him, he would probably still be the cowherd who only knew how to herd cattle. Li Haoyang pursed his lips and asked, "Principal Zhang, you should have heard about the reversal of the immortal emperor, right?" "Of course I have heard of it." Principal Zhang lit a cigarette and said, "Don't mention me. Everyone in the world knows about the reversal immortal emperor." "Then do you know where he is?" Li Haoyang asked anxiously. He really wanted to meet his mentor. As long as he could meet his mentor once, it would be worth it even if he had to go. However, Principal Zhang shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry. I don't know where the reversal immortal emperor is. Even your management department doesn't know, let alone ordinary people like us." Li Haoyang lowered his head with a lost expression. Thinking back to the time when his master took him to clear the dungeon, he began to feel expectations for his master. Think back to what the teacher said to me. The evolution of mythical beasts is not as simple as it seems. The reason why this game does not have a recharge page is to allow people to have better access to it. If one day you discover the secret, then your achievements may be much greater than mine. These are 2 divine beast eggs. From now on, they will be left to you to hatch. That evening, when Lu Yao learned that the little brat who loves to drink animal milk came to Guangming University, she immediately followed the principal into the office. According to military rank, Lu Yao and the little brat Li Haoyang are at the same level, so they don't need to salute each other. Li Haoyang said directly, "Master's wife." Master's wife? Lu Yao was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "I am the disciple of the reversal immortal emperor. You may not have heard of me, but I have heard of you." Hearing that the other party claimed to be a disciple of the reversal immortal emperor, Lu Yao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She didn't expect that her CP actually had a disciple ranked 80th. Principal Zhang, who was standing at the door, tactfully stepped back quietly, giving the 2 people some time to get along. "When did he accept you as his apprentice?" Li Haoyang replied, 2 years ago. I heard from my master that that day was the day when I confirmed my relationship with my master's wife. Hearing this, Lu Yao smiled and covered her lips. Thinking about it, it seemed that this was indeed the case. However, at that time, the immortal Emperor Reversal wanted to introduce him to her, but later she heard that the kid had quit the game. It turned out to be the little guy in front of me. Guangming University, in the dormitory. Jiang Cheng was lying on the bed, scrolling through his phone. Most of the videos on his phone were about the current situation. Even the major anchors have joined in the interview. As long as they can make friends with the summoner, their accounts will definitely gain a lot of fans. The Emperor Beast lay on his belly, making a constant ying-ying-ying sound from its mouth. Jiang Cheng rubbed the Emperor Beast's head and said casually, "Hey, aren't you planning to go to the secret realm to train?" Wang Hao leaned limply on the chair and said with a bitter face, "We want to, too, but we've been too tired recently. I really want to get some more sleep." The same is true for Li Nan and Guosinyu. If I had known being a teacher was so tiring, I would never have agreed to Instructor Bai's request no matter what. Jiang Cheng shook his head upon hearing this and decided to go to the intermediate secret realm himself. As far as he knew, rare treasures would be refreshed in the secret realm at 12 o'clock every day. Maybe it is a spirit beast egg, or a spirit, a treasure, etc. And each time it only appears for 3 minutes. When the time is up, the rare treasures in the secret realm will automatically disappear. The reason why Jiang Cheng was able to improve so quickly was closely related to the treasures in the secret realm. Even this mythical beast, the gilded flame butterfly, was randomly refreshed in the secret realm. When we arrived at Savage Mountain, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The original battlefield has been cleaned up, the bodies of the human summoners have been taken away by the management department, and many summoners have been arranged to guard the secret realm here. The area is extremely heavily guarded. The closer you get to the secret realm, the more thermal weapons there are increasing exponentially, and soldiers with real guns and live ammunition are patrolling constantly around the clock. In order to prevent deliberate destruction, the Magic City even mobilized a regiment of troops to garrison there, which is enough to show how much the management department values the secret realm. Anyone who is not a summoner is not allowed to enter the secret realm. Relying on his identity, Jiang Cheng easily passed the 3 levels and joined up with the large group participating in the training. Hey, have you heard that recently, many spirit beasts have appeared in low-level secret realms, and someone has found a spirit beast egg that can be directly recognized as its master after hatching? Of course I've heard that the spirit beasts in the dungeon can't be killed all. It's just that we can be resurrected after dying in the game, but if we are killed in the real world, we will also die. Yeah, it's too difficult. It would be great if it was like in the game, where you can never be killed. I don't know if the intermediate secret realm we're starting this time will have the spiritual souls we need. If we can encounter the spirit essence, that would be even better. After exchanging a few words of greeting, they turned around at the same time and fixed their expectant gazes on the secret realm in front of them. The secret realm in front of him was extremely similar to the one in the game. From a distance, it looked like a moving mirror. Inside the mirror was like a turbulent ocean, with ripples forming as the breeze blew. Jiang Cheng followed in the crowd. Everyone had summoned their own pets in advance, not only to be able to fight better, but also to ensure that when they entered the secret realm, they would not be targeted by the pets inside. Hey, brother, why don't you summon your own pet? The secret realm is full of dangers. Aren't you afraid of being eaten? Just then, a kidney-like voice came from behind him. The person who spoke was a man wearing sportswear, sunglasses, and a skinny body. The man was holding in his arms a rooster that was several times larger than ordinary livestock. It went without saying that this must be his spiritual pet. Chapter 23, Intermediate Secret Realm. Chi Miasma Treasure Forest. Hello, my name is Lu Fong. I graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and this is my pet, the Golden Rooster. Lu Fong introduced his spiritual pet with a smile. Golden Rooster, a low-level spiritual beast. As the name suggests, it has almost no combat capabilities. But it has one characteristic, that is, when it senses danger is coming, it usually makes a shrill cry to alert its owner. Therefore, the Golden Rooster has become a favorite pet of many novice players. As long as it encounters danger, they will be notified immediately. When the time comes, just take the opportunity to escape. When Jiang Cheng first came into contact with the journey of evolution of divine beasts, he also used the Golden Rooster to get out of many troubles. I didn't expect that when we met again, it would be like this. Hello, my name is Jiang Cheng, and I'm a student at Guangming University. After hearing this, Lu Fong couldn't help but ask, Brother Jiang, why don't you summon your own spirit beast? Is this your first time in the secret realm? The first time, he mentioned, is a real secret place. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Yes, this is my first time." "That's not surprising." When Lu Feng heard that it was the other party's first time, he immediately changed the subject. "You are a novice now. After entering the secret realm, we will be randomly assigned to various corners of the secret realm. If we are lucky, we may encounter precious spiritual treasures, but if we are unlucky, we may fall directly into the mouth of spiritual beasts. This is also why we summon our pets before entering the secret realm, just to prevent ourselves from not being able to react in time after entering the secret realm." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but nodded. What Lu Feng said makes some sense. However, his weakest pets are all top-level spiritual beasts, and they are extremely rare. Once exposed, their identities are likely to be recognized. They could only take out the Emperor Beast, which was not even a full month old. Looking at the Imperial Beast in front of him, Lu Feng was silent for a moment. He patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder meaningfully and said, "I understand. I wish you good luck." Oh? When the time was almost up, the summoners took 2 steps forward, looking eager to move, which showed that they could no longer suppress their desire to hunt for treasure. At this time, the person in charge of the management department of the secret realm here stepped forward and announced that the secret realm was officially opened and required the summoners who had entered the secret realm to come out before 8 o'clock in the morning. If the spirit beast fails to come out, the summoner will need to wait until 8 o'clock the next day to enter. During this period, the entrance to the secret realm will be blocked to prevent the spirit beast from rushing out of the secret realm. Everyone walked into the secret realm in an orderly manner. After their bodies touched the ice blue barrier at the entrance, they began to become blurred and eventually disappeared without a trace. Jiang Cheng followed. As soon as he stepped into the secret realm, Jiang Cheng's vision began to become blurry. Just like a drunk man, he could not see anything except the swaying space in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Cheng had arrived at a relatively safe place. Miasma Baolin. The bare mountains outside the miasma formed a sharp contrast with the continuous black jungle covered by the miasma and also drew a clear boundary. Looking at such a realistic scene before his eyes, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but admire the power of this game. Whether it is the scene or the creatures, they all seem to exist truly in this world. Even a blade of grass or a flower has unimaginable reality. Jiang Cheng was very familiar with the Qi Zhan Baolin. After all, he was an old player. The Qi Zhan Baolin in front of him was full of poison. As long as the player smelled a little bit of it, he would lose blood infinitely until his health bar was completely depleted. Of course, that's the health bar in the game. The real thing is probably vomiting blood. The mysterious treasure that you want is also in here. This little bit of poison gas can't bother him. After all, Jiang Cheng is still the top boss in the server, and he has countless detoxification potions in his hands. Even if he lives here for his whole life, he will not be able to use them all. Jiang Cheng took out several bottles of special blue potions from the Ziwei ancient ring and drank them all. Suddenly, an ice blue cyclone appeared around his body. The cyclone perfectly protected Jiang Cheng's body, blocking out all the miasma in the miasma forest. In the miasma forest, even those who possess top-level spiritual beasts must avoid flying as much as possible. The miasma is too dense 3 feet above the ground, and it is an area where many poisonous insects and ferocious birds frequently move around. It is actually safer on the ground. At this time, there was only one road under his feet, and the roadside was full of burnt black woods. Most of them had only branches but no leaves, but they were surging with a different kind of vitality. Jiang Cheng was walking on the road, and occasionally he would see 1 or 2 poisonous beasts hiding in the dark, staring coldly at the intruders. It is dark and full of dangers. Qizhao Baolin is rich in several kinds of precious medicines and dozens of poisons, but because it is a border area with lower danger levels, most of the medicinal materials here have been picked up by spiritual beasts and people who have come in. What Jiang Cheng was looking for was not the area deeper in the Qi Zhan Baolin. While walking, Jiang Cheng took out a palm-sized sheepskin map, looked at the marks he had drawn on it, and determined which direction he should go next. This is not a game, so it is better to be cautious. The secret realm is not the outside world. At the beginning, a summoner who possessed a divine beast entered the secret realm, but he stepped directly on a poisonous insect. Before he could react, the poisonous insect ate his body. In the end, all the divine beasts collapsed and their original bodies died one after another. After walking for about half an hour, the jungle ahead became darker and darker. A rotten smell filled the air. Swarms of poisonous insects were buzzing, and predators hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity began to keep a close eye on this living creature. A swamp filled with floating bones, enchanting yet deadly flowers and fruits, and demonic spiders coiled on tall trees, emitting snarling laughs. Next to the bones were torn modern clothes. It seemed that someone had entered the Qizhan Baolin long before him and died tragically there. Not even a corpse was left behind. How cruel. Jiang Cheng summoned the Scarlet Fire Tiger King expressionlessly. With the appearance of the Red Fire Tiger King, the spirit beasts in the secret realm fled in all directions under the king's aura. With the appearance of the divine beast, these ordinary spirit beasts had no ability to resist at all. If Jiang Cheng did not want to reveal too much, he would have started a massacre by relying on these spirit beasts to block the way. Jiang Cheng sat on top of the Red Fire Tiger King, commanding the spirit beast to walk away. The passing spirit pets tried to avoid it as much as possible when they saw the Red Fire Tiger King. Chapter 24. Secret Treasure Hunt. Suddenly, a suppressed roar of an animal was heard. The buzzing sound of poisonous insects in the forest suddenly increased, and a murderous aura attacked from the front. The Scarlet Fire Tiger King under Jiang Cheng stopped, and a hint of coldness flashed in his ferocious eyes, as if the roar had angered this top-level divine beast. At this moment, a black figure suddenly jumped out from the front left of Jiang Cheng. It was a black-skinned, saber-toothed tiger with wings growing from its ribs. Its front paws shone with a faint, dark green light. As soon as it appeared, it pounced fiercely at Jiang Cheng without saying a word. As a divine beast, the Red Fire Tiger King had already concealed his breath at this moment. When he saw the black-skinned, saber-toothed tiger rushing towards him, he silently raised his head, as if he wanted to seek his master's advice. Jiang Cheng patted the Scarlet Fire Tiger King's head and said with a smile, "Quick battle, quick decision. There are still 2 hours until 12 o'clock. The Red Fire Tiger King received instructions from its master and quickly appeared in front of the black-skinned, saber-toothed tiger. Its huge body blocked out the sky, and the black-skinned, saber-toothed tiger, which was still planning to launch a sneak attack on humans, suddenly braked. A long mark was also left under his body. Only then did he realize that the tiger in front of him was actually a top-level divine beast. The black-skinned, saber-toothed tiger was panic-stricken and wanted to escape. However, the Red Fire Tiger King did not give the black saber-toothed tiger any chance. He just slapped it hard, and a powerful energy gushed out. The black-skinned, saber-toothed tiger had no ability to resist and was slapped into the sky. A large amount of fire energy surged out of its body, and its body exploded directly, turning into a ball of blood mist and disappearing into the sky in an instant. Upon seeing this, the other black saber-toothed tigers fled in all directions, no longer having the desire to fight. The Scarlet Fire Tiger King absorbed the soul of this intermediate spirit beast into his body, turned around, and staggered towards the direction indicated by his master. Another half an hour passed, and Jiang Cheng finally arrived at the place where the hidden treasure was refreshed every time. But there was obviously an uninvited guest here. On the top of the mountain, 2 men and 1 woman were warming themselves around a fire. The leading man shrugged his shoulders, glanced at his watch and said, "There is still an hour before the secret treasure appears. Everyone must not alert the enemy. Don't worry, brotherly. My little sister and I are the most obedient." Another person asked with a smile, "By the way, brotherly, how did you know there were hidden treasures in the secret realm? I have been playing for half a year, and this is the first time I have heard of it." Li Xiong looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping before he spoke carefully. "I got this from a person who was ranked in the top 100 on the strong list stone tablet at a high price. It is said that there are secret treasures in every secret realm, and they are as precious as ancient treasures." After hearing these words, the other 2 were also horrified. If you can obtain it, wouldn't it be possible to evolve your own spirit pet into a pseudo-divine beast in minutes? Moreover, as long as you know the location of all the secret treasures, then breaking through to become a divine beast is just around the corner. Li Xiong smiled and said, "I need you 2 to keep this a secret for me. Otherwise, it will be difficult to obtain the secret treasures in the secret realm in the future." "Don't worry, brotherly. My brother and I will never tell anyone." Li Xiong nodded, casually took out 2 bottles of water from his arms and handed them over, with an imperceptible coldness on his face. Seeing this, the 2 did not refuse Li Xiong's kindness. They took the mineral water handed to them and drank it all without any precautions. "It's quite interesting. I thought the intrigues in the game were cruel enough, but I didn't expect the intrigues in reality to be even more unimaginable." Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes. The 2 bottles of mineral water previously contained poison from spiritual beasts. It is colorless and tasteless. Half an hour after drinking it, you will feel numbness in your body and weakness in your limbs. If the toxins in your body are not eliminated within an hour, you will die from a ruptured stomach and intestines. The treasures within the secret realm are extremely precious. They are absolutely a great tonic for those spiritual beasts. It is impossible that there are no creatures guarding them. Sure enough, Jiang Cheng soon discovered a green phosphorus snake king. This snake hid under the cliff very insidiously and knew how to conceal its own breath. Its 3-meter-long body was integrated into the rocks, and its fine green scales emitted a unique faint light. Its triangular head has begun to become long and narrow, and its body is thicker than that of ordinary snakes. It is obvious that he is on the verge of transforming into a dragon. This jade phosphorus snake king is about to be promoted to a pseudo-divine beast. It seems that it has set its sights on the next secret treasure. Jiang Cheng was not in a hurry to capture the green phosphorus snake king. He was waiting for the secret treasure to appear. As for those people, it depended on whether they had the ability to do so. Time passes by every second. The men and women who drank the water felt their heads swelling, their limbs weak, their bodies numb, and they fell to the ground unconsciously. Except for their heads, they could not move any other part of their bodies. "Brotherly, what do you want to do?" Li Xiong smiled strangely and said, "Haha, don't worry. I heard that the secret treasure needs the flesh and blood of men and women to descend. Otherwise, why do you think I brought you here? You don't think I really love you, do you?" After hearing what Li Xiong said, their expressions gradually froze, and some even revealed a hint of panic. They would never dream that Li Xiong, who seemed harmless on the surface, was actually a beast who relied on devouring other people's pets to increase his strength. He immediately said angrily, "Li Xiong, if you kill my brother and I, the management department will never let you go. By then, not only you, but even the Li family will be wiped out." Li Xiong stepped on Zhang Qiu's chest, and then a spiritual pet with more than a dozen eyes and dozens of legs suddenly appeared behind him. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would probably vomit out the dinner he had 3 days ago. Whether it is the countless legs, the more important thing is that this spirit pet's body is covered with sticky liquid, and there seems to be blood vessels wriggling in the liquid, which is extremely disgusting. Seeing the disgusting thing squirming crazily in front of him, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but frown. It's amazing that someone likes this notorious pet. This kind of pet is called the multi-eyed monster and is a pet that many people in the game dislike. This is because this pet looks extremely ugly, and even its method of attack is to use the mucus on its body. The mucus is mixed with toxins, and if you are not careful, you will turn into the appearance of that couple. Li Xiong ordered the multi-eyed monster to eat some of the two people's spiritual pets, and then quietly waited for the moment when the mysterious treasure would descend. About half an hour later, a golden light suddenly burst out from the secret realm. The light only existed for a moment before disappearing into the secret realm, making people even think they were hallucinating. Even those who can see it clearly have no chance of finding the secret treasure, because once the secret treasure is born, it will only exist for 3 minutes, and when the time is up, it will automatically disappear. Chapter 25. Subdue this spiritual pet. The moment the secret treasure came into the world, Li Xiong's face was filled with excitement. He immediately grabbed the man and woman beside him and was ready to sacrifice their lives for the secret treasure. Call. There was a sudden sound of breaking air, and the green phosphorus snake king, which had been waiting on the edge of the cliff for a long time, suddenly jumped out without any warning. Li Xiong was suddenly horrified. Without even having time to see what the secret treasure was, he grabbed the two people beside him and threw them over quickly. The green phosphorus snake king was also not polite. The sharp teeth bit and the snake head pulled violently, and half of the bodies of the two men were torn off in an instant. Li Xiong took 2 steps back in panic and said hastily, This is actually the jade phosphorus snake king. It looks like it will soon advance to a pseudo-divine beast. Multi-eyed monster, you hold it back, I'll run first." Li Xiong didn't care about the life or death of his spiritual pet now. He ran towards the location of the secret treasure, wanting to take advantage of the gap between the two spiritual pets fighting to get the treasure and leave this place as soon as possible. However, when he just arrived at the location of the secret treasure, he saw that Jiang Cheng had already obtained the secret treasure. It was an ancient ring that was sparkling with flowing light. Not only were there dense patterns engraved on it, but there were also 2 lifelike dragons and phoenixes. Ah! Li Xiong was furious when he saw his things being taken away. He shouted angrily, "You evil creature! How dare you take my things? Go to hell!" After saying that, Li Xiong rushed towards Jiang Cheng like crazy. Jiang Cheng stood there calmly, not even thinking of looking at him, staring at the ring in his hand the whole time. Li Xiong was a little crazy. "Boy, if you dare to ignore me, I will kill you." A startling sound suddenly rang out. Li Xiong stood there in a daze. At this moment, he only felt a scorching heat on his neck. He lowered his head and found that everything in front of him had expanded and his body was standing there motionless. Li Xiong's head fell off. The one who took action was the Red Fire Tiger King, a top-level divine beast. Li Xiong stared with his eyes like copper bells, wanting to speak, but found that he could not say anything. In the end, he died with his eyes open in extreme anger. With Li Xiong's death, the multi-eyed monster also turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared on the spot. After the green phosphorus snake king had no target to attack, it pointed its spear at Jiang Cheng. The fine scales all over its body opened up and spewed out streams of poisonous fog, which immediately enveloped the remaining Jiang Cheng. The Red Fire Tiger King took a step forward with disdain, and just by relying on his aura, he made the green phosphorus snake king feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Just as the Scarlet Fire Tiger King was about to finish off the beast, Jiang Cheng stopped it. Wait, I have a use for this Jade Phosphorus Snake King. The Red Fire Tiger King glanced coldly at the Green Phosphorus Snake King lying on the ground, turned around and stopped attacking. Jiang Cheng put away the ancient ring and walked up to the Green Phosphorus Snake King. He stretched out a finger and poked it at its head. The Green Phosphorus Snake King wanted to resist, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the spiritual pressure of the divine beast Red Fire Tiger King, and could only let the human in front of him do whatever he wanted. A ray of clear energy merged into the mind of the Green Phosphorus Snake King. Based on past experience, Jiang Cheng immediately found the location of the other party's soul, and then forced him to sign a soul contract with it. After the contract was successfully signed, a special mark suddenly appeared on the head of the Green Phosphorus Snake King. The originally fierce eyes became much gentler. After successfully obtaining it, Jiang Cheng showed a satisfied expression. Although the Green Phosphorus Snake King is not rare, it is also rare. You can only find them in the Qizhan Baolin. When we left the secret realm, it was already dawn the next day. The people in the management department were counting the number of people entering and leaving this time. When they found that the death toll was as high as 2/3, they finally realized how terrifying the intermediate secret realm was. The spiritual pets that appeared in the intermediate secret realm were all at the level of spiritual beasts, and the strongest among them had reached the level of pseudo-divine beasts. For those who were just starting out, this was undoubtedly the ultimate challenge. But often this challenge requires a corresponding price, including one's own life. Lu Feng, who had talked to him not long ago, was still alive, still holding the golden rooster in his arms. However, the golden rooster was covered in blood, so it must have escaped from death. Brother Jiang Cheng, you're out? Lu Feng was also somewhat surprised to see Jiang Cheng was still alive. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Jiang Cheng to be alive. How could someone who didn't even release his spirit pet still be alive? It was truly unbelievable. Jiang Cheng laughed and said, "It was a fluke. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Bye." Jiang Cheng waved to Lu Feng and walked towards the school without looking back. Today was Sunday and he had no classes, so he planned to go back home and have a good sleep. Lu Feng silently memorized Jiang Cheng's name, believing that they would meet again one day. Returned to the dormitory. Jiang Cheng was lying on the bed, playing with his phone leisurely. Wang Hao, who was sleeping soundly, also heard the noise. He turned sideways and rubbed his eyes. He happened to see Jiang Cheng watching a video. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Jiang, what did you do last night? Did you go looking for a little sister without telling US brothers?" Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes at Wang Hao and said unhappily, "Am I that kind of person? I went to an intermediate secret realm. I asked you to go, but you both refused. So I had no choice but to go by myself." Intermediate secret realm? Wang Hao immediately perked up, jumped off the bed, ran to Jiang Cheng's bedside with his upper body naked, and asked, "Did you get anything good? Like treasures? I caught a green phosphorus snake king that was about to break through to become a pseudo-divine beast, and then I found an ancient ring in the secret realm. I don't know what this ancient ring is yet." Jiang Cheng took out the ancient dragon and phoenix ring and looked it over for a long time, but did not find anything unusual. There was even no specific information about the ring in the game introduction. So, Jiang Cheng decided to give the ring to his family when he had time in the future. "Oh, I thought I found some good treasure. In this case, I'd better go back to sleep." Wang Hao crawled into the bed without interest, hugged the pillow that had been with him for more than 10 years, and fell asleep again. Jiang Cheng ignored Wang Hao and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Ever since reversing life came into this world, the level of humans has become ridiculously low, and most of the abilities came from spirit pets. Just like Digimon, Pokemon, etc., they all rely on their own pets to fight, but their own strength is not that strong. Chapter 26, Cultivation Manifests, 999, Level Hegemony First Place. Reversal of cultivation is enabled. After 3 days, all summoners will have all the cultivation in the game. At this moment, a dark and powerful sound suddenly came from the sky. Several people who were still sleeping immediately jumped out of bed and quickly walked to the window. They saw that the originally blue sky was suddenly filled with thunderclouds, and a huge vortex was spinning wildly, and the yellow sand that was rolled up was thousands of feet high. At the same time, a banner with large gold-plated characters quickly appeared in the sky. Cultivation, Brother Jiang. If that's the case, then we don't need to rely on our spirit pets to fight? Wang Hao asked in amazement. Jiang Cheng didn't know either. There was no clear indication of one's strength in the game, only experience points, just like the levels in mobile games. Every time you reach 100 experience points, you will increase 1 level. Jiang Cheng is already level 999 in the game, only 1 step away from level 1000. Therefore, now he has no idea how strong he will be after his cultivation level is reached. In this game, most people don't care about their level, and no one is even willing to deliberately use their treasures to increase their experience points. At the beginning, Jiang Cheng was bored, so he disassembled most of the things in the warehouse and upgraded his own level. Only then did he break through to level 999 in just 2 years. Wang Hao, what level are you? Li Nan asked at this time. I think it's only level 135. How about you? I'm even worse off. I'm only level 100. Guasinyu also said at this time, I am only level 100. Hearing this, Wang Hao stroked his forehead gently. If he had known that the levels in the game could be materialized one day, he would have upgraded his level to the highest level no matter what. Well, it's too late to say anything. At this time, Wang Hao suddenly asked, Brother Jiang, your level should be very high, right? Level 999. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. The 3 of them were all stunned. Then he said with a look of shock, Oh my God, level 999. Is this still a human? Yeah. I remember the second best player in the server was only over 300 levels, but you, Jiang, are almost over 1000. Tell me, did you secretly level up without telling us? It must be, otherwise, how could it be possible to upgrade so quickly? Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Hao and the others and shook his head speechlessly, saying, I was bored at the time, and after the level was upgraded, my chance of capturing was greatly increased, so I chose to use all the useless things to upgrade. Oh, if I knew this, I would have upgraded my character level. Wang Hao sat in the chair and sighed. But when I think about it, I think it's not bad. After the level is materialized, perhaps it will have the power to destroy the world. At that time, wouldn't it be possible to kill a group of spiritual beasts with a slap? 3 days passed in a flash. Thunderclouds were rolling in the originally clear sky, and bronze lightning was flying through the sky like dragons and snakes, distorting the air wherever it passed. Almost people all over the world were holding their breath. They dared not blink, as if they were afraid of missing something. They came to both sides of the street, feeling the oppressive feeling coming from the sky. The management department immediately implemented a comprehensive blockade, not allowing anyone to broadcast live to gain traffic, and even locked everyone's mobile phones to prevent anyone from leaking specific information. It can only be officially opened after this manifestation is over. Minister Li asked solemnly, What are the levels of Ms. Lu Yao and Li Haoyang? The soldier behind him replied, Ms. Lu Yao's level is 265, and Li Haoyang is only level 35. Because Li Haoyang had quit the game for a long time, his level naturally did not increase much, and he was only level 35. Hearing this, Minister Li clenched his fists. In this case, they can only place their hopes on Ms. Lu Yao and hope that there won't be any 2 powerful beings in this world. The mythical beasts had already inspired awe in them, and now the emergence of the higher levels was likely enough to bring about huge changes in the entire world. In an instant, heaven and earth changed drastically. Golden beams of light fell from the sky. The beams were so dense that it was impossible to tell who they were targeting. It seemed to be raining golden rain. Jiang Cheng's whole body was wrapped in golden beams of light. He felt a powerful and majestic force running through his body, and his whole body was filled with strength. It seemed as if he could destroy a star with just a wave of his hand, the sun and the moon with a snap of his fingers, and the earth could crack in a breath. Although he could only feel that he was at level 999, Jiang Cheng was surprised to find that he could not only use his mental power to explore every corner of the world, but he could also control things with his mind power. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, he can still operate it with the power of his mind. Is this the feeling that comes with level? As long as he wanted, taking someone's head from thousands of miles away was as easy as taking something from a bag. He could even make the enemy's head explode with just the movement of his fingers. Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders and picked up the wine bottle on the table. With just a little force, the bottle in his hand turned into powder as if it was crushed by a hydraulic press. Fuck, I actually have this much strength. I'm only level 135 and I'm so powerful. Brother Jiang is level 999. So can he kill a bunch of people with one breath? Wang Hao smacked his lips and spoke with a look of surprise on his face. At the same time, he looked at Brother Jiang, who was sitting on the gaming chair, and said hurriedly, Brother Jiang, your abilities should be more than this, right? Tell me about it. Jiang Cheng smiled brightly at the group and said, according to my level 999 ability, if I wanted to, I should be able to smash the entire blue planet with one punch. Oh? Hearing this, Wang Hao and the other two were all stunned. Smash the blue star with one punch? It's so awesome. This is the difference between the levels. With a big boss like Brother Jiang around, even if they are just ordinary people, they will probably be able to thrive. Who dares to challenge and reverse the immortal emperor? Who can withstand a punch of level 999? Who dares to say that he never gives up? Brother Jiang, your level is so high. Can you have any special abilities, such as flying? In the game, as the player's level increases, their lifespan, physical strength, defense, power, and capture abilities will increase. But as for teleportation, it seems that there is no such thing. Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts is originally a cultivation game, and it is a game corresponding to spiritual pets. The player's own level will increase the corresponding power, but flying and hiding in the ground are obviously impossible. This isn't a game of cultivating immortals. But even so, Jiang Cheng was still very satisfied. In that case, we have only improved what Brother Jiang just said. We still need a spiritual pet to travel. Li Nan moved his glasses and said, actually, this is quite good. We don't have to be like the immortal cultivators in novels where people flying with swords are everywhere. Chapter 27. How big is the gap between levels? At the global materialization level, those who have never played this Journey of Divine Beast Evolution all cast envious glances. I hate myself in my heart why I didn't play this development game. If you can have a pet of your own, your future will be bright. The country even encourages summoners. Anyone who can summon a spirit pet will receive a large amount of training resources, and their family will enjoy the best treatment. Whether it is children's schooling, parents' retirement, or medical equipment, everything will be free, and there will be a considerable reward subsidy every month. Such enviable treatment is enough to make those who have not played this game feel miserable. Wow, why? Why am I not a summoner? I hate it. Can I start my life over again? Don't talk about you. I don't have one either. All my childhood friends have their own spirit pets, but I don't. Just shut up, study hard, and find a good company to work hard for you. There was a commotion among the crowd. Those who did not receive spiritual favors felt deeply saddened. But there is no medicine for regret in the world, so we can only accept our fate. Inside Guangming University, Minister Li came here in person to meet Ms. Liu Yao. When Liu Yao learned that Minister Li, the top leader of the management department, came in person, she was flattered and immediately went to greet Minister Li in person. In the past, Liu Yao would have no qualifications to contact this senior leader. But now it is different. The world has changed completely, the spiritual energy has revived, and countless summoners have made it onto the list, especially those divine beasts, which have the ability to destroy the world. As for the role of the top leaders, they can only recruit summoners to serve the country. Minister Li also understands that the reason why he can be respected by so many people is all because of his social skills. Minister Li, you are here. You're welcome, Ms. Liu Yao. Please take a seat. Minister Li said with a smile, then made a gesture of invitation with his right hand and poured a glass of water for Liu Yao himself. Minister Li, whose full name is Li Leguang, was born in Jiang Cheng, a city in the north. He is also the highest leader of the management department and only obeys the country, managing tens of millions of summoners in China. The reason why he can sit in this position is all due to Minister Li's interpersonal skills, and he treats everyone close to him, just like a family member. Therefore, it is not easy for him to sit in this position when he is only in his 40s. Minister Li asked with a smile, Ms. Liu Yao, your level is 265. I wonder if you can fly like in the fairy tale novels? Liu Yao shook her head, pursed her immature lips, and replied, in the game of Divine Beast Evolution, the levels are not those of fairy games, but one thing is certain, that is, one's own strength has been greatly improved. As she spoke, Lu Yao just glanced at the flower pot beside the window. She opened her cherry lips slightly, and the flower pot beside the window seemed to be attacked by some kind of energy and shattered into pieces in an instant. Of course, this is just the most basic operation. Currently, she does not have the ability to kill people thousands of miles away, but at level 265, she can still rank in the top 100 on the list. Minister Li also understood this upon seeing this. Cultivation games are not immortal cultivation games. Flying, hiding in the ground, flying with swords and so on are all nonsense. However, the two are also quite similar in that their own strength has been greatly improved, and even one punch is more than enough to smash the entire town. Ms. Lu Yao, I wonder what the level of the reversal immortal emperor is? Minister Li asked with some concern. When I left, I remember his level had reached 998, and I think he has reached 999 now. After a player reaches level 900, each level up becomes extremely difficult, just like the level before level 10 corresponds to 100 experience points. But when it reaches level 100, the corresponding point will be 10,000 points. When you reach level 900, the corresponding experience value will increase to 100,000 points. Therefore, players do not care about their levels, not because they do not want to improve their strength, but because the experience points for leveling up are ridiculously high. Upon hearing that the reversal immortal emperor had reached level 999, Minister Li took a deep breath. As far as he knew, the second-ranked player in the game was only level 398, and this reversal immortal emperor was actually twice as high as the second-ranked one. Terrible. If we can recruit management departments, it will be 100 benefits and no harm to the country. However, now, let alone him, even Ms. Lu Yao doesn't know who the reversal immortal emperor is and where he is. This is indeed a headache. Li Leguang took a sip of tea and said, Ms. Lu Yao, I wonder if you can try to contact the reversal immortal emperor? Lu Yao shook her head and replied apologetically, I'm sorry, Minister Li. The immortal emperor reversal came and went without a trace. We didn't have any means of transportation. Even in the game, we only talked in the chat box and didn't even turn on the voice. Li Leguang exhaled a breath of hot air, expressing his deep regret. If this is true, then he really won't be able to see the reversal immortal emperor who is ranked first on the strong list. Minister Li, don't worry. I understand the character of the reversal immortal emperor. He will never harm his country. Yeah. Li Leguang nodded and said, I also believe that the reversal immortal emperor is this kind of person. In the near future, I will arrange for people to continue to guard the nearby secret realm, and you people over there can have a good rest. Good. The spiritual pets in the secret realm are very dangerous. Li Leguang knows this better than anyone else. If the spiritual beasts in there leave the secret realm, they will be extremely dangerous to the human world. Li Leguang stood up, straightened his back, saluted Lu Yao, and said with a serious expression, Ms. Lu Yao, China is now in your hands. You are the strong men of China. The responsibility of protecting the people falls on you. I promise not to let the central government down. Lu Yao also returned the gift with an extremely firm expression. She was born into a military family. Her father, grandfather, and even great-grandfather were all soldiers. Especially her great-grandfather, who was already the highest administrator in Jiang Cheng area at that time. Therefore, the education Lu Yao received since childhood was to defend her country and protect every piece of pure land in China. All the invaders will be suppressed. Li Leguang originally wanted to meet Jiang Cheng, who owned the precious Emperor Beast, but when he thought about the large amount of work waiting for him to handle, he had no choice but to turn around and leave Guangming University. As for Emperor Beast, he decided to try to bring him into the management department when he grows up and make him serve the country. Chapter 28: The United States invades the Chinese border. Please read and subscribe. As night fell, the wind was biting cold. A mountain range somewhere in China. The moonlight shines through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows on the wet grass. The breeze blows, and the leaves sway gently, as if whispering the mysterious story of the forest. Here, everything maintains a natural balance and exudes a harmonious atmosphere. The crisp footsteps sounded particularly harsh in the quiet forest. Several figures rushed forward as fast as lightning, moving like ghosts through the primeval forest full of dangers. The leading man wore a mask and a crow stood on his shoulder. The crow's eyes were constantly darting around, and as long as something happened, it would make a shrill cry at the first opportunity. Stop! The man suddenly spoke fluent English, and then a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The others also stopped obediently, looked at each other, and then immediately squatted down to hide their figures. Seeing a sparrow flying out of the bushes, the people finally put their minds at ease. However, they still watched their surroundings vigilantly. If there was any movement, they would immediately be on alert. Captain, why did we come to China? I heard that the immortal emperor who ranks first on the strong list is also Chinese. If they find us, won't we all die here? Yes, China is full of strong people. Among us, the strongest captain only has 3 pseudo-divine beasts. Compared with the owners of divine beasts, he is not even a little bit inferior. Shut up, everyone. The man narrowed his eyes and said, there are indeed many strong people in China, but don't forget that our country's Hulk has 5 top-level beasts. Unless it is the reversal immortal emperor or the so-called nameless, who dares to say that he is our opponent. The Chinese are indeed powerful, but we are not pushovers. Faced with the captain's scolding, those who had been complaining before also shut up. Their main mission this time is to find the reversal immortal emperor who is ranked first on the strong list. Only by mastering all his information can the Hulk defeat him. Therefore, the United States sent this team to investigate in person. They only needed to enter the Chinese city, so that their identities would not be exposed. As long as the reversal immortal emperor is killed by their Hulk, there will be no more strong people in China. At that time, they only need to provoke a fight at will, and by that time, China will become their territory, and the United States will dominate the world. This is also a point that the top management attaches great importance to. It is not known who the Jane-Do is at this time, but what is certain is that the immortal emperor of reversal must be a Chinese. Jack, use your pet to investigate. As long as there is no danger, we will sneak into Bagua Jiang Cheng immediately. If I'm not mistaken, there should be several villages ahead. Control your pet and kill all the people inside. Leave no one alive. Yes, Captain. At this moment, the man with golden hair walked up to the captain and took out a sparrow-like creature from his arms. It was small and exquisite, but its eyes were blood red, and even its claws were extremely sharp. It seems as if it can tear all living things apart, which is terrifying. However, just as the spirit pet in his hand flew up, a ball of blazing flame suddenly appeared out of nowhere and burned the flying spirit pet to ashes. The pet was killed, and the blonde man was seriously injured. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Asshole, my pet. I didn't expect you, a bunch of evildoers, to dare to enter our Chinese territory. You really don't know how to live or die. Just then, a young voice suddenly sounded above their heads. This caused several American summoners to be horrified, and they quickly retreated in different directions, looking up at the sky nervously. I saw a figure standing in the sky, looking at them with a faint smile. Among them, a black man with dreadlocks was terrified. The man just came over without making any sound, and even burned a mid-level spirit beast to death with fire, which was enough to prove that the other party must be very powerful. Damn you! Bury my spirit beast with you. The blonde man was completely furious. He ignored the dissuasion of his fellow compatriots and shot straight towards the figure in the sky. Jiang Cheng snorted with disdain. This time he did not use his spirit pet to fight, but wanted to test his own strength. He slowly raised his right hand and punched the blonde man who was rushing towards him. It seemed like a simple punch, but the energy it contained was unimaginable. Just as it made contact, the blonde man's body exploded in the sky like a firecracker. Countless pieces of flesh fell from the sky, but the energy showed no sign of stopping until it blasted a dent in Mount Cheong 100 miles away and gradually disappeared into the sky. Ah, see here. The American summoner's expression at this moment is just like the third emoticon package in your phone. He just stood there in a daze. I couldn't even believe my eyes. A level 35 summoner was shattered by just one punch? Asshole! The masked captain roared angrily, and then he waved his hands quickly, and a giant 3-headed bat king 10 meters long quietly appeared here. Oh! Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, Intermediate pseudo-divine beast, the 3-headed bat king. It's been a long time since I've seen a dark attribute spirit pet. In this case, let me play with you guys. Play. The masked man sneered and said, It depends on whether you have the ability to do it. 3-headed bat king. Eat him. After receiving the order from its master, the 3-headed bat king let out a piercing sonic boom, and then flapped its wings that covered the sky and rushed straight towards Jiang Cheng like a crow on an airplane. A purple-black beam of light condensed from his mouth, and it was obvious that he wanted to grind Jiang Cheng into ashes. Noisy. Jiang Cheng spoke calmly. He just raised a finger calmly and poked it forward gently. It seemed extremely simple, but the energy contained in his fingertips was so powerful. Half strength, that should be enough. Between thoughts. At a certain moment, The air around Jiang Cheng suddenly solidified, and his fingers suddenly pointed at the three-headed Bat King that was charging towards him. A white light flashed at his finger, and an extremely thin ray of light shot out. The speed of light was so fast that it was somewhat terrifying. Wherever it passed, the space vibrated. A dark mark was left in the blue sky, which looked extremely dazzling. With a sneer, the heads of the three-headed Bat King almost all exploded at this moment, and his huge body turned into powder in the air and disappeared without a trace. Phew! The masked man also spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, then fell to the ground with an embarrassed look on his face. Chapter 29. An Ant Trying to Shake a Tree. Please read and subscribe. The masked man was trembling all over, his eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed as if he could spit out flames at any time. It goes without saying how precious the pseudo-divine beast is. Now, he was actually stabbed to death by a finger of the Chinese man in front of him. No matter who it is, I am afraid that no one would be willing to believe that this is true. Rage filled his heart, and the masked man immediately ordered the remaining people to attack Jiang Cheng, regardless of life or death. After hearing this, the others also summoned their own pets and attacked Jiang Cheng, with each pet using all its strength. However, in Jiang Cheng's eyes, no matter how sharp the opponent's attack was, it was just like an ant trying to shake a tree. Just by stepping lightly on the ground with his right foot, the land in the 100-meter area centered on Jiang Cheng began to tremble wildly, and cracks appeared on a large scale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and exploded inch by inch. Under the surging energy, all the spirit pets that attacked Jiang Cheng turned into a pool of blood and died. Even the summoners were injured to varying degrees. So strong. Who are you? One of the summoners covered his chest and looked at Jiang Cheng in horror. Could it be that as soon as they came to China, they encountered a strong man from China? Are you so unlucky? I'm just an ordinary student. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. We haven't lost yet, another summoner roared, stood up with a somersault, and quickly formed seals with his hands. A titan python attacked directly from behind, wrapped around Jiang Cheng's body, and began to shrink madly. See here. The few people who were still alive burst into laughter. The Chinese are so stupid that they want to use their bodies to deal with their spirit pets. They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. There is a Chinese saying that goes, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. After we kill him, we will make sure the Chinese people remember our names. That's right, the Chinese are really arrogant. They actually resisted with their bodies. I'm afraid they have never died. But the next second, they couldn't laugh anymore. The pseudo-divine beast, the Titanoboa, suddenly stopped shrinking its body, and its iron-hard scales began to show signs of cracking. This made all the summoners in the United States look stunned. The Titanoboa's body exploded instantly, but the human slowly appeared. Not only was his body not torn into pieces by the Titanoboa, but he was also unable to withstand the tremendous energy and eventually exploded and died. How is this possible? The summoner shouted in surprise. This was the pseudo-divine beast, the Titan Python, that he was most proud of. Even beasts of the same level could not escape death in front of it, but today it was killed by a child. Haha, it's just a python. I'll let you see the dragon left by our Chinese ancestors. After saying that, Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers without any hesitation. Snapped. With the snap of fingers, a piercing dragon roar resounded throughout the mountains. I saw a figure flashing in the clouds, like a dragon but not a dragon, like a snake but not a snake. It was the dark dragon that was infinitely close to a divine beast. The dragon has a huge body, which can be several meters long, with full muscles, as if it contains endless power. Its scales covered the dragon's body, and each scale shone with a mysterious light that made people dare not look closely. The dragon soaring in the clouds has a nimble body, and its wings vibrate at an extremely fast frequency, like a flash of lightning across the sky. The dragon directly swallowed the man who had previously summoned the Titan Python into its stomach, and then swung its tail behind it, breaking all the trees within 100 meters in half. Seeing this, the masked man and others were so scared that they wet their diapers. Now, there is only one word in their hearts, that is, run. Bang bang bang. Summoners reacted one by one, quickly forming seals with their hands, and their positions suddenly exploded into mist and disappeared without a trace. Can you run away? Jiang Cheng asked with a faint smile. These ignorant foreigners. I saw him slowly raise his right hand, making a tiger claw gesture. In an instant, a figure flew quickly from a distance, automatically came into his palm, and was strangled by the neck. The rest of the summoners instantly exploded in a blood mist and died beyond all possibility of death. They didn't even know how they died. Let me go, please. The summoner who was strangled by Jiang Cheng begged for mercy. Why did you come to China? Jiang Cheng asked. The masked man did not dare to hide anything and immediately told everyone their plan to come to China. The general meaning is that they want to find the location of the reversal immortal emperor and report it to the Hulk, who is ranked 3rd on the power list, hoping that the Hulk can kill the reversal immortal emperor. If that happens, there will no longer be anyone strong enough in China to fight them to the end. At that time, they, the United States, will join forces with others to divide the Chinese territory. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng snorted coldly, and as he suddenly exerted force with his right hand, the masked man died on the spot. He didn't even know before he died that the Jiang Cheng in front of him was the reversal immortal emperor they had been looking for. Jiang Cheng threw the corpse on the ground, sat on the dragon's head, and disappeared. It seemed that this kind of thing would happen frequently in the future. As for those national affairs, they are left to the management department. The reason why he came here was because the village not far away was Jiang Cheng's home. If they were allowed to get what they wanted, the consequences would be disastrous. Back home, it was already 6 o'clock the next morning. At this moment, Dad Jiang was sitting on the sofa, watching the TV, humming a tune, his slippers swinging on his toes. Old Jiang, why aren't you in a hurry at all? He's your own son. In the kitchen, Jiang Che's mother was cooking in an apron, waving the machete in her hand constantly, and the ribs on the chopping board were also chopped into small, even pieces. You two? Father Jiang spat out the melon seed shells, drank a sip of the brewed tea, and hummed comfortably. I heard that my son is also a summoner. Otherwise, why would there be an extra amount of money in our bank card? Since the release of the Divine Beast Evolution Journey app, everyone's information has basically become transparent, so the management department has also investigated everyone's family situation. For someone like Jiang Cheng, as long as he has a top-level spiritual beast, his family will receive a considerable amount of funds every month. If they reach the level of pseudo-divine beasts, the resources they will receive will be unimaginable. The country will even directly buy them a villa in the city, so that they can meet their own children conveniently. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng walked in from outside. Old Jiang, go quickly, your son is back. At this moment, Jiang's mother, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the noise. She immediately put down the kitchen knife in her hand and called Jiang Cheng's father to go and welcome the hero of the family. Chapter 30. Father Jiang knows his identity. In the room, when Jiang's father heard the noise, he immediately stood up from the sofa, walked quickly outside, and saw his son who had not returned for several months, and immediately came to Jiang Cheng. Smelly boy, you're finally back. Dad, Mom, are you all right? Jiang Cheng looked at the two people in front of him with a longing smile on his face. Your mother and I are doing fine. I was watching TV recently and heard that the world has reversed. Everyone who has played the game, Divine Beast Evolution Journey, can summon their own pet. Son, you are also a summoner, right? Jiang Cheng nodded without hiding anything, followed Jiang's father and mother into the room, and then carried out the Emperor Beast, who was reluctant to go back. The Emperor Beast seemed to know that the two people in front of him were his master's parents. He lay in their arms very familiarly and rubbed his little head against the palms of Jiang's father and mother. Jiang's mother was almost overwhelmed by the cuteness. She hugged the Emperor Beast and said, Son, this spiritual pet is so cute. This spirit pet is called Emperor Beast, and it was hatched from a spirit beast egg. Hearing this, Jiang's father couldn't help but ask, Son, are you guys on vacation? Why did you come back so suddenly without even saying hello? I haven't had my holiday yet, but I happened to be nearby, so I came back early. I just happened to have something to give you guys. Father Jiang looked at his son with some confusion. Before he could ask anything, he saw Jiang Cheng take out 2 rings from his pocket, one black and one blue. The rings are full of ancient atmosphere, and the sparkling gems are enough to show that these 2 rings are of great value, even the only ones in the world. Jiang Cheng then introduced, these 2 rings are similar to space rings. You can put what you want in them. When you need it, you only need a thought. Besides, Jiang Cheng waved his right hand, and 2 palm-sized top-level mythical beasts quietly appeared here, namely the flame dragon and phoenix and the gilded fairy deer. These 2 pets are both top-level divine beasts and are unique in the entire game. Dad, Mom, these 2 flaming dragons and phoenixes and the gilded fairy deer are now in your hands. If there is any danger, they will help you resolve it, but the premise is that you must not expose yourself to others. The preciousness of mythical beasts is extraordinary. My parents are ordinary people. If this news were known to people with bad intentions, the two elders would probably be in danger. Father Jiang frowned, looking at the flame dragon and phoenix and the gilded immortal deer in front of him, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Although your father has never played this game, I have heard of the names of flame dragon and phoenix and gilded immortal deer. If my guess is correct, these two spirit pets should be top-level divine beasts. Jiang Cheng immediately raised his head and looked at his father. He didn't expect that he knew so much. Father Jiang shrugged, lit a cigarette and took a deep puff, then continued, "The immortal emperor of reversal. Is that you, Dad?" Looking at his father's sharp eyes, Jiang Cheng realized that his identity had been exposed, so he didn't hide it any longer. Jiang Cheng said bitterly, "Yes, because of my special identity, and because you and my mother are ordinary people, it would not be a good thing for you if I reveal my identity." Harmful. Father Jiang patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder and said righteously, "Son, your mother and I are already satisfied. We are happier than anyone else to see you become number one in the world. We will accept these two flaming dragons and phoenixes and the gilded fairy deer. We also promise you that we will not reveal your identity, and we will not show the existence of divine beasts in front of ordinary people." Jiang Cheng exhaled a breath of hot air, thought for a while, and took out two top-level spirit beasts from the Ziwei ancient ring. If he had top-level spirit beasts, he would not have to worry about the divine beast being suddenly exposed. "Dad, you can release these two spirit beasts at will, because they are of ordinary level. As long as you don't show off deliberately, no one will miss them. Okay, let your mother cook something quickly, and we'll have a good drink today." Dad Jiang laughed happily. He even thought that being able to become the father of the reversal immortal emperor was a blessing from his cultivation in his previous life. Jiang's mother quickly agreed, returned the beast in her arms to Jiang Cheng, and hurried to the kitchen to get busy. After 3 rounds of drinking, Jiang Cheng also decided to return to Guangming University. Before leaving, he did not forget to give his father a few words of advice. Then he rode on a flying pet and flew towards Guangming University. Mother Jiang looked at her son's receding back, her nose aching a little, and she said with tears in her eyes, "My son's responsibilities are getting bigger and bigger. Return to college." When Wang Hao learned that Brother Jiang had returned, he hurried over and asked, "Brother Jiang, where did you go last night? Why can't I find you? You don't answer the phone or reply to WeChat messages?" "I went back to my hometown. What's the matter?" Jiang Cheng took out a bottle of drink from the small refrigerator, gulped down a few big gulps, then turned around and asked, "You went back to your hometown?" Wang Hao twitched his lips and said, "Last night, a runaway spirit pet suddenly appeared in the school next door. It not only killed its master, but also implicated more than a dozen summoners." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's expression also changed. The spirit beast is going berserk? This is absolutely impossible. Once a spirit pet is bound to its host, it will never betray it and will go through fire and water for the host. It will never have the thought of betrayal. Yeah, I was also wondering why the spirit pet went berserk for no reason. It not only ate its own master, but also ate several passing students. The management department takes this very seriously and has arranged for Lu Yao to investigate. Wang Hao expressed his confusion. Jiang Cheng remained silent. He had never heard of such a thing. Where's the pet? After the master was killed, the spirit pet automatically dissipated without leaving any trace. Originally, they did not think that the spirit pet would suddenly go berserk, but after seeing it eat its master and then turn into ashes, they finally realized that the spirit pet was not absolutely obedient. "Let's wait for official news," Jiang Cheng said indifferently. His pets have the imprint of his soul left in their bodies. If they have any improper thoughts or want to eat people and kill people, he will kill them without hesitation. We must never allow a spiritual beast that threatens our family to exist in this world. However, in the game, there is indeed something that can cause spirit pets to riot. It was a herb that spirit beasts love to eat. Once eaten, they would awaken violent power, which would not only improve their strength but also evolve the spirit beast's body. However, it is often accompanied by great danger and may backfire if you are not careful. Chapter 31. Crisis of Purple Lotus Grass. The management department also attaches great importance to this. You know, this matter has involved national affairs. If all the spirit pets rioted, there would be a real sea of blood and corpses. Minister Li immediately ordered the news to be blocked and launched a full investigation in order to find useful information about the sudden rampage of the spirit beast. Lu Yao was also extremely distressed by this. She went to watch the surveillance video, but no matter how hard she looked, she could not find any clues, as if the pet had gone crazy for no reason. For a moment, Lu Yao didn't know why this happened. At this moment, Lu Yao suddenly heard a rapid breathing sound in her earphones. Captain, it's bad. 2 more pets have gone crazy. Not only did they eat their masters, they also killed a lot of people. What? Hearing this, Lu Yao's face tensed up instantly, and she hurriedly said, seal off the scene immediately. Remember, don't leak the news, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. This matter was too strange, so Lu Yao could only order the scene to be blocked immediately and all the people who knew about it to be brought back. Once the news spreads, it will be a disaster for the entire China, and may even cause strong dissatisfaction among ordinary people towards the summoner. Jiang Cheng looked at the video that Li Nan had sent him on his phone and frowned slightly. If it was really as he thought, then the spirit pet that had gone berserk before must have swallowed that herb. Wang Hao, go help me find out if there is this herb at the scene of the incident. Jiang Cheng took out a very bright purple herb from the Ziwei ancient ring and handed it to Wang Hao. Wang Hao also saw this kind of herb for the first time, and he couldn't help but become curious. Brother Jiang, what are you looking for this herb for? Can it be used to improve the level of your pet? Just go find it, but remember not to let the pet devour you. Wang Hao looked at Brother Jiang, whose expression was indifferent, and nodded immediately, then took Guo Xinyu to the crime scene at the university next door. When everyone in the dormitory had left, Jiang Cheng sat on a chair and closed his eyes. Under Jiang Cheng's control, the vast mental power expanded to the entire Jiang Cheng. Under his mental control, no matter whether it was a flower or a blade of grass, it would be difficult to escape his detection. Sure enough, many herbs that could make spirit pets go berserk were found in the university next door. In other words, the reason why those spirit pets went berserk was all because they took this herb. The name of this medicine is purple lingxiao. It is extremely rare in the journey of evolution of divine beasts and can only be found in high-level secret realms. Purple water caltrops reproduce as quickly as possible. If they cannot be controlled, they will grow in every corner of the blue planet and even in the oceans. In addition, purple water caltrop is of no use, so players hardly take it seriously and even treat it as just an ordinary weed. Jiang Cheng vaguely remembered that his own spirit pet had become extremely violent after accidentally eating purple lotus grass. It even attacked other spirit pets for no reason and was eventually beaten to death by other spirit pets. This is the impression. Little did we know that there is such a thing as purple water lily in the world today. About 10 minutes or so, Wang Hao called and said that there were many identical purple water lilies in the university next door. Brother Jiang, what should we do next? Give the purple ling grass to Lu Yao, and you can come back. Jiang Cheng retracted his outward spiritual power and reminded her casually, remember, don't tell her that we found it. You just need to tell her that there is something wrong with this purple lotus grass. Okay, Jiang, I understand. Wang Hao agreed and hung up the phone immediately. As expected, after Lu Yao discovered the purple water caltrop, she also thought of the function of this purple water caltrop. Regardless of the opposition of others, she immediately ordered a complete blockade and forbade anyone to approach the purple water caltrop. Magic City, the headquarters of the management department. Minister, we received news that last night, at some point, something called purple water lily grew in the academy's garden, and those spirit pets went berserk after devouring the purple water lily. An image of purple water caltrop popped up on the big screen and was perfectly compared to the purple water caltrop in the game, from which one could conclude that it was the purple water caltrop that caused the pet to go berserk. I see. Minister Li narrowed his eyes and said with a frozen expression, I didn't expect there is such a thing. Xiaowang, notify Ms. Lu Yao immediately and make sure to protect the purple water lily grass. Don't let anyone get close to it to avoid hurting innocent people. Yes, sir. With the management department's intervention, all the purple water lily grass that can cause spirit pets to go berserk will soon be destroyed, and the message will be announced throughout the entire network, reminding people to eradicate the purple water lily grass immediately when they see it, and not to leave any roots to prevent it from growing again in the future. When the heads of various regions learned of this, they formed teams to conduct a carpet search and would not let go of a single living purple water lily. This farce officially ended. Minister Li expressed his deep gratitude for this. Out of humanitarianism, Minister Li talked with leaders of various countries and told them about restraining purple rhododendron. Leaders of various countries were also very grateful for this, and it was obvious that they had also experienced such suffering. It was just a little bit and Blue Star would be destroyed by this grass. Brother Jiang, how do you know that purple water lily grass will have an effect on spirit pets? Li Nan couldn't help but ask. I once found one in a secret realm. I thought it looked pretty, so I planted it in the back garden. But I never expected that the purple water lily would grow in profusion overnight. emitting an alluring smell that attracted spirit pets to eat it. After being eaten, most spiritual pets have two options. First, the spirit pet gains tremendous energy and impacts the level. Second, they cannot withstand the impact of the energy and become extremely violent. We commonly call it a riot. Not only will they hurt their masters, they will also kill all living creatures they see. Hearing this, several people took a deep breath. No wonder the management department was so shocked. It turned out that the effect of this purple water caltrip was so huge. Fortunately, they found purple water caltrip in advance. Otherwise, who knows how many people would take this thing? Those dead students? As long as the other party joins the management department, the state will distribute blood money. The contract clearly states that as long as you join the management department, you will receive a considerable amount of money even if you die. If you don't join, you can only receive some money every month, and the rest of the benefits are almost nothing. After all, those things were not blown by the wind, so it is naturally impossible to give them to people who are not our own. Chapter 32: How important it is to have a buddy who is a teacher. The divine weapon list will be revealed in 3 days. The top 10 will be rewarded with 2 top-level magic weapons. The top 100 will be rewarded with a magic weapon. The first 10,000 will be rewarded with low-level magic tools. At this moment, the distant voice sounded again. Several people who were still drinking and chatting also heard the sound in the sky and touched their noses at the same time. Divine weapon? What is that? The magic weapon may be unfamiliar to others, but to Jiang Cheng, it is extremely familiar. Most of the equipment in the game is for pets, so naturally there will also be weapons to equip the characters. Among them, the magic weapon is the most powerful weapon. They are ordinary weapons, spiritual weapons, magic weapons, divine weapons, pseudo-divine weapons, magic weapons, and peerless magic weapons. Each weapon is divided into 4 levels: low quality, medium quality, high quality, and top quality. There is a huge gap between magic weapons and magic treasures. Magical weapons can protect themselves and turn into energy, but divine weapons have their own consciousness, similar to that of sword spirits. The stronger the level, the stronger the spirit that evolves. It is said that the peerless magic weapon can also transform autonomously, which is extremely strange. Brother Jiang, do you have a magic weapon? Wang Hao looked at Jiang Cheng, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and asked. As far as I can remember, there should only be 3 magic weapons in the warehouse. Jiang Cheng tried hard to recall, and vaguely remembered that he seemed to have only 3 magic weapons, and had more than 10 low-level pseudo-magic weapons. But most of the time, he used his spirit pet to fight, and he was like a hands-off boss, not taking care of anything. Hearing that Brother Jiang possessed 3 magical weapons, Wang Hao and his companions were extremely envious. They only remembered that they seemed to have only 1 magic weapon and didn't even have a magical weapon. This also explains why they didn't know what the divine weapon list was after hearing the prompt. Then let's wait and see what Brother Jiang's magic weapon is. Cheers! The 4 of them raised their glasses and drank. After becoming teachers, the 4 of them moved from their original dormitory to a better one. Not only does it have 4 bedrooms and 3 living rooms, it also has an independent bathroom. If you want to eat something every day, the school will personally arrange someone to buy it for you. I'm afraid that in the entire Guangming University, only these few people have such treatment. Who asked for 3 owners of fake beasts to appear in the dormitory all of a sudden? If those people knew that Jiang Cheng was the reversal immortal emperor who was ranked first on the strong list, they would probably arrange for several of them to live in the villa. The treatment of the strong is naturally different. As for Lu Yao, she should be in the villa area in the center of Jiangcheng City now. If she is powerful enough to treat guests, she can even own a villa of her own in the Magic City. However, Lu Yao still cares more about the Jiangcheng area. Besides, this is her home and her parents live here, so she did not go to the Magic City to develop. The next morning, the golden rooster crowed. As usual, Jiang Cheng got dressed and came to the classroom to study. Wang Hao was lecturing at the podium. Seeing Zhang Gu yawning, he walked up to him while lecturing, secretly took out a few still hot buns from his pocket and handed them over. Jiang Cheng smiled without saying anything, took the bun handed to him, and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Wang Hao stood there, using his body to block Jiang Cheng's view. Is it like when you were a kid and you were eating secretly, but you were afraid that the teacher would see you, so you asked your best friend to cover for you? Because the 3 of them were owners of pseudo-divine beasts, instructor Bai Yuling assigned many spirit beast summoners to attend the class. In such a large class, there are at least 100 students attending the class, which is enough to show how precious it is to have a summoner with a pseudo-divine beast. Today's lesson is how to decompose treasures and use the spirit soul to upgrade the level of the spirit pet. As for the spirit essence, they are not qualified to touch it now. Wang Hao knocked on the table and said to the students in the class, "Take a 10-minute break. Come out with me." After listening to this, the students began to discuss their experiences and initially mastered how to decompose spiritual treasures and use spirit essence to increase the original level of spiritual pets. "Come to the lounge." Wang Hao slumped in his chair, saying with a bitter face, "If I had known this would happen, I would have been like you and just let it go. Now, I have to face more than 100 students every day. I am so socially anxious." The teacher's treatment is also very good. Not only can you receive spirits every month, but you can also get a considerable amount of funds, which is enough for you to spend. Jiang Cheng took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "I don't even think highly of them. Besides, I have a foster father. Give me some more spirits. I plan to upgrade my purple flame dragon lion to a mid-level pseudo-divine beast." Wang Hao stretched out his right hand and asked for it shamelessly. Jiang Cheng laughed and scolded, "I only gave it to you for a few days, and you've already used it up?" "Of course." Wang Hao shrugged and replied, "The purple flame dragon lion ate too much. The spirit soul was like cotton candy in its mouth. It ate a lot in one bite and still couldn't be full. When a spiritual pet reaches the level of a pseudo-divine beast, it will need a large amount of spiritual soul to have a chance to upgrade, unless more precious essence is used. Otherwise, if you want to upgrade your level, it will take at least a month or even half a year." Jiang Cheng was not a stingy person. He took out a bottle of soul essence and said, "Here is the soul essence of the purple flame dragon lion. I happen to have some here. I'll give it all to you. It should be able to upgrade to a mid-level pseudo-divine beast. But you still have to be careful. The essence is much more precious than the spirit, and it can even cause people to fight against each other." Wang Hao naturally understood this. "I carefully placed the essence in the storage bag, fearing that it would be bumped or affected, which would affect the quality of the essence. By the way, Brother Jiang, where are those two guys Li Nan and Guasinyu? If they knew you gave me spirit essence, they would beat me to death." "Don't worry about that. I'll give them something else." Jiang Cheng put down the teacup in his hand in a gentle and easygoing manner, then stood up, checked the time and said, "Okay, let's go back to class." "So fast." Wang Hao stroked his forehead gently. "These 10 minutes have been like a joke. Okay, let's go to class first. Brother Jiang, you can rest here. You can go back when you have rested enough. I just need to say hello to the director." Wang Hao picked up the textbook on the table, turned around and left the room without looking back, and closed the door considerately. Jiang Cheng lay down on the sofa and rested. If this had happened in the past, the director would have rushed up and yelled at him if he had dared to do this. However, at this moment, the emperor beast in Jiang Cheng's arms suddenly broke free, jumped onto the windowsill, and made a baby cry towards the downstairs, and kept scratching the window with its little claws, as if something downstairs was attracting it. "What's wrong? Why are you doing this instead of sleeping?" Seeing that the emperor beast was disobedient, Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and walked over. Chapter 33. Licking a dog, licking a dog, licking until there is nothing left. Jiang Cheng walked over with a skeptical attitude, and through the window, he saw two materialized spirit pets staring at each other eagerly in the huge playground. Standing next to the pets are their owners. One is a senior and the other is a freshman. "Junior, if you really want to compete with me, don't say I didn't remind you that my spirit pet is a top-level spirit beast. Your intermediate spirit beast doesn't seem to be of any use." The handsome senior student raised his lips and gently stroked the strange-looking cat beside him. His pet is called Shadow Cat. As the name suggests, shadow cats are not common in the evolution of divine beasts. They also live in dark places and can move freely in the night by using their shadows. It is not easy for players to capture the shadow cat. As long as there is a dark place, this pet can escape or even fight back. The freshman spirit pet is relatively ordinary. It is just a powerful three-headed hellhound. In terms of quality, it is no match for the shadow cat. Not to mention the strength. Zhang Yang stared at the other person fiercely and said, "You beast, my senior sister treated you so well, but I didn't expect you to abandon her cruelly. Are you still a human being?" "Oh," Li Zhendong said with a smile. "A dog licks a dog, and in the end he has nothing. This is a matter between me and her. You are an outsider, so what qualifications do you have to butt in here? Get out of the way if you know what's best for you. Otherwise, I don't mind eating your pet." Li Zhendong showed a look of greed. It was obvious that his spirit pet needed to devour other spirit pets to evolve. He could also be called an evil beast master. Zhang Yang was so angry that he directly controlled the hellhound beside him to launch an attack. He also took advantage of the opponent's relaxation and rushed towards Li Zhendong like a cannonball. Li Zhendong said grimly, "Since you are looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. Shadow Cat, eat this three-headed hellhound." The shadow cat beside him received an order from its owner and saw that its huge body disappeared out of thin air when it touched the shadow. The three-headed hellhound lost its target and could only stand there sniffing the air, hoping to use its nose to find the direction where Shadow Cat was hiding. Li Zhendong grabbed Zhang Yang's neck and threw him to the ground. The entire ground collapsed instantly under the violent impact, and a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out of Zhang Yang's mouth. "You are just a level 25 trash. What qualifications do you have to challenge a level 43 warrior like me?" Zhang Yang, if it weren't for the management department's clear regulations prohibiting the indiscriminate killing of innocent people, I would have trampled you to death long ago. But because of your recklessness, I will accept this three-headed hellhound. Ah! Following a shrill scream, Zhang Yang turned around in panic, only to see that the three-headed hellhound's body was torn in half by its sharp claws. Before Zhang Yang could retract it, it was swallowed by the shadow cat. Along with the death of the pet, the owner will also suffer backlash. Zhang Yang only felt a sweetness in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. He stared at me with his copper bell-like eyes unwillingly and roared, "I will kill you!" He only had this one pet, and now that it had been killed, it meant that from now on he was no longer a summoner. Zhang Yang, who has become an ordinary person, had dull eyes and was unable to accept this fact. He knelt on the ground, crying miserably. The world today is no longer the same as it used to be. The strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. Only those with strong strength have a chance to survive. Zhang Yang is such a conceited person that he challenges a senior who is several levels higher than him just for a woman who has nothing to do with him. There is only one final outcome, which is that you will never be able to become a summoner. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Looking closely, it was a woman wearing a dress and heavy makeup. When Zhang Yang saw this woman, his eyes were full of light. He wanted to speak, but found that the other party ignored him and ran straight towards Li Zhendong's position. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" The woman checked Li Zhendong's condition with a worried look on her face. After making sure that he was fine, she finally felt relieved. But soon, the woman turned around, pointed at Zhang Yang, who was kneeling on the ground and had no hope in life, and cursed, "Zhang Yang, who do you think you are? I can handle my own problems. When is it your turn to interfere?" "Nana, no, I just want to teach this scumbag a lesson. I just want to give you some protection." Seeing that his goddess was angry, Zhang Yang immediately crawled over and even said that he had forgotten the fact that his pet, the three-headed hellhound, had been killed. He only hoped to admit his mistake in exchange for the goddess' forgiveness. The woman who called herself Nana glanced at Zhang Yang with some disgust, kicked him on the shoulder, and said coldly, "Disgusting thing, get out of here. Don't come near me." Zhang Yang was disheartened and laughed out loud in self-mockery. "Ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that I, Zhang Yang, have been chasing you for so many years, but I couldn't win your true heart, Li Na, you bitch." When Li Na heard the other person scolding her, she walked over and slapped Zhang Yang on the face, angrily saying, "You are a waste without a spirit pet. How dare you talk to me like that?" Indeed, without a spirit pet, Zhang Yang would be useless. Not only did he lose all his strength, but even the annual subsidy from the state would disappear. Because of a woman, his life completely collapsed. No matter who it is, it would be hard to accept this. Li Zhendong snorted coldly and directly hugged Li Na's thin waist that was less than 3 feet long in front of Zhang Yang, and said with a grin, "This is the woman you want. In front of me, she is just a kitten." Zhang Yang was heartbroken after being insulted. More and more people gathered around to watch the fun, but no one stepped forward to speak up for him. To them, Zhang Yang was just asking for trouble. Jiang Cheng also came to the square with the Emperor Beast in his arms, and had no interest in this matter. Zhang Yang was disheartened. He silently pulled out a dagger from his arms and stabbed Li Zhendong in front of him. However, how could an ordinary person be a match for the summoner? Li Zhendong just kicked out, and Zhang Yang's body hit the ground like a cannonball, with blood spurting out. Li Zhendong was completely angry. He was determined to get rid of Zhang Yang today no matter what. Otherwise, people would think that he, Li Zhendong, was a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. Chapter 34 Necklace. Li Zhendong walked towards Zhang Yang's position and stabbed Zhang Yang's neck with his right hand like a hook. However, just as he was about to cripple the other party, the Emperor Beast in Jiang Cheng's arms jumped out directly and a piercing dragon roar and tiger roar came out of its mouth. Li Zhendong was a little dazed by the harsh sound. He staggered back 2 steps, his eyes full of shock at the emperor beast. What kind of spiritual pet is this? It's so cute. Li Na's eyes lit up, and she hurried forward to hug the emperor beast, but she was frightened by the emperor beast's cold eyes. Seeing that this little creature was so cute, and there was a faint golden glow on its body, Li Zhendong couldn't help but reveal a greedy look. But perhaps because there were so many people here, Li Zhendong did not attack Jiang Cheng, but instead cursed him. "Where did you come from, dog? Get out of here, or I will devour your pet as well." Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you talking to me?" "I'm not talking to you, but how can I talk to a camel? Which class are you from? Get out of here, or I'll beat you up too." Snapped. A crisp sound. A crisp and pleasant slapping sound instantly rang out, and Li Zhendong's weak body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall without any warning. "Do you remember it this time?" Jiang Cheng asked back. Li Zhendong's face had already become red and swollen, 2 of his teeth had fallen out, and blood was flowing out from the corners of his mouth. He looked extremely terrifying. Li Zhendong was also a little confused at this time. He covered his red and swollen cheeks and couldn't believe that someone dared to hit him. You know, his spirit pet is already at the top level of a spirit beast, and is only 1 step away from breaking through to become a pseudo-divine beast. He is also an influential and powerful figure in Guangming University. He has always been the one to beat others, and no one has dared to beat him. "Who are you?" "My name is Jiang Cheng, and I'm a junior. If you don't agree, just go ahead and fight me." The corner of Li Zhendong's mouth twitched, and the veins on his clenched right hand bulged. He threw Li Na out of his arms and controlled the shadow cat behind him to rush towards the direction of the emperor beast. However, just when everyone thought that shadow cat would eat the emperor beast, something unexpected happened, shocking everyone completely. It was seen that shadow cat did not tear the body of the emperor beast apart as imagined, but crawled in front of the emperor beast like a pet, with eyes full of respect for the emperor beast in front of it. Jiang Cheng's emperor beast is the overlord of spirit pets. Even though its strength is only that of a top-level spirit beast, the energy it releases can even be compared with ordinary beasts, and the cultivation of the spirit pets following it will be greatly improved. Therefore, the emperor beast becomes the auspicious beast in the eyes of all spiritual pets. "Shadow cat, kill him for me, kill him for me." Seeing that his pet did not move, Li Zhendong suddenly became furious. He kicked Shadow Cat's thighs twice, his eyes filled with anger. Shadow Cat was also enraged. Regardless of whether the other party was his master or not, he turned around and let out a deafening roar at Li Zhendong. Li Zhendong suddenly felt dizzy due to the deafening sonic boom and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. Jiang Cheng picked up the Emperor Beast and was about to leave, but he saw the Emperor Beast jump out again and stand on Zhang Yang's body. Its little hands kept patting the pendant hanging on Zhang Yang's chest. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but squat down. Through the gap, he vaguely saw a blue necklace hanging on Zhang Yang's chest. It seems that there is nothing special about it, but it can make the Emperor Beast care so much about it. Obviously, this necklace is not an ordinary thing. "Classmate, can you show me the necklace on your neck?" Zhang Yang was stunned instinctively, but still obediently took off the necklace from his neck and handed it over. This gemstone necklace is like the shining stars in the vast universe. Its design is exquisite, and each gemstone is a unique work of art, which gives people infinite imagination and ultimate beauty. The deep sapphire necklace releases a unique charm, adding a touch of mystery and nobility to the wearer. "Where did you get this necklace?" Jiang Cheng asked curiously. I accidentally found it in the intermediate secret realm. It looked pretty, so I brought it back. I wanted to give it to my senior, but I didn't expect." At this point, Zhang Yang's eyes turned red and he bit his lips hard. The anger in his heart made him clench his fists. He never expected that his most beloved woman had always treated him as a tool. Jiang Cheng realized that this necklace was not as simple as he had imagined. From the appearance of the Emperor Beast, it was not difficult to tell that this necklace should be a treasure in the secret realm, which happened to be picked up by Zhang Yang. "How about we make a deal?" "What deal?" Zhang Yang said bitterly. He is now a useless person. No matter what kind of deal it is meaningless to him. Now he has to study hard, find a good job after graduation, and spend his life in a daze. "I will give you a top-level spiritual pet, but you need to give me this necklace. How about that?" After hearing these words, all the students in the field were stunned. Transfer the pet. Is this guy crazy? You know, every summoner has to work hard for 2 years to get a few spirit pets. Some people even only raise one spirit pet for convenience. In today's real world, spiritual pets have become a luxury item, and some wealthy people are even willing to spend hundreds of millions of yuan to get a spiritual beast. Unless they are the guys in the top 100 of the list, who would be willing to give a top-level pet to an unrelated person? That's not a sign of illness. Zhang Yang also thought Jiang Cheng was joking and didn't take it seriously. He shook his head in disappointment and said, "Thank you for saving me just now. This necklace is a thank you." Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Yang's dejected back, nodded and smiled. Then he moved his fingers slightly, and a top-level spiritual pet quietly appeared in front of Zhang Yang. Both are top-level three-headed hellhounds, but it is obvious that the hellhound summoned by Jiang Cheng is more terrifying, with violent fire energy all over its body. It is really a top-level spiritual pet, three-headed hellhound, and judging by its quality, it is about to break through to the pseudo-divine beast level. Yeah, it's just a broken necklace, but it's actually worth a top-level three-headed hellhound. It's really a waste of resources. Boss, I also have a necklace. Can you give me a top-level spiritual pet as well? The noisy sounds rose and fell, and there was a commotion among the crowd. Some people even took out all the necklaces they had on them, but the Emperor Beast didn't even want to take a look at these things. Chapter 35. The Emperor Beast about to evolve. Zhang Yang looked at the three-headed hellhound in front of him with a horrified expression and immediately asked, "Are you really going to give me this spiritual pet? Am I dreaming?" Jiang Cheng smiled and did not rush to answer Zhang Yang's question. Instead, he directly extracted a drop of blood from his forehead and merged it into Zhang Yang's mind. With the fusion of the spirit pet's essence and blood, Zhang Yang easily felt a warm current in his body. In other words, he has now become a summoner again. Zhang Yang cried with joy and knelt down in front of Jiang Cheng in front of everyone, saying loudly, "Thank you, thank you. I will never forget your kindness in my life." Okay, go back. It's best not to touch women who don't like you in the future, otherwise you will be used as a gun by others again. Jiang Cheng helped Zhang Yang up from his kneeling position, and then took the Emperor Beast and the necklace back to the dormitory, ready to study carefully what this necklace was that could arouse the Emperor Beast's curiosity. Just returned to the dormitory. Jiang Cheng was surprised to find that the Emperor Beast actually swallowed the necklace right in front of him. "Why did you eat it directly? I haven't found out what it is yet." Jiang Cheng was a little confused. It stands to reason that the Emperor Beast will never eat without permission. It will only take in souls or essences with its own permission, and rarely takes things on its own. This performance is indeed a bit unreasonable. Jiang Cheng sat on the chair, picked up the body of the Emperor Beast, and looked it up and down. The belly is round and smooth, and it doesn't look like there is anything wrong with it at all. However, at this moment, the body of the Emperor Beast suddenly flashed with extremely dazzling golden light, and the surging energy continued to spread out in all directions like a raging wave, and the air became distorted wherever it passed. The scorching temperature spread around the Emperor Beast's body. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng's level had reached 999, so he didn't care about the heat around the Emperor Beast's body. However, what made Jiang Cheng more curious was why the body of the Emperor Beast could burst out with such a scorching temperature. Even a level 300 game player might find it difficult to bear it. As long as he touched it, he would be instantly turned into powder. The Emperor Beast blinked its bright eyes, as if it didn't feel any discomfort in its body. Instead, it jumped onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder and gave him a loving hug. "Little guy, why did you eat that necklace? Could it be able to increase your level?" The Emperor Beast nodded. Although he did not speak, he was in tune with his master Jiang Cheng and told him that the necklace contained extremely powerful energy. The reason for swallowing it is to break through the realm of pseudo-divine beast. Now the Emperor Beast has been stuck at the top level of Spirit Beast for more than half a year. No matter how many rare treasures it has devoured during this period, it is of no avail. Even Jiang Cheng thought that the Emperor Beast's final level would be a top-level Spirit Beast. But I never thought that I guessed wrong. The Emperor Beast yawned, tremendous energy running wildly through its body, and it needed to fall into a deep sleep as quickly as possible to absorb it all. Then, the Emperor Beast stretched out its tongue and licked Jiang Cheng's cheek, and its small and exquisite body turned into a ball of golden light and merged into Jiang Cheng's body. Jiang Cheng smiled brightly and said, "This guy, he eats when he's full and sleeps when he's full. But if you can break through the pseudo-divine beast, it is a blessing." That night, after finishing the course, Wang Hao and the other two returned to the dormitory, holding the newly bought skewers and roast chicken in their hands. They said with a smile, "Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so generous and just give Zhang Yang a top-level spiritual pet. You guys know that too? Now, not only us, but even the entire Guangming University knows about it. Li Nan put down the skewers in his hand and said seriously, this matter can be said to be good or bad. I just don't understand why you, Brother Jiang, would give it to an irrelevant top-level spiritual beast? Wang Hao and Guosinyu raised their heads and frowned at the same time. They also had no idea what was wrong with Brother Jiang, why he chose to give a spirit pet to a person who had no relatives or friends and whom he had never even met. As a result, students at Guangming University are also dissatisfied with this, and some have even begun to make sarcastic remarks. They think that giving a spirit pet to a useless person is a waste of resources, and it would be better to give it to those in need. Jiang Cheng doesn't care about other people's gossip. He just needs to do his own thing. As for what those people say, what does it have to do with him? Besides, why should he give the top three-headed hellhound to Zhang Yang? When would it be their turn to whisper there? When they learned that the necklace could increase the level of their spirit pets, the three of them were shocked at the same time. They didn't expect that Zhang Yang could actually find such a good thing. It's a pity that he didn't know how precious this necklace was. Otherwise, even if he brought a fake mythical beast, Zhang Yang would probably not even look down on it. Wang Hao took a sip of wine and said with a firm expression, it seems that there is nothing wrong with what Brother Jiang did. Even if we don't take the necklace, the spiritual power in our bodies will dissipate and eventually turn into dust and disappear. Once a summoner loses all his pets, the spiritual power in his body will leak out. Once there is no spiritual power left in his body, the summoner's treasures in the game will disappear. Even the rare treasures obtained in the secret realm will disappear along with their owner. This is also one of the reasons why Zhang Yang was so miserable after becoming an ordinary person. But Li Zhendong is not easy to deal with. His brother is said to be a powerful person who possesses a top-level pseudo-divine beast. He is currently working for the National Management Department. If he knew about this, I'm afraid he would. What are you afraid of? Wang Hao slammed the table and said, have you forgotten that Brother Jiang is the reversal immortal emperor ranked first on the strong list? All he needs to do is move his fingers, and all the summoners on the entire blue star will die. The owner of a top-level pseudo-divine beast is just like an ant trying to shake a tree. Li Nan nodded after hearing this. Well said. Brother Jiang is a powerful figure who can defeat the immortal emperor and is unrivaled in the entire blue star. As long as he wants, not to mention Li Zhendong's brother, even his grandfather who had died many years ago can be reduced to ashes. Since the global reversal, many students have become arrogant and domineering, and the management has gone to great lengths to suppress them. It is clearly stipulated that summoners can compete with each other, but they must never destroy each other. The main reason why Li Zhendong dared to cripple Zhang Yang in public was because of his brother. With his brother's relationship, even if the management department knew about it, they wouldn't say anything. No one would offend the owner of a top-level pseudo-divine beast because of a small intermediate spiritual pet. Chapter 36. Impersonating the Reversal Immortal Emperor. Guangming University, in the senior dormitory. Li Zhendong's eyes were red as he thought back on what happened today. Not only did his image as a senior student that he had worked so hard to maintain completely shatter, but even the women who liked him left him. Endless anger rushed into his heart. Li Zhendong smashed the table in front of him with one punch and said coldly, Jiang Cheng, right? Wait, when my brother comes, I will make you pay the price. 3 days passed in a flash. A dark and powerful voice echoed slowly in the sky. The divine weapon list is present. The top 10 will be rewarded with 2 top-level magic weapons. The top 100 will be rewarded with a magic weapon. The first 10,000 will be rewarded with low-level magic tools. As soon as he finished speaking, the ranking of the power list stone tablet that originally stood above the sky suddenly changed its form. The ranking of the divine weapons list appeared on the corresponding side of the power list stone tablet. The first one is undoubtedly the strongest reversal immortal emperor in the world, who possesses a peerless magic weapon called the Dragon God Demon Sword. The summoners of Blue Star were dumbfounded and began to speculate how terrifying the power of this peerless magic weapon was. Back in the game, a top-level divine beast boss appeared. I remember that day clearly. The reversal of the immortal emperor was achieved by using this peerless divine weapon. I saw it too. This peerless divine weapon is extremely powerful. The top divine beast is like a piece of paper in front of it. The reversal immortal emperor only used one sword to cut off the opponent's head. Yes, it's too scary. If the immortal emperor reversal used his peerless magic weapon in the current world, I'm afraid he could split the entire blue planet in half with one sword. There was a commotion among the crowd. Everyone has a different opinion on this matter. Some people say that the immortal emperor of reversal is an NPC in the game. Some people say that the reversal immortal emperor is just a random fictional character. If he really exists, why hasn't he appeared for so long? Is he afraid that his identity will be exposed? Management Department. Minister Li lit a cigarette and said with a strange expression, "So far, we have not found any clues about reversing the immortal emperor. Now that the divine weapon list has been published, what do you think we should do?" At this time, Jiang Cheng, who was wearing a military uniform, replied, "Minister, we can announce to the public that the reversal immortal emperor has been found, and announce that he has successfully joined the management department and become a strong man in our China. If the reversal immortal emperor knew that his identity had been replaced, he would definitely come out to prove his identity. If he doesn't mind this method, we can also use the fake name to oppress summoners from other countries to prevent those guys from eyeing us covetously." After hearing Jiang Cheng's suggestion, Minister Li fell into silence, and he was also wondering whether there would be any disadvantages to doing so. It would not be a wise choice to indirectly offend the reversal immortal emperor. Seeing that the minister had some concerns, Jiang Cheng's next words were like a reassurance, firmly calming Minister Li's emotions at the moment. "Minister, don't forget that Ms. Lu Yao and Li Haoyang, who loves to eat animal milk, are still here with us. If the reversal immortal emperor is really unhappy about this, he won't kill us, will he?" Minister Li turned around and said seriously, "What you said makes some sense, but I hope to get the consent of Lu Yao and Li Haoyang on this matter." Sometimes, Minister Li understands the seriousness of the matter better than anyone else. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no one wants to rashly offend the reversal immortal emperor who is number one in the entire server. Jiang Cheng quickly contacted Lu Yao and Li Haoyang. In the video, both of them were busy with local documents. When they saw that the call was from Minister Li, they immediately saluted. "Minister Li." "Yes." Minister Li nodded with satisfaction and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I called you today because I have something to ask you. I hope you can agree to it." "Please go ahead." Minister Li told the two of them what he was thinking. After learning about this, Li Haoyang did not rush to agree, but looked at his master's wife Lu Yao. "As a disciple, I naturally could not agree to it without the consent of my master's wife. Otherwise, it would be considered as treason." After a moment of silence, Lu Yao said, "Okay, but if I can really find him, I also really want to meet him." At this moment, Lu Yao missed the immortal emperor reversal so much that she was willing to wait even if he was just a child. No matter whether he was ugly or handsome, now that he had given her this life, she would repay him with a real life. Seeing that Ms. Lu Yao agreed, Minister Li also promised not to do anything to insult the reversal immortal emperor, let alone slander the other party. Lu Yao gently stroked the small, colorful fire phoenix in her hand, with a touch of longing in her eyes. "If you were still here, you should have known me. Where are you?" That night, the news of the reversal of the immortal emperor quickly topped the charts of all major platforms, and countless people were shocked after learning about this. Even Wang Hao stood there for a long time, until he reacted and looked at Brother Jiang, who was still playing games. "Brother Jiang, you are famous now. What's wrong?" Jiang Cheng was concentrating on playing the game, unaware that he had become the brightest star in the world. Wang Hao walked over, handed the phone to Jiang Cheng, and motioned him to continue reading. Jiang Cheng glanced at it with his peripheral vision, and after seeing the title, "Reversal Immortal Emperor Joins the Management Department," he also sat up and said, "Fuck, what the hell are those guys doing? I never said I would join the management department. Could it be that someone is impersonating you to force you to show up? Or is it that someone is using the title of the Reversal Immortal Emperor to intimidate those powerful people abroad?" Wang Hao frowned slightly and couldn't help asking, "Maybe." Jiang Cheng put down the game in his hand and checked the records in the video. It seemed that the country had already planned to define the Reversal Immortal Emperor as an administrative department of China. "Even if I really appear in the future, I will be considered a member of the management department. Even if I disagree, it has become a fact. Killing two birds with one stone. Minister Li is really a smart man. Then what should we do next? It's not like you have to go to the Magic City in person and clear yourself in front of all the media, right?" Wang Hao said with a smile. Based on his understanding of Jiang Ji's character, he would definitely not clarify his identity in front of the world media because of this incident. As expected, Jiang Cheng is indeed such a person. He doesn't like being troubled, and he has a family. He doesn't want his family to be threatened by other summoners because of his identity. As for whether the management department can expose the specific information of reversing the immortal emperor, it depends on how Minister Li solves it. Chapter 37. America's Shock. Forget it. Since they want to use the title of Reversal Immortal Emperor to intimidate summoners from other countries, just let them do it. Jiang Cheng lay on the bed nonchalantly and continued playing games, as if he didn't care about the matter. Wang Hao looked at Brother Zhang's indifferent expression and smiled lightly. He stopped talking and turned around silently to organize today's information. America. Border area. A tiger is slaughtering the summoners here at will. This tiger was huge, with a body that was 7 or 8 meters long, and it was covered with a layer of blood-red armor. When it was illuminated by the sunlight, it shone brightly and was quite dazzling. Behind it is a pair of mechanical wings, which, when flapped, are accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. Li Huxiong looked at the video notification on his phone, frowned slightly, and said immediately, "I didn't expect that the reversal Immortal Emperor would join the management department. It seems that I have to speed up my work. When Hoopa's strength reaches the top level of Divine Beast, I will definitely have a good fight with you." Speaking of this, Li Huxiong's eyes flashed with coldness. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that he knew that the reversal Immortal Emperor was in the management department, they would meet again one day. Hoopa, eat up all the people here. After you break through, I will take you to meet the reversal Immortal Emperor who ranks first on the strong list steel. Hoopa beside him was full of fighting spirit, as if he couldn't wait to taste the body of the reversal Immortal Emperor. He immediately opened his bloody mouth and swallowed all the summoners into his stomach in front of everyone's astonished eyes. At the same time, within the U.S. administration, the old man, who was also in military uniform, looked solemn and asked casually, "Jax, has there been no news from the people we arranged to go to China?" "I'm sorry, General Casno. After our investigation, we found that no news has been sent back from the team that went to China so far. However, based on their strength, there are only a handful of people in China who can match them." The old man who called himself General Casno nodded. Now that China has found the way to reverse the Immortal Emperor, the advantage lies with them. If they don't figure out the specific situation, the consequences may be disastrous. One reversal Immortal Emperor is enough to destroy the entire blue planet. If left unchecked, it would only be a disaster. The most important thing now is to find out who this person is as soon as possible, and then cooperate with the strongest Hulk in the United States to kill him. In that case, the entire blue planet would be in their pocket. The appearance of the reversal Immortal Emperor means that China's strength has increased 100-fold. Senior Hulk, what do you think? General Casno turned sideways, fixed his eyes on a burly yellow-haired man not far away, shrugged and asked. The yellow-haired man raised his head, a smile on his face, and said, "Don't worry, General. The reversal Immortal Emperor is indeed very powerful, but I still have a way to kill him. As long as I can determine his exact location, I will be able to kill him." Seeing that the third-ranked Hulk in the United States was so confident, General Casno showed a relieved expression on his face. "I will arrange for the Little Japan to investigate. They have always wanted to invade China. This time, give them the opportunity." The other generals also nodded in succession, thinking that there was nothing wrong with this matter. Having someone serve as cannon fodder was naturally much better than having their own people. By the way, General, a Chinese warrior suddenly appeared in the border area recently. He called himself Li Huxiong and has killed tens of thousands of summoners from the United States. Hearing this, General Casno immediately jumped up in anger and said, "How dare the Chinese strongman enter our territory? Senior Hulk, I leave it to you." The Hulk put down the teacup in his hand in an elegant and easygoing manner and said indifferently, "It turns out to be Li Huxiong, who is ranked 20th. No wonder he is so arrogant. In this case, I will go there in person. Give it to me." At this moment, a skinny man walked over, saluted General Casno, and said, "General, my ranking is exactly 35th. As long as I defeat Li Huxiong, his ranking will be mine. I challenge you to fight and defeat Li Huxiong." Seeing this man so full of fighting spirit, General Casno laughed and said, "Very good. With strong men like you in the United States, there is no doubt that we can rule the world." The others also nodded. As long as they can defeat the major threats to China, no one will be able to stop them, and then it will be the real end of the world. In the next few days, Huaxia used the title of Reversal Immortal Emperor to recruit many powerful people to join the management department. There were still people clamoring to meet the Immortal Emperor of Reversal, but they were all rejected by Minister Li, who made up a random excuse to get away with it because he didn't want the matter to be exposed. "Minister, right now, this group of people all want to see the Reversal Immortal Emperor. Where can we find the Reversal Immortal Emperor for them to see?" A man in military uniform said with difficulty. Minister Li stroked his forehead and said calmly, "It's better to delay it for one day. Don't rush to tell those people about the reversal of the Immortal Emperor. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. Because the Reversal Immortal Emperor is a powerful figure from their China, If it is revealed that he does not exist at all, not only will the powerful figures from other countries be ready to make a move, but even the summoners of the entire China will riot. It's not like Minister Li hasn't thought about this matter. Looking at the entire blue star now, the only one who can suppress thousands of summoners is the reversal immortal emperor. Therefore, Minister Li will not take action in advance unless it is absolutely necessary. Okay, I'll go and notify them right away. The man in military uniform could only nod and announce to the public that the immortal emperor of reversal was practicing in seclusion and could not come out, so they were asked to be patient. Jiang Cheng at Guoming University also saw the clarification video on his phone and said with a faint smile, "The management department has indeed gained a lot of summoners in the past few days, but it has also brought us a lot of trouble. So you really don't plan to get involved?" Jiang Cheng thought about it and realized that if this continued, all the summoners in China would probably riot. One lie requires dozens of lies to cover it up. So he closed his eyes, and Jiang Cheng's consciousness appeared in the sky. A dark and powerful voice suddenly rang out, causing the dark clouds within a radius of thousands of miles to retreat instantly, accompanied by deafening roars of dragons and tigers. "I am the reversal immortal emperor. I am very happy to appear in front of you in this way. Due to the frequent retreats recently, I cannot appear in your field of vision. I hope my summoner friends will forgive me." Chapter 38, Reversing the Immortal Emperor's Voice. The heaven and earth shook. The sound was like thunder. Almost everyone came out of the room at this moment, and everyone's face was filled with shock and horror. They would never have dreamed that they would actually be able to hear the voice of the reversal immortal emperor today. He is the strongest man in the whole server. With a wave of his hand, he is enough to kill everyone. I know everyone wants to see me, but because of my special identity, I can't see all of you in my true appearance. But to be precise, I am a Chinese, and I will naturally not allow foreigners to kill innocent people on our territory. Gods are forbidden to travel within the territory of China. Fuck, this is the reversal of the immortal emperor. So exciting. Yeah, I never thought that one day I would really be able to hear the voice of the reversal immortal emperor. It would be worth it even if I die. I don't know where the immortal emperor reversal is right now. If he were here, he would surely help improve Chinese civilization 1,000 times. More than that, with the reversal immortal emperor, let alone 1,000 times more, even commanding the entire blue star is more than enough. Reverse the immortal emperor. Reverse the immortal emperor. Reverse the immortal emperor. The crowd was full of fighting spirit. They originally thought that the reversal immortal emperor was an NPC in the game, but now it seems that he is not, and he is a real top-level powerful man. With red eyes, Lu Yao shouted towards the sky, "Where are you? Please come out, I really want to see you." However, the voice at this time was ups and downs, and Lu Yao's voice was quickly summarized, and no one knew what she was saying there. Lu Yao fell to the ground in disappointment, crystal-clear tears sliding down her delicate cheeks. She really wanted to meet the immortal emperor of reversal. People all over the country have heard the voice, and everyone's expression is filled with excitement. For people like them, being able to listen to the voice of the strongest is unimaginable. Jiang Cheng saw that the people had calmed down, so he withdrew his consciousness and said, "It seems that nothing will happen now. Brother Jiang, your methods are too advanced. If I had your ability to transmit sound over 1,000 miles, I would definitely show off no matter what." Wang Hao smacked his lips in envy. "I'm afraid only Brother Jiang can have this kind of temperament." Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense and strive to upgrade your pet to God level one day. I have a feeling that it won't be long before this world is in chaos." Wang Hao nodded heavily. He naturally understood that no matter which country it was, after obtaining unimaginable power, it would not live in peace like this and would definitely raise an army to invade. This kind of thing has happened many times throughout history, so they need to improve their strength as soon as possible. "Brother Jiang, which country do you think will be the first to get restless?" Wang Hao took out 2 bottles of Fat House Happy Water from the refrigerator, handed them over and asked. Jiang Cheng opened the drink, gulped down 2 big gulps and said, "They will join forces in advance because China has the reversal immortal emperor. They dare not fight alone. Only by gathering summoners from all countries together can they have a chance to reverse the situation." Hearing this, Wang Hao looked a little strange and asked, "You mean, those guys will attack together?" "It's very likely that if that day comes, I will personally deal with that guy." Jiang Cheng was not joking. If he was not afraid of his family getting hurt, he would have already eliminated those summoners who posed a threat to him. So far, only the United States has the 3rd-ranked Hulk and the 10th-ranked Kimura Kotaro. The others had no clues so far, and it was obvious that they had the same idea as him. Until you have absolute ability, it is best not to reveal your identity so as to avoid being targeted by the group. At this time, Guisinyu walked in from outside the room, holding a document in his hand and said, "Brother Jiang, Wang Hao, after recent investigation, the guild that was once formed in the game has reappeared, and the guild is currently recruiting the original summoners." Guild? Wang Hao took the document handed over and frowned slightly. He certainly knew what it was. The guild in the game is a kind of protection for novices. If a novice fails in a battle, or fights as a team, they need to form a guild and fight together with other members of the guild. Not only does the system allow novice players to obtain a lot of good things, but it also gives people within the guild a considerable income. "I didn't expect someone would start forming a guild so soon," Wang Hao said solemnly. "We also had a guild at the beginning, but there were only 4 of us in the guild. Perhaps there will be changes on the gold list again." As expected, as soon as Jiang Cheng's voice fell, a deafening sound suddenly rang out in the sky. Guild manifestation is officially open. The top-ranked guild can obtain 100,000 souls and 10,000 spirits every day. Ranked second, get 50,000 souls and 3,000 spirit essences. Ranked third, you will receive 20,000 souls and 1,000 spirit essences. As this voice sounded, everyone in the field couldn't help but gasp. They didn't expect that by joining the original guild, they could actually gain souls and essences. However, most of them are in the hands of the president, and others can only get a meager share of soul and essence. However, for those who have not joined the management department, this is indeed a good choice. Being able to obtain spirit essence every day to upgrade the level of the pet is also a better choice. It has not yet been announced who will take first place. I don't know if the guild we have formed can make it into the top 10. Because there are only 4 people and their guild level is not high, it is a bit difficult to rank in the top 10. Guisinyu also sighed. But I didn't feel discouraged. After all, Brother Jiang was here. All I had to do was say what I wanted, and I would have everything, whether it was essence or spirit. You can never spend it all. Jiang Cheng also smiled and said, "You guys have your eyes on me, right? Hey, who told you to be my godfather?" Wang Hao chuckled. If it weren't for Brother Jiang, they might not have achieved what they have today. Not only do they have their own spiritual pets, but they have also become the owners of pseudo-divine beasts and are influential figures in the entire Blue Star. According to statistics, there are only a few thousand summoners who own pseudo-divine beasts, 100 who own divine beasts, and the majority who own spirit beasts and mortal beasts. Therefore, the owner of the pseudo-divine beast can be considered a superior person. The appearance of the mythical beast signifies the coming of a new era. Now, if you can own a mythical beast, even leaders will have to treat you with respect. Chapter 39, Self-Humiliation. In a training base in Jiang Cheng, dozens of summoners were vying to join the guild, and were willing to swear to never leave the guild. Li Jindong cleared his throat and said, "Okay, come one by one. The guild leader this time is my brother, the owner of the top pseudo-divine beast. As long as you are willing to obey orders, we will not treat you unfairly." Sitting on the chair was a man in a suit. He looked harmless, but his eyes were filled with a hint of coldness, as if looking into his eyes was like falling into an ice cave. Li Jinnan stood up and looked at the people who were trying their best to join his guild and said, "I'll give you a chance. As long as you can kill one person, I will allow you to join the guild." Upon hearing that they could join the guild, everyone in the field couldn't help but wave their arms, expressing that they would definitely be able to satisfy the guild. Li Jinnan took out a photo album and pushed it steadily onto the table. He said with a grim expression, "This man's name is Jiang Cheng, a student at Guangming University. Not long ago, this guy beat up my brother and threatened to beat me up as well." Hearing this, everyone's emotions were aroused, and they all expressed that they would definitely not wait for Shinobu. He is just a student. What's the big deal? Li Zhendong looked at the people who were full of fighting spirit with a strange smile on his face. He thought to himself, "Jiang Cheng, even if you have great abilities, you are nothing but trash in front of my brother. Wait for me. I will make you kneel down and beg me." Li Zhendong not only wanted to defeat Jiang Cheng, but also became very interested in Jiang Cheng's imperial beast. Since it could make his pets so obedient, it was obvious that the imperial beast was unusual. If you can get it, wouldn't you be able to command thousands of troops? Thinking of this, Li Zhendong's smile became even brighter, and he led everyone towards Guangming University. After the president of Guangming University learned about this matter, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Besides, this is a school, and if that group of people got to know about it, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, when the other party happened to arrive at Guangming University, he immediately met Li Zhendong's brother Li Zhennan. "Are you the president of Guangming University?" Li Jinnan glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him and said calmly, "Tell the students from your school to get out. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for destroying Guangming University." Principal Zhang frowned and said, "Senior Li Jinnan, you are wrong. Our Guangming University has trained so many strong people. You want to destroy my school, but I don't know if you have the ability to do so." The corner of Li Jinnan's mouth twitched. He certainly knew that there was another owner of a god-level spirit pet in Guangming University who was also a high-ranking official in the management department. Naturally, he did not have the courage to provoke that kind of guy. However, according to Li Jindong, the spiritual pet that Jiang Cheng possesses is extremely powerful. Even the shadow cat is very respectful to it, and some even have murderous intentions towards its master. In other words, Jiang Cheng's spirit pet is very likely to be an extremely precious thing. If he can obtain it, the probability of his breaking through to become a divine beast in the future will increase significantly. Li Jinan said calmly, "Principal Zhang, you are a smart man. Jiang Cheng beat my brother. Now I come here just to seek justice. If even this matter cannot be satisfied, then I can only be tougher." Seeing the other party's tough attitude, Principal Zhang couldn't help but clench his fists. He is just an ordinary person. If Li Jinnan really wants to take action, he can't stop the owner of the top pseudo-divine beast. They could only make way for her and arrange for people to look for Ms. Lu Yao. With her around, even if it was Li Jinnan, he would have to bow to her. Walk into the campus. Li Jinnan raised his head proudly, and the younger brothers following behind him also personally escorted the president. At the same time, Jiang Cheng also received a notice from the principal, asking him to leave Guangming University as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too late. Jiang Cheng understood that this should be Li Zhendong's brother, but he still wanted to see who Li Zhendong's brother was. Wang Hao and his companions were not nervous. Even though their strength was not as good as Li Zhendong's, they felt relieved when they thought of Brother Jiang's strength. There are very few people in the world who can pose a threat to Brother Jiang. Even Li Zhennan, the owner of a pseudo-divine beast, is no more than an ant trying to shake a tree. "Brother Jiang, let the three of us take over. It won't be difficult to defeat Li Zhennan." Wang Hao patted his chest and assured. Jiang Cheng shook his head. The opponent's spirit pet had already reached the top level of pseudo-divine beast. With the strength of Wang Hao and the other two, they could not be his opponent. But it's not that easy to show off in front of myself. Soon the four of them arrived at the playground. At this time, many people who came to watch the fun had gathered on the playground. Most of them were students of the college, and even teachers had come here. I want to see how powerful the top-level pseudo-divine beasts are. Looking at the confrontation between these two groups of people, the people around them couldn't help but become much quieter, and their eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions when they looked at them. "You are Jiang Cheng, right? I often hear my brother Li Zhendong mention you. When I meet you today, I find that you are indeed an extraordinary person." After looking at Jiang Cheng for a moment, Li Zhennan, whose face was a little gloomy, suddenly smiled and even stretched out his hand to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Zhennan's actions. He also took in the gloom in the other's eyes. He chuckled lightly, and under the gaze of everyone, he stretched out his hand and held Li Zhennan's hand. "Elder brother." Li Zhendong was shocked to see that his elder brother actually shook hands with this guy and thought it was too much. Li Zhennan glared at the latter, then turned around again. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and a powerful aura burst out from his body, shaking the people around him so much that their robes fluttered. Some people who were slightly weaker couldn't even stand up and took a step back, while the hand that Li Zhennan was holding with Jiang Cheng was instantly covered by rich spiritual energy. Facing Li Zhennan's temptation, Jiang Cheng remained expressionless and even used his qi to shock him back several steps. Li Zhennan narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "This guy's level is higher than mine. It seems that he focuses on improving his own level instead of the level of his pet. You are a man who has tied himself up in knots. I will let you know the consequences of offending a Li Zhennan in a moment." "Haha, why worry? I just had a sparring match with my junior brother Jiang Cheng. In today's society, what's so strange about this?" Li Zhennan patted his sleeves and smiled faintly. "A piece of advice. Now that you have become a summoner, it is best to follow the rules of the National Management Department. Otherwise, in the end, you will only bring shame upon yourself." Chapter 40. Lu Yao comes forward to stop it. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Cheng. The meaning was naturally self-evident. In the previous confrontation, Jiang Cheng did not cause any harm to him. As someone from the management department, you personally led so many people to Guangming University. I wonder if you, Li Zhennan, are abusing your power for personal gain, or if you are relying on your own strength to bully the weak. Staring at the faint smile on Jiang Cheng's face, Li Jinnan couldn't help but frown slightly. The degree to which the other party suppressed his emotions was really beyond his expectations. The hidden pride in his eyes slowly dissipated. Li Jinnan shrugged and said in a low voice, Jiang Cheng, as long as you have the ability, I am always here to serve you. I came here this time because I have something to tell you. I heard that you beat my brother. Do you have to give me a reasonable explanation? Explain? Wang Hao snorted coldly. We are all gangsters. Who the hell should I explain to? Hear this. Li Jinnan's expression changed obviously. He stared at Wang Hao with his eyes as bright as copper bells and said, Who are you? This is my Jiang Cheng's business. Get out of here. I'm your father. Wang Hao started cursing directly. They are all young people full of vigor and vitality, so naturally they will not tolerate Li Jinnan's bad temper. Do you really think that anyone can provoke Brother Jiang? If Brother Jiang didn't want to expose his identity, Li Jindong and Li Jinnan, two losers, would be able to turn them into ashes in one breath. As I said before, summoners have their own rules. No matter who you are outside or what your potential is, you have to lie down before you gain strength. But you, without any strength, still dare to be so arrogant. You are undoubtedly asking for humiliation. Li Jinnan sneered. Seeing their brother Jiang being scolded wantonly by Li Jinnan in public, Wang Hao and the other two standing by had flames flickering in their angry eyes, and a rare hint of murderous intent mixed in the flames. If it wasn't because Brother Jiang didn't want his identity to be exposed, I would have slapped Brother Li Jinnan no matter what. It was too fucking bullying. Lin Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed across his dark eyes. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and pressed down Wang Hao, who had a gloomy face and was surrounded by energy. He shook his head slightly and murmured in a low voice, Don't act on impulse. Brother Jiang will naturally solve this matter. Do you really think that just because you have some strength, you can show off in Guangming University? You mean, Wang Hao said with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, a path opened up in the crowd, and 7 or 8 graceful figures slowly walked in. The gusts of fragrance lifted the spirits of the onlookers around. The person leading the group was Lu Yao, one of the strong men in the management department. The people behind Lu Yao were all women. They all wore a sun-shaped badge on their chests, and it was obvious that they belonged to the same force. Although these women are not as pretty as Lu Yao, seeing so many of them gathered together is still very eye-catching. The moment he saw Lu Yao, Li Jinnan's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that this woman would appear here. Lu Yao? What are you doing here? I just can't bear to see you relying on your status to bully a group of freshmen. If you have the ability, go find a strong person on the Divine Beast rankings, right? Lu Yao's face was still as cold as an iceberg, and even her voice was filled with endless chill. You. Li Jinnan was also very angry at Lu Yao's domineering aura, and immediately said, I am only here to seek justice. In addition, I hope Jiang Cheng will hand over the pet, and I, Li Jianing, will leave immediately. Otherwise, no one can stop me. Do you want to die? Lu Yao's expression gradually turned cold. A bone-chilling chill filled her whole body, and her eyes were full of sharpness. Seeing that Lu Yao really wanted to kill him, Li Jinnan couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fear. His eyes were a little evasive, but he still said, Ms. Lu Yao, you are the captain of the Identity Management Department. You should also understand that if a summoner has a grudge, he can solve it himself. What I did was not entirely against the rules. It's none of your business. What if I insist on interfering? What can you do about it? Lu Yao took a step forward, and raging fire burned around her body. The oppressive feeling of the 7-colored fire phoenix swept over her. Even Li Jinnan, who possessed a top-level pseudo-divine beast, could not help but turn pale. At this moment, Jiang Cheng spoke. Since you want to challenge me, then come on. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Cheng, who was not aware of his own life or death. Some were shocked. Was this guy crazy? He actually wanted to challenge the owner of a pseudo-divine beast, and the other party's spirit pet was a top-level pseudo-divine beast. Aren't you afraid that he will be torn to pieces? Li Jinnan seized this opportunity and said, Ms. Lu Yao, you have nothing to say now. Since he has agreed, no one can stop him. Lu Yao couldn't help but frowned, turned around, looked at Jiang Cheng and said, Aren't you a little too conceited? You know, Li Jinnan's pet is a top-level pseudo-divine beast, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. If you make a move, you will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't look panicked at all, Lu Yao couldn't help but look at him with confusion. Could it be that he had some other trump card? Li Jinnan stomped his right foot hard on the ground, raised the corner of his mouth and said, Boy, Choosing me is the worst thing you have ever done in your life. Let me personally send you off from now on. Come out, blood-red nine-headed Bat King. As Li Jinnan roared, a huge, blood-red nine-headed Bat King with 9 heads appeared out of nowhere, and the deafening roar of the beast resounded throughout Guangming University. Lu Yao raised her eyebrows and said, "If you feel that you are no match for the other party, you must speak up and I will help you deal with him." Rest assured. Jiang Cheng did not summon his own pet, but stood there quietly, as if the blood-red nine-headed Bat King in front of him was not worthy of his attention at all. Seeing Jiang Cheng being so arrogant, Li Jinnan was also very angry, and immediately said angrily, "Evil creature, do you really think that the top pseudo-divine beast is made of mud? Since you are looking for death today, I will personally send you off." Kill him. Li Jinnan controlled the blood-red nine-headed Bat King beside him and launched a direct attack towards Jiang Cheng. A strong fishy smell burst out from the 9 heads, and anyone who smelled it would feel nauseous and want to vomit. You have to use more strength, otherwise your identity will be exposed. After Jiang Cheng controlled his strength, he swung his fist and smashed it at the head of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Chapter 41. Li Jinnan was crippled and went completely crazy. Between thoughts. At a certain moment, the air around Jiang Cheng suddenly solidified, and his finger suddenly pointed at the blood-red nine-headed Bat King that was charging towards him. A white light flashed at his finger, and an extremely thin ray of light shot out. The speed of light was so fast that it was somewhat terrifying. Wherever it passed, the space vibrated. A dark mark was left in the blue sky, which looked extremely dazzling. With a sneer, the heads of the 9-headed Bat King almost all exploded at this moment, and his huge body turned into powder in the air and disappeared without a trace. Phew! Li Jinnan spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood and fell to the ground with an embarrassed look on his face. Seeing this, no one spoke. Even Lu Yao couldn't help but frown at this moment and kept her eyes on Jiang Cheng. How high was his level to have killed a top-level pseudo-divine beast with just one punch? Jiang Cheng was a little embarrassed and used too much strength. I hope I won't be suspected because of this. Li Jinnan stared with eyes as big as copper bells, unable to accept that his spiritual pet was killed instantly by a single blow. He spat out another mouthful of scarlet blood on the spot, fell to the ground, and nearly fainted. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Jinnan was trembling all over, unable to believe that this was all true. That was the top pseudo-divine beast, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, and it was actually smashed to pieces by a single punch from the trash in front of him. How can this be? Who are you? Lu Yao also began to doubt Jiang Cheng's identity and walked up quickly to question him. I am just a summoner who only increases his level. My level has reached over 200. It shouldn't be difficult to kill a top-level pseudo-divine beast. Over 200 levels? Upon hearing this, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone was stunned where they were. They didn't expect this guy's level to be over 200. No wonder he could smash the blood-red 9-headed Bat King with one punch. Terrible. Lu Yao wanted to speak, but the words came to her lips but stopped. She didn't know whether the man in front of her was the reversal immortal emperor she had been looking for. If it was really him, why didn't he look for her all this time? Am I not his woman at all? Li Jinnan climbed up from the ground and said with his eyes wide open, "Compensate me with the fake beast. You compensate me with the fake beast." The death of a top-level pseudo-divine beast is definitely an unimaginable blow to a summoner. Li Jinnan is able to sit in this position only because he possesses a top-level pseudo-divine beast. Now that it has been killed, his status will plummet, and he may even be despised. Pay! Wang Hao stretched his muscles and said, "Let Grandpa compensate you." You? What do you want to do? If you touch me, you will be an enemy of the country. Get out of here. We are also from the management department and teachers at the school. Who dares to control me? Wang Hao and his friends didn't care about that. While Li Jinnan was weakened, they started to attack his body frantically. Li Jinnan's cries spread throughout Guangming University, and all the students applauded. I told you not to show off. It's over. Li Zhendong wanted to escape, but was caught and beaten. Even kneeling down and begging for mercy was of no avail. Lu Yao stared at the man in front of her. Her cherry lips parted, and she said, "Who are you? Why do you have such terrible power? I don't believe you are just an ordinary student." "Ma'am, I've just said that I focus on leveling up in the game. I'm currently over level 200, so there shouldn't be any problem." After hearing Jiang Cheng's explanation, Lu Yao fell silent, then smiled bitterly. Yes, the reversal immortal emperor is already level 999. It is impossible that he is only over 200 levels. The spirit pet of the reversal immortal emperor was extremely powerful. It was impossible for Jiang Cheng, who had no energy fluctuations and was only at level 200, to be comparable to it. Lu Yao exhaled a breath of hot air, tidied up the 3,000 black hair beside her ear with her right hand, and said, "Let's end today's matter. I will inform Minister Li about Li Jinnan's matter. You will be fine, don't worry." After saying these words, Lu Yao looked at Jiang Cheng meaningfully and left with the people from her guild. Jiang Cheng also kept his eyes on Lu Yao's leaving figure, muttering to himself, "Why does she make me feel so familiar?" Gently stroking the glittering ancient Ziwei ring, Jiang Cheng shook his head and fixed his gaze on Li Jinnan, who was beaten to death, and said, "Wang Hao, it's done." Wang Hao stopped swinging his arm, and after looking at Li Nan and Guasinyu, he withdrew his arm, but still kicked the other parties but twice. Li Jinnan was lying on the ground with his body bruised and bruised. He said with his last breath, "Jiang Cheng, I will remember you. One day, I will make you pay a heavy price. You'd better not let me know the location of your home. Let's go. You can leave if you want, and come if you want. Do you really think that we at Guangming University are easy to bully?" Jiang Cheng, who originally didn't want to cause trouble, revealed a special energy in his eyes after hearing Li Jinnan's words, as if he had made up his mind to kill him. "What do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? Don't forget, summoners are not allowed to kill each other. If you kill me, the nature of the matter will change. I won't kill you, but I can make you useless and turn you into an ordinary person, so that you can work as a security guard." Before Li Jinnan could react, Jiang Cheng kicked him directly in the dantian. A crisp and pleasant sound was heard, accompanied by an explosion, causing Li Jinnan to spit out a mouthful of scarlet blood. "Elder brother." Li Jindong saw his brother lying on the ground and immediately rushed over. "Brother, are you okay?" Li Jinnan was trembling all over. Blood was constantly flowing out from the corners of his mouth. His legs were shaking, and he found that all his spirit pets had disappeared. "In other words, I have completely become an ordinary person." "No, impossible, impossible." Li Jinnan yelled like crazy. "I don't want to be an ordinary person. I don't want to be an ordinary person. Give it back to me. Give all the pets back to me." "Your pet is already dead, so why bother returning it or not?" Jiang Cheng originally had no intention of destroying him. He thought that as long as he left, the matter would be over. Who would have thought that this beast would actually threaten him with his own family? This has touched his sore spot, so even if Minister Li from the management department came in person today, he would still get rid of Li Jinnan. Li Jinnan became dazed and unwilling to accept the fact for a moment. He lay on the ground and kept looking for his spirit pet. "No, my pet is invincible. I don't want to go back to being a security guard. I don't want to be a security guard. I am the owner of a pseudo-divine beast. I don't want to lose it all." Chapter 42. The Shock of the Management Department. Please read and subscribe. Li Jinnan's unwilling roar was deafening in the playground, and the students watching the excitement around him felt a little sad. Without his spirit pet, Li Jinnan was destined to return to his original life long ago. In other words, his future would be dull, and he would not be able to become a superior person. It's like you won 5 million. But we're told that the winning number was the same as last period. I'm sure that if it were anyone else, they would find it difficult to accept such a fact. Li Jiandong was also very frightened. He would never have dreamed that his elder brother would be crippled. He was the owner of a pseudo-divine beast, but today, he had become like this. "I am going to kill you." Li Jiannan went completely crazy. He suddenly pulled out a switchblade from his pocket and stabbed it hard into Jiang Cheng's chest. Wang Hao seized the opportunity and grabbed Li Jiannan's wrist. As he exerted force with his right hand, Li Jiannan's right hand was dislocated, and he screamed in pain like a slaughtered poultry. "A villain." Wang Hao kicked Li Jiannan away and said with disdain, "Who do you think you are? How dare you attack Brother Jiang? Get out. I'll remember you. I'll remember all of you." Li Jiannan's old face flushed red, and the pain from the dislocation made him sweat. Without his spiritual pet, he became a complete useless person. Unless someone was willing to give him their spiritual pet, he would be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. But who would give their spiritual pet to others? You know, spirit pets are extremely precious. Unless you have countless spirit pets like the immortal Emperor Reversal, who would give their spirit pet to a completely unrelated person? Li Jiandong hurriedly left here holding his elder brother, and the people brought by Li Jiannan were scared to death. They had no mood to avenge the president. All they wanted now was to leave here quickly. The farther you run, the better. Lu Yao pursed her lips and said, "If you just destroy him, I'm afraid the management department won't let it go. If it was just the owner of a spirit beast, The management department might give up for the sake of Wang Hao and his friends. However, the person Jiang Cheng destroyed was the owner of a pseudo-divine beast, and there were not many of them in the whole of China, which was enough to show that he was in big trouble. What are you afraid of? The three of us will always stand by Brother Jiang. If the management department really wants us to hand over Brother Jiang, we will just quit the management department. Wang Hao rolled up his sleeves and expressed his determination directly. No matter when and where, they will stand by Brother Jiang, and they don't care even if they cannot obtain the spirits and bonuses awarded by the management department every month. Lu Yao looked at the unity of the few people and said nothing. She shook her head and said, "Okay, I will apply for this matter for you, but I don't know whether Minister Li will agree to it." After leaving these words, Lu Yao looked at Jiang Cheng meaningfully. For some reason, this man gave her a very familiar feeling. This was not the first time the two had met. At the beginning, Lu Yao felt that Jiang Cheng seemed familiar, as if the two had known each other for many years. After Lu Yao left, the students who were watching the fun also left one after another, leaving Jiang Cheng, Wang Hao and the other two standing on the playground. Guosinyu lit a cigarette, took a deep puff and said, "Brother Jiang, why don't you just reveal your identity? That way, the management department won't dare to do anything to you." "It's not the right time yet." Jiang Cheng shook his head and rejected Guosinyu's proposal. So far, only a few of the top 10 in the entire powerful list have appeared. They are all waiting for an opportunity. As long as they can find the reversal immortal emperor, they will definitely come to China as soon as possible. Once a war breaks out, the whole of China may become a trial ground, and countless people will die tragically. This is what Jiang Cheng doesn't want to see. Jiang Cheng can only have a plan to deal with it if those guys reveal their identities. Wang Hao patted Guosinyu on the shoulder and said, "Since Brother Jiang said so, he must have his reasons. Well, let's wait and see what the management department says. If they really want to punish us, then let's take Brother Jiang's place together." "Good." Jiang Cheng looked at the determined expressions of the three brothers, nodded and smiled. "Okay, why don't you go back to class? If you continue like this, be careful that the principal will blame you." "Oh no." Wang Hao said indifferently, "Brother Jiang, what you said is wrong. When we were students, we had to hold our breath and concentrate in class every day. Now that we are teachers, can't we relax?" "Who said it wasn't?" Linen said with a smile, "We guys work so hard every day. Now that we have found an opportunity, it's time to relax. I'll call the principal and ask for leave. Let's have a good drink today." Guosinyu also nodded. "Combine work and rest, and you will live a long life." "Okay, then I'll treat you today." Long live foster father. China, the Magic City. The secret base of the management department. Minister Li, the supreme commander, was sipping tea and had no idea what was happening at Guangming University. Just then, Zhang Qi, dressed in military uniform, walked in quickly with a serious expression and a secret document in his hand. "Minister." Minister Li put down the teacup in his hand, turned sideways, and seeing Zhang Qi's extremely serious expression, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong? Are you panicking?" Zhang Qi opened the file, took out a USB drive from it, and said, "Minister, Ms. Lu Yao just called and sent us a video via satellite. Please take a look." Minister Li sat up straight and motioned Zhang Qi to insert the USB drive into the computer. After everything was ready, Zhang Qi clicked the start button. As the picture in front of them became clearer, they saw Jiang Cheng killing the pseudo-divine beast with one punch. Seeing this, Minister Li and other people in the base stood up at the same time with serious expressions. What a terrifying power! He was able to kill a top-level pseudo-divine beast with one punch. He is so brave. Whose general is he? Minister Li had a serious expression on his face. This was the first time in such a long time that he saw someone using his own level to fight against the pseudo-divine beast, and he was killed directly. Obviously, this man's level is definitely not low. Otherwise, how could he kill the pseudo-divine beast in one move? It is obviously impossible. A student at Guangming University named Jiang Cheng. Zhang Qi took out another document. This contains all of Jiang Cheng's information, including what age he started eating, what age he started going to school, and even bedwetting is recorded in detail. Chapter 43. Leader Li Yanfeng. Please read and subscribe. Jiang Cheng. Male, 21 years old, currently a junior at Guangming University, owner of a top-level spiritual beast. During the years Jiang Cheng has been in school, his classmates say he has a gentle personality, studies hard, and never argues with anyone. Teachers, counselors, everyone has a good impression of him. I have 3 good friends, namely, Wang Hao, Guosinyu, and Li Nan. All 3 of them are owners of pseudo-divine beasts, and the quality of their pseudo-divine beasts is very high. A girl who has a crush on him said that he often goes out to work part-time to pay for his studies, and his colleagues all speak highly of him. In the silent room, Zhang Qi told all the information about Jiang Cheng and explained that the other party was just the owner of a top-level spiritual beast, not a fake divine beast. Ministerly, in my opinion, this little fellow Jiang Cheng should have added all his points to his level, which is why his level is so high and he was able to kill the pseudo-divine beast with one punch. A woman walked over. The woman had long golden hair and a pretty face. She looked to be around 28 or 29 years old, with an intellectual and mature temperament. Now the higher-ups have also received this video. They believe that Jiang Cheng has a chance to create, and he cannot offend the owners of 3 pseudo-divine beasts just because of a useless person. Ministerly stood up, saluted the woman in front of him and said, "General Yanfeng, why are you here?" Li Yanfeng, although not a member of the management department, has a very high status in the whole of China, and is also one of the creators of the Research and Development Management Department. In terms of status, she is even one level higher than Ministerly. I am not here because of Jiang Cheng, but because the foreign forces have been somewhat unstable in recent times. Her voice was pleasant and magnetic. According to statistics, many people are currently sneaking into the northeast and northwest of our country. We have arranged people to carry out the encirclement and suppression. Anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. After the information was introduced, a middle-aged leader named Li Leguang, who was wearing a military uniform and looked dignified, nodded at the upper right side of the conference table on her left hand and looked at the participants below. We in China have a limited number of strong people. Looking at the entire blue star, we in China have the fewest summoners, but don't forget that we have strong people like the reversal immortal emperor. Li Yanfeng waved his right hand, and many densely packed creatures appeared on the big screen in front of him. They were tall and strong, covered with black hair, with sharp teeth and claws like hooks, just like werewolves. Seeing this, everyone in the field was stunned and looked at him in surprise. What kind of monster is this? Why have I never seen it before? Chief Li Yanfeng replied seriously, "Yes. This is a spirit pet, the demon ghost wolf. It was originally the most common spirit pet in the evolution of divine beasts. Later, it was transformed into a murderous existence. Its owner is the Ghost Hand King, who is ranked 15th on the strong list." What? It turned out to be him. Hearing the 3 words, Ghost Hand King, the officers in the field had strange expressions. Of course they knew this guy. He was ranked 15th, which showed that he was very powerful and he was also a strong man from other countries. After our investigation, the Ghost Hand King, named Denang, is a strong man from the dirty country. He is extremely powerful and has 4 mid-level divine beasts, dozens of spirit beasts, etc. Li Yanfeng introduced them. The dirty country has been in turmoil recently. They want to invade our territory, and the guy named Denang is one of them. After all, the information blockade over there is not as strong as ours, and the activities of the Alliance of Hate are more frequent, with a lot of relevant data and a higher degree of freedom. According to the online traces of Ghost Hand King, he started looking for information in this regard as soon as he found out that he was the owner of a spiritual pet. He was also quite cautious. Apart from invading abroad, he did not dare to attack us, so we did not punish him severely. But he still kept searching for information in this regard, and after his failure in the video, he was almost always paying attention to abnormal events around the world. After all, there are traces of events in many major countries, and some people even secretly take photos, forward them, and discuss them. So he found out about them before the news was blocked. Li Yanfeng continued at this time, "So, we should focus on this matter now. As for Jiang Cheng, let him be like this for now. It's not that they don't want to punish, but they have no way to punish. Looking across the entire China, there are only a handful of summoners who possess pseudo-divine beasts. Now Li Zhennan is disabled. If the matter is further pursued, I am afraid that 3 more owners of pseudo-divine beasts will be lost. In this situation, naturally no one wants to see it." Minister Li pondered for a while, then said leisurely, "Well, I understand. Let's deal with the matter at hand now. As for Jiang Cheng, I believe that with Ms. Lu Yao managing him, there won't be any problems." The others nodded in agreement. Guild ranking officially begins. Ranked 100th, Little Naughty Guild, 180 members, reward of 300 souls. At this moment, the loud and clear reminder sound was heard again in the sky. Everyone turned around at the same time and looked towards the sky, wanting to see which guild was ranked first this time. You know, the top-ranked guild can get 100,000 souls and 10,000 spirit essences every day. The second-place winner will receive 50,000 spiritual souls and 3,000 essence souls. The third place winner will receive 20,000 spiritual souls and 1,000 essence souls. If you can make it into the top 10, you will naturally gain a lot of spiritual souls every day, and you can also improve your reputation. The guild rankings are out so quickly, we have to join a guild quickly. Yeah, if it's any later, I'm afraid I won't get anything. I know a guild is recruiting. Let's go over there. I believe they will definitely want us to join. Brother Jiang, what place do you think we can rank this time? Wang Hao, who was eating skewers, couldn't help but ask. Looking at the guild rankings that appeared in the sky, he was a little curious, because there were only 4 people in their guild, and the strongest among them was their president Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, I don't know either, but since we have already appeared, let's wait a while. Besides, even if we don't make the ranking, we will not be short of souls and spirits. As the reversal immortal emperor, he has a lot of these things. Even if the guild is not ranked, he will not feel sorry. Guasinyu said, who said that? We have Brother Jiang here, so it doesn't matter if we don't have a guild ranking. Besides, we don't lack spirit essence and soul spirit. That makes sense, drink. Chapter 44. The top 10 guilds appear. The emergence of the golden list has caused countless people to rush to join the guild. As long as they can join the guild within the specified time, they can all obtain the opportunity sent by heaven. Those who are troubled by their spirits naturally don't want to miss such a good opportunity. Ranked 58th. Shenlong Palace Team. Reward, 3,000 spiritual souls, 100 essence souls. Ranked 57th. Avengers Alliance. Reward, 3,100 spirits, 100 spirits. Looking at the images that kept popping up in the sky, Wang Hao couldn't help but interrupt and said, the Avengers team should be from the United States. I didn't expect that they could also make it to the rankings. Don't underestimate your opponent. Li Nan moved his glasses and said, the strength of the United States should not be underestimated, especially the Hulk who ranks 3rd on the strong list. Now, the only ones who can compete with Brother Jiang are the 2 guys ranked in the top 3. Li Nan was not wrong. The Hulk, who is currently ranked 3rd, has already appeared. As for the anonymous person, who is ranked 2nd, there is no clue so far, as if he has evaporated from the face of the earth. All countries are looking for him, because if they can get him, they will have the ability to compete with the reversal immortal emperor, so naturally they don't want to miss such a good opportunity. For ordinary people, they may not even know what the meaning of ranking 2nd is. However, in the eyes of these summoners, anyone who is ranked in the top 100 on the power list is a supreme powerhouse. Not to mention the top 10. Whoever gets one of them can get the whole world. If the anonymous can be trained, it will definitely be beneficial to their country without any harm. Jiang Cheng took a sip of wine and continued to look at the golden light flashing in the sky, his expression blank. As the sun sets, the distant mountains turn dark blue. In a small courtyard thousands of miles away, an old man was sitting upright. The old man had gray hair, a ruddy complexion, and a gleam of wit in his eyes. He was wearing a wide Taoist robe with fluttering sleeves, looking like an immortal. Under the moonlight, he sat cross-legged, holding a jade flute in his hand, playing the sound of nature. The old man looked at the large gilded characters in the sky and smiled meaningfully, saying, I'm old now. I'm not like you young people anymore. I can't continue to struggle. I'll let you young people protect the Chinese territory for me. The old man gently stroked the white fox beside him with a kind smile. Perhaps only he himself understood that he no longer wanted to interfere in this world. The white fox beside him made a sharp cry and kept rubbing its head against the old man's palm, as if the old man's palm was very comfortable. The old man straightened his back. His expression gradually became serious, and he said, Reversal Immortal Emperor, I believe it won't be long before we can meet. I really hope to have a good fight with you. Grandpa, I'm hungry. Upon hearing the sound coming from home, the old man's expression immediately changed, and there was no trace of the previous expression on his kind face. Hee, here you are. Grandpa will cook for you right away. Ache. Jiang Cheng sneezed, rubbed his nose and said, Do I have a cold? Don't be silly, Brother Jiang. If you catch a cold, we will die if we sneeze. Wang Hao curled his lips. If the immortal emperor could get sick, then everyone in this world would have died long ago. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly. He picked up the wine glass and continued to drink happily with the others. The guild ranking in the sky was still ongoing. Everyone was staring at the ranking intently, except Jiang Cheng and the other 4, who didn't care at all, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Soon, the ranking reached 10th place. Guild ranking 10th, Huaishui Qiufeng, guild number 358. Reward Spirit Soul 8,000, Spirit Essence 500. Fuck, I didn't expect Huaishui Qiufeng's guild to be ranked 10th. They invited me not long ago, but I didn't agree. I didn't agree to it either. I regret it so much. You guys haven't agreed yet, and I've already joined the 80th ranked guild. Woohoo, I'm crying my eyes out. There was a commotion among the crowd. Some are happy and some are sad. Some people joined high-level guilds, while others missed the guild's invitation and were in great pain. Without spirit essence, how could they improve their own level? It's not possible that one has to enter a secret realm and hunt spiritual beasts to obtain it, right? After the secret realm was opened, many strong men went to challenge it, but only a handful of them could survive. There was even one time when there were as many as 300 people who entered the secret realm, but because an extremely powerful spirit beast was born in the secret realm, all 300 people who entered were wiped out. The authorities are also aware of this, but there is no way to deal with it because they entered voluntarily. Even if he dies, he will not cause any trouble to the country. The road you choose, even if it is bumpy and full of thorns, you will grit your teeth and finish it. Alas, if I knew this, I should have found a very powerful guild to join. That way, the level of my spirit pet could be improved. Stop talking. It's just tears. Many people feel regretful, but there is no medicine for regret in the world. Missed it. Really missed it. The third-ranked guild, Ghost Core, rewards 20,000 spirit essences and 1,000 spirit essences. Seeing this, the originally noisy square suddenly became silent. Everyone couldn't help but frown, because they had already seen that the Ghost Legion guild in front of them should be Xiao Ri Zi's guild. Immediately, the patriotic people started cursing. Fuck, these bastards are on the list too. Is God blind? Why did he let the Japanese get on the list? Little devil, I'll fuck you. You bastard. You deserve a bad death. If I wasn't the owner of a spirit beast, I would have to kill you. The patriotic people started cursing and were very angry at the Xiao Ri people, mainly because they were beasts. Damn it, if I were the owner of a divine beast, let alone ranking third, even if they were ranked first, I would be able to slap them to death. It's a pity that I'm not first. Don't be nervous. We don't know who the top two will be yet, but in my opinion, there should be quite a few strong people in the top two. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a ranking. Wait a little longer. It would be great if we could join the top-ranked guild in the server. Think about it. You don't have that ability. Chapter 45. First in the guild, Reversing Life. Guild ranking second, Daily Life of Fairies. Number of people 18,098. Reward, 50,000 spiritual souls, 3,000 essence souls. Seeing this, the field fell silent again, and many people even felt unprecedented shock. Little fairy? Assembly point? I understand. The reason why they are ranked second is not because of how powerful these people are, but because there are too many of them. Ever since the game was announced, someone must have been secretly recruiting all the girls on the server to join their own guild. More than 10,000 fairies are rare. It's the issue of resource allocation that is difficult to solve. There are nearly 20,000 people, but the reward is only 50,000 souls and 3,000 spirits. In total, each person can only get 2 souls. As for the spiritual souls, they will probably need to go through layers of screening before they can get them. Most of it will fall into the hands of the guild president, and what really falls into the hands of that group of people will be trivial. Thinking of this, there were no more complaints among the crowd. They believed that it would not be long before disagreements would arise in this guild that called itself Little Fairies, and by then, it would face the end of falling apart. This idea is not groundless, it is true. After the rewards were distributed, as the president, she would definitely not distribute all the souls she had obtained. She would at least keep half of them. As for the people under her, each of them would be able to obtain a little soul. As for the essence, there was no need to even think about it. It had already been eaten clean layer by layer. What attracts them most now is not the so-called fairies, but the top-ranked guild. I wonder who will be able to come out on top and stand out? Brother Jiang, it seems that our guild can't even move up in the rankings. Guasinu lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. If you can't get in line, then you can't get in line. When we get back, I will give each of you a few ancient treasures. There are countless souls and spirits in the ancient treasures. You will use them in the end. Jiang Cheng is also generous. If it were someone else, they would probably never do this. Who would take out such a precious treasure? That's not a big head. Besides, they still understand the principle of not showing off wealth. Otherwise, it is understandable that Brother Jiang can be called Godfather. Suddenly, thunderclouds rolled in the sky, as if indicating that the next guild was about to appear. Everyone on Blue Star was holding their breath, afraid of missing out on the best opportunity, and wanted to see who would be ranked first this time. If it belongs to their country, they must get it at all costs, because the reward for the first place is too generous. Not only can they obtain a large number of spiritual souls, but even essences are something they dare not even think about in their lifetime. Guild ranking first, reversing life, number of people, 4. The top guild can obtain 100,000 souls and 10,000 spirit essences every day. As the strong list stone tablet was exposed, the first place finally appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that the first place was actually reverse life, everyone was stunned, because it was obvious that the first place belonged to the strongest guild today, the reverse immortal emperor. This is the number 1 person in China. It's really terrifying. Oh my god, I didn't expect that the reversal immortal emperor would also form a guild, and there are only 4 people in the guild. He knows who has such great luck and actually joined the reversal immortal emperor's guild. Yes, without the Krypton gold entrance, no one is allowed to use technology to modify it, otherwise it will be permanently sealed and unusable. Damn it, how can 4 people be number 1? Why? Can the strong do whatever they want? This is so fucking unfair. There was a crisp sound. The man who just spoke was slapped to the ground. The summoners gathered around him also stared coldly at the guy in front of him. It was obvious that what he just said was nonsense. Fairness? The man in white said sarcastically, there is no fairness in this world. Some are tall, some are short, some are powerful, some are born in humble circumstances. Fairness is just a joke. No matter which century it is, the weak are slaves of the strong. Even if the times are different, what changes is only the method of slavery. Only the victorious party can define right and wrong. This is the real world. In order to achieve the goal, no matter what means are used. Although what this person said was not pleasant to hear, every word made sense. Everyone fell silent. The reason why this world is interesting is that it exists in unfairness. The fairness these people talk about is nothing but the most ridiculous joke. Can the strong do whatever they want? The man asked, clenching his fists. That's right. The strong men at this moment were already holding back their anger. Now these guys were asking for fairness here. So today they would know what fairness is. Standing up, the man said indifferently, the strong can change the laws of this world. If he wants you to die, you must die. If he wants you to live, you can live. The strong can do whatever they want. Is there anything wrong with that? After hearing these words, the man who had been beaten earlier could only lie on the ground and cry bitterly. Why didn't he have such strength? How could he do that? How could he do that? The people around him ignored his crying and continued to admire him. The immortal emperor of reversal is indeed worthy of his reputation. Whoever dares to say that China has no gods, these foreign rubbish, must be made to experience the cruelty of society. With the reversal immortal emperor, it won't be long before China can completely rule the entire blue planet. The so-called Hulk is nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree. Almost everyone in the world is paying attention to this matter, and some people even look surprised. For such a powerful being, it shouldn't be difficult for him to rule the entire earth. Ordinary people were also trembling with fear. To them, spirit beasts could slaughter an entire city overnight, not to mention the pseudo-divine beasts and divine beasts above the spirit beasts. Scared to death, Wang Hao also noticed the ranking in the sky and stood there in a daze. They are actually ranked first? It's a bit hard to explain. Brother Jiang, why are we ranked first? Is there a bug? I do not know either. Jiang Cheng shook his head. If this was really the case, then it made sense. Rankings were not based on contributions, but on the strength of the guild members. Although the strength of Wang Hao and his companions are at the level of pseudo-divine beasts, don't forget that their brother Jiang is a supreme reversal immortal emperor, and he owns 20 divine beasts. Chapter 46. The evolved emperor beast actually speaks. Wang Hao and his friends were also shocked by the sudden ranking on the list. They thought that the guild they created would not be ranked at all, but they never expected that it would be ranked first. It's really unbelievable. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his temples and said, it's not good to be too conspicuous. I have to be more low-key in the future. Otherwise, I don't know if others will notice me. Guo Xinyu and Li Nan also nodded. What this world lacks the least is people with evil ambitions. If they knew the position of the number 1 in the guild, they would definitely come looking for it, and then Brother Jiang's identity might be exposed. Okay, let's go back and rest after dinner. Jiang Cheng reminded a few people, then put the money on the table, took them back to school, and directly summoned his own Emperor Beast. After such a long period of evolution, the Emperor Beast's strength finally evolved into a low-level pseudo-divine beast. At the same time, its body also changed accordingly. It has golden hair, and its entire body looks like translucent crystal, full of a strange texture. The overall shape is very similar to a lion, but its 4 claws are like those of a dragon, and under each dragon claw there is a ball of golden flame. Its mouth is also longer than that of a lion-like soul beast, and under its hair there seems to be fine golden scales. Not only that, it, which originally had no wings, suddenly grew wings, and the hurricane it stirred up was able to overturn all the tall buildings here. Wang Hao walked forward and poked the Emperor Beast's face with his finger. Oh, I didn't expect this Emperor Beast to evolve wings. It seems that after breaking through to the realm of Divine Beast, this Emperor Beast will surpass most spiritual pets. Because it was the first time they saw the Emperor Beast evolve, and they didn't know what this little guy would look like after evolving in the future. The Emperor Beast had also awakened at this moment, and happened to see Wang Hao poking its face with his finger, so it took a bite of his finger. Wang Hao screamed in pain and said quickly, "Oh my God! Let go! Let go!" Jiang Cheng stroked the Emperor Beast's furry head and said with a smile, "Okay, stop teasing him." The Emperor Beast let go of Wang Hao's fingers only after hearing the order from its master. It turned around proudly, and the golden light was particularly dazzling on its body. Both its noble appearance and temperament were rare in the world. She continued to sleep in Jiang Cheng's arms. The Emperor Beast had also awakened at this moment, and happened to see Wang Hao poking its face with his finger, so it took a bite of his finger. Wang Hao screamed in pain and said quickly, "Oh my God! Let go! Let go!" Jiang Cheng stroked the Emperor Beast's furry head and said with a smile, "Okay, stop teasing him." The Emperor Beast let go of Wang Hao's fingers only after hearing the order from its master. It turned around proudly, and the golden light was particularly dazzling on its body. Both its noble appearance and temperament were rare in the world. She continued to sleep in Jiang Cheng's arms. "You little fellow, why do you always like to bite people? You bit me last time, and you actually bit me again this time." Wang Hao rubbed his fingers and was so angry at the Emperor Beast's actions that he wanted to laugh. "Don't disturb my sleep." The 4 people in the room were all stunned by this sudden remark. Even Jiang Cheng couldn't help but lower his head and looked at the Imperial Beast in his hand with some solemnity. "If I guessed correctly just now, the Emperor Beast spoke?" In the game, Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts, there has never been a precedent of spiritual beasts being able to speak, not even divine beasts. Even the 5-claw dragon ranked number 1 in the server does not have the ability to speak. Now that the Emperor Beast suddenly spoke, it aroused their strong interest. Wang Hao picked up the Emperor Beast from Brother Zhang's hands, looked it up and down, and said with a strange look, "Hey, are you saying something?" The Emperor Beast seemed to have recovered a little at this time. He looked at Wang Hao coldly and actually spoke human language, and it was a clear and moving female voice. "Damn Wang Hao, you dare to disturb my rest. I want all of you to have bad luck." "Brother Jiang, look, she really spoke, and it's a girl's voice," Wang Hao said with surprise on his face. The Emperor Beast broke free from Wang Hao's hand, jumped up and slapped Wang Hao, leaving its claw mark on the latter's face, and then returned to Jiang Cheng's arms. "You stinky fellow, you always bully me. If it weren't for my master's sake, I would have eaten your spirit beast long ago." After hearing what the Emperor Beast said, Wang Hao did not feel scared, but laughed happily. He did not expect that he could actually encounter a talking pet. This was really incredible. You have to know that this game has never had a talking pet in the 2 years since it was launched, which made everyone cry with joy. The Emperor Beast glared at Wang Hao. It was obvious that he didn't like this guy. He jumped back into Jiang Cheng's arms and rubbed his little head against Jiang Cheng's palm. It seems that only the master can give her enough sense of security. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "I'm curious too. How can you speak?" "Even my 5-clawed dragon can't speak." The Emperor Beast licked his lips and said with some disdain, "What is a 5-clawed dragon? He still can't raise his head in front of me. I am the only Emperor Beast in the entire server. If it weren't for the master's training in advance, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to break through in my lifetime." Jiang Cheng was a little surprised to hear the Emperor Beast mocking the 5-clawed dragon. He saw the 5-clawed dragon flying out of his body. Although it was only the size of a palm, he still felt deep fear when he saw the Emperor Beast. I don't know if it's the suppression of blood or the oppression of soul that makes this 5-clawed dragon feel hysterical and terrifying. It is not difficult to see from here that the rank of the Emperor Beast is definitely higher than that of the Divine Beast. In the entire server, Jiang Cheng is the only person who can possess the Emperor Beast. Moreover, this Emperor Beast was hatched and could not be captured directly, which made everyone feel a little surprised. Emperor Beast pursed his lips and said, "Master, Do you know why I haven't evolved in all these years? Why? Jiang Cheng was also a little curious. That's because those things can't support my ability to evolve. Looking at the entire server, I only eat secret treasures, just like the necklace you gave me not long ago. I only eat that kind of thing. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and the other two were all stunned. It only eats secret treasures. My God, how much money would it cost to feed this little guy? Not everyone can get the secret treasure, and in each secret realm, only one secret treasure will be born every day, and it may not even be usable. Chapter 47a Low-Level Divine Beast Descends into the World. Wang Hao said with his jaw dropped. You are not kidding us here. Do you know how much those things are worth? Even if you take out one of them, it will make the entire blue star boil. You actually eat it? Did I eat your rice? The Emperor Beast glared at Wang Hao and said, Why are you butting in when I'm talking to my master? If you really want to die, I'll give you a ride. Take out all your spirit pets, and I'll swallow them all up. I guarantee that there won't be any trace left. Facing the threat from the Emperor Beast, Wang Hao's head ached and he sat down on the chair unconsciously. If they really follow what the Emperor Beast said, then they will need a large number of secret treasures in the secret realm to improve the Emperor Beast's strength. However, there are only 2 secret realms in total, so how can it be so easy to obtain them? Brother Jiang, what do you think? Guisinyu looked at Jiang Cheng beside him with a frozen expression. No way. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, Although I have some secret treasures on me, most of them are of different quality. The food that the Emperor Beast eats must be like the necklace that day, which can be consumed directly, so I can only go to the secret realm to look for it. After hearing this, Wang Hao and his companions were helpless. However, if they could cultivate an imperial beast that surpassed the divine beast, then their strength would also increase. This was not impossible. The Emperor Beast doesn't even take the 5-clawed dragon seriously. His quality is definitely that of a divine beast among divine beasts. If he is trained well in the future, even if all the summoners are combined, they may not be his match. Thinking of this, Wang Hao volunteered and said, Brother Jiang, leave this matter to us. As long as we can train the Emperor Beast, we will also benefit from it in the future, right? Guisinyu and Li Nan nodded in succession. Jiang Cheng looked at the 3 people who were so confident and smiled. In that case, he would tell them the location of the secret treasure. After telling them the location, they just need to come to the designated location and leave after being protected within the specified time. The rest are just trivial matters. Because the location of the secret treasure is extremely dangerous, you must be very careful. If something unexpected happens, it is better to leave than to continue the treasure hunt. Jiang Cheng was still worried about their safety. If his recklessness caused Wang Hao and the other 2 to die tragically in the secret realm, it would be a loss. Wang Hao patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Don't you know how strong we are? We really don't take the so-called secret realm seriously. If it was a high-level secret realm, we might be a little timid, but this kind of intermediate and low-level secret realm really doesn't interest us at all. Looking at Wang Hao, who was full of confidence, Jiang Cheng shook his head. In that case, let them go. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng used 3 divine beasts to follow them. If there is any danger, I can help. This is also a guarantee. Looking at the 3 people who had already left, Jiang Cheng shifted his gaze to the Emperor Beast and said, I didn't expect a little guy like you to eat such delicious food. Hee hee. The Emperor Beast lay in Jiang Cheng's arms and said in a baby voice, I still have to grow up. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly, returned to his room, took out many extremely precious treasures from his storage ring, and said, These treasures from the secret realm are enough for you to eat for 2 days. The Emperor Beast's eyes lit up, and he immediately pounced into the secret treasure, moving around in it recklessly like a fish entering the sea. Looking at the Emperor Beast having so much fun, Jiang Cheng shook his head. Every item here is enough to shock the whole world if it is taken out, but now it needs to become a supplement for the Emperor Beast. If other people saw it, they would be so amazed that they would be speechless, and they would even question in their dreams why they are not as good as a pet. With so many precious treasures, it is more than enough to cultivate a divine beast. The Emperor Beast said in a baby voice, Master, don't be depressed. When I grow up, you will know what my role is. What is it? Secret. The Emperor Beast grabbed a treasure, put it in his mouth, and kept chewing it. No matter how hard the object was, it was no obstacle at all under his sharp teeth. It was bitten into pieces and turned into a ray of energy that was injected into the Emperor Beast's body. After eating, the Emperor Beast rubbed his soft belly with his little paws, then jumped onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder, yawned, and fell into a deep sleep. This attitude of sleeping, eating, and sleeping is really enviable. Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly, put away the Emperor Beast, and came to the square, where he happened to see Lu Yao training summoners in the school. Some of them are from outside the school. They are all summoners of Jiang Cheng. Now that they have joined the management department, they naturally have to obey orders and conduct team training. Lu Yao also noticed Jiang Cheng, and then said, "Since you are here, let's train together." "I want to train too?" Jiang Cheng was shocked. The rules state that any summoner below the rank of pseudo-divine beast must undergo training. Lu Yao opened her rosy lips and spoke out the order issued by the management department. "I don't think I've joined your management department." Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. Lu Yao was stunned. Yes, Jiang Cheng did not join the management department. This was specifically for summoners in their management department, and Jiang Cheng was not one, so he did not need to undergo training. Lu Yao thought for a moment and said, "In that case, you don't need to train. However, you can just sit there and watch. If you feel there is something wrong, you can point it out." "No problem." Jiang Cheng replied with a smile. Lu Yao began to practice. As the general's descendant, the blood flowing in her body gave her ultimate leadership ability. Even just standing there, she gave people a heroic feeling. No matter who it is, as long as they see Lu Yao, they have to obey orders. The training lasted until late at night and the students were already exhausted, but they gritted their teeth and persevered in order to improve their strength. Jiang Cheng was also sitting there watching the training here, while constantly checking the time on his phone. He really hoped that they could come back soon. It was not because he was so anxious to let the Emperor Beast eat those treasures, but because he was worried that Wang Hao and the others would get hurt because they were unfamiliar with them. After 3 seconds, 3 low-level beasts will descend. Whoever kills them will be rewarded with a low-level beast egg. Chapter 48: The Arrival of the Divine Beast. The Crisis in Jiang Cheng. A dark and powerful voice suddenly sounded, and thunderclouds rolled in the sky. The surging energy continued to spread out in all directions like a raging sea, and the air became distorted wherever it passed. Almost everyone heard the sound and looked up at the sky, which had begun to rotate. A reward for a low-level divine beast. Oh my God! Are they planning to massacre the city? Run, run quickly, it will be too late if you don't run now. Run! The people of Jiang Cheng ran towards the outside of the city like crazy, because they all knew the price of staying here would most likely be being killed. There is no doubt about the strength of the divine beasts. Looking at the entire blue star, the energy of the divine beasts is extremely terrifying. Even a pseudo-divine beast can destroy a city, let alone a divine beast. Lu Yao's expression was also a little ugly. She didn't expect that a divine beast would appear this time, and it would descend to every corner of the blue star within 3 seconds. After they descend, they will not choose to recuperate directly, but will slaughter humans. In their eyes, humans are as fragile as food. As long as they eat them all, their strength will definitely increase greatly. Sure enough, the 3 seconds passed quickly, and a sharp thunder sounded in the sky. Xianji saw whirlpools circling between heaven and earth. At this moment, an extremely huge creature appeared in the sky above Jiang Cheng. It was something similar to a scorpion. When the people of Jiang Cheng saw this creature, their faces changed drastically. Some were frightened to the ground with tears streaming down their faces. Some even started writing their suicide notes. Oh no! Run! The divine beasts are invading. Run, or you will die here. Run! Jiang Cheng was suddenly in chaos. Countless people drove their cars away, making the roads extremely crowded. Summoners with summoning abilities did not rescue people, but escaped at the first opportunity. They had no ability to train and just drove their sacred beasts and ran away without looking back, as if in their eyes the lives of these ordinary people were worthless and they had to run as fast as they could. Lu Yao clenched her fists and said, "Damn it, I didn't expect a divine beast to land in Jiang Cheng." At a glance, it seems to be a giant scorpion that is dozens of feet long. It has 4 pairs of huge wings on its back, and its hairy black legs stand tall in the sky. Its legs were covered with sharp serrations as long as human thighs, glowing with a faint purple light. Behind it was a scorpion tail as long as its body, swaying and retracting unsteadily, with a cold light faintly visible at the sharp tip of the tail. It turned out to be a low-level divine beast, the demonic Scorpion Emperor. Jiang Cheng looked at the scorpion that suddenly appeared in front of him and directly revealed the other party's identity. The Scorpion Emperors are brutal and cruel, and are notorious beasts even in the game, as they specialize in devouring passing spiritual beasts and enjoy eating the flesh of players. Therefore, it has become one of the most disgusting pets in the game. So far, no one is willing to own this spiritual pet, because this Scorpion King needs flesh to improve its own strength. If there is no food, It will even attack its owner. Lu Yao rushed forward quickly, releasing her divine beast, the seven-colored fire phoenix, regardless of everything, and said solemnly, "Stop it, don't let it enter Jiang Cheng, otherwise Jiang Cheng will be in great trouble." After hearing this, the colorful fire phoenix immediately nodded and flew straight towards the demon scorpion emperor in the distance. As both were low-level divine beasts, they refused to give in to each other and started fighting madly. However, for some unknown reason, the power of this sub-scorpion emperor was so powerful that it was able to indirectly suppress the attack of the seven-colored fire phoenix. The scorpion emperor made a strange, sizzling sound. A sharp gust of wind suddenly broke through the air above the head, and then a huge black shadow fell from the sky. It was the scorpion's huge tail stinger. The colorful fire phoenix could only be forced to use its own flames to resist, but the scorpion king was obviously well prepared. He dodged the attack of the colorful fire phoenix and spat out a mouthful of emerald green mucus. The moment it touched the body of the fire phoenix, it actually corroded 1/3 of the fire phoenix's wings. Ah! Seeing this, the faces of everyone in the field changed, and some could not believe their eyes. Ms. Lu Yao's seven-colored fire phoenix actually failed. How can this be? Minister Li of the management department had a heavy face and immediately said, "Hurry up and call the little brat who loves to drink animal milk and ask him to go to support Ms. Lu Yao as soon as possible. If Ms. Lu Yao's seven-colored fire phoenix falls, our China will lose a great general."
Yes.
This time, only the Scorpion Emperor appeared in China, and the other two were in the United States and India respectively. They were all fighting hard, and there were heavy casualties. If it is not stopped, the people of the entire city will probably become food for the divine beast. Lu Yao rushed forward, and with the help of her body of over 200 levels, she punched the subdemon Scorpion Emperor in front of her and repelled him. At the same time, she wanted to take the seven-colored fire phoenix back, but she found that the venom spit out by the Scorpion Emperor earlier made it impossible for her to take the seven-colored fire phoenix back into her body. In other words, unless he killed the Scorpion Emperor in front of him, he would not be able to take back the seven-colored fire phoenix. The subsequent attack of the Sub-Scorpion Emperor was accompanied by a sharp scream, and the two huge black iron pincers suddenly crashed into the surrounding barrier. I saw that Lu Yao was holding a special magic weapon for protection in her hand, and the previous barrier was created by the magic weapon. Phew! Lu Yao spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. The spiritual pet was hurt, and she, as its master, also suffered backlash. Now, she was hit hard by the Scorpion Emperor, and the blood in her body was already boiling. The colorful fire phoenix fell to the ground. It wanted to stand up and continue fighting, but because it had no strength, it could only fall to the ground, making shrill phoenix calls from its mouth. The subdemon Scorpion Emperor is the strongest among all the low-level divine beasts, and the subdemon Scorpion Emperor in front of him is obviously infinitely close to the realm of a mid-level divine beast. Looking across the entire blue star, there are only a handful of people who can kill this subdemon Scorpion Emperor. In addition, wild pets are generally much stronger than tamed pets. Therefore, the current seven-colored fire phoenix is no match for this Scorpion Emperor. Seeing that things have developed to this point, people all over the country are concerned and are cheering for Ms. Lu Yao. If Lu Yao fails, the country will lose the owner of a divine beast. I believe you all know what the price is even if I don't tell you. Chapter 49: The Five-Clawed Dragon Appears. Lu Yao is already injured at this moment. With her physical condition, she is no match for the Scorpion Emperor. Now she is struggling hard just to protect the people of Jiang Cheng. At the same time, after learning about this, Li Haoyang immediately flew towards Jiang Cheng on the divine beast. However, even if his speed was increased to the maximum, it would still take 20 minutes to reach Jiang Cheng. I just don't know if Master Lu Yao can hold on for 20 minutes. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the sky. The piercing sonic boom caused panic among many people, and some were so scared that they lay on the ground, hoping only to survive. Seeing that the Scorpion Emperor's attacks were becoming more and more fierce, Lu Yao was almost unable to hold on, and the barrier shield on her body began to show signs of cracking. Damn you! Lu Yao's expression was extremely ugly. She wanted to control the colorful fire phoenix to launch an attack, but she never expected that the colorful fire phoenix had no ability to move. The poison had begun to corrode its body. If it could not get effective treatment, it would turn into a pool of blood in a short while. The people of Jiang Cheng looked at Lu Yao, who had already begun to collapse, and fell to their knees on the ground, their eyes wet with tears. At the same time, many summoners appeared. They rushed up regardless of the danger, just to help Ms. Lu Yao protect the people of Jiang Cheng. However, in the face of absolute strength, these summoners had no ability to resist at all. The Scorpion Emperor swung his tail hard, and the piercing sonic boom blew away all the powerful warriors who flew up. Some people simply couldn't withstand such a powerful attack and exploded to death on the spot. Even the spirit pets had no ability to resist and fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then died. No one of you is allowed to come up. Lu Yao spat out blood, realizing that it would be useless no matter how many people rushed forward. Compared with the divine beast, their spirit pets were completely useless and could only bring endless murderous intent to the Scorpion Emperor. At this moment, the Scorpion Emperor completely broke through Lu Yao's last resistance, and the scorpion tail behind him stabbed towards her chest. Looking at the scorpion's tail flashing with cold light, Lu Yao felt desperate. She might not be able to hold on. Mom and Dad, I may not be able to see you anymore. And the reversal immortal emperor, I still don't know what you look like or your name. Lu Yao closed her eyes in despair, unable to resist. Just when everyone thought that Lu Yao was doomed to die, a loud dragon roar resounded throughout the world. Roar! A powerful sonic boom exploded in the sky. In just a moment, the Scorpion Emperor's tail was shattered on the spot. The splattering purple-black blood also caused the flowers, plants, and trees within a few miles to begin to wither. The originally calm clouds began to roll wildly, and an extremely huge figure shuttled freely in the clouds. It was a spiritual pet that was 1,000 miles long. Its entire body is covered with glittering scales, each of which seems to contain the essence of heaven and earth. Its eyes are bright and sparkling with wisdom, as if it can see through all the truth and falsehood in the world. The dragon's whiskers are flowing, its scales are sparkling, and its claws are extremely sharp. Every detail is portrayed in such exquisite detail that it is breathtaking. When the Scorpion Emperor saw the spiritual pet in the clouds, he couldn't help but stand there in a daze, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. Under such a huge body, the Scorpion Emperor seemed as weak as an ant, not even as big as the scales of the golden dragon in the sky. Lu Yao opened her eyes in surprise and happened to see the huge dragon head. Its piercing eyes exuded an endless cold light. The moment the golden dragon appeared, a powerful voice sounded, as if it could tear the void apart. How dare a low-level divine beast like the Scorpion Emperor act so arrogantly in China? Die! The sound of thunder is unmatched in heaven and earth. The Scorpion Emperor let out a sharp cry and wanted to escape, but found that its body was locked by some kind of energy. Not to mention running away, it didn't even have the strength to lift its pincers. The five-clawed golden dragon roared again, and this time it shattered the body of the Scorpion Emperor. Seeing this low-level divine beast die like this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, with endless shock revealed in their eyes. Because they all knew that the one who made the move was none other than the reversal immortal emperor, who was ranked number 1 on the current power list. Because in the entire server, only the immortal emperor of reversal possesses the divine beast, the five-clawed golden dragon. It's the immortal emperor of reversal. The immortal emperor of reversal has come to save us. Long live the immortal emperor of reversal. The people knelt on the ground, cheering continuously and looking at the five-clawed golden dragon in front of them with great respect. They all understood that no matter what time, the reversal immortal emperor would stand on their side. Even if the world changed, he would still be there. Lu Yao vomited blood. When she was dying, she saw a five-clawed dragon spitting out a ray of golden energy towards her, and then she completely fainted. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Scorpion Emperor was completely dead. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, Lu Yao would have really died here. This colorful fire phoenix was seriously injured, but fortunately it has the purest energy from the five-clawed dragon to repair it. I believe it won't take long before it can recover to its original state. When she woke up again, it was already early morning the next day. Lu Yao opened her eyes dazedly and looked at the quiet ward. She only felt a severe headache and even felt like fainting. "You're awake?" Just then, a nurse in a white coat came in carrying some fruit. Seeing the nurse, Lu Yao couldn't help but ask, "Where am I?" "This is the most advanced hospital in the Magic City. Minister Li personally ordered you to be sent here." The nurse came to the instrument and checked Lu Yao's physical condition. She breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that all the indicators were the best. "You summoners are really amazing. You can kill the low-level divine beast Scorpion Emperor with your own strength. Fortunately, the reversal immortal emperor appeared in time. Otherwise, you would have really died." The nurse also saw the live broadcast of Jiang Cheng, and she couldn't help but admire this woman, Lu Yao. If it were someone else, when facing death, they would definitely think about how to escape. But Lu Yao is different. In order to protect the people of Jiang Cheng, she would rather die than see the people of Jiang Cheng die at the hands of the Scorpion Emperor. This is most admirable. The nurse peeled an apple, handed it over and said, "Take some vitamins." "Thanks." Lu Yao pursed her clear lips and then asked, "Who sent me to the hospital?" "It seems to be a man named Jiang Cheng. He is quite handsome. You should know him. He is a student of Jiangcheng Guangming University." Chapter 50. The Five-Clawed Dragon goes viral on the internet. When Lu Yao heard that it was Jiang Cheng who sent her the resources, her expression changed slightly, but she soon thought of the Five-Clawed Dragon. In other words, the reversal immortal emperor has always been by her side? Lu Yao stood up from the hospital bed and walked quickly to the window. The sky had returned to its original appearance, and the five-clawed dragon had long disappeared, as if it had never appeared. An inexplicable sadness surged into my heart. Lu Yao couldn't help but shed tears in the corners of her eyes and murmured to herself, "Why don't you want to see me? Where are you going to reverse the immortal emperor?" Just then, the door of the room was opened, and Minister Li and others in casual clothes hurried in. Upon learning that Lu Yao had regained consciousness, Minister Li was more anxious than anyone else. Lu Yao was one of the few owners of a divine beast in China. If she were injured or killed, it would be an unimaginable loss for China. "Lu Yao, you finally woke up?" "Minister Li?" Lu Yao recovered from her sadness, turned around and looked at Minister Li behind her, and asked in surprise, "Why are you all here?" "I heard that you woke up." Minister Li glanced at the nurse and motioned her to leave first. He had something important to tell Lu Yao. The young nurse was also quite tactful. After tidying up the room, she turned around and left, closing the door. Very thoughtful. Li Haoyang knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Master's wife. I'm late." Lu Yao walked up quickly, helped Li Haoyang up, and said, "It's okay. Nothing happened to me. Why are you crying, you grown man?" Li Haoyang is still a child after all, and the woman in front of him is the wife of his master, the reversal immortal emperor. As a disciple, he is filled with self-blame when he sees his master's wife almost being killed. "If I could have arrived in Jiangcheng earlier, my master's wife wouldn't have been nearly killed. It's all my fault that I don't have the strength." Minister Li patted Li Haoyang on the shoulder and said with a straight face, "What I am going to say next is top secret. Similarly, it is also something we cannot disclose to others." This subdemon Scorpion Emperor was killed by the reversal immortal emperor. Fortunately, the reversal immortal emperor acted in time. Otherwise, the people of the entire Jiangcheng would have become the subdemon Scorpion Emperor's meal. There is one more important thing. Minister Li looked around, and after confirming everything, he asked the people behind him to take out the computer and open a video. In the video, there is a huge divine beast slaughtering humans. Wherever it passes, there will be corpses everywhere. This is the picture in the United States. According to statistics, the sudden appearance of the divine beast this time caused a total of more than 3 million deaths worldwide. Fortunately, the Scorpion Emperor did not have time to kill people in large numbers and only caused dozens of injuries. Lu Yao stared closely at the battle on the screen. The streets of the United States were littered with broken limbs. Even if there were planes and tanks deployed in front of the divine beasts, all of this was nothing but an ant trying to shake a tree. The power of the divine beasts is extremely terrifying. Looking across the entire blue star, each divine beast has the ability to destroy a country. It can even be said that if no one can withstand the attack of the divine beasts, it will be an unprecedented massacre. Therefore, millions of people died in just a few minutes. The one who took action in the United States was the Hulk, and the one who took action in the early days was Yamata no Orochi, who should be the 10th rank guy. They also all know that what we, China, are doing is reversal immortal emperor, and they severely condemn our China reversal immortal emperor for not helping them, which resulted in the death of millions of people. Hearing these words, both Minister Li and Lu Yao felt unprecedentedly angry. This group of beasts, indeed, must have different minds if they are not from my race. I didn't expect to be able to beat him up at this time. I wonder if all these people's heads are on their butts? Minister Li's face was gloomy, with veins popping out on his forehead. He was also extremely unhappy with the actions of other countries. If China hadn't been famous for its humanitarianism, they would have killed other people by now. "Minister, what are your thoughts?" Lu Yao asked with raised eyebrows. "Ignore them all. China is a great country. How can we let these guys take advantage of us? Besides, the immortal emperor reversal is the strongest person in China. How can he explain his actions to others?" Minister Li said directly, without any regard for the feelings of those guys. Now, The video of the reversal of the immortal emperor has become a hit on the internet. The number 1 5-clawed dragon in the entire server has emerged from the sky, making people on the entire blue star feel unprecedented terror. It is worthy of being the first mythical beast of this journey of evolution of mythical beasts, the 5-clawed golden dragon. With such strength, it can destroy the world no matter where it is placed. In the dormitory of Guangming University, Jiang Cheng was lying on the bed, scrolling through his phone. Most of the news was about the 5-clawed golden dragon, and the comments below were jaw-dropping. Fuck, this is the 5-clawed dragon. So awesome. It killed the Scorpion Emperor instantly. If I had it, wouldn't I be able to dominate the world now? Alas, how pitiful I am. I can't even touch the 5-clawed dragon in my life. It's so pitiful. What's the meaning of my living in this world? Let 100 young ladies ravage me to death? I was broadcasting live. Didn't you see it? The 5-clawed golden dragon stretched for thousands of miles. Guess what? It was huge. Let alone anything else. Even the golden scales are many times stronger than this little Scorpion Emperor. If it wants, it is more than enough to destroy the entire China. Looking at the comments under the video, Jiang Cheng also smiled brightly. He didn't expect that the 5-clawed golden dragon would give them such a wonderful visual feast. I'm afraid that after this incident is over, many people will set the 5-clawed golden dragon as their screensaver. If you get even a piece of scales from such a handsome pet, you will probably be able to dominate the world. Jiang Cheng shrugged and said to himself, I should make it smaller next time. If it's too big, even foreigners will see it. Just then, the dormitory door was kicked open. Wang Hao, sweating profusely, rushed in. Without saying anything, he quickly walked to the refrigerator and found 2 bottles of happy water inside. He gulped it all down. Wang Hao lay on the ground as if he had been reborn, groaning with satisfaction. Alive, young master. I'm here, ha 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 ha. Jiang Cheng put down his phone, glanced at Wang Hao who was still savoring the taste of the happy water, and couldn't help but frown and asked, Hey, why did you come back just now? Didn't I ask you to bring 2 meals? Where are Li Nan and Guo Xinyu? They're not lost, are they? Chapter 51. Strong List Stone Tablet Ranking 35. Challenge Li Huxiang. Wang Hao smiled bitterly and said, Don't say that. We just went to a new secret realm. The temperature inside is more than 10 times higher than the outside world. As soon as we entered, we couldn't help but retreat because of the temperature inside. Even those who participated in the secret realm chose to avoid it because the temperature inside was too hot. Jiang Cheng sat up and listened to Wang Hao's description, and he had the answer in his mind. Just 2 days ago, the global secret realm descended again. This time it was a high-level secret realm. It is said that the spiritual pets inside are extremely abundant, and they are all extremely precious spiritual pets. The level of the spirit pets in the secret realm is also around that of spirit beasts. The highest one has already reached the peak of pseudo-divine beasts. People who enter will either be burned to death by the scorching sun or eaten by other spirit pets. As long as they can catch one, they can brag about it for the whole year. If I am not mistaken, the newly emerged secret realm should be the desolate ancient area known as the 10,000 miles Gobi. The temperature there is extremely high, and it is the place that summoners least want to go. Not only will they continue to lose blood, but few humans can survive. Even the desolate ancient domain in the game is accompanied by common natural disasters such as sandstorms. However, the rewards in this kind of secret realm are often the most generous, and you can even find souls or essences at random. As the saying goes, there are always brave men under a lot of money, and in the face of absolute interests, there are naturally reckless people. As a result, in just 2 days, hundreds of summoners indirectly died in the secret realm of the desolate ancient domain. Their causes of death varied. Some were burned to death by the energy emitted by the sun, and some were eaten by other spirit pets. In short, without absolute strength, it is best not to go to the high-level secret realm of the desolate ancient domain. Wang Hao sat up and said weakly, Brother Jiang, this is the first time I've seen the ancient domain here. Have you seen it? I have seen them twice before, but most of them were refining things and rarely went to make copies. So few people were willing to enter the secret realm. Oh, if I had known this would happen, I would not have gone in. My pet would have been dried up in the sun. Jiang Cheng looked at Wang Hao in front of him, shook his head helplessly and said, all right, let's just forget about this matter. If you need anything, just tell me. I have a lot here. The evolution of the Emperor Beast? Wang Hao asked with a frown. He has been helping Brother Jiang think about this matter. If the Emperor Beast can break through the level of the Divine Beast, it will also be an honor for them. It's just that the food of the Emperor Beast is a little too precious. There are only a few of them in the entire Blue Star. Moreover, if you want to break through to the realm of the divine beast, you don't necessarily have to eat a lot. Jiang Cheng glanced at the emperor beast beside him and saw that she was still sleeping soundly. He sighed and said, "Let's take it one step at a time. If we can break through, that would be a good thing. If you can't break through, then that's fate." There was a hint of indifference in Jiang Cheng's tone. For things like this, one could only do what one could. Besides, the emperor beast was not good at fighting, so even if it was upgraded to a divine beast, it could only pretend to be one. Wang Hao said at this time, "Brother Jiang, I didn't expect the five-clawed dragon to be so large in the video. If it continues to expand, I'm afraid the entire blue planet will not be able to accommodate it." Now the video of the five-clawed dragon has gone viral on the internet. Everyone has seen it, and the incident has also been reported on the news broadcast. However, up to now, no one knows who the reversal immortal emperor is. The five-clawed dragon can expand infinitely. If I wanted, even Saturn and Neptune would not be big enough for me. This is not Jiang Cheng bragging. It is true. There is no specific standard for the five-clawed dragon to expand. In other words, as long as Jiang Cheng wants, the five-clawed dragon can expand crazily. This may be the domineering power that a top-level divine beast should have. You should take a rest first. When Guosinyu and the others come back, I will take you to a secret realm to see if we can find a secret treasure suitable for the emperor beast to eat. Wang Hao nodded after hearing this. With Brother Jiang around, the spirit beasts inside were no match for them, so he felt more at ease. Somewhere in the United States, Li Huxiong stared coldly at the American warrior in front of him, with a look of disdain on his face. "How dare you dare to attack me? I really don't know what you were thinking." The man ranked 35th on the strong list walked over, gently stroked the mandragora snake in his arms, and said indifferently, "Mr. Li Huxiong, I am here to challenge you today. I hope to defeat you. Your position will be mine." Hearing this, Li Huxiong laughed instead of getting angry. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? A mere summoner ranked 35th actually challenged him, a strong man ranked 20th. He really doesn't know his place. Li Huxiong glanced at the tiger soul beside him, which had evolved into a top-grade divine beast, and immediately said, "During this period, the tiger soul has eaten a lot of spiritual pets, but the speed of improvement is still too slow. I wonder if devouring your divine beast will allow it to reach a higher level." Nelson curled his lips, and without saying any more words, he waved his right hand, and the mandrake snake in his arms flew into the air, and under Li Huxiong's gaze, it expanded wildly. In just about 2 seconds, the originally palm-sized mandrake snake suddenly turned into a giant mandrake snake that was 100 meters long. The mandrake snake let out a sharp cry towards Hoopa's position. The piercing scream echoed in the air, as if it could pierce everyone's eardrums. However, Li Huxiong didn't care about it at all. "Hoopa, I'll give you 10 seconds. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hoopa made a low sound, as if telling Li Huxiong, "Don't worry, it will only take 3 seconds to kill it." Nelson frowned. "Chinese people just like to brag. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. Kill the mandragora snake, and Tiger Soul's body will be yours." Greedy saliva flowed from the corners of the mandrake snake's mouth. For evil summoners like them, there was nothing more satisfying than devouring other spiritual pets, especially spiritual pets with pure blood. As long as you can eat one, you can not only obtain a large amount of essence, but also absorb the strength of the other party's spiritual pet, thereby evolving yourself and breaking through the level. Now that the opportunity was before it, the mandrake snake revealed a hint of greed. Before waiting for its master Nelson's instructions to launch an attack, its huge body sprang into action, its bloody mouth opened wide, as if it wanted to swallow Hooper and Li Huxiong whole in one gulp. Battles between mythical beasts are extremely rare, but now that one has occurred, people passing by have stopped in their tracks. Chapter 52, Advanced Secret Realm, Savage Ancient Domain. Li Huxiong looked at the mandrake snake rushing towards him and closed his eyes silently, giving people the impression that he was about to give up resistance. However, in front of a truly strong person, he always looks indifferent. Hoopa moved, opening its bloody mouth. Its sharp claws merged with the blue thunder. In an instant, the body of the mandrake snake seemed to be frozen there, unable to move at all. Similarly, Nelson, who summoned the mandrake snake, also stood there in a daze. His body was torn at a speed visible to the naked eye, and scarlet blood gushed out from the wounds. The people watching the excitement were all stunned. Some could not believe their eyes. If I am not mistaken, the mandrake snake was killed, and not only it was killed, but also Nelson, who was ranked 35th on the strong list stone tablet, died. Hoopa nodded, then opened his bloody mouth. Under the endless suction force, the huge mandrake snake in front of him turned directly into a wisp of green smoke and merged into the former's body. Li Huxiong then slowly opened his eyes and looked at Nelson, who had been split into several pieces, with no expression on his face. Why bother? I told you to leave a long time ago, but you refused. Now you're gone. Just die. Li Huxiong sat on Hoopa's head and said, We're almost done eating, Hoopa. It's time for us to go home. If we don't go back soon, I'm afraid that the summoners in China will forget about me, Li Huxiong. Hoopa let out a deafening tiger roar, carrying its master's body, and flew slowly into the distance. After a short while, it completely disappeared over the border of the United States. 10 minutes after he left, the Hulk appeared out of nowhere and looked at Nelson's tragic death with an angry expression on his face. You know, the owner of a divine beast is indispensable to a country, and there are only 100 people who own divine beasts in the entire Blue Star. Now that one of them has been killed, no one would be willing to accept it. He immediately shouted angrily, Li Huxiong of China, I will not be a human being if I don't kill you in this lifetime. At this moment, Li Huxiong had already left the United States, which made the Hulk feel unprecedented anger. Not only did he kill their American strongman, but he also ate his spiritual pet. This kind of thing must not be tolerated. Thinking of this, the Hulk arranged people to condemn and told them that if Li Huxiong was not handed over, don't blame him for going to China in person. The Chinese top leaders did not care about this at all. On the contrary, they were quite happy about it. Being able to kill the owner of a divine beast is a rare opportunity for any force. Now that the 35th ranked strongest man in the United States has been killed, it is enough to make them feel the pain for a while. At this time, the secret realm is under the control of the management department. Anyone who enters needs to be strictly checked, and only those who meet the requirements of the high-level secret realm can enter. The advanced secret realm is not the intermediate secret realm. The spirit pets and temperature inside are incomparable to those in the intermediate secret realm, so the management department has increased the authority. In order to enter the advanced secret realm, the level of the spirit pet must reach the top level, or the strength of the spirit pet must be above level 35. Therefore, many summoners were indirectly eliminated. Brother Jiang, this is the ancient wilderness. It's extremely hot in there, so you'd better bring more water. Are you stupid? Is Brother Jiang still short of water? Wang Hao slapped Guosinyu on the head and cursed. Don't forget who Brother Jiang is. Even if it's water, you don't need to bring it. Hearing these words, Guosinyu suddenly realized. Yes, among Brother Jiang's pets, there is a water dragon king. With it around, not to mention water, even a fountain can be created for you. There are only a dozen people entering the secret realm this time. They all want to try their luck. As for whether they can persist, no one knows. At this time, the person in charge of the management department of the secret realm here stepped forward and announced that the secret realm was officially opened and required the summoners who had entered the secret realm to come out before 8 o'clock in the morning. If the spirit beast fails to come out, the summoner will need to wait until 8 o'clock the next day to enter. During this period, the entrance to the secret realm will be blocked to prevent the spirit beast from rushing out of the secret realm. Everyone walked into the secret realm in an orderly manner. After their bodies touched the ice blue barrier at the entrance, they began to become blurred and eventually disappeared without a trace. Jiang Cheng followed. As soon as he stepped into the secret realm, Jiang Cheng's vision began to become blurry. Just like a drunk man, he could not see anything except the swaying space in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Cheng had arrived at a relatively safe place. Fortunately, Wang Hao and the others were by his side this time, which saved him a lot of trouble in searching. Looking at the endless yellow sand in the distance, Wang Hao and his companions sighed. This was the kind of environment they hated the most. Due to its proximity to the desert, the weather here is quite dry and hot. The scorching sun shines down from the sky, baking the ground beneath our feet so that it constantly emits suffocating heat. The heat slowly rises up, and it actually makes people's vision appear somewhat distorted and blurred. If you don't have absolute strength, wanting to enter this place would undoubtedly be seeking death. Deserts are often forbidden areas for humans. Although there are traces of activities in the outside world, the depths of the desert have become an existence that is beyond the reach of humans. Not only do countless desert spirit pets live there, but there is also a spirit pet with strength reaching the level of a pseudo-divine beast. If you encounter it, you will surely die if you do not have absolute strength. Feeling the temperature here, Wang Hao immediately showed extreme discomfort and said immediately, Brother Jiang, quickly summon the Water Dragon King. I am almost dying of heat. Jiang Chengwei did not refuse. He just moved his fingers slightly, and a water dragon with the strength of a top-level pseudo-divine beast appeared out of thin air. The body color of a water dragon echoes that of water, usually appearing blue, green, or transparent, and its skin is as smooth as the surface of water, giving a feeling of flow and change. With the appearance of the water dragon, the surrounding temperature dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it even felt like entering a natural ice cellar. Oh my god, it feels so good. Wang Hao felt the temperature drop, as if he had been reborn, and said, "Brother Jiang, you are worthy of me. It would be even better if you had some ice." Jiang Cheng was a little speechless, but still met the three people's requests. The next beast released was the Ice Crystal Beast, which was about the size of a palm, ice blue in color, and had a long tail. As it appeared, the ice energy in its body became obvious. It kept shaking its body and fell to the ground. Chapter 53, the original NPC in the Secret Realm? Brother Jiang, I wonder where the secret treasure in the Secret Realm is? Wang Hao asked while eating a popsicle. They came here to look for the secret treasure, so naturally they couldn't stay for too long. They should find the location of the secret treasure as soon as possible. Jiang Cheng recalled the scene when he first came here. If he guessed correctly, there was an oasis a few hundred kilometers away from here. There would be an NPC in the oasis, and that NPC would guide the player to find the secret treasure according to the needs. You have to know that this is a secret place in the game, not something in reality. The creatures inside may be fake, but they may also be real. Sometimes you really have to ask about the location of the natives in the secret realm. The secret treasures in the advanced secret realms are not in designated locations, but are random. They are likely to appear here, or they are likely to appear in other locations. This cannot be predicted. Jiang Cheng sat on the water dragon's head and said, "Let's go find someone first, and you will know then." Wang Hao and his companions were all stunned, but they still sat on top of the water dragon, followed Brother Jiang's guidance, and slowly flew towards the distance. Until night, Jiang Cheng arrived at an oasis while flying. This was the only oasis that could be found in the ancient wilderness. Being able to live here was definitely the happiest thing. As we entered the oasis, a cool breeze blew in our faces, forming a sharp contrast with the scorching temperature outside. Of course, at night the temperature in the desert will drop rapidly, even reaching an irresistible climate. On both sides of the oasis are statues of spiritual pets used for sacrificial purposes. Each statue is portrayed so lifelike that they seem real. Seeing the buildings here, Li Nin couldn't help but exclaimed, "I didn't expect the buildings here to be so lifelike." It seems that after the secret realm in the game is realized, the things inside are no different from the real thing. This is much more comfortable than playing games. After walking in the oasis for a few minutes, a shop selling maps appeared in front of them. Seeing the shop, they didn't show much surprise. Secret maps had appeared many times in the game to prevent people from getting lost in the secret realm. The room is not big, but it is very tidy. There are many scrolls on the cabinets on the side. It goes without saying that these should be the maps of the ancient wilderness. Behind the counter, an old man was carefully making a map with his head down. The old man was obviously quite old, but even though he had a head full of white hair, his dry hand holding the black drawing pin was still steady and strong. When the old man sensed someone coming here, he not only did not move, but said indifferently, "Take whatever you want. The maps are on the cabinet. Also, leave here as soon as you finish shopping. I don't like people staying here." Jiang Cheng glanced at the old man in front of the counter and didn't care too much. I strode to the place where the maps were piled up. I didn't know whether it was because this place was too remote or there were few signs of human activities in the desert, but the table was already covered with dust. Even those hand-assembled maps were covered in dust, and any one of them you picked up would have a pungent smell of decay. Jiang Cheng then asked, "Old sir, do you know where the secret treasure landed?" Hearing these words, the old man's slowly moving ink pen suddenly touched and broke with a crisp sound. Then he suddenly straightened his back, and the ice-blue aura continued to spread around like a raging storm. Wherever it passed, the entire ground was filled with a circle of special frost. The old man slapped the table hard and jumped out from behind the counter. The temperature in the room dropped rapidly and the heavy door closed. Wang Hao immediately took an attacking stance and asked, "What's going on? Are the NPCs in the secret realm still taking action?" Li Nan, a top student, gave a different opinion. "This old man is no longer an NPC. He should be a living person. Don't forget, everything is real after it is materialized. The secret realm is no exception. The people and spirit pets here are all real. In other words, the old man in front of us already has his own consciousness." After hearing Li Nan's explanation, Wang Hao and the others suddenly understood what was going on. No wonder this old guy wanted to take action right away. The old man said grimly, "Anyone who peeks into the secret treasure shall die." "Just you?" Wang Hao rolled up his sleeves and said, "Old man, you don't look like you have a spirit pet. You are just an ordinary person, and you want to fight us. You are so arrogant." However, the old man suddenly took action, his whole body as fast as lightning, causing a huge wave of violence in the room. What a fast speed! Wang Hao was shocked. Just when he thought the opponent's fist was about to fall on him, Jiang Cheng appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the old man's fist. More than 800 levels. Feeling the other party's level, Jiang Cheng also revealed a hint of surprise in his heart. No wonder in the game of Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts, NPCs are generally much stronger than players. In short, if you are strong, they are strong, and if you're weak, they are weak. The old guy in front of him was obviously a strong man of over level 800. No wonder he didn't take Wang Hao seriously. "Boy, I didn't expect you to have some skills, but anyone who tries to spy on the secret treasure will die." Jiang Cheng pushed the old man in front of him back and asked, "Old sir, we are here to look for secret treasures, not to rob them. Besides, secret treasures are obtained by those who are lucky enough to get them." The old man straightened his back and said, "You are not the ones who have the chance. Please leave here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "What if I don't?" Jiang Cheng half closed his eyes. "Then don't blame me for being rude. Because you are geniuses, I'm letting you leave and forget everything you know. This is for your own good." Taoist Tianyun said with disdain. "In that case, I'm sorry, Wang Hao. The three of you leave here first. I will compete with this old gentleman." Wang Hao chuckled, turned around, looked at Taoist Tianyun and said, "Old man, you drew a bad lot." After saying these words, Wang Hao and Li Nan tactfully left the room, giving Brother Jiang and the old guy some time to be alone. Jiang Cheng placed the Emperor Beast in his arms on the table and said, "Then I'm sorry." As he spoke, Jiang Cheng's body suddenly disappeared, and the air in the room suddenly stagnated, giving people a sense of illusion. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Taoist Tianyun. Taoist Tianyun also felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. He naturally knew that this man's power was extremely terrifying. If he did not resist, his life would be in danger. Chapter 54. Subdue it and make it a spiritual pet. Thinking of this, Taoist Tianyun's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he quickly concentrated all his spiritual power in his hands, and immediately summoned a shield made of ice. However, Taoist Tianyun still underestimated Jiang Cheng's strength. When the glacier collided with the shield, Taoist Tianyun's body retreated several steps and began to shatter at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a crisp bang, the ice shattered completely. The splashing fragments also cut Taoist Tianyun's old cheek, and hot blood flowed down. Taoist Tianyun widened his eyes, touched the blood on his face, and said angrily, "Who are you?" Jiang Cheng said, "I told you, old man, we are here to negotiate terms. You are quite powerful despite your young age, but I am not that easy to defeat." Thinking of this, Taoist Tianyun's pupils suddenly shrank, and without thinking twice, he immediately raised his dry hands, and as his spiritual power circulated, he clenched them slightly. The icy mist around him condensed rapidly, and finally solidified into an ice-blue ice spear between his palms. After using his spiritual power to condense into an ice spear, Taoist Tianyun still felt a little unsafe. So he quickly formed a seal with one hand and shouted softly, "Ice Spirit Armor." As the shout rang out, the icy mist that filled the surroundings suddenly formed a thick ice armor that shone with an icy luster on the old man's body. "Boy, you really pissed me off. It's been a while since I've treated anyone with all my strength. Today, none of you can leave here." Jiang Cheng didn't want to waste time here. If he missed the secret realm, he would have to wait until tomorrow. He simply mobilized his physical energy and punched hard at Taoist Tianyun in front of him. Powerful energy gushed out from the tip of his fist, and unimaginable energy continued to spread out in all directions like a raging storm. The strong sense of oppression caused the armor that Taoist Tianyun had worked so hard to form to burst inch by inch. Because of the impact of the energy, he flew backwards on the spot, not only breaking the wooden boards in the room, but also flying onto the distant Cheongshan mountain. A huge explosion suddenly sounded. The Cheongshan mountain that originally stood here collapsed in an instant, and the rubble splashed for hundreds of miles. Even the entire secret realm was shaking violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Damn, Brother Jiang is really scary when he gets serious. If this punch hits us, I'm afraid we'll be torn into pieces on the left and right. Wang Hao and the other two couldn't stop sweating, and everyone's face was filled with panic. It was because Brother Jiang's power was too terrifying. Not only did he knock the NPC of level 800 plus away, but he also caused the entire secret realm to tremble violently. Horrible. Terrible. Jiang Cheng retracted his fist and looked towards Zhongshan in the distance. After sensing the breath of life, he realized that the Taoist Tianyun was not so easy to kill. No matter what, the opponent is a strong man of over level 800. How can he be killed so easily? Besides, he is an NPC and an immortal being. The reason he can defeat him now is that his physical body has reached level 999, so it is more than enough to defeat Taoist Tianya. Jiang Cheng said calmly, "Old man, since you are not dead, please come out." As expected, as the words fell, Taoist Tianyun flew out from the ruins in a mess, looking at the young man in front of him with shock. He had never expected that this young man's strength was so terrifying. Over the years, he had seen many players come here to look for treasures, but they were all beaten back by him, and some were even killed by him. However, these guys in front of him seemed ordinary, but they possessed unimaginable energy. Taoist Tianyun asked solemnly, "Who are you?" "Reverse the immortal emperor." As these 4 words were uttered, Taoist Tianyun's face changed drastically, and his whole body began to tremble unconsciously. He did not expect that the man in front of him was the reversal immortal emperor, who was ranked first on the current powerful list. Wang Hao and others were also puzzled. I don't understand why Brother Jiang wants to expose his identity. Could it be possible that this old guy had forgotten? Taoist Tianyun took 2 steps back unconsciously, with a look of surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be the reversal immortal emperor. No wonder you can make this old man lose face." "Don't be surprised, old man. I'm just making a deal with you." Jiang Cheng sat on the chair and said, "As long as the old gentleman tells me the location of the secret treasure, after the matter is accomplished, I am willing to accept the old gentleman as my spiritual pet and leave the savage ancient domain." The Taoist Tianyun in front of him is just an NPC, and he can also take him as his own pet, which is also a mechanism in the game. However, it is not so easy to subdue it. It must be agreed by the character's spirit pet. As long as the other party has any disagreement, the plan to subdue it will fail. Taoist Tianyun saw that the other party was going to take him away, so he put away his arrogance and laughed. "If the immortal emperor can let me leave here, I will serve you as my master. As for the secret treasure, it is actually right here." Taoist Tianyun shrugged and explained, "The location of the secret treasure is always inaccurate, but after my investigation this time, the location where the secret treasure appeared is within the oasis." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao and others burst into tears of joy. It really is so easy to get. I thought I would have to search the whole map for the location of the treasure, but I never thought the treasure was right here. Jiang Cheng looked at the time. There was still half an hour before the secret treasure appeared. If it was somewhere else, it would be difficult to obtain the secret treasure. But since we are in the oasis, it can be considered an opportunity. The most urgent thing is to take the Taoist Tianyun in front of him as his own spiritual pet as soon as possible. "Are you ready, old man?" Taoist Tianyun nodded, his expression somewhat excited, and said firmly, "Come on. I have been trapped here for many years. It's time to see the outside world. The time in the game world is different from the real world. Therefore, 2 years in the real world is equivalent to hundreds of years in the game world." This is also the reason why Taoist Tianyun resolutely agreed when he learned that the other party was willing to take him away. Jiang Cheng slowly raised a finger and tapped Taoist Tianyun's forehead. A ray of clear energy merged into Taoist Tianyun's mind. Based on past experience, Jiang Cheng immediately found the location of the other party's soul, and then forced him to sign a soul contract with him. After the contract was successfully signed, a special mark suddenly appeared on Taoist Tianyun's head. Afterwards, Taoist Tianyun's body began to change, from an old man to a childlike appearance. Chapter 55. Summoners are treated differently. She has white shoulder-length hair, and the small cape on her back has a star-like black-blue texture. It looks like a mouse. Taoist Tianyun explained, "I was originally a divine beast, but later I was changed to a vendor selling maps. In theory, my strength is at the top level of divine beasts." "What was your original name?" Jiang Cheng asked curiously. "My original name is Erden." There was a moment of silence in the air, and then Wang Hao and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Erden, I didn't expect you to be called this. Ha ha ha. Why don't you call yourself Gu Erden? Ha ha ha." The corners of Erden's mouth twitched, and he immediately rolled up his sleeves and pretended to be angry and said, "You 3 little brats, if it weren't for the master just now, I would have punched you so hard that you couldn't tell east from west." Wang Hao walked over, picked up Erden, and said seriously, "That was just now. You don't dare to do that now. I am your master's good brother. In theory, you have to call us master uncle. Erden's mouth twitched, and he wished he could beat these guys away. For the sake of my master, I will let this guy go today. If he dares to say this again next time, I will teach Wang Hao a lesson no matter what. About half an hour later, a golden light suddenly burst out from the secret realm. The light only existed for a moment before disappearing into the secret realm, making people even think they were hallucinating. Even those who can see it clearly have no chance of finding the secret treasure, because once the secret treasure is born, it will only exist for 3 minutes, and when the time is up, it will automatically disappear. Wang Hao immediately said, "The secret treasure has appeared." Erden sniffed the air, and based on his years of experience, he quickly found the scent of the secret treasure and immediately pointed Jiang Cheng in the direction of the secret treasure. "Master, the location of the secret treasure is not far away. Let's go quickly. The secret treasure will only exist for 3 minutes. When the time is up, the secret treasure will automatically disappear." Following Erden's guidance, the four of them soon arrived at a clear pond. A breeze blew, blowing off the fallen leaves on the treetops. The fallen leaves fell on the water, creating beautiful ripples. However, just as everyone was looking for the secret treasure, the Emperor Beast in his arms jumped directly into the lake. Before everyone could react, they saw the Emperor Beast swallowing a ball of golden light into its stomach in the water. Swallowing the secret treasure so quickly left everyone dumbfounded. Eat it now? They didn't even know what the secret treasure looked like, and they were eaten by the Emperor Beast in front of them. Erden flew to the side of the Emperor Beast, looked it up and down, and couldn't help but say, "This little guy is really interesting. He can actually swallow the secret treasure alive. Isn't he afraid that the energy generated by the secret treasure will fill his stomach?" Tisk. The Emperor Beast curled his lips and said, "That's a mistake only low-level divine beasts can make. I'm different from them." "Hey, you can actually speak. How is this possible?" Erden was a little surprised when he heard that the Emperor Beast could also speak human words. The reason why he could speak was because his level had reached over 800, and he was able to speak human words. And the Emperor Beast in front of her is just a fake divine beast. Why can she speak and be so arrogant? The Emperor Beast ignored Erden's surprise and jumped directly into Jiang Cheng's arms, gently nuzzling his chest with its head. Jiang Cheng explained, "Emperor beasts have different qualities. Her achievements may not even exceed those of the five-clawed dragon. Speaking in advance also proves that her achievements are extraordinary. You have lived for so many years, but have you ever heard of a spiritual pet that can swallow other secret treasures?" Erden shook his head honestly and said, "I have never heard of it, and I have never seen it either. Besides, this is a secret place, and I don't know much about it." Jiang Cheng didn't say anything more after hearing this, because this imperial beast was a spiritual pet he cultivated, and it might not even exist in this world. When we left the secret realm, it was already dawn the next day. The people in the management department were counting the number of people entering and leaving this time. When they found that the death toll was as high as 2/3, they finally realized how terrifying the advanced secret realm was. The spiritual pets that appeared in the high-level secret realms were all at the level of spiritual beasts, and the strongest among them had reached the level of pseudo-divine beasts. For those who were just starting out, this was undoubtedly the ultimate challenge. But often this challenge requires a corresponding price, including one's own life. Wang Hao was no longer surprised by this. Every time they appeared or left, there would be a large number of casualties. This is inevitable. If it weren't for Brother Jiang, they might not have dared to go deep into it. Return to Guangming University. Principal Zhang has been standing at the door waiting for a long time. Seeing Jiang Cheng and the others coming back, he quickly walked forward and said with a smile, "Jiang Cheng, you are finally back." "Principal Zhang, what's wrong?" Jiang Cheng looked at the president of Guangming University in front of him, thinking that he was in trouble, so he asked, "Oh, I'm fine. It's mainly because Ms. Lu Yao wants to see you. I wonder if you have time. If you do, she's waiting for you in the office." Principal Zhang's face was full of smiles. Since the last incident, Guangming University was successfully promoted to a first-class university and was even linked to the management department. As long as one was able to join, they could directly join the management department after graduation. It was also announced that Guangming University officially became a national university to provide talents for the country. Principal Zhang was naturally as happy as a child. It was his honor to be able to cultivate so many outstanding children. Wang Hao walked forward in a very familiar manner, put his arm around Principal Zhang's shoulder and said, "Principal, we have been together for such a long time. Why don't you give us a raise?" Principal Zhang said sternly, "Wang Hao, what you said is wrong. How can I let you bring up this matter? I have arranged for the accountant to double your salary every month. As for the year-end bonus, don't worry, I know everything. Hearing this, Wang Hao and the other two smiled even brighter. They had never dared to think about this before, let alone become brothers with the principal. In the entire Guangming University, apart from Lu Yao, who is the owner of a divine beast, there are only 4 of them who are defined as the owners of pseudo-divine beasts. Principal Zhang is deeply afraid that the other party will be poached by other schools, because if one leaves, the others will probably have to leave as well. Therefore, Principal Zhang will try his best to meet all the requirements of Wang Hao and others. For example, single-family dormitories, computers, mobile phones, living expenses, etc. are all free. All expenses are borne by the school, and you can also receive $1 million bonus from the management department every month. No matter who it is, I'm afraid it would be difficult to refuse. Chapter 56. Qingting Muhu was killed. Jiang Cheng came to the principal's office, and just as he opened the door, he saw Lu Yao sitting on a chair in a snow-white dress. Lu Yao has a pretty face. As the breeze blows, her long black hair moves with the wind, adding to her beautiful and charming appearance. At this time, Lu Yao had also heard the noise coming from the door. She turned around and looked at Jiang Cheng at the door. Lu Yao stood up, pursed her immature lips, tidied up the 3,000 black hair beside her ears with her bare hands, and said softly, "You are here." Jiang Cheng nodded subconsciously and walked into the room. "Thank you for this time. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the savage mountain." Lu Yao thanked from the bottom of her heart. Since the last incident, Lu Yao received timely treatment. Otherwise, even if she could survive, she would probably face lifelong disability. Jiang Cheng said with a smile, "It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Besides, there are not many summoners in China who have divine beasts. If something happens to you, it will definitely be a huge loss for China." Lu Yao stared at Jiang Cheng in front of her. For some reason, the man in front of her always gave her a very familiar feeling, but she really couldn't remember where he was familiar. "Did we meet a few times at school?" Lu Yao sat elegantly on the chair and poured a cup of tea for Jiang Cheng. She said, "I already know everything about you. I'm curious. Since you are the owner of a spirit pet, why don't you join the National Management Department? The Management Department's subsidies for summoners are very generous. You can receive spirit souls every month to upgrade the level of your spirit pets, and you can also earn a considerable income." Jiang Cheng took a sip of tea and said, "I haven't thought about joining the Management Department yet. I might consider it after I graduate." Hearing this, Lu Yao smiled bitterly. Since the other party was unwilling to join the Management Department, she had no way to force him to join. Besides, Jiang Cheng had saved him before, so theoretically he was his savior. "Here is the reward you receive this time. Consider it as a thank you for saving me." At this moment, Lu Yao took out a bank card from her pocket and said softly, "The bank card password is the last 6 digits. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me." "Okay, thank you very much." Jiang Cheng did not reject Lu Yao's kindness and took the bank card that was pushed to him. Although he is no longer short of money, there are times when he cannot deliberately reveal his true nature, otherwise he will definitely get some other information from it. Lu Yao was not surprised to see Jiang Cheng accept the bank card she handed over. It was human nature, and everyone knew that. Besides, who doesn't like money? If Jiang Cheng didn't accept her money, it meant that he was not short of money. Combined with the information sent to her by big data, it meant that the man in front of her had been hiding. Now that the money has been received, Lu Yao's worries are naturally dispelled. Lu Yao pursed her lips and said, "In that case, I will go back first. Jiangqing's management department is currently in a mess. I need to pacify it as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. See you later." "Okay, see you later." Watching Lu Yao turning away, Jiang Cheng also returned to his dormitory and made a quick check of the money there. He found that there was a total of more than 10 million in the bank card. I didn't expect that the country would take such good care of the summoners who own the legendary beasts. They casually gave out more than 10 million yuan. It's really generous. Brother Jiang, could it be that Lu Yao has a crush on you and is giving you so much money at once? Wang Hao leaned over and saw the data on the computer screen. After seeing the number of more than 10 million, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. If it were in the past, Wang Hao would definitely faint from fear of the numbers in front of him. When had an ordinary person ever seen so much money? Things are different now. Since becoming summoners, they can receive a subsidy every month. The owners of mythical beasts naturally receive the most, followed by the owners of pseudo-mythical beasts. The number of summoners Wang Hao and his 2 companions brings in about 3 million every month, which makes 36 million a year. This is not only because the International Department wants to retain summoners, but more importantly, they are afraid that these people will kill innocent people indiscriminately due to some special hobbies. Don't let your imagination run wild. He's just thanking me for saving his life last time. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Besides, he didn't want to see the owner of a divine beast die. If that happened, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, Jiang Cheng took action to suppress it directly and rescue Ms. Liu Yao. Wang Hao looked at Jiang Cheng beside him meaningfully and said with a grin, Okay, I get it. But Brother Jiang, Liu Yao is indeed good. She has a good family and a strong status. If she knew that you were the reversal immortal emperor, she might fall in love with you. Jiang Cheng glared at Wang Hao beside him, and Wang Hao awkwardly averted his gaze. In order to avoid further embarrassment, he blew a whistle. At this moment, Li Nan rushed in, his face covered in blood, and said, It's bad, Brother Jiang, it's bad. What's wrong? Jiang Cheng looked at Li Nan, whose face was covered in blood, and was stunned. He rushed up and questioned him. Something bad happened. Guaxinyu had a quarrel with someone. The other party turned out to be the owner of a top-level pseudo-divine beast. Not only did he injure me, he also took Guaxinyu's pet. What happened? Jiang Cheng realized that something was wrong and immediately asked loudly. Killed? Hearing this, not only Jiang Cheng frowned, but even Wang Hao beside him also looked gloomy. Guaxinyu's green ivy wooden monkey was the spiritual pet that Jiang Cheng had chosen for him. It had a great chance of breaking through to become a divine beast in the future, and it was even possible for it to become a mid-level divine beast in the future. Now he was killed. Jiang Cheng asked with a bad look on his face, Where are they now? Li Nan frowned and glared. He's just outside the city. He seems to be a young master from a certain aristocratic family. He has an arrogant attitude and relies on his strength to bully men and women all day long. Jiang Cheng also became angry. He wanted to see who was so bold as to attack his own brother. Then he brought the two of them, taking the still sleeping emperor beast, directly to the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Outside the city at this time, Guaxinyu fell to the ground in agony, tears falling uncontrollably. The killing of Qingting Muhu made him feel extremely sad. Fortunately, he has other spiritual pets with him. Otherwise, his future will be that of an ordinary person, and everything he has now will come to naught. Chapter 57. Guaxinyu was almost abolished. Boy, it's useless no matter who you look for. I've made it clear today. You must pay the price for your recklessness. The person who spoke was a man in a suit. He looked weak and gentle, but in fact he was fierce and vicious. Even his eyes were filled with endless coldness at this moment. It was obvious that he had no intention of letting the man in front of him go. If he offended himself, he would have to pay a price. Surprisingly, the whole Jiangcheng thought he was a soft persimmon. Guaxinyu spat out blood and said, You bastard, when my brother Jiang comes, none of you will be able to leave. Yo-ho! The man in the suit walked over and stepped on Guaxinyu's chest. The severe pain made Guaxinyu's face turn blue, and the crisp sound from his ribs also indicated that his ribs were broken. Looking at the scene in front of them, the little followers around them also applauded. Well, Master Li is really amazing. This guy wants to challenge you. He is really bold. Yes, a student who challenges our Master Li is really ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the green ivy and wooden monkey. There are many people who are stronger than you. If you are a dragon, coil up for me. If you are a tiger, lie down for me. Facing the flattery from the people around him, the man who called himself Li Xiao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and kicked Guaxinyu in the stomach. Under the huge shock wave, Guaxinyu spat out scarlet blood again, and his whole body slid on the ground for dozens of meters until he hit a big tree and stopped. Young Master Li shrugged, pulled off the tie around his neck, and said coldly, It is not the turn of others to point fingers at me when I am doing things. Since you are so ungrateful, I will just destroy you. You will never be able to become a summoner. Li Xiao walked over slowly. It was obvious that he was not joking but really wanted to defeat Guaxinyu on the spot. Just as he raised his right hand, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his cheek. Before he could react, he flew backwards like a cannonball and crashed into more than a dozen towering trees before stopping. When the followers around saw this, everyone had a look of shock on their faces. If I saw it correctly, Li Xiao seemed to be slapped and flew away. Who is this guy? How dare he be so bold? Hasn't he ever heard of Li Tian, the eldest son of the Li family in Jiangcheng? When Guaxinyu saw the figure standing in front of him, tears could no longer suppress the pain in his heart and burst out. Brother Jiang, you are finally here. Jiang Cheng's face turned pale as he looked at Guasinyu like this, his eyes filled with endless murderous intent. He then took out a pill from the Ziwei ancient ring and fed it to Guasinyu. Soon, with the help of the elixir, Guasinyu quickly recovered to his original state. However, the death of Qingting Muhu was still too much of a blow, and he was unable to accept this fact for a while. Don't worry, I will help you avenge your suffering. Jiang Cheng had already made up his mind to kill. Since the other party is so unscrupulous, there is no need for him to live in this world. Jiang Cheng turned around and saw Li Tian had already stood up. His young face was already red and swollen, and several of his teeth had fallen out. He looked particularly hideous. Li Tian roared, "Who the hell are you? Why are you hitting me?" "You are the eldest son of the Li family, Li Tian, right?" Jiang Cheng asked expressionlessly. "Since you know me, and you still dare to act like a bully here, get out of here right now, and don't say I'm rude to you." Li Tian's eyes were red, and the pain on his face made him tremble all over. If he hadn't felt that this person was stronger than him, he would have taken action just now. "Since you want to destroy Guasinyu, then let me destroy you directly and make your Li family disappear from this world completely." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Li Tian immediately laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, what a funny joke. I didn't expect there are such stupid people in this world who actually want to make my Li family disappear from this world. Who do you think you are? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? You are the brother Jiang that Guasinyu mentioned, right? Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise, I will destroy all your spiritual pets. Li Tian said with a ferocious look on his face. Obviously, Li Tian was deflated by the slap just now. He felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but threaten. Jiang Cheng put one hand behind his back and said coldly, "If that's the case, then come up. I want to see how you can ruin me." Seeing Jiang Cheng was so stubborn, Li Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense. He just waved his right hand and a huge wolf appeared here. This wolf is completely different from the wolves on TV. It is tall, 10 meters tall, and more than 10 meters in size. Even if it just stands there, it gives people an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. This wolf's hair is like steel needles, its teeth are extremely sharp, and its eyes are blood red like a fierce monster. As long as you look into its eyes, you will get an extremely terrifying feeling. This is my top pet, the Haoyue Wolf King. Boy, kneel down and admit your mistake now. I may only destroy your body. Otherwise, I will let you go to see your grandparents together. Li Tian stroked the fur of his spirit pet, his face full of disdain. As the owner of a top-level pseudo-divine beast, even if he killed these people, the management department would not say anything. Let me ask you, will the management department offend the owner of this pseudo-divine beast because of a few corpses? Obviously, it's impossible. In the face of absolute strength, everything is just like an ant trying to shake a tree. Seeing the other party being so arrogant, Jiang Cheng was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. This was Savage Mountain and few people came here, so he let them see the power of the divine beast. Well, let me see the strength of the bright moon wolf king. As he spoke, Jiang Cheng waved his fingers, and a piercing roar of dragons and tigers resounded throughout the entire forest. Perhaps because it was too loud, the sound took a long time to dissipate. At this moment, the dazzling starry sky suddenly dimmed, and above the sky, there were bursts of thunder. Thunder as thick as a bucket rolled in the sky, and every time it flashed, it would leave a scorched earth on the ground. At this moment, everyone raised their heads at the same time, and saw a giant creature suddenly walked out of the clouds. You have to get a clear view of the appearance of this spiritual pet by looking at its body in a fixed position. It is over 5 meters long and extremely majestic, somewhat like a tiger, but it has 3 identical big heads. Chapter 58, Kneeling Down and Begging for Mercy, just to save your life. Each head was over 1 meter in diameter, and its terrifying canine teeth emitted a red gold luster. The 3 big heads roared at the same time, and within a radius of 10 miles, all the animals crawled on the ground and dared not move. The Red Fire Tiger King landed steadily on the ground. The flames burning on his body burned all the weeds nearby. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. Red Fire Tiger King. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Red Fire Tiger King, not only Li Tian was stunned, even his little followers fell to the ground and trembled, with shock in their eyes. I didn't expect that the guy in front of me actually possesses the top-level divine beast, the Red Fire Tiger King. How can this be? Li Tian knelt on the ground trembling, his eyes filled with fear, and said in panic, "This? How is this possible? Who are you and why do you own a top beast like the Scarlet Fire Tiger King?" You don't have a chance to know. When Li Tian saw that the other party had murderous intentions towards him, he immediately stood up. Regardless of the fact that he had peed his pants at the moment, he immediately summoned all his false beasts. Come out, Muma, Spirit Snake, Suzaku. As Li Tian roared, the other three pseudo-divine beasts appeared here, and surging energy fluctuations spread crazily in all directions, and the air became distorted wherever they passed. Not only that, the forest that was hundreds of feet around seemed to be shaking violently under the pressure of this energy, as if it could burst completely at any time. The Scarlet Fire Tiger Emperor stood up slowly, his huge body reflecting an incomparable, terrifying aura under the refraction of the moonlight. Before the four pseudo-divine beasts could take action, the Red Fire Tiger Emperor opened its bloody mouth, and a sudden beast roar sounded like thunder on a clear sky, resounding through the sky and breaking the tranquility between heaven and earth. The huge roar seemed to explode right next to their ears, shocking everyone. However, it was not over yet. The Red Fire Tiger King was seen flying in the air, roaring again at the four pseudo-divine beasts below him. The space in front of everyone began to fluctuate violently, and then the sound waves expanded like lightning. There was a loud bang, and the calm lake surface was like a bomb was dropped, with huge waves as high as 20 to 30 feet bursting up. Finally, it fell with a loud bang, and the splashes of water and mist enveloped the entire valley in a misty water vapor. The tiger's roar was like thunder erupting from among the dark clouds, rolling out with the Red Fire Tiger King as the center point. Even the loud sound of the waterfall crashing down was covered by the tiger's roar. The area within a radius of 10 miles could vaguely hear the sound, and wherever the sound waves passed, all beasts became limp. Even the three pseudo-divine beasts had their souls trembled violently because of the dragon energy mixed in with the tiger's roar. Some weak jackals, tigers, and leopards that were closer to the lake were actually killed by the thunder-like sound waves. The four pseudo-divine beasts in front of them were no match for the divine beasts. They died on the spot when they came into contact with the sound waves, and Li Tian vomited blood. He flew backwards and hit the wall, spraying a mouthful of scarlet blood. Feeling the moment when all his pseudo-divine beasts were killed, Li Tian suddenly stared with his eyes as big as copper bells, unable to believe that all this was true. He couldn't believe that all his pseudo-divine beasts were killed by this divine beast. No, it's impossible. Who are you? Li Tian stared and yelled. No, Scarlet Fire Tiger King. There are only two people in the entire server who possess this ability. Could it be that you are the Reversal Immortal Emperor? Li Tian was trembling all over, and even his voice was filled with fear. He had never dreamed that he would meet the Reversal Immortal Emperor who was ranked #1 in the game's leaderboard in this small Jiang city. This was definitely beyond his imagination. At this moment, Lin Tian's fear had spread in his heart. He wanted to escape, but found that his limbs seemed to have been broken by the sound waves. Not to mention running away. He couldn't even crawl. Let me go. Please let me go. I know I was wrong. Li Tianli burst into tears. If he could, he wanted to kneel on the ground and kowtow, but Jiang Cheng in front of him was still extremely indifferent. You rely on the fact that you own a top-level pseudo-divine beast to force women into prostitution and harm innocent people. Let me bully you today. Li Tian was shaking all over, tears falling uncontrollably, begging, please don't kill me. I don't want to. I really don't want to die, please. As long as you let me go, I can give you a lot of things. Whether it's money or anything else, I can give you. I just ask you to let me live. I will never tell anyone about your affairs. Please spare my life, Senior. I have plenty of money. I can give it all to you. 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. I can give you anything. Li Tian was completely terrified. He could not see any mercy in Jiang Cheng's eyes. All that was left was an endless cold light. Your life is worthless. Jiang Cheng slapped him again. His right cheek was swelling rapidly, forming a sharp contrast with his left cheek. In an instant, the strong force caused all of Li Tian's teeth to explode, and his mouth was filled with blood that kept spurting out like a fountain. Li Tian was beaten so hard that he burst into tears. Someone come and save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You don't want to die. So does that mean others want to die? Jiang Cheng grabbed his neck and threw him directly in front of Li Nan, saying, I leave it to you. Li Nan clenched his fists, thinking back to how this bastard had killed his green ivy wooden monkey. His eyes widened in anger, and he stepped hard on Li Tian's thigh with his right foot. The severe pain caused Li Tian to scream miserably. At this moment, Li Tian's cell phone suddenly rang. Looking closely, It was Li Tian's father calling. Li Nan answered the call directly and looked at the man on the screen. Li Tian's father was also stunned, thinking that the other party had picked up his son's phone, and immediately said, "Boy, return my son's phone quickly, otherwise, be careful that I will make it impossible for you to gain a foothold in Jiang Cheng. Dad, save me, Dad, save me." A hurried cry for help came from the phone. Li Tian's father's face suddenly changed. He looked at his son on the screen and shouted angrily, "Son, where are you? Who hit you?" But Li Tian's voice stopped abruptly at this moment and was replaced by endless eeriness, which made Li Tian's father on the other end of the phone feel his hair stand on end. "Don't worry, it won't be long before I can reunite all the disciples of the Li family." "Who are you?" Li Tian's father clenched his teeth, and the teacup in his hand was crushed into powder under the strange force. Chapter 59. Reversing Life is about reversing life. It was the first time that Li Tian's father was insulted by someone. His expression was distorted, and he crushed the phone in his hand. In the entire Jiang Cheng, everyone would give face to the Li family. Even the other major families would have to be courteous to them when they saw them. Li Tian's mother cried heartbrokenly, "Husband, please save our child. He is still young and can't leave me. Fuck off, I'm really annoyed now." Li Tian's father kicked the latter in the stomach, not caring about his life or death. His face trembled, and his pupils showed a sharp look. Li Nan stepped on Li Tian's thigh and broke it. The heart-wrenching pain made Li Tian scream like a pig being slaughtered. Li Zhenlong lay on the table, veins popping out on his forehead. He watched his son's thigh being broken in the camera and immediately roared with his eyes wide open. "Stop! Stop right there, or I will tear you into pieces." Guosinyu said calmly, "Why don't you ask what your son did? Today, even if Lu Yao comes, she can't stop me from taking revenge." Li Zhenlong's blood pressure soared. He suppressed his anger, turned his head, looked at the two figures in the video, and said grimly, "You bastard, let my son go now. I will forgive what happened today. Let bygones be bygones." Guosinyu suddenly laughed, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his laughter. The next moment, Guosinyu, who had been laughing with his head down, suddenly raised his head, and his grim face was filled with murderous intent. "From the moment your son strangled my spirit pet and tried to destroy me, we were doomed to die. Li Tian really went too far in this matter. Whatever compensation you want, my Li family will try to agree to it, as long as you can release my son." Li Zhenlong said seriously, and this time, he softened his tone, because Li Tian was the pillar of the family. If he died, the family's funds in the future would definitely suffer an unprecedented blow. So no matter what, I have to save my son first. As for the guy in front of me, it won't be too late to kill him later. Compensation? You only know how to compensate. A thunderous roar of rage suddenly burst out from the mouth of Guosinyu, whose face was ferocious. Hearing this rude curse, everyone in the Li family, even Li Zhenlong himself, felt a little dizzy. With his status, when had he ever been insulted like this in all these years? After the dizziness, anger surged up and Li Zhenlong's face became gloomy. "Son of a bitch. If you hurt my son's life today, I, Li Zhenlong, will chase you to the ends of the earth, and I will kill you." Guosinyu ignored Li Zhenlong's threat and pierced Li Tian's chest with the sword in his hand. Because the sword was as sharp as mud, it went straight through the stone under him and nailed him to the stone. "Son!" Li Zhenlong watched his son being killed and immediately roared in anger. "I swear, I will grind you to dust, even to the ends of the earth." Guosinyu was too lazy to continue listening to the other party's nonsense and hung up the video directly. Jiang Cheng had a blank expression on his face, and then he took out a green vine wooden monkey and said, "This is the spiritual pet I stored back then. Although it is only a low-level pseudo-divine beast, with my help, it won't be difficult to restore it to a mid-level pseudo-divine beast." Guosinyu's eyes were red, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do next." "Okay, stop being sentimental. Besides, we are all brothers. I will help you with this little matter." Jiang Cheng also decided to kill. Since the Li family is so stubborn, there is no need for them to exist in Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, it will bring unnecessary troubles to themselves in the future. At this time, in the Li family manner, Li Zhenlong clenched his fists angrily and said viciously, "Investigate for me. I want to see who is so bold as to kill my son. If I find out, I will bury his entire family with him." Over the years, no one has ever dared to take action against my Li family. "Oh no, master. It's snowing outside." Li Zhenlong's mouth twitched. "It's a scorching summer now, and you tell me it's snowing? Li Zhenlong was filled with anger and roared, "Get lost! You can't even find a good excuse to lie. Why don't you just say you'll lose your life?" "Sir, it's really snowing. If you don't believe me, come out and see." Li Zhenlong frowned and was about to go out to teach this guy a lesson, but he never expected that as soon as he raised his head, he saw heavy snow falling on the Li family's manor. Seeing the sudden heavy snow, Li Zhenlong couldn't help but frown, because he didn't know why this happened. Li Zhenlong is also a player of this game, Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts. His strength is about that of a pseudo-divine beast. Now seeing the heavy snow in the sky, he realizes that something is wrong. However, at this moment, an ice blue spirit pet was seen standing outside the hall. If you look closely, you will find that it is an extremely rare unicorn. The unicorn is ice blue all over, even its eyes are blue. A thin layer of frost had formed on the ground beneath him at some point. As a loyal fan of the game, Li Zhenlong recognized it immediately, fell to the ground with a look of panic on his face, and shouted, "This is a top-level beast, the one-horned ice dragon beast? A top-level divine beast, the unicorn ice dragon beast. It can transform into the appearance of any spiritual pet. However, it is also very easy to distinguish. All you need to do is look at the horn on its head. There is only one in the entire server, and the owner is the number one on the server, the Reversal Immortal Emperor." After seeing the divine beast in front of him, Li Zhenlong seemed to realize something and turned around and ran without looking back. The next second, an ice blue air wave swept over, and any buildings that came into contact with the air wave were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. However, his negotiation speed was no match for the attack of the cold air. In an instant, all the people in the Li family were completely enveloped by the cold air and eventually exploded. Overnight, all of Li family's disciples died. Jiang Cheng in the dormitory slowly opened his eyes. After seeing with his own eyes that there were no survivors in the Li family, he said calmly, "I have already helped you get revenge. If there is an investigation, I will take the responsibility." "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Guo expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. "What nonsense are you talking about? We brothers don't need to say thank you or not. Besides, that guy is a bully who bullies the weak and forces women into prostitution. If the management department doesn't take action now, I will not let this group of guys go. Reversing the game means reversing your life." Chapter 60. Mount Gold List appears. In the secret base in the Magic City, Minister Li looked at the information in his hand. His face turned pale, and facing the threats from other countries, he slammed his fist on the table in front of him. He said angrily, "How can China, a great country, listen to the instructions of those guys? Tell them, it's impossible. If you want to fight, then fight." "I just don't believe it. A bunch of wool-headed people. What's so great about them? How dare they openly provoke China? They are really a bunch of evildoers who don't know how to live or die." Other people in the management department also looked at each other. They were extremely angry about the joint resistance of several major countries, and they wanted to crush this group of guys to ashes. Now that things have come to this point, there is no way to compromise. The secret document clearly stated that since China's Li Huxiong killed Nelson of the United States, China's Li Huxiong needed to be abolished, and China needed to announce that it would cede territory, and then all owners of the divine beasts would be inspected. Minister Li naturally would not agree to such an action. Li Huxiong is indeed hateful, but it is simply impossible to ask the Chinese to cede territory and then imprison the owner of the sacred beast. This is not just about the rise and fall of a country, but also something that China's 5,000-year history does not allow. It is impossible, absolutely impossible, to ask them to divide the territory. Zhang Qi then said, "Minister Li, what should we do next?" Li Huxiong did a lot of bad things, but fortunately he did them all in foreign countries, which is also a good thing for China. Although it's a good thing, don't forget that Brother Li who has returned. If he is allowed to do evil in China, who knows how many people will die? It's better to be cautious and avoid unnecessary trouble. Li Huxiong is a mentally ill patient after all. If he were allowed to do whatever he wanted in China, who knows how many people would die? Therefore, Minister Li was more worried about this matter than anyone else. If he committed a crime in China, the only one who could subdue him would be a top-level warrior like the Emperor of Reversal. Who can defeat the 20th rank strongman? Zhang Qi said at this time, "So far we still don't know who the Reversal Immortal Emperor is. If this continues, it may cause unnecessary trouble. Minister, do you have no other plans?" Minister Li sighed. If he knew who it was, he would have recruited him long ago and things wouldn't have come to this point. But it's too late to say anything now. We should deal with these foreigners' affairs as soon as possible and deal with domestic affairs when all opportunities are ready. At this moment, A woman in military uniform walked in, saluted Minister Li and said, "Minister, something important has happened." Minister Li raised his eyebrows and took the document handed over by the woman. When he saw that it was about what happened in Jiang Cheng, he was also puzzled. Why everything happens around Jiang Cheng? Could it be that Jiang Cheng has some unspeakable secret? After our investigation and information from passersby, we found that the person who slaughtered the Li family was an ice white deer. Deer? Minister Li frowned in confusion and asked, "What is that, a spirit pet?" The woman in military uniform nodded. It must be a spiritual pet, because she couldn't think of anyone else who could control the ice deer to fight. Moreover, under the current situation, there are still many species of ice deer, and it is impossible to find out who the owner of the ice deer is in a short period of time. The Li family had 2 summoners of pseudo-divine beasts. They are both dead. Moreover, according to our investigation, the 2 died within less than half an hour. As for the murderer, we don't know yet. Minister Li rubbed his temples. The recent events had made him feel physically and mentally exhausted. However, for the safety of China, he said, "Notify them to find Li Huxiong as soon as possible and find the murderer who killed the entire Li family." Yes. And the ice deer. Minister Li gave this reminder at this time. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong with the ice deer. Since it was able to kill Li Zhenlong, the owner of the pseudo-divine beast, the strength of this ice deer was at least at the level of a divine beast. In this case, it is very likely that person did it. If it really is that person, it would be 100 benefits and no harm to China. Thinking of this, Minister Li postponed the matters in the United States and sent all the remaining personnel to find that person. In the dormitory of Guangming University, looking at the message on his phone, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a little worried and said, "Brother Jiang, have you seen the forum posted by the management department? They are looking for a summoner who has an ice deer. Obviously, that matter has been known to others." Jiang Cheng, who was lying on the bed and browsing his phone, also saw it and said, "I know, but not many people know about this. It's not easy to find the owner of the ice deer." Jiang Cheng shrugged. Minister Li seemed to have guessed something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to find the owner of the ice deer. Seeing Brother Jiang was so confident, Wang Hao didn't say anything else. He was just afraid that the group of guys might find out something, which would be bad. The Mount Gold ranking will be displayed in 3 minutes. The top 100 mounts will receive rewards. At this moment, the sound of Hongming sounded leisurely in the sky. Everyone put down their work, turned around and looked at the large gilded characters in the sky. Upon learning that the mount ranking list would appear soon, everyone smacked their lips, wondering who would be ranked first this time. Is it the reversal immortal emperor, or someone else? The sound was loud and lasted for a long time. After hearing this voice, everyone on Blue Star felt an unprecedented shock. They didn't expect that the mount list would also come out. "Brother Jiang, I forgot to ask, what is your mount?" Wang Hao lay beside the window, looking at the large gilded characters in the sky, and asked with some curiosity. A divine beast is a divine beast, and a mount is a mount, so the two are not the same. Jiang Cheng did not hide it and said, "My mount is a Kuanpeng, but in the past 2 years in the game, I have never shown it to outsiders. My level in the game has reached 999, so the need for a mount is not that great. Now that the mount list has appeared, I wonder if my Kuanpeng can be ranked on the strong list still." Not to mention Wang Hao and his companions, most of their mounts are unwanted junk. Not to mention being on the list, even if they were taken out now, they would probably be ridiculed. The same goes for the levels of mounts, which are divided into 4 realms: mortal beasts, spirit beasts, pseudo-divine beasts, and divine beasts. Chapter 61. My husband is the reversal immortal emperor. 3 minutes passed in a flash. The Mount Golden list came out quietly. At this moment, everyone on Blue Star stopped what they were doing and fixed their gazes on the Golden list stele. They wanted to see how the mounts were ranked this time. Mount ranking 100. Loves to eat animal milk. Mount level, intermediate spiritual beast centipede. Reward, 1 spirit beast enhancement pill, which can be used to evolve into a high-level spirit beast. When everyone saw the big golden words appear, they all knew that all players did not care about upgrading the level of their mounts. Otherwise, it would not be possible for them to be ranked 100th and have an intermediate spirit beast. You know, in the 100th ranked stone tablet ranking, the weakest ones are all powerful divine beasts. Now that the Mount Gold list has appeared, it means that everyone is not strong as a whole. This is the only way to enter the rankings. In this case, the person in front should not be much different, otherwise, he would have already reached the level of a divine beast mount. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this statement. Most people who own divine beasts only have a few, so it is naturally impossible to change a combat-type divine beast into a mount. If that were to happen, it would be a waste of resources. Moreover, looking at the entire game of Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts, there are only 100 people who own divine beasts, and in recent times, summoners who own divine beasts have also died. So far, 10 people have been killed. Now, there are only 90 people left in the entire blue planet who own divine beasts. This is a cruel world. There is no fairness, only the strength of the weak. It seems that the top-ranked reversal immortal emperor is not that strong this time. If I had known this would happen, I should have upgraded the level of my mount. Hey, everyone would say it, not to mention you. Even we regret it, but there is no regret medicine in the world. So, forget it, just wait and see. I'm going home to collect my clothes. Everyone in the crowd shook their heads and felt helpless about the matter. Although it was a pity, there was nothing they could do about it. If they missed it, they really missed it. It is obviously impossible to remedy the situation. Lu Yao stared at the scene in the sky, feeling a touch of longing in her heart. She pursed her immature lips and said, "Where are you? You showed up last time. Why are you still unwilling to come out to see me?" "Captain, your father is here." Hearing the news that her father was coming, Lu Yao immediately wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "Please arrange for him to go to the room. I will be there soon." "Okay, I'll arrange it now." After changing her clothes, Lu Yao came to a quieter room. At this time, Lu Yao's father was sitting on the sofa, tasting the tea in front of him and making sounds of praise from time to time. Seeing her daughter coming in, Lu Xiao asked with a smile, "How do you feel recently? Are you tired?" "Well enough." Lu Yao sat on a chair, poured a cup of tea for her father, and then said, "Dad, what are you doing here? Is there something wrong?" Lu Xiao put down the teacup in her hand, turned around, and said seriously, "It's like this, my daughter. You are not young anymore. After you graduate, I have decided to arrange a marriage for you." Seeing her daughter's indifferent expression, Lu Xiao immediately said, "Don't worry, that kid is pretty good. We've met him a few times, and he's young Master Situ, who ranks 38th on the strong list." Hearing the words, Master Situ, Lu Yao couldn't help but think of that figure in her mind. She seemed to have once formed a team with him, but they had no contact since then. "I didn't expect that the other party actually knew my father. It was indeed beyond my expectations." But Lu Yao did not agree to her father's marriage. She already had someone she loved, so she would not agree no matter who it was. "Dad, tell Master Situ that my Lu Yao has someone she likes, and tell him not to mention this matter again." Lu Yao directly rejected her father's good intentions. She only loved to reverse the immortal emperor. No matter what the other party looked like, they were her CP. Seeing her daughter so determined, Lu Xiao felt puzzled. She didn't understand what was wrong with her daughter and why she was angry for no reason. Could it be that Master Situ was not worthy of her? Young Master Situ is the 38th strongest person in the game. In the game, there are only about 30 people stronger than him. If they can get involved with him now, it will definitely be beneficial to their Lu family. Besides, the Situ family is also a top force in the Magic City, so being able to have a relationship with them is naturally a good thing for them. "My daughter, we are all doing this for your own good. After seeing your photo, Master Situ was quite satisfied with you, and even wanted all your contact information." "So, you gave it?" Lu Yao asked with a slightly frowned brow. After hearing this, Lu Xiao touched her nose in embarrassment. The Lu family had no ability to compare with the Situ family. Therefore, Lu Xiao had no way to refuse Master Situ. This is why Lu Xiao really wants Lu Yao to marry into the Situ family. In that way, the Lu family will also have a place in Demon City. Lu Yao said calmly, "I don't need it. If you like it, Dad, then you can keep it for yourself." "Hey." Seeing that her daughter Bauer was angry, Lu Xiao said with a serious expression, "Daughter, I am doing this for your own good. You can't stay single forever. If you do that, our Lu family will." Before he could finish his words, Lu Yao said, "Forget it. I don't like that so-called Mr. Situ. I already have a husband." "You have a husband?" Lu Yao's words made Lu Xiao's face startled, and she asked curiously, "Who is your husband? Do I know him?" "No." Hearing that she knew him, Lu Xiao smacked her lips. Could he be some young master from the Magic City? But compared with young Master Situ, it is obvious that no matter who it is, they will be inferior. Young Master Situ is the 38th strongest man ranked on the strong list stone tablet. There are only a handful of people who are stronger than him. Therefore, Lu Xiao does not think that anyone can be his opponent. He is the #1 reversal immortal emperor, and also my husband in the game. Hearing this, Lu Xiao's expression was obviously a little dazed. After a long time, he he still couldn't recover. It was obvious that he didn't believe that his daughter's husband was the reversal immortal emperor. It is very likely that this is his daughter's unrequited love. Who is the reversal immortal emperor? He is the strongest existence on Blue Star. Not to mention him, even young Master Situ is still dull in front of the reversal immortal emperor. They are not of the same type at all. Chapter 62 Management Department comes to investigate the ice deer. Lu Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Daughter, please stop saying such unrealistic things. We all know who the reversal immortal emperor is. How could he possibly like you? Besides, even if you were a couple before, he's now much stronger. Do you think he will still like you?" Lu Xiao looked at her daughter's expression and sighed deeply, realizing that this kind of love was totally unrealistic. The reversal immortal emperor is indeed powerful, and young Master Situ is like an ant in front of him. Young Master Situ is considered a strong man in the Magic City, but in front of many countries on Blue Star, he can only stand back. If we really have to make a comparison, it would be the shepherd horse compared to the unicorn and the jackdaw compared to the phoenix. They are not on the same level at all. But since he is already number one in the world, why would he still like Lu Yao? This is obviously impossible. Therefore, being down to earth is better than anything else. Everything comes from strength. Lu Yao simply replied, "No, I believe him. He must be looking for me too, and no matter what time, I will always stand by his side. As for the Master Situ you mentioned, I have no interest in him. Tell him not to bother me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, Lu Yao slowly stood up and said, "Dad, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. If you think it's too late, go back and rest early. I'll come home when I have time." Lu Yao, Lu Yao. Watching her daughter leaving, Lu Xiao let out a deep breath, then took out her cell phone and made a call. Soon, a laughing voice came from the other end of the phone. "Uncle, how is it? What does Lu Yao think? If you agree, we can hold the wedding after she graduates. Everything will be carried out on the grandest scale by our Situ family." Lu Xiao touched her nose awkwardly, and then said, "Master Situ, I'm afraid this matter is going to fail. My daughter said that she doesn't like you and doesn't want you to bother her, so I can't do anything about it." After hearing these words, there was silence on the other end of the phone. It was obvious that these words made his face look a little ugly. As the young master of the Situ family, he has seen all kinds of women. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was also a strong person ranked on the strong list stone tablet, young Master Situ would never marry into his Lu family. Now that Lu Yao actually looked down on him, Mr. Situ's expression changed accordingly. He immediately crushed the phone with force and said lightly, "What a Lu Yao! No one has ever rejected me in all these years. The more I can't get, the more I want it. I don't believe that with my temperament, you will always keep your original intention." Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Lu Xiao also shook her head, as if she already knew something, and sighed, "Oh, forget it. If that's the case, let my daughter make her own choice. If I can really be with the immortal emperor reversal, I can relax and unwind." Lu Xiao chuckled and also smiled. At this moment, the golden list of mounts in the sky is still going on. However, most of them are spiritual beast mounts, and only the top 50 are pseudo-divine beast mounts, and the difference in levels is not that big. Therefore, no one cares too much about this matter. Anyway, it's not the mount I own, so when I see it, I will only feel unprecedented envy. "Brother Jiang, the people from the management department are here." At this moment, Wang Hao hurried to the rest area and said solemnly, "Maybe you already know that the ice deer is yours." Jiang Cheng sat up, thought about it again and again, shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. Let's go over and take a look." Wang Hao didn't say anything more and followed Brother Jiang to a quieter room, where he saw Jiang Qi, the captain of the management department, among the crowd. When Jiang Qi saw Jiang Cheng, his brows were slightly frowned, and it was obvious that he was still upset about what happened not long ago. If Minister Li had not prohibited them from snatching other people's pets, the imperial beast would have been theirs long ago. Principal Zhang poured a cup of tea for them and couldn't help asking, "Captain Zhang, I don't know why you are here this time. If you need anything, we can help you." Jiang Qi also said straight to the point, "Principal Zhang, I need to gather all the summoners who have dear pets in your Guangming University together. I have something to investigate." Hearing this, Principal Zhang nodded. These were all trivial matters. Ever since the management department released the app, all summoners in the school had made notes and organized their pets. It's not difficult to find them. What Principal Zhang didn't understand was why Captain Jiang Qi was looking for this kind of spiritual pet. Could it be for better management? Principal Zhang did not ask too many questions and immediately told the secretary about the matter, asking him to call the person who owned the deer pet here within half an hour. After the secretary left, Jiang Qi shifted his gaze from the principal to Jiang Cheng, and then asked softly, "Brother Jiang Cheng, I wonder if your emperor beast is still there?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Jiang Cheng didn't like this guy. He wanted his own emperor beast at the beginning, but now he was rejected. It was obvious that he was holding a grudge. Jiang Qi's lips moved slightly, and he said, "It's like this. Your emperor beast can increase the training speed of spirit pets, and it also has extreme recovery ability. I wonder if we can see it?" "Sorry, it's still resting and can't come out at the moment." Jiang Cheng rejected Jiang Qi's idea without a second thought. Besides, the emperor beast had already evolved into a pseudo-divine beast. If Jiang Qi knew about it, he might make a fuss about it. Jiang Qi saw that the other party had rejected him without any courtesy. His cold expression was a little unhappy, but he still suppressed his anger and said calmly, "Jiang Cheng, as a citizen, you have the obligation to cooperate with our work. Whether my brother Jiang cooperates or not has nothing to do with you. Why do people from your management department want to snatch the emperor beast?" Wang Hao walked forward unhappily. As the owner of a mid-level pseudo-divine beast, Wang Hao did not give him any face at all. Even if Minister Li came in person, he did not dare to show off in front of him. After being confronted by Wang Hao, his expression suddenly changed, and he said with a sullen expression, "Brother Wang Hao, what do you mean? We just want to see the emperor beast, and we don't want to do anything else." "You didn't say anything?" Wang Hao curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "You almost snatched the emperor beast away, and you haven't said anything yet. I'm really laughing to death." Chapter 63. Panic about reversing the immortal emperor. Facing Wang Hao's words, Jiang Qi's face turned ashen, his teeth chattered, his chest heaved rapidly, veins bulged, and his anger had already reached its peak. If he hadn't been afraid of the other person's strength, he would have rushed up and slapped him twice. The strength of pseudo-divine beasts is extremely rare on Blue Star, and Jiang Qi is just a spirit beast owner, so naturally he can't be his opponent. Wang Hao snorted coldly, sat directly beside Jiang Cheng, crossed his legs, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said, "You can investigate if you want, but it's impossible to take the emperor beast away." Captain Jiang Qi clenched his fists and dared not refute at all. He could only return to his seat, expressing strong dissatisfaction with this matter deep in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had already joined the management department, they would have fallen out long ago. I don't know how much time had passed, but all the students who had deer pets in the school came here. They released their pets according to the principal's arrangement. Each one of them looked strange in shape, but there was no ice deer spirit pet, which meant that the murderer of the Li family was not among this group of people. They have almost turned Jiang Cheng upside down, but still haven't found who the murderer is. Could it be that the person is not from Jiang Cheng at all? Or maybe one of them concealed his own strength and did not report the number of spirit pets he possessed. Jiang Qi felt a headache. This kind of thing is too difficult to handle. Trying to find the owner of the ice deer is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Thinking of this, Captain Jiang Qi stood up and said, "Principal Jiang, please pay more attention here. If you see an ice-white deer, please tell us. It is very important to us." "Don't worry, Captain Jiang Qi, as long as there is any clue, I promise to notify the management department as soon as possible." Principal Jiang made a solemn promise. "It's just a matter of paying more attention, as long as you don't have to look for it yourself." "Okay, we'll leave first. Call me directly if you find anything." After exchanging a few simple greetings with Principal Jiang, Jiang Qi turned around and left the office, not forgetting to glare at Jiang Cheng before leaving. Jiang Cheng didn't care about it at all. Whether this guy held a grudge or not, it had nothing to do with him. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, I won't take action against the management. Otherwise, even if Minister Li came in person, or even the Supreme Commander came, it would be useless. Wang Hao spat and cursed. "Why are you so arrogant? If it weren't for Minister Li's sake, I would have slapped him a few times." "Okay, stop talking." Li Nan moved his glasses and said calmly, "This matter was originally aimed at Brother Jiang. Since they haven't found him, they will naturally not give up. Even if you know, so what? Do you still dare to attack Brother Jiang?" Wang Hao expressed his disdain. Brother Jiang was the #1 reversal immortal emperor. If he didn't dislike the attention of the public, he would have exposed his identity long ago. With Jiang Qi's strength alone, it is impossible for him to pose a threat to Jiang Cheng. All right, let's put this matter behind us. Come on, let's go eat." In the van leaving Jiang Cheng, Jiang Qi clenched his fists with a serious expression, thinking back to how he had just been humiliated and was extremely angry. The man next to him said, "Captain, what's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Aren't they those guys from Guangming University? Jiang Cheng glared with his eyes as big as copper bells and slapped the table in front of him, wishing he could beat Jiang Cheng and Wang Hao and his gang to death. I've made note of this matter. Don't let me catch you later. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Jiang Cheng was very angry. He was the captain of the management department, but was scolded like a dog by Wang Hao. Anyone would probably be furious. Captain, where are we going next? Go back to the Magic City and tell Minister Li that the ice deer has not been found. However, I am sure that the ice deer must be among this group of people. Obviously, the owner of the ice deer has been hiding. Jiang Cheng is not a fool. He got some information from the clues, that is, the reversal immortal emperor could be those people. However, without accurate evidence, he dare not guarantee who is the reversal immortal emperor. If you get it wrong, it will be a big mistake. He can't afford to offend. The man beside him nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go inform Minister Li now." Well, tell him everything that happened. It's the captain. The next morning, the golden rooster crowed. Now the Mount Golden List Steel has reached the 10th place. Ranked 10th on the Mount list, free and easy life. High-level pseudo-divine beast mount, White Fox. Reward, 1 spiritual pet enhancement pill. White Fox. Could it be the most popular fox mount in the game? It's very likely. I used to own one, but it was too weak so I didn't use it and threw it into the warehouse. Don't mention you. I didn't expect that White Fox could improve so much. I'm confused as to why none of us could hold on to the end. Is there some shady deal going on? It must be, otherwise how could those guys be so sure that the spirit pet can upgrade its level? It must be. Shady deal. Shady deal. Shady deal. The summoners on Blue Star expressed their dissatisfaction and were shaking with anger. If they had known that the game could be realized in the real world, they would have trained more pets no matter what. Now, some people only have one pet, and they have to worship it every day, for fear that someone will target their pet. Forget it, it has nothing to do with us. Let's continue watching. I just don't know what the reversal immortal emperor's ranking is. It seems that he hasn't appeared yet. Wait and see. 3rd place, Hulk, top pseudo-divine beast mount, 3-headed 9-dragon snake. Reward, 1 top-level advanced elixir. It's actually the Hulk. The American warrior Ji Gong San can even be ranked 3rd. Damn it, can't the Chinese warriors suppress the Americans? It's just the United States. Don't worry. There are still 2 people who haven't come out yet. Don't be afraid. Damn it. If I could reverse the immortal emperor and slap the Hulk of the United States to death, then the person on the list could be promoted by 1. You can just say that. If you were the immortal emperor, you wouldn't do this, because once you do this, all the major countries will join forces. Do you really think that 1 person can threaten Blue Star and be respected? Wrong. It's panic. If there is no one who can match it, then the only thing waiting is panic. Chapter 64. Mount Gold List Stone Tablet ranked 1st. Creation Kuanpong. Ranked 2nd on the Mount Gold list. Nameless. Low-level divine beast. Dragon, lion, tiger, and phoenix. Reward. 1 top-level evolutionary elixir and 1 mount saddle. Anonymous again. Who is this guy, and why have we never heard of him? Yeah, let alone hearing about it, I don't know who it is, and the official hasn't given any specific information. It's just like a passerby. Anonymous. Should be me, the powerful Chinese person. Apart from Huaxia, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can call me this name, right? The crowd began to whisper, wondering who this unknown person was and what his relationship was with the immortal emperor reversal. Are the 2 people friends, or did they not know each other at all? All in all, no one knows the identity of Jane Doe. Even Jiang Cheng was like this. He didn't know who Wumingxi was. He only knew that Wumingxi was second only to him in terms of strength in the game, but he wasn't very smart. Just like an old man, it takes several minutes to type. Everyone held their breath and stared intently at the golden list in the sky. They all understood that what was coming next was the highlight and what the Chinese people and even the entire Blue Star were most concerned about. The reversal of the immortal emperor. The second-ranked one has already reached the realm of a low-level divine beast, so the one who reversed the immortal emperor must be a mid-level divine beast. The golden light enveloped the sky and the earth, shining on everyone. The faces of those bathed in the golden light were full of relaxation, as if they were taking a bath, giving people the feeling that they could fall asleep if they closed their eyes. What a comfortable golden light. What's going on? I don't know. Bathed in this golden light, I feel like my spirit pet has been enhanced, and my body feels relaxed. This is what it's like to be ranked number 1 on the strong list. So terrifying. Don't make any noise. Don't miss the first place. Noisy voices continued to ring out, and at the same time, the golden list stele in the sky suddenly changed. As the second-ranked Anonymous disappeared, he was replaced by the first-ranked Reversal Immortal Emperor, ranked first on the Mount Gold List Stone Tablet, reversing the Immortal Emperor, Mount, Top Divine Beast, Creation Kuanpeng. Reward, 3 top-grade enhancement pills. The cultivation speed of all divine beasts will be tripled, and the grade of all magic weapons will be increased by 1 level. Hiss. Seeing this, everyone subconsciously took a breath. Some people even couldn't believe their eyes. If they were not mistaken, the Immortal Emperor would make a fortune. 3 top-grade enhancement pills. The cultivation speed of all divine beasts will be increased by 3 times, and the grade of all magic weapons will be increased by 1 level. 3 top-grade enhancement pills are already unimaginable treasures, which can increase the level of the divine beast by 3 levels. Although it is not known whether there will be any further improvements above the top-level divine beasts, if you can own a low-level divine beast, you can use elixirs to directly upgrade it to a top-level divine beast. Looking across the entire blue planet, no one would not be dumbfounded by such a transcendent ability. Secondly, the cultivation speed of all divine beasts has increased 3 times, and the grade of all magic weapons has increased by 1 level. The cultivation speed of divine beasts is extremely slow, and it is even difficult to cultivate a top-level divine beast. Now that I can triple my cultivation speed, and all my magic weapons are upgraded by 1 level, this kind of income cannot be described in words. Damn it! This Reversal Immortal Emperor has made a fortune. The reward for ranking first is so generous. It is more generous than all the other things combined. Yes, whether it is the elixir, the speed of cultivation, or the improvement of level and grade, it is an unimaginable treasure. It reverses the Immortal Emperor and deserves to be the strongest in the world. I'm so jealous. I'm totally jealous. Why isn't it Plants vs. Zombies? I've already finished that game. Some are happy and some are sad. Summoners who own spirit pets all cast envious glances, while ordinary people who did not have spirit pets and had never played the game Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts cried heartbreakingly, hating themselves for not playing this game in the first place. There is no point in playing now. The game has been announced to be completely shut down. Jiang Cheng from Guangming University also saw the changes in the rankings on the Golden List stele. He never expected that the mount and spirit pet could help him obtain so many good things. It seems that upgrading the mount was somewhat useful. Otherwise, it would obviously be impossible to get so many things today. Jiang Cheng collected the rewards from the Golden List stele. If there was a chance in the future, he would ask his parents to capture spiritual pets and then upgrade their levels. Pick up the phone and call Dad. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Cheng heard a happy laugh coming from the phone. Haha, he is worthy of being my son. He is really amazing. Jiang Cheng sat on the balcony, lit a cigarette, looked at the noisy crowd outside, and asked with a smile, Dad, is there anything going on at home at the moment? There's nothing going on at home, but you have to be careful here. Don't be too ostentatious or too proud. If those people see you, they will definitely be jealous. Father Jiang warned with a serious face. I also know that the current situation is not optimistic. Who knows when someone will invade Chinese territory? Therefore, at present, you should preserve your strength as much as possible, and at the critical moment, you should strike the opponent unexpectedly. Only then can you be a true hero. Jiang Cheng naturally knew this and said with certainty, if anything happens at home, you must tell me in advance. Well, your mother and I have nothing to worry about. We just hope that you can be safe. As for whether we can become summoners, your mother and I don't have any requirements. This is fine. Jiang Cheng shook his head and decided to go back home when he had time to give his spirit beast to his parents. The reason why they couldn't give them a divine beast was mainly because the energy of the divine beast was too violent, and their parents were ordinary people without any level to resist the energy impact of the divine beast. If they force the beast into their bodies, not only will they not be able to become summoners, they may also be impacted by the beast's energy and eventually explode to death. Only the lowest level spiritual beasts and mortal beasts are suitable for them. If they are trained slowly and their physical abilities can withstand it in the future, they will have a good chance of breaking through to become divine beasts. Ever since the things in the game materialized, my body has also changed. I estimate that even my lifespan will be extended by many years, or even as long as heaven. Okay, don't worry about home. Your mom and I are fine. Just take good care of yourself. If you're fine, it'll be good to come home more often. Father Jiang chuckled, exchanged a few simple pleasantries with Jiang Cheng, and then reluctantly hung up the phone. Chapter 65 Master Situ. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng put out the half-smoked cigarette in his hand, turned around and looked at the noisy people in the school. At this time, Wang Hao and his two friends came in from outside. They had just finished playing basketball and were covered in sweat. Seeing Brother Jiang standing on the balcony, they smiled and said, "Brother Jiang, you made a fortune this time. Why don't you share it with your brothers?" Jiang Cheng turned around, took out a lot of ancient treasures from the Ziwei ancient ring and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you will have yours. When the time comes, you can decompose all the ancient treasures and turn them into essence to improve the strength of your pets." His warehouse is almost full of this kind of stuff. Since several people want it, he will give them more. Wang Hao laughed happily and looked happier holding Gu Bao than holding his new wife. "Thank you, Godfather." "Thank you, Godfather." Guisinyu and Li Nan also held the ancient treasures and put them all away. If so many ancient treasures were discovered, it would definitely cause an uproar. Every ancient treasure can make the owner of a spiritual beast go on a killing spree. As for the innate spiritual treasures, they can even make the owners of pseudo-divine beasts act recklessly. This is enough to show how great the significance of magic weapons is. Jiang Cheng reminded them at this time, "Stop talking nonsense outside and don't let anyone know." "Don't worry, Brother Jiang. We are very tight-lipped. When others ask us about it, we will just say that our pets are stronger." Wang Hao chuckled and couldn't wait to upgrade the level of his pet. Erden sat on the chair and said calmly, "These things, which I didn't even think highly of back then, are now treasures in the eyes of you summoners. Don't brag. If you were that powerful, you wouldn't have been knocked away by my brother Zhang's punch." Wang Hao curled his lips. Emperor Beast couldn't scold himself, so how could he not be able to scold Erden in front of him? Erden was so angry that his mouth twitched. He said indignantly, "The master's strength is beyond doubt. Looking at the entire game, the master can kill countless summoners with one punch. Unlike you, you eat and sleep and eat, just like a pig." "Hey, Erden, you are drifting. These guys." Jiang Cheng looked at the quarreling people and shook his head helplessly. He then turned his gaze back to the campus and saw a luxury car worth tens of millions suddenly appear in front of the campus gate. The students passing by were also attracted by the sudden appearance of the luxury car. They couldn't help but start to wonder who was in the car and why it was so imposing. As the car door opened, a gentle and polite man walked out of the luxury car. The man was wearing a suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and holding a book in his hand. He looked like a scholar, elegant and easygoing. Beside the man stood 2 rows of 1.80-meter tall, sturdy men in black. Each of them had a determined look in their eyes, constantly roaming around, and would keep an eye out if they found anything wrong. "Who is this? He is so majestic. I have never seen him before." "Hush, keep your voice down. Can't you see that this is Master Situ from the Magic City?" "Situ and what?" "He is Master Situ, who ranks 38th on the strong list." "Oh my god. Why is he here at Guangming University?" "Who knows? Anyway, it's better to stay away." Situan, rank 38th, has a mid-level divine beast and 2 low-level divine beasts. If he starts killing people, no one in the entire Guangming University can stop him. After hearing these words, the others also moved away, fearing that they would anger the top powerhouse in front of them because of a single word. Situan moved his gold-rimmed glasses expressionlessly and said calmly, "Is Ms. Liu Yao at Guangming University?" "Master, Ms. Liu Yao is here right now. Do we need to go and inform her?" "Need not." Situan waved his hand and said in a gentlemanly manner, "How can we let girls come to us? Besides, we are men." "Yes, you taught me that." The man in black nodded, and then directed the others to be on high alert and ensure the young master's safety at all times. Situan shrugged and said expressionlessly, "You guys stay here first. I can go by myself." "Then you?" "There are only a few people in this world who can pose a threat to me. Do you think that a small Guangming University can have someone stronger than me?" Situan had a look of disdain on his face as he walked forward arrogantly, not even taking the owner of the spiritual pet from Guangming University seriously. The men in black on both sides stood at the door and checked the passing vehicles. As long as they were sure that anyone could threaten the young master, they would arrest them all. This guy is really arrogant and domineering. "Brother Jiang, do you know him?" Li Nan came to Jiang Cheng and also saw Situan's attitude, and couldn't help showing an angry expression. "The owner of the intermediate divine beast, if I'm not mistaken, he should be Master Situ, who is ranked 38th on the golden list steel." "Master Situ?" Li Nan frowned and asked, "Is it the one you slapped away and killed his top-level spirit beast?" Originally in the game, Situan's strength was not weak, and he even owned a top-level divine beast. Later, he offended Jiang Cheng and was chased by Jiang Cheng for 3 days and 3 nights. The original top-level divine beast was killed, and now there is only one mid-level divine beast and one low-level divine beast left. It's him. So why did he come to Guangming University? Could it be that he has discovered you? Li Nan asked with some confusion. Jiang Cheng didn't know either. In short, this guy was not a good person. He devoured other players' pets in the game and even wanted to devour Jiang Cheng's pet. If it weren't for my strong strength, I would have been eaten up by this guy. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "You guys practice here. I'll go over and take a look." "We'll go too." Hearing that Brother Jiang was going to do something, Wang Hao and his friends also became interested. Since they were going to do something, how could they be left out? He is young Master Situ, who is ranked 38th on the strong list. Are you sure you want to go with him? Jiang Cheng smiled dramatically. Hear this. Wang Hao touched his nose awkwardly. It would be better not to meet that kind of strong man. He would probably slap him to death with one slap. Why, you're not going? Jiang Cheng hugged Wang Hao's shoulders and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll take you to see the world. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if Siduan really wants to kill you, you have nothing to fear with me here. If he makes a move, I guarantee that I can kill him in one punch." Really? Wang Hao touched his nose and asked half doubtfully. Chapter 66. Reversal of the Immortal Emperor, Wang Ergo? Seeing how confident Brother Jiang was, Wang Hao decided to go and take a look. After all, Brother Jiang was there. So why would he be afraid that the other party would eat him? The lounge of Guangming University. Situ and was tasting the finest wine, and sitting in front of him was Lu Yao, who possessed a divine beast. Seeing Lu Yao so young and beautiful, Siduan couldn't help but smile. Although he had played with so many women, he had never seen such a beautiful and charming woman. Every frown and smile can make people happy. Thinking of this, Siduan decided to use his charm to completely conquer the other party and enjoy him tonight. Siduan put down the wine glass in his hand in a gentle and casual manner, and said with a warm smile, "Lu Yao, we don't have any gifts for this meeting. I have a middle-grade innate treasure here, so I'll give it to you." Seeing Situ and's generosity, Lu Yao still said expressionlessly, "No merit, no reward. Master Situ, please take it back. What's the matter with you asking me to come here today?" Lu Yao didn't even look at him the whole time. "If it's nothing, I'll go back first. There are still many things to deal with in the management department." Seeing that Lu Yao ignored him, Situ and's face gradually changed color. He couldn't help but cursed her as a bitch in his heart, but he still pretended to be elegant and said, "I came here today not only for the marriage appointment, but also for an important matter." "What's the matter? Have you ever heard of the Reversal Immortal Emperor?" Hearing the words, Reversal Immortal Emperor, Lu Yao immediately stood up, staring at Situ and in front of her, and asked, "Do you know where he is?" Seeing that Lu Yao valued the Reversal Immortal Emperor so much, Siduan also played along and said, "The Reversal Immortal Emperor and I are friends in real life. This time I came here to tell you something." Lu Yao asked anxiously, "What did he say? Where is he? I want to go see him." However, Siduan sneered in his heart. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He secretly added some ingredients to the wine and pretended to be embarrassed and said, "You must know about the Reversal Immortal Emperor. He is the #1 person on Blue Star. If everyone can see him, there will probably be countless people all day long." Lu Yao did not have the intention to kill, but she could tell there was something else behind the other person's words. She asked directly, "What exactly do you want to do? As long as I can give it to you, I, Lu Yao, will never refuse." Seeing that the prey had taken the bait, Situ handed over the wine glass in his hand and said, "No hurry. Let's finish this glass of wine first, and then I will personally take you to see the Reversal Immortal Emperor." Lu Yao bit her lips lightly, looking at the Romand Conti in her hand. After thinking it over again and again, she finally picked it up. In order to meet the Immortal Emperor of Reversal, she had already reached the point of neglecting sleep and food. Now that she has received the news of the reversal of the Immortal Emperor, it is like timely help to her. She never drank, but this time she picked up the glass for the first time and wanted to drink up the wine under Situ and's expectant gaze. "I didn't expect that Master Situ would do such a heartless thing. I don't know how your parents taught you." Hearing this, Lu Yao, who was about to drink, paused with her right hand, turned sideways, and saw Jiang Cheng, Guo and others walking in from the door. Seeing someone interrupting his plan, Situ and's expression gradually turned gloomy, and he immediately shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you trespass here? We are teachers from Guangming University and can go anywhere we want. Since this is the university's conference room, we can come here as well." Wang Hao walked over with a grin on his face, threw the wine glass in Lu Yao's hand into the trash can, and then said, "A grown man. You actually drugged a girl. are you still a human being? Drug? Lu Yao frowned slightly and stared angrily at Master Situ, who was sitting on the chair. She didn't expect that this man was such a beast in human form. I thought he was a successful person with higher education, but I never expected him to do such a heartless thing. He is still a human being after all. Seeing that his plan was discovered, Situan no longer tried to hide it. I drugged you. So what? What does it have to do with you? As a powerful person ranked 38th on the golden list, there are only those people in this world who can pose a threat to him. Similarly, the powerful people in China who can pose a threat to him are even rarer. Therefore, Situan didn't take the people who broke in seriously at all. Jiang Cheng sat on the chair and did not intend to attack directly. Instead, he asked calmly, I heard that you know the reversal immortal emperor. I wonder what he is like. Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? Situan frowned and said, I'm your father. Wang Hao cursed. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense to me, Brother Jiang? Situan was stunned by Wang Hao's scolding. He couldn't even believe his ears. Someone actually scolded him. It was too unbelievable. Who is Situan? He is a top-notch expert in the entire Magic City. Even Minister Li from the management department has to call him young Master Situ when he sees him. Now that he was being insulted, Situan was obviously a little angry. If Lu Yao had not been here, he would have killed these guys long ago. Lu Yao is also the owner of a divine beast. Although she is no match for him, once the battle begins, the entire Guangming University may be razed to the ground. By then, the entire Situ family in Demon City might be implicated. After all, if it affects ordinary people, it is a taboo for summoners. So what if I've seen it? So what if I haven't seen it? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Situan said expressionlessly as he took off his gold-rimmed glasses. It was no exaggeration to say that he used this pair of glasses to buy the entire Guangming University. You're full of jingles. You're going to take the postgraduate entrance exam. The corner of Situan's mouth twitched. I also know that it is difficult for a scholar to explain himself when he meets a soldier. Situan shrugged and continued, The immortal Emperor of Reversal is my friend. I know his name, where he lives, and how old he is. Wang Hao and Jiang Cheng looked at each other. Everyone became interested. What a friend, what a name, what a home address. How come I don't know his home address? Situan said calmly, The immortal Emperor of Reversal is called Wang Ergu. He is my classmate in elementary school. We have eaten, sang, and drank together. If you don't believe me, I can give you a call. Puff. Wang Hao no longer lived in Bengbu and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Wang Ergu. Ha ha ha, your friend's name is really interesting. But Reversal Immortal Emperor is not this name. Chapter 67 Lu Yao invites Jiang Cheng to dinner. The corners of Situan's mouth twitched twice. As the young master of the Situ family, how could he deceive them? Then he said with a serious face, Since you don't believe it, I will give him a call, and then you will know. As he spoke, Situan took out his cell phone and made a call. Just at that moment, Jiang Cheng's cell phone rang. Wang Hao and the others were stunned and looked at Brother Jiang in disbelief. Could it be that he was really friends with Situan? And his nickname is Wang Erden? Jiang Cheng frowned and picked up his phone, but found it was just a harassing call, so he hung up. For a moment, he even thought his name was Wang Erden. Wang Hao and his friends also breathed a sigh of relief. This was too scary. If they had Brother Jiang's cell phone number, they would probably be in for a big scandal. Soon, Situan's phone was connected, and the accent of his cousin was heard on the other end. Hey, all right, let's buy a house. Second-hand houses here are very cheap. Situan coughed twice, hiding his embarrassment, and said, Reversal Immortal Emperor, where are you now? The voice on the phone paused for a while before slowly answering, I'm fighting monsters on the alien planet. What's wrong? The signal is not very good. I have a few ignorant fellows here who want to listen to the voice of the immortal Emperor of Reversal. Today, I will open their eyes. Situan grinned with disdain, his eyes full of contempt, as if in his heart, even if the other party was a fake, he could still fool many people. After all, he is ranked 38th, and the friends he knows are definitely the strongest today. So it is not impossible for him to have the mobile phone number of the Reversal Immortal Emperor. Hey, I'm the Reversal Immortal Emperor. I didn't expect someone would want to see me. Haha, I'm still fighting monsters. Let's drink and eat meat after we get back. After saying that, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. Situan grinned and said, Why? Are you surprised? If it's unexpected, then it can only mean that you have more hair than knowledge. Puff. Wang Hao couldn't help but stand up again. Hey, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Situan stood up abruptly, pointed at Wang Hao and cursed. You've been laughing at me since you came in. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? I'm sorry, but we have all gone through strict training. No matter how funny it is, we won't laugh. Yes, unless I can't help it. Ha 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 ha. The loud laughter from the room made Situ and lose all face. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Jiang Cheng's voice echoing in his ears. If you dare to make a move here, I will kill you. Hearing this, Situ and felt his whole body tremble, and even the spirit pet in his body trembled at this voice. This made Situ and frown, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Cheng changed. Who is this guy? He could actually make his spirit pet feel timid. Could he be one of the top 38 powerful people on the strong list? But on second thought, if that kind of person really was in Guangming University, the management would have recruited him long ago, and certainly would not have let him go. In other words, the other party is bluffing here. Situan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's your name?" "I won't change my name. My name is Jiang Cheng, and I'm a student at Guangming University." Jiang Cheng glanced at Situ and replied calmly, "Okay, very good, very good." Situan shrugged and said, "I will remember you, especially you Jiang Cheng. I really want to see if you have the ability to talk to me like this." Having said that, Situan turned around and left without looking back. If he hadn't taken his identity into consideration, he would have slapped Wang Hao and the others to death with a single blow. After weighing the pros and cons, Situan understood better than anyone that this group of guys were deliberately trying to provoke him and make him take action, and then use the surveillance here to spread public opinion. This caused the Situ family to fall from grace in the Magic City. He is such a sinister and cunning person. Watching Situan leave, Lu Yao thanked him from the bottom of her heart. "Thank you, Jiang Cheng. You're welcome. I just can't stand this guy's style." Jiang Cheng calmly reminded, "Girls should protect themselves when they go out. Don't drink alcohol given by anyone. You believe that he knows the reversal immortal emperor." "I said I am the reversal immortal emperor. Why don't you believe it?" Lu Yao covered her lips and smiled. "I know, thanks to you this time. Otherwise that guy might have done something unscrupulous." Jiang Cheng glanced at Lu Yao, shook his head and said, "Okay, you should go back and rest early." "Well, can I buy you a meal?" Lu Yao suddenly spoke at this time. "After all, the other party saved me twice. If I don't express my gratitude, I will feel guilty." Jiang Cheng wanted to refuse, but Wang Hao helped him agree. "Okay, my brother Jiang has nothing to do recently. Let's do it tonight." "Okay then, I'll send you the exact location. I'm leaving now. Bye." Lu Yao pursed her immature lips, smiled softly at Jiang Cheng, then turned and left the room. Seeing the other party leave, Wang Hao also stepped forward and said, "If you miss such a good opportunity, the brothers will look down on you. Besides, she has both good looks and a good figure." "Brother Jiang, don't be picky." "I'm not being picky, but I already have a wife in the game." Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. He had also thought about looking for his CP, but Blue Star is so big, it is not so easy to find someone. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack. That's a matter for the future. Besides, this is no longer our era. It has completely changed to the beast-taming era. "Brother Jiang, you have to keep up with the trend." "Yes, Brother Jiang. Find us a sister-in-law and introduce us to some of her best friends. This is more important than anything else." "Yes, I want to." Listening to the three people talking to each other, Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly. "In that case, let's go have dinner tonight." He couldn't bury the other party's kindness. That night, Jiang Cheng followed the address sent by Lu Yao and came to a relatively high-end five-star hotel. Under the cover of night, with lights turned on, the hotel looks like a shining pearl inlaid in the center of the city. The luxury hotel is located in a bustling area in the city center, with convenient transportation and a full range of shopping, dining, and entertainment facilities. The environment inside the hotel is elegant and peaceful, with green trees, bridges, and flowing water, making people feel as if they are in a garden. In addition, the hotel is equipped with various guest rooms, from luxurious standard rooms to spacious family suites, to meet your various needs. Chapter 68: The Emperor Beast Who Loves Fruitcake. The spacious and bright hotel lobby, the warm and comfortable cafe, and the colorful entertainment facilities make this hotel really a place that makes people linger. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but be amazed at the luxurious decoration. It was the first time for him to come to such a five-star hotel in his life. "It's really grand." The receptionist at the door bowed and said, "You must be Mr. Jiang Cheng. Ms. Lu Yao asked me to receive you here. Please follow me." "Thanks." Jiang Cheng followed the staff's guidance and soon arrived at the Sky Garden on the top floor. It was an open dining area where one could not only see the scenery of Jiangcheng, but also enjoy the cool autumn breeze. Incomparable comfort. Lu Yao was exceptionally beautiful tonight, as pretty as a peony, the spotless white flower contrasting beautifully with her skin. Her figure is graceful, like flying catkins, and every movement exudes an intoxicating elegance. Her face is fresh and refined, like a lotus flower that grows out of the mud without being stained. You came. Lu Yao tidied up the 3,000 strands of black hair beside her ears with her bare hands and said gently, "Sit down." "Thank you very much." Jiang Cheng sat on the chair without any hesitation. It was his first time in such a place, so he couldn't help but be curious about everything here. Lu Yao was used to it. To her, this kind of place had long been like home. No matter whether the decoration or the building had been changed, in her eyes, they were basically the same type. "What do you want to eat?" Lu Yao raised her head and looked at Jiang Cheng in front of her and asked. "It will be all right." Jiang Cheng had no idea what was delicious and what was not. He remembered that he had been to a high-end restaurant before and spent a long time ordering dishes, only to find out that they were all piano music. "It ended long after I ordered. It's so embarrassing." Lu Yao also randomly ordered a few popular dishes and handed the menu to the waiter. She turned around and asked in confusion, "I'm curious. How did you know that situ and put drugs in the wine?" "Because of my spiritual pet, the emperor beast." As soon as he finished speaking, a spiritual pet with golden light jumped out from Jiang Cheng's arms. The emperor beast blinked its lively eyes and lay down in front of Lu Yao casually. "Is this the little guy?" This was not the first time Lu Yao had seen an imperial beast. At the beginning, she became curious about this imperial beast. Not only did it look noble, but its demeanor was also unmatched by other spiritual pets. Even the colorful fire phoenix in his body showed special respect for it, as if this imperial beast could restrain all spiritual pets. Recalling what happened to the brothers Li Zhendong and Li Zhennan, it was this imperial beast that made Li Zhendong's pet out of control, which was enough to show that this imperial beast was unusual. Lu Yao stretched out her right hand and gently stroked the furry head of the emperor beast. Feeling the comfort in her hand, a long-lost smile appeared on Lu Yao's face. Which girl can resist such a soft pet? If so, it must be because the spiritual pets are not enough. Lu Yao asked cautiously, "Can I hug her?" "Of course." Jiang Cheng did not refuse and said, "The emperor beast is docile and does not pose much of a threat." "Thanks." Lu Yao held the emperor beast in her arms, feeling the comfort it brought to her body. Her face was full of love for the emperor beast, and she couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead. The emperor beast was a little unhappy, and immediately used his little claws to press on Lu Yao's cherry lips. Only his master could kiss his head, not anyone else, not even if the person in front of him was a girl. He struggled to get up and jumped into Jiang Cheng's clothes again. Only his head was exposed along the collar, and he made dissatisfied woo-woo sounds from his mouth. What's wrong with her? Lu Yao, who didn't know much about the emperor beast's personality, was a little confused. She didn't seem to have hurt her, so why did she suddenly run away? Maybe I'm shy. Jiang Cheng touched his nose. He couldn't possibly tell Lu Yao that the emperor beast didn't like people kissing her forehead. I see. I didn't expect your pet to be shy. This is the first time I've seen this. Lu Yao became even more curious about the imperial beast in front of her. What a cute little guy. Not only could he help the spiritual pet improve its cultivation speed, but he could also save people from danger. It's really a rare thing. Soon, dinner for 2 people was served on the table. It was definitely a fun experience to enjoy the delicious food while taking in the beautiful scenery of Jiang Cheng. Lu Yao was obviously much more elegant and ladylike when eating. As for Jiang Cheng, he was a big man and ate very fast. In addition, the food in 5-star hotels is mostly exquisite, and people don't even consider whether they can fill their stomachs. Therefore, in front of Jiang Cheng, the food was gone after just 2 bites. Jiang Cheng wiped the oil stains from his mouth, looked at Lu Yao chewing slowly in front of him, smacked his lips, and savored the taste. Are you not full? Lu Yao put down her knife and fork and asked. A little bit, but it's too little, not enough to eat. Jiang Cheng touched his nose and answered awkwardly. Lu Yao did not make fun of Jiang Cheng. Instead, she helped him order 2 more portions. If you are not full, you can order more anytime. Don't worry, I have enough money for you to eat. Then I'll be welcome. Jiang Cheng started eating without any hesitation. The emperor beast in his arms had no interest in human meat at all, but was very interested in fruit cake. The emperor beast came out from Jiang Cheng's arms, lay on the table, and started to eat the cake without even touching his chopsticks. His eating speed was like a starving ghost, and he was even almost as fast as Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng tapped the emperor beast's head with his finger and reminded him, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. I'll buy you some more when we get back. The Emperor Beast glanced at Jiang Cheng, not caring at all whether he was exaggerating or not, and continued to eat without being disturbed by any external factors. Since she likes it, I'll give her this too. Lu Yao wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth gracefully and pushed the fruit cake in front of Emperor Beast. The Emperor Beast was not polite either. He accepted all the cakes on the table as he was offered them. His round belly was already bulging like a balloon that had been inflated. Jiang Cheng was afraid that this guy would get an upset stomach, so he immediately picked up the Emperor Beast and, amid the others' unwilling cries, casually sent it back to his own spirit pet space. The Emperor Beast, who didn't get to eat the cake, was very angry. He put his hands on his waist and cursed inside, "Master, you bad guy, why don't you let me eat the cake? I didn't eat yours. Let me out, let me out. The master is on a date. What are you doing here?" At this moment, the five-clawed dragon, a top-level divine beast, slowly flew over. Seeing the Emperor Beast making a fuss there, he also spoke out to remind them. Chapter 69. A spiritual beast that upgraded itself suddenly appeared. The Emperor Beast glanced at the five-clawed dragon and slapped it. There was a crisp sound. The five-clawed dragon fell to the ground in pain. Facing the Imperial Beast in front of him, he didn't even have any temper. It was as if he had been completely suppressed by the Imperial Beast in his blood. "Little spicy strip, if you say one more word, I will eat you." The Emperor Beast pouted, put his hands on his waist and said, "Master is a bad guy. When I get out, I will definitely ignore you." Jiang Cheng and Lu Yao were tasting the food. Just at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. The deafening explosion was heard very clearly even by the two people who were dozens of miles away. Reports also began on television. Emergency notice. Just now, our city experienced a spiritual beast invasion. This monster invasion destroyed dozens of buildings. Casualties are being counted. Please leave the area immediately after seeing this. Please leave immediately. Hearing the noise, Lu Yao immediately stood up, stared at the distance and said, "Sorry, I can't eat anymore. A spirit beast has broken through the secret realm." Jiang Cheng also frowned. The spirit beast in the game did not materialize, which meant that the spirit beast that suddenly appeared came from the secret realm. But isn't there a management department guarding outside the secret realm? Why would it appear in the border area of Jiang Cheng? Lu Yao jumped down from a 100-meter-high building and summoned her own mythical beast, the seven-colored fire phoenix, while descending at a very fast speed. The blazing flames burned slowly, and the phoenix's cry spread for hundreds of miles, causing countless people to raise their heads at the same time and look at the colorful fire phoenix, the mythical beast that seemed particularly dazzling in the dark night. A 10-meter-tall behemoth was frantically destroying human buildings. It was on all fours, had a burly body, a bull's head, bird's wings, and the most terrifying thing was a huge eyeball on its forehead. The ferocious face was now filled with greed. The monster's freely retractable tongue rolled up the fleeing people and put them all in its mouth, chewing them madly. Perhaps because of the sweet taste, an expression of enjoyment appeared on its face. Chaotic streets, boulder rollers. He happened to stop a girl in a wheelchair. The girl was already shaking with fear and couldn't stop crying. Seeing that the bloody mouth had opened and a strong stench was blowing in her face, the girl trembled and closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. At this moment, Lu Yao arrived in time, using her body to resist the attack of the spirit beast in front of her. At the same time, she injected her own spiritual power into her right hand, preparing to give this top-level pseudo-divine beast a fatal blow. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded. The top-level pseudo-divine beast in front of him hit the wall like a cannonball, and the entire building collapsed in an instant. Fortunately, the residents here had already left. Otherwise, it would have been enough to hurt countless people. Lu Yao did not relax her vigilance, but stared at the direction of the ruins. With her perception, she understood that the pseudo-divine beast in front of her was not dead. Strength still increasing. As expected, with a loud bang, the severely injured abyss Tyrannosaurus crawled out of the ruins. As its bones crackled, a purple beam of light condensed from its mouth. Purple light enveloped the world. After brewing for a while, the light suddenly contracted. In just a blink of an eye, the purple light in the sky was compressed into a dark purple light column only about half a foot wide. The deep purple light beam flashed out at the speed of lightning. Its speed was extremely terrifying, almost like a flash. In just 2 jumps, it appeared in front of Lu Yao. Lu Yao snorted coldly, and then she swung her hand vigorously, and the previous beam of light was directly changed by her and immediately hit the building not far away. The corners of the mouth of the top pseudo-divine beast, the abyss Tyrannosaurus, twitched. He stared at Liu Yao under him with his fierce eyes, and a sharp explosion sound came out of his mouth. Liu Yao frowned slightly, and then said lightly, "The strength of this abyss Tyrannosaurus is still increasing, but it is still too weak in front of me." As the words fell, a vast and boundless energy gathered madly, and the scales on Liu Yao's body suddenly flashed with endless light. With the gathering of dozens of thunder forces, a strong hurricane was stirred up in this place. Management department, inside the command room. The detection equipment is upgraded rapidly. The staff was horrified and said with shock, "It has been detected that the strength of this pseudo-divine beast is still increasing, and it has reached the level of a low-level divine beast." Zhang Qi and Li Haoyang, who were rushing to support, stopped immediately after hearing this and asked, "Is it because of the energy that the detection failed? Since the game was materialized, there has never been a spirit pet in the human world that can upgrade its level on its own. Maybe it should be." Bai Yuling frowned and said, "If it weren't for the malfunction, that guy would be a monster that would be recorded in history." Bai Yuling was well aware of this and immediately sped up the support. If any further delay occurred, humanity would be in great danger. Liu Yao looked at the abyss Tyrannosaurus Rex monster that was much taller than her and said calmly, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. It would be best if I could kill you in one blow." As top-level pseudo-divine beasts, most of them have already developed human intelligence, so after hearing Liu Yao's sarcasm, the abyss Tyrannosaurus was completely ignited with the fire in its heart. It immediately rushed up like crazy and launched a fierce attack on Liu Yao's position. Liu Yao struck with all her might, causing the entire world to change at this moment. In the city filled with thick smoke, the bronze sky suddenly fell down and landed on the body of the abyss Tyrannosaurus. A shrill roar resounded throughout the entire F area. Under the powerful shock wave, the body of the abyss Tyrannosaurus Rex began to fall apart like shards of glass and collapsed as the people around it looked stunned. The energy even left an unimaginable huge gap on the top of the building, and the previous abyss Tyrannosaurus was left with only 2 legs there, and its body had disappeared. Liu Yao panted heavily, looked at her fist, and muttered to herself, "I didn't expect this spirit pet to be so powerful. If I hadn't transferred the energy of the 7-colored fire phoenix into my body in time, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill it." Although some houses were damaged in this battle, fortunately there were no casualties. On top of a tall building, Jiang Cheng sat by the steps, holding the emperor beast who was still eating cake in his arms and said, "This spirit pet is weird. Not only can it escape from the management department, but it can also upgrade its level on its own. It's a bit troublesome. Someone must have done this on purpose, otherwise the speed at which the spirit pet upgrades on its own would be too slow." The emperor beast pursed his lips and said, Chapter 70. The man in black robe, hiding in the dark. Jiang Cheng, who was sitting there, was a little confused by the emperor beast's words. He lowered his head and asked, "What do you mean? Can a spirit beast without a master be controlled? If not?" The emperor beast licked the butter on his palm and said, "The different levels of spirit pets have different corresponding abilities. When they reach the level of spirit beasts, their intelligence has been opened. When they reach the level of pseudo-divine beasts, they can be no different from humans, and can even surpass humans. As for the divine beasts, that goes without saying. They are more than capable of destroying a city at will. The same is true of the giant scorpion that you asked the 5-clawed dragon to kill last time. Divine beasts with wisdom will not deliberately attack humans, but will kill all stumbling blocks in their path before slaughtering defenseless humans. This pseudo-divine beast is as dumb as a pig. It is impossible for it to have its own wisdom. Someone must have done this deliberately. As for who it was, I don't know." The emperor beast lay in Jiang Cheng's arms and muttered a few words, as if he had no interest in this matter at all and only wanted to eat more cream cake this way. Just then, Jiang Cheng received a text message on his phone. It was given to him by Liu Yao. "I'm sorry, something happened this time, and I can't continue to accompany you. When I have time, I will personally invite you to eat something else. Don't blame me, Liu Yao." Looking at the message Liu Yao sent him, Jiang Cheng nodded and smiled, then asked, "Do you find Liu Yao's 7-colored fire phoenix familiar?" The emperor beast said nothing. Even though she knew she was familiar with him, she wouldn't say anything. It was her master's fault for not giving her any cream cake. This time you have to ask yourself. Say nothing, just go to sleep. Jiang Cheng lowered his head and drooped his brows, and shook his head helplessly when he saw the emperor beast who had fallen asleep. This guy really just ate and slept, and all he did all day was eat, drink, and have fun. and he didn't care at all whether anything big happened or not. Holding the Emperor Beast in his arms, Jiang Cheng jumped down from a 100-meter-high building. He jumped lightly and appeared 100 meters away. When I returned to the dormitory, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. As soon as I opened the door, I heard Wang Hao and a few others still playing games in the dormitory, cursing and venting their emotions. Wang Zhong, yours is big. Yours is big. I'm cooling down. I'm cooling down. I'm not big. What are you doing standing there? Do you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Oh, then what does it mean that you, a support, are fighting wild monsters? Looking at the three people blaming each other, Jiang Cheng smiled indifferently, but he did not disturb them. Instead, he went to the bathroom and took a cold shower. After taking a shower, Wang Hao and his friends had finished their game, and just then they saw Brother Jiang walking out of the bathroom with wet hair. Huh. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows. Brother Jiang, why are you back? Where else can I go if I don't come back? Jiang Cheng threw the Emperor Beast aside, picked up the phone on the table, and started watching short videos. The people in the dormitory looked at each other and frowned. This was not what they expected. Brother Jiang is so handsome, and the scenery today is so beautiful. If I don't do something, it would be an insult to the beautiful scenery of Jiang Cheng. But Brother Jiang came back, which is not normal. Is it the end? Brother Jiang, you and Lu Yao. Friend. Jiang Cheng knew what the three were thinking, so he curled his lips and said, stop gossiping and think about how to improve your level instead of dwelling on this matter. Cut. The three of them waved their hands, stopped asking about the matter, and continued playing the game. As for Jiang Cheng, he did not join in. Instead, he sat on a chair and opened the official forum on his mobile phone, looking for the physical characteristics of this spirit pet, hoping to find useful clues from it. But after searching around, no useful information was found. It felt very strange that such an unusual thing did not leave any clues. The people in the management department guarding the secret realm also said that they were not aware of this matter and had never seen any spiritual pets leave the secret realm. Appearing silently in people's field of vision is definitely not a normal phenomenon. Jiang Cheng stroked his forehead and murmured to himself, it seems that I really need to plan carefully in the future. The person hiding in the dark may be targeting the people of Jiangcheng. Who could it be? Wildman Mountain, 30 miles away from Jiangcheng. A very hidden cave somewhere. The cave was brightly lit by candles, and the stone walls on both sides were engraved with many strange runes and countless mountain elves and monsters. The most surprising thing is that the fire inside is not red as imagined, but a dark blue color, giving people a chilling feeling as if they have entered an abyss. Sitting upright on the cushion was a man in a black robe with a gloomy expression. The jade pendant in his hand had already lost its luster and even had a mark of damage on it. Interesting. It seems that there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Jiangcheng. It was able to kill a top-level pseudo-divine beast. The man in black robe crushed the jade pendant in his hand, then stretched out his shriveled palm and waved it gently in front of his eyes. A cloud of black smoke slowly rose up, and then a palm-sized spirit pet was revealed. Guangming University is one of the most important universities in China. There are countless summoners inside. Destroy it completely and leave no human alive. Remember, don't let that woman find you. You are not yet a match for the seven-colored fire phoenix. Moreover, with your current abilities, you cannot withstand the seven-colored fire phoenix's majestic flames. If you are not careful, it will burn you to ashes. After this is done, I will grant you freedom. The man in black robe stood up, took out a photo from his pocket, and handed it over. The person in the photo was Jiang Cheng, a student at Guangming University. Don't kill this man, bring him back, I have other things to deal with. Okay, it's a deal. The spirit pet in the black fog laughed, and then it turned into a wisp of ash and disappeared into the cave. An evil spirit is an evil spirit. It cannot understand human language. However, the man in black robe did not care about Jiang Cheng. Instead, he stared at the imperial beast in Jiang Cheng's hand. His empty eyes were filled with greed and desire for the imperial beast. This is the only emperor beast in the game. If I can capture and devour him, my spirit pet will become the supreme king beast. By then, no one will be my opponent. The man in black robe licked his lips, laughed, hee hee, and couldn't wait to taste the emperor beast. As for the summoners in Guangming University, if they were all killed, then no one in the entire Jiangcheng would be able to threaten him. Chapter 71. You are actually the reversal immortal emperor. The next morning, the golden rooster crowed. Wang Hao and his companions went to teach the students as usual. Only Jiang Cheng could sleep until he woke up naturally, so if he wanted to attend class, he just had to find a class. When Jiang Cheng woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. He washed up before going to Wang Hao's class. Wang Hao had already prepared breakfast for him. Taking advantage of the class, he placed the breakfast in front of Jiang Cheng's desk and whispered, "You woke up a little late this time. I forgot to set the bell. I hope it didn't delay your class." Jiang Cheng asked after taking a bite of the steaming bun. The corner of Wang Hao's mouth twitched. The courses he taught were all trivial. If Brother Jiang were to give the lecture, it would probably amaze the entire class. I am just a student in front of Brother Jiang. However, Wang Hao understood Jiang Ji's character. He always liked to keep a low profile. As long as he didn't make any too much noise in class, everything was fine with him. Just at this moment, the ground began to shake, and the building began to collapse under the shock, and everyone looked at them in surprise. Jiang Cheng and Wang Hao looked out the window at the same time, and saw that the originally peaceful Guangming University playground suddenly began to shake violently. Not far away, a huge monster revealed its true form. It was a giant monster with a diameter of 150 meters and a height of 100 meters. The monster had dozens of legs. From a distance, the monster looked like a walking ball of meat with densely packed blood-red eyeballs all over its body. Not only that, the blood and tears dripping from the eyeballs actually gave birth to many low-level monsters when they touched the ground. The overall strength of these monsters was stronger than that of the mutants, and they were extremely cruel in their massacres. The administrative department stationed in Jiang Cheng. Bai Yuling stood on the rooftop platform, staring at the giant monster that suddenly appeared, and immediately asked, "What a big beast! What level is this beast?" In the command room, a woman in military uniform was typing frantically on the keyboard, and the other party's level was quickly displayed on the big screen. "Captain, Deputy Captain, this spirit pet comes from the ocean in the journey of divine beast evolution. It is a new type of monster. We call it the Giant Eye Monster. Its level is a low-level divine beast, only one step away from a mid-level divine beast." Low-level divine beast. The man in military uniform had a gloomy expression. He turned around, looked at Bai Yuling and said, "I'm afraid only Ms. Lu Yao can defeat him. This is one of the strongest spiritual beasts ever seen, and it can continuously give birth to other small spiritual beasts. It is difficult to kill it unless super powerful nuclear weapons are used. Support them immediately. Guangming University is the most important summoner school in our city. If something happens to it, it will be an unimaginable disaster for China." "Yes." The president of Guangming University immediately used the radio to notify everyone to leave as soon as possible. As the president, he himself set an example by personally helping students who had not yet had time to escape. "Brother Jiang, what should we do? This spirit pet is at the level of a low-level divine beast. The three of us are no match for it." "Well, you lead the students to leave first." Jiang Cheng wanted to find out where these spirit beasts came from, and the only way was to find out from their mouths. Wang Hao had no doubt whether Brother Jiang had the ability. He would never reject anything Brother Jiang asked him to do. He immediately reached a consensus with Li Nan and Guo Xinyu and escorted all the students in the class out. The military has arranged for troops to come here and arrange for the evacuation of the civilians and low-level summoners within a 10-mile radius. At the same time, it has blocked the scene and does not allow anyone to set foot here. Jiang Cheng walked onto the playground, raised his head, and looked at the huge ball of flesh without any panic. The emperor beast standing on the shoulder let out a low roar, obviously also expressing his anger towards the big-eyed monster. The big-eyed monster also noticed Jiang Cheng, who was like an ant, and used his special way to communicate with Jiang Cheng seamlessly. "Oh, it's you. You know me?" Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes and said, "Hee hee hee." The big-eyed monster laughed crazily. "It's really easy to get it. I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own. In this case, don't blame me for being rude. Today, as long as I catch you, I can be free." Listening to the big-eyed monster's ridicule, Jiang Cheng completely understood that these spiritual pets that suddenly appeared were deliberately brought in by someone. Jiang Cheng asked, "Who is behind you? On the way to the underworld, ask your ancestors." The big-eyed monster immediately stretched out an arm and slapped Jiang Cheng under him hard. It seemed that he wanted to beat Jiang Cheng into a pulp with this move. However, in the face of absolute strength, all this is nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree. Jiang Cheng casually raised a finger and took the opponent's full-strength attack without any pressure. "Huh." The big-eyed monster looked at Jiang Cheng under him with surprise. He couldn't believe that this guy could actually take his attack. He immediately increased his strength and launched a fierce attack towards Jiang Cheng under him like raindrops. Jiang Cheng didn't care about it at all. This level of attack was meaningless to him, and it couldn't even touch his body. Slowly, The big-eyed monster became a little irritable and roared, "Damn human, I'm going to beat you to death. Roll." Jiang Cheng let out a low roar, and in an instant the arm condensed by the big-eyed monster exploded in the sky, with countless flesh and blood splattering out. The big-eyed monster, who could have condensed new flesh and blood, found that his body could not be reintegrated. This made the big-eyed monster extremely surprised. What just happened? His arm was actually shattered into pieces? Before it could react, Jiang Cheng had already punched it. The seemingly ordinary punch contained unimaginable energy. Unparalleled energy burst out, and the powerful energy exploded as if it could tear the void. Boom! A sharp explosion suddenly sounded. Under the powerful force of qi, a huge dent was actually knocked out on the big-eyed monster's body. Blood splattered in the dent, and the heart-wrenching pain made it howl in agony. "This is impossible. This is impossible. You are just a human. How can you possess such a powerful force? Who are you?" The Emperor Beast beside Jiang Cheng raised his lips and said sarcastically, "Have you ever heard of the reversal immortal emperor?" Quiet. It's so quiet. The big-eyed monster couldn't believe his ears. If he had heard correctly, this Emperor Beast called the human in front of him reversal immortal emperor? You are actually the immortal emperor of reversal who is ranked first on the power list. Chapter 72, The Behind-the-Scenes Planner, The Candleine Woman. The big-eyed monster showed a look of panic and couldn't believe that the man in front of him was the reversal immortal emperor who was ranked first on the strong list. Jiang Cheng smiled indifferently and said, "Now that you know, hurry up and get on the road. Remember to mention my name on the Yellow Springs Road to avoid tolls." After saying this, Jiang Cheng condensed an unimaginable energy force in his palm. The energy force was so majestic and powerful that the air at this moment became distorted. At this moment, the big-eyed monster became completely timid and said hurriedly, "No, don't kill me. I can't tell you everything you want to know." Jiang Cheng raised his right hand and paused for a moment, then asked, "Then tell me who ordered you to do this. If you can't explain it, you won't leave here alive today." The big-eyed monster was feeling uneasy and was in no mood to explain. He hurried to tell the whereabouts of that person. However, just as he was about to speak, his body began to swell crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Cheng frowned, realizing that this guy was going to self-destruct, and immediately stepped back. It was obvious that this was all the work of the guy behind the big-eyed monster. The big-eyed monster made a shrill sound, but it was all in vain. Its huge body exploded, huge pieces of flesh splattered out, and highly corrosive blood spilled all over the ground, corroding everything it touched. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly when he saw this and said, "It seems that the guy hiding in the dark already knows my identity. If I don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid there will be worries later." The Emperor Beast lying on Jiang Cheng's shoulder also nodded and said, "Since it is a spirit beast from the secret realm, it should have come from Savage Mountain." In other words, the mastermind behind this also came from Savage Mountain. The Emperor Beast's words reminded Jiang Cheng, "Since it appeared in Savage Mountain, I just need to go there in person to find out who is behind it." Jiang Cheng had no time to negotiate with the people in the management department and immediately disappeared from the spot. His destination was the Savage Mountain, 30 miles away. After the big-eyed monster was destroyed, the strong men from the management department came here one after another. Seeing the minced meat and scarlet blood all over the ground, some people who lacked self-control directly lay on the ground and vomited. Bai Yuling frowned and asked, "Who did it to kill the mythical beast big-eye monster in one move?" "I don't know. We are investigating." However, the school surveillance cameras have all been disrupted by the appearance of the big-eyed monster. It is not easy to find that person. Next to Bai Yuling stood a man in military uniform. He was holding something similar to a flat-panel computer in his hand, constantly searching for useful clues and videos. But the monitoring equipment was destroyed, and it would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill the big-eyed monster. Bai Yuling issued a death order. "No matter what, we must find that person at all costs, even if we have to turn the entire Jiangcheng upside down." "Yes." "Where's Ms. Liu Yao?" "She is on her way here. We have already told her that the divine beast has been destroyed. Please reassure her." Bai Yuling nodded and looked at the corpses all over the ground. Deep in his heart, he linked the death of the big-eyed monster with the reversal immortal emperor, who was ranked first on the powerful list. The woman's sixth sense was very accurate. She even suspected that the immortal emperor of reversal was here. If they are really at Guangming University, the chances of finding each other will become greater and greater. Savage Mountain. The trees towered into the sky, and the mottled bark on their twisted trunks looked like ancient wounds. The deep darkness spread through the forest, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. The eerie branches swayed in the wind, making eerie whispers. The mist lingered in the woods, swirling up like a ghost, seeming to shroud the entire forest in a mysterious atmosphere. Every creature in the horror forest is filled with a strange aura, making people feel the presence of fear irresistibly. Jiang Cheng flipped his palm, and a creature similar to a groundhog quietly appeared in his hand. This groundhog creature is called the red gold rat, a top-level pseudo-divine beast. It is extremely good at finding treasures. As long as it is there, even magic weapons hidden in stones can be found. Finding someone is even easier. Jiang Cheng ordered, "Find the people in the Savage Mountain." Now that Jiang Cheng is in crisis, almost all the people in the Savage Mountain have left, and only a few are preparing to go to the secret realm. With the ability of the red gold rat, it is not difficult to smell the special scent. Sure enough, the red gold rat sniffed the air, and when it felt a disgusting smell, it immediately ran away with its owner. Inside the strange cave, the black-robed man who was sitting cross-legged on the mat suddenly opened his eyes and stared in shock. Combined with the news sent back by the big-eyed monster, his expression was obviously a little uncomfortable. How is this possible? That little guy is actually the reversal immortal emperor ranked first on the power list. This is impossible. The man in black robe was obviously a little panicked. He immediately stood up and prepared to pack up his things and leave. If I continue to stay here, my life might be in danger. However, just as he had packed up everything and was ready to run away, a cold voice rang out, causing the candlelight in the cave to flicker with a dazzling cold light. "Now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" It's that person. The black-robed man's cloak fell off, revealing an extremely grim face. However, he had no thoughts of resistance now. He only felt fear and wanted to leave here. Jiang Cheng stepped into the cave. A cold air spread from under his feet. The stone walls on both sides were strangely covered with a layer of frost the moment they came into contact with the cold air. Seeing this, the black-robed man was terrified and shouted angrily, "Reversal Immortal Emperor, it's really you." Looking at the man in front of him, Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "So it's you, the one ranked 13th on the strong list, the Candeline Taoist. I didn't expect you to be training spirit beasts here. You are really insidious and cunning." The woman with the candle vagina took 2 steps back. Her throat rolled, sweat dripped down uncontrollably, and even her breathing became rapid. "Let me go. As long as you let me go, I will serve you as my king." "No need." Jiang Cheng curled his lips and said, "For someone like you, even if you kneel on the ground and lick my feet, I would find you disgusting. You still want me to let you go? Don't dream. Since you have embarked on this path, don't even think about leaving here alive today. Just use whatever tricks you have. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." Chapter 73. A Means of Catastrophe in Heaven and Earth. The face of the Candeline Taoist was distorted, and she immediately roared, "What's wrong with us evil summoners doing this? If there is anyone who is wrong, it should be you hypocritical hypocrites. We are right to improve our own strength. And you guys are just stupid enough to let your pets evolve on their own. In terms of evolutionary ability, what's wrong with me, the Zhuin Taoist?" The candle dwelling which roared crazily, staring at Jiang Cheng in front of her with her copper bell-like eyes, as if expressing her pride in being an evil summoner. Facing the unreasonable words of the candlelight lover, Jiang Cheng showed no expression. He put one hand behind his back and said, "Now that you have said your last words, you can go and die." Hee hee hee. The candle vaginal maid laughed strangely and said, "If you want to kill me, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. Even though I only have a dozen of them, I have devoured countless spirit pets over such a long time. In terms of combat power, I don't believe I can be defeated by you. Come out, high-level divine beast, the bloodthirsty blasting dragon." Just as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the quiet cave, and then a creature large enough to fill the entire cave quietly appeared here. It is tall, at least 18 meters tall, and over 30 meters long. Its sharp claws and teeth seem to be able to bite everything to pieces, which is chilling, especially the blood-red pupils, which make people feel dizzy. This is a unique skill of the bloodthirsty blasting dragon. Any summoner or spirit pet that looks into its eyes will feel a dizzy feeling. The bloodthirsty explosive dragon rushed forward under the control of the Candeline woman, its sharp claws piercing through the darkness and heading straight for Jiang Cheng's neck. Jiang Cheng stepped back, avoiding the opponent's attack, and then kicked out, with endless energy of spiritual power suddenly hitting the bloodthirsty explosion dragon's jaw. The bloodthirsty explosion dragon's huge body tilted backwards, but it quickly reacted and continued its attack. Such hard scales. Jiang Cheng frowned when he saw that the other party was unharmed. According to the normal defense of the spirit pet, his kick was enough to smash the bloodthirsty explosive dragon's head alive. Now that the bloodthirsty explosive dragon can survive, it means that its body has been transformed, otherwise it would not be able to withstand Jiang Cheng's attack. The candle vaginal maid laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, reversal immortal emperor, you didn't expect that, as early as after the game materialized. I had already started to increase the defense for the bloodthirsty blasting dragon. I know you are strong, but if you can't break its defense, you are trash. Facing the ridicule from the candlelight lover, Jiang Cheng just smiled indifferently. This guy really overestimated his own strength. Jiang Cheng was seen retreating backwards and quickly leaving the cave, while the bloodthirsty explosive dragon also rushed out and continuously launched fierce attacks towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng shrugged and said, "Let me show you what real strength is." As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely violent energy surged wildly, and a five-clawed dragon quietly appeared here. Under Jiang Cheng's control, the five-clawed dragon did not expand thousands of miles away, but only a few hundred meters. But its huge body still made the bloodthirsty explosive dragon shudder. Among the divine beasts, except for the Emperor Beast, there was no other divine beast that could compete with the five-clawed dragon, or even none at all. The bloodthirsty explosion dragon took 2 steps back. The suppression of its bloodline made it feel a little timid and fearful. The candle vaginal maid immediately said in anger, "What are you afraid of? Kill him for me. As long as we can eat the reversal immortal emperor, from now on, we will be the strongest people ranked first on the strong list steal." The bloodthirsty explosive dragon nodded heavily, ignoring the five-clawed dragon in the sky. Its main target of attack was Jiang Cheng, who was not far away. As long as it ate him, the five-clawed dragon would naturally disappear. Therefore, it was necessary to capture the king first. If Jiang Cheng dies, everything will be gone. No matter what I say today, I will make him pay a heavy price. Faced with the bloodthirsty explosion dragon's nonsensical attack, the five-clawed dragon was a little annoyed and immediately let out a deafening roar. In an instant, thunderclouds rolled in and heavy rain roared. The sky above the entire Savage Mountain seemed to have experienced a thunderstorm. Endless dark clouds began to spin wildly. A huge tornado uprooted the trees within a 10-mile radius, and the hurricane it brought made countless people feel terrified. This is a catastrophe for the world. What happened in Savage Mountain? I don't know. Immediately inform Minister Li that a major incident has occurred in Savage Mountain. The one who could have caused this situation is most likely the owner of the divine beast. Yes. The entire management department of Jiang Cheng was completely stunned. They all stood there in a daze. Some of them could not believe their eyes. They did not expect the scene before them to be so horrifying. Is this a realm that human beings can reach? Lu Yao also jumped onto the 7-colored fire phoenix and flew quickly towards the Savage Mountain. But when they arrived near the Savage Mountain, the 7-colored fire phoenix refused to step into the place even a step. It's not because the hurricane in front of it blocked its view, but because as long as it went in, it would be torn into pieces in an instant. Lu Yao clenched her fists and muttered to herself, "What on earth happened to cause the 7-colored fire phoenix to feel fear? Could it be that the people fighting inside are all top-level warriors? There is currently no way to enter Savage Mountain, so we can only wait for the hurricane to dissipate before we can find out what's going on." Wang Hao and the other two witnessed everything that was happening before their eyes. They understood that in the entire Jiangcheng, or even in the entire China, there was probably only Brother Jiang who could cause a shock to the heaven and earth. Why did Brother Jiang do this? Who will he meet? Let's go look after the students first. Brother Jiang will be fine. We should trust him. Li Nan moved his glasses and said. Wang Hao and Guo Xinyu nodded. There was no doubt about Brother Jiang's strength. There were few people or spirit pets in this world who could kill him. What we are worried about now is whether Brother Jiang's identity will be exposed. At this time, in the Savage Mountain, the bloodthirsty explosive dragon took 2 steps back in panic, looking at the 5-clawed dragon in the sky. The suppression of its bloodline had even wiped out its desire to continue fighting. The candle vaginal maid roared, "Kill him for me. If he doesn't die, we will all die here today. Hurry." Faced with the roar of its master, the bloodthirsty blasting dragon could only rush forward without caring about its life. However, in front of the 5-clawed dragon, the bloodthirsty blasting dragon was just a larger ant. This battle will be over soon. It is really ignorant for a mortal to think he can stand shoulder to shoulder with a god. Next, let Xiaolong completely annihilate this bloodthirsty explosive dragon. Chapter 74. Innate Chaos. The bloodthirsty explosive dragon could only rush forward, but in the face of absolute strength, all this was just like an ant trying to shake a tree. The five-clawed dragon was completely enraged, and a ball of red gold flame spewed out of its mouth. The moment the flame touched the bloodthirsty explosion dragon's body, the bloodthirsty explosion dragon let out a shrill roar. Huh? Seeing her pet being tortured, Zhuin Daoren yelled, "How dare you hit my pet? I'll kill you." Jiang Cheng shrugged, grabbed the neck of the Candeline woman who rushed up, pressed her hard to the ground, and suddenly exerted force. The entire ground cracked in an instant and then exploded on the spot. Phew! The candle vaginal maid suddenly spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, staring in disbelief. "You? Why do you have such power? Have you forgotten? I am a level 999 summoner. Even without a spirit pet, my physical strength has surpassed all the divine beasts. You think you can kill me? You are just dreaming." Jiang Cheng grabbed the candle-stained woman by the neck and said calmly, "Since your guilt has been confirmed, you can die now. There is no age difference on the road to the underworld. Hope you will be reborn into a good person in your next life. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, the Taoist Zhuin took out something similar to a token from his pocket. Seeing the innate chaotic object in the other party's hand, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but frown. This old fellow actually possesses such an opportunity and actually possesses something of innate chaos. No wonder he is so fearless. The Taoist Zhuin laughed and crushed the innate chaotic object in his hand with force. Immediately, an extremely huge amount of energy burst out, and the surging breath gathered and enveloped the entire space here. At this moment, the candle vaginal maid immediately broke away from Jiang Cheng's hand, with a slight smile on her face. "You evil creature, you are too arrogant. Today, I will let you experience the terrifying power of the innate chaos." Jiang Cheng, who was trapped in the barrier, put one hand behind his back and looked at the space around him. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "I see. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that the ability of this innate chaos thing is to weaken the opponent's strength." Jiang Cheng raised his head and looked at the barrier energy around him. He just smiled indifferently and asked curiously, "Where did you get the innate chaos item? According to your ranking, it should be impossible for you to get such a thing." "Humph, a dying man's words are always kind. I will let you die knowingly." The candle vagina lady rolled her neck and said coldly, "This is a treasure I accidentally found in the advanced secret realm. I thought I would never use it, but I never thought that you would appear in Jiangcheng. As long as I can kill you, everything on you will be mine." Lady Zhuin laughed wildly, remembering that the immortal Emperor Reversal possessed endless treasures. As long as she could kill him, she would not only be able to rank first, but also obtain all the treasures owned by the immortal Emperor Reversal. By that time, he would be the next immortal emperor to achieve reversal. Thinking of this, the candle vaginal wearer burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Just wait. My barrier will make you a complete waste. I will torture you to death. Even your five-claw dragon will not be able to break through the defense barrier of the innate chaotic creature." The lady in the candlelight laughed, as if she had seen that she was about to reach the top. However, Jiang Cheng remained calm and composed as usual. He then raised his head and looked at the azure barrier in front of him. He said softly, "You still underestimate your opponent. Let me show you for yourself that in the face of absolute strength, any resistance is futile." Jiang Cheng's eyes turned cold, and he immediately gathered strength in his fist, then punched the barrier in front of him without hesitation. The unimaginable explosion was deafening, causing the entire savage mountain to tremble wildly. Even people who were 100 miles away could clearly feel the ground shaking wildly. The candle-dwelling Taoist immediately took half a step forward, and only after confirming that Jiang Cheng had not broken the barrier in front of him did she feel relieved. However, just when he thought the other party was bluffing, something unexpected happened. The indestructible barrier suddenly began to crack on a large scale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the eyes of the candle-vaginal person, dense, spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Before he could fully react, the barrier finally couldn't withstand the powerful force and instantly turned into a wisp of ash and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Zhuin Daoren's face suddenly changed, and her whole body showed an unimaginable expression. Her expression at this moment was like the third emoticon package in your mobile phone, and she stood there stupidly. Jiang Cheng swung his right arm, smiled indifferently and said, "Haha, just relying on this, you really can't stop me. Next, let me see how strong you are." The Zhuyin man was completely frightened and turned around to escape, while controlling the bloodthirsty explosive dragon to buy him time. However, the five-clawed dragon would never give the opponent another chance. Its huge palm dropped from the sky and slapped directly on the bloodthirsty explosive dragon's head. Under the huge shock wave, the bloodthirsty explosive dragon could not withstand such an attack and died on the spot. Feeling that her spirit pet was killed, Zhuyin Taoist showed an angry expression, but there was nothing she could do. If she didn't escape from here, only death would be waiting for her. The womanizer Zhuyin was already frightened and panicked, and she quickly fled to a distant place. If she left now, she would probably die on the spot. Jiang Cheng glanced at the fleeing Zhuyin Taoist with no emotion on his face. Then he calmly took out another long sword from the space and shot it towards the place where the candle-in Taoist escaped like a javelin. A cold light came in an instant and was immediately mixed with a sharp sword light, piercing straight through the vest of the woman in Zhuyin, bringing up a trail of blood. Taoist Zhuyin lowered her head unwillingly, looking at the blood arrow spurting from her chest. She felt even more horrified. She didn't expect that with his strength, he would die here today. The vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated as blood dripped from the tip of the sword. Finally, in the midst of countless horrified gazes around him, the Taoist Zhuyin could no longer control her body and collapsed. Ranked 13th on the strong list, the Taoist Zhuyin has fallen. All rewards are cleared and taken back. As the voice of Hung Ming sounded in the sky, everyone on Blue Star was shocked. Everyone had an ugly expression. They had never thought that one of the top 20 strong men would be killed. It was really horrifying. Chapter 75 was shocked again. The death of Zhuyin Daoist shook the entire blue planet completely. He was the top-ranked 13th ranked expert, and today he was told that he had died. This was unbelievable and shocking. Jiang Cheng ignored the voice in the sky and collected all the treasures of Zhuyin Taoist. Although those rewards were taken back, since he was ranked 13th, Zhuyin Taoist treasures must not be too few. The Emperor Beast picked up the broken innate chaotic object and started eating it. Although it was broken, it still contained a lot of energy fluctuations, which could at least improve her. To be on the safe side, he did not forget to burn the body of the woman in Zhuyin before leaving, so that no one would suspect him. With Jiang Cheng's departure, Savage Mountain returned to its former appearance, but the trees on both sides were torn into pieces by the tornado that occurred. Not long after Jiang Cheng left, people from the management department suddenly appeared here. They stared around, trying to find some useful clues. However, apart from the Savage Mountain, which had been destroyed beyond recognition, nothing else could be seen around, and even the corpses had disappeared. Bai Yuling frowned slightly and asked, "Ms. Liu Yao, what do you think of this level of battle?" Liu Yao beside him sighed and shook her head. "You have just heard the news from the heavenly ranking. It is obvious that the one we just fought was the Zhuyin Taoist, who is ranked 13th on the strong ranking. Apart from him, I am afraid no one else can create such a strong fighting ability, and the one he faces should be even stronger, even the top 10 strong ones. Otherwise, who dares to say that they can kill him?" After hearing these words, everyone present was stunned at the same time. If this was true, then just how powerful was that person? He was able to kill even the Zhuyin Dao people, which meant that his strength was absolutely unquestionable. Let's arrange for someone to investigate who did it. If it was really someone in the top 10 of the power ranking, then we must find him. It is very likely that he was a Chinese expert. What China lacks most right now is the experts on the power ranking. If we can get one, it will undoubtedly be a great help to us. The image of the reversal immortal emperor emerged in Liu Yao's mind. She even suspected that this incident had a lot to do with the reversal immortal emperor, but without absolute evidence, she did not dare to explain it to his face. The people in the management department also looked at each other and nodded. There was nothing much to say now. Moreover, under the current situation, there were fewer and fewer strong people in China. If humans are allowed to continue killing each other, the other side will most likely attack the Chinese strongmen endlessly. By then, even if they want to resist, they will probably have no chance. Liu Yao looked at the traces of battle left on the ground and murmured to herself, "Could it really be you?" Guangming University. At this time, the body of the big-eyed monster had been cleaned up, and the students started classes as usual according to the normal process. However, they were still frightened. The previous battle made them nervous and uneasy. This was their first time experiencing a battle at the level of a divine beast. If the other party starts killing people, I'm afraid few people can stop them. In the dormitory, after hearing Brother Zhang's description, Wang Hao and the others frowned. If what Brother Jiang said is true, then who knows how many powerful people there are in China hiding. However, some of them are extremely evil summoners. They devour other spirit pets. If this continues, it will not be a good thing. That being said, who can guarantee that those guys won't attack ordinary people? Li Nan narrowed his eyes and said, and as long as those strong men hide their identities, I'm afraid it will be difficult for even summoners of equal strength to find them, let alone those in the management department. What he said was not false. According to the current situation, there were many strong people who deliberately hid themselves. The main reason was that their clinical abilities were not the kind that could be seen in the light. The slightest carelessness may lead to clinical accidents, resulting in a devastating battle. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no one is willing to joke with their own life. Besides, there is only one spiritual pet. If it dies, it will be impossible to obtain a more advanced spiritual pet. All that you have gained after so many years of cultivation would be wasted if it were to be destroyed in a battle. Moreover, for these top powerhouses, unless they are sure that they are the strongest, they must not reveal their identities to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to themselves. Jiang Cheng sat there without saying a word. The death of Zhuyin Yin was a good thing for them, but at the same time, it would also allow more evil summoners to return to their old ways and start devouring other people's pets. There is no way to manage things like this. There are hundreds of millions of summoners in the world, and 70% of them are evil summoners. With such a huge number, no matter which country it is probably difficult to bear such responsibility. Brother Jiang, what do you think? Wang Hao turned around, looked at Jiang Cheng who was sitting on the chair, and asked, what else can I think? Just take it one step at a time. Jiang Cheng shrugged. It was no longer something he could control. Besides, the management departments of each country should make adjustments soon. He absolutely could not let those guys continue to kill innocent people. If an accident happens, the consequences will be disastrous. Even if no one says anything, naturally many ordinary people express strong dissatisfaction and anger. The others didn't say anything else. Since that was the case, they could only continue to wait. In the Magic City, inside a hidden secret base somewhere, Minister Li looked at the picture in the photo and said calmly, the satellite also couldn't find out who it was? Captain Zhang Qi replied, we used satellites to investigate the identities of the two people, but when the hurricane occurred, the satellite seemed to be unable to capture it, and there was a problem directly. What is the problem? Minister Li raised his eyebrows and asked. All the lines had problems, but after the battle, the satellites that had problems surprisingly recovered. After hearing these words, Minister Li couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If this was really the case, then these two people must have done it deliberately. It is enough to be able to do this by relying on the strong people ranked in the top 20 of the strong list stone tablet. Therefore, Minister Li is not surprised by this. Zhuyin Daoren, just by listening to the name, she must be a strong person in China. It's a pity that she was killed. Chapter 76. Zhang Qi staring at the divine beast. Minister Li narrowed his eyes and said, what a pity. If Master Zhuyin could become our friend, he might have added a stronger person to China. It's a pity that he was killed. Minister, do you think this matter has something to do with those guys abroad? Zhang Qi took a step forward and asked in a low voice with a serious expression. Minister Li is not sure either. In short, it is better not to act rashly before the matter is clarified. However, it is still necessary to arrange for professionals to go to the scene of the incident to investigate and collect all useful clues. Zhang Qi, I'll leave this matter to you. Also, collect some of the bodies of the big-eyed monsters from Guangming University for testing to see if you can find anything that can help us. Minister Li is also quite concerned about this matter. The sudden self-explosion of a divine beast is definitely not an autonomous behavior, and it is very likely controlled by someone else. If the students had not been evacuated in time, countless children would have died in the instant of the big-eyed monster's explosion. Once this happened, the consequences would have been disastrous. Zhang Qi then took out the photo of the Emperor Beast again and said solemnly, Minister, this spirit pet has evolved into a pseudo-divine beast, and its attributes have been greatly improved. As long as the spirit pet is around her, its strength will be improved. In my opinion, it is better too. Is this the Emperor Beast you mentioned? Minister Li looked through the information and became interested after seeing that the owner was a student of Guangming University. He had seen Jiang Cheng's information before, but because his spirit beast was unable to fight, he had not paid much attention to it. But now that Jiang Cheng's spirit pet has broken through to the realm of a pseudo-divine beast, it should be able to bring strength to the management department. According to my investigation, this spirit pet has improved healing abilities, and the spirit pets around her will also improve their cultivation speed. It can be said to be a treasure among treasures. Although it cannot be used for combat, if we can obtain it and keep all of our spirit pets near her, it will be more than enough to break through the realm. Minister Li narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you want to do?" "As long as the minister believes in me, I will definitely let that guy join our management department. If he really disagrees, I can also use an intermediate pseudo-divine beast to exchange with him, which should be successful." After hearing this, Minister Li nodded slightly. He didn't have much time to deal with this matter yet, so he could only leave it to Captain Jiang Cheng to resolve personally. But before leaving, he still reminded, "Remember, we are not bandits. Don't act rashly, and don't rob the other party's pet. If the other party disagrees, forget it." Captain Jiang Cheng saluted and said, "I understand, Minister." After saying that, Jiang Cheng turned around and left without looking back. A bit of cunning could be seen in his eyes. With Minister Li's permission, he could do things wholeheartedly without considering the consequences. He has been eyeing the Emperor Beast for a long time, and now he must get it. If Jiang Cheng disagrees, he will use his family to threaten him. "You guys go to Jiang Cheng's home and invite Jiang Cheng's parents to the management department. Take good care of them and don't mistreat them." Jiang Cheng glanced at the two summoners behind him and said calmly, "Remember, send me a video?" "Yes, Captain." That night, Jiang Cheng led the people from the management department to Guangming University in person, but did not contact Lu Yao during the period. Jiang Cheng understood better than anyone that Lu Yao would definitely stop this, so it would be better not to tell her directly. Avoid causing yourself unnecessary trouble. Principal Zhang also warmly welcomed Captain Jiang Cheng and said with a smile, "Captain Zhang, why did you come here in person without even saying hello?" "We came to Guangming University at short notice." Captain Jiang Cheng said indifferently, then glanced at the people around him and said straight to the point, "Principal Zhang, I wonder if Jiang Cheng is in school?" "Ah." Principal Zhang frowned slightly and looked at Captain Jiang Cheng in confusion. He didn't understand why they kept looking for Jiang Cheng. Could it be that they were thinking about the other party's Emperor Beast again? Principal Zhang was too embarrassed to say anything else and could only agree to bring Jiang Cheng and the others to his office in person. Captain Jiang Cheng led everyone to the office, and Jiang Cheng also received a call from the principal. On the phone, Principal Zhang said solemnly, "Jiang Cheng, Captain Jiang Cheng from the management department is here again, and he wants to see you by name. What should we do next?" "See me?" Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Jiang Cheng was not done yet. In that case, he would like to see what qualifications this guy had to want his Emperor Beast. After a simple reply, Jiang Cheng came to the office alone. As soon as he came in, he saw Jiang Cheng and others sitting there drinking tea and chatting. Hearing the noise, Jiang Cheng put down the teacup in his hand, raised his head and looked towards the door. After confirming that Wang Hao and his guys didn't come, he finally felt relieved. If Wang Hao and his guys were here, they might do something out of line. As for Jiang Cheng, Jiang Cheng was 100% sure that he could make him hand over the Emperor Beast, or join the management department and become their improvement tool. Jiang Cheng immediately made a gesture of invitation and said, "Since you are here, please take a seat." Jiang Cheng didn't hesitate and sat down on the chair. "I called you here this time because there is indeed something important. Jiang Cheng, you know that the world has changed a lot now. It is not the same as before. Only by becoming stronger can you have absolute power of speech. Similarly, if we don't want to be bullied, we can only have a chance if we become stronger, don't you think?" Jiang Cheng poured a cup of tea for Jiang Cheng with a smile. At present, he had not thought of using Jiang Cheng's family to threaten him. Of course, if Jiang Cheng disagreed, don't blame him for using irregular means. Jiang Cheng glanced at Jiang Cheng beside him. Seeing that he was beating around the bush with him, he sneered and said, "We are all smart people. There is no need to beat around the bush here. Just say whatever you want to say. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. I still have a lot of things to deal with." Faced with Jiang Cheng's direct and rude attitude, Captain Jiang Cheng couldn't help but frown. However, since the other party was so insistent, Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't say anything more and went straight to the point. "After our unanimous decision, the management department formally invites Mr. Jiang Cheng to join us and become a member of the management department." Chapter 77, Killing Captain Jiang Cheng. Facing Jiang Cheng's invitation, Jiang Cheng was unmoved. Instead, he gently placed the teacup in his hand on the table and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, Captain Jiang Cheng, I said not long ago that I would not join the management department. I also don't want anyone to threaten me." Facing Jiang Cheng's rejection, Jiang Cheng's expression was not good. He had already given him face by coming here again and again. If it weren't for the consideration of Lu Yao, the captain of the management department, and Wang Hao and others, he would have cursed at them long ago. How could he come here several times in person? This is clearly a lack of face for him in the management department. Jiang Qi said with a sullen face, Jiang Cheng, I have given you enough face. Don't be shameless. Do you know how much power you have as a member of the management department? If your Emperor Beast is not useful, do you think I would invite you? Since you don't agree, as long as you hand over the Emperor Beast, everything will be solved. Of course, our management department is not a bandit. We can use a mid-level pseudo-divine beast to exchange with you. It can also be a combat-type beast. How about it? Jiang Cheng snorted coldly and said, Now that we've come to this, I still say the same thing. You are not qualified to have my Emperor Beast. Moreover, you are exchanging it for an intermediate pseudo-divine beast. Do you really think my Emperor Beast is so easy to get? Seeing that Jiang Cheng was unmoved, Captain Jiang Qi in front of him became furious. He took out his cell phone and made a video call. The really good scene was that Jiang Cheng's parents were having dinner there. After seeing his parents being taken to the management department by Jiang Qi, Jiang Cheng's expression gradually revealed a hint of coldness, and his eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. What he hates most is when someone makes a fuss about his family, and he also hates when someone threatens him with the lives of his family. In his heart, Jiang Qi must die. I'm not threatening you. We just want the Emperor Beast. Jiang Cheng, this is your only chance. Your parents are safe. As long as you hand over the Emperor Beast to us, we will not do anything to your parents. But if you don't agree, don't blame us for being rude. You should know that our strength is more than enough to kill ordinary people. Jiang Cheng smiled, and his smile was extremely cold. Haha, I didn't expect that the people in the management department would have a stinking soldier like you. If that's the case, then I won't hide anything anymore. Today, I want to see who dares to touch my parents. Jiang Qi also clenched his fists and just finished what he wanted to say, but who would have thought that this guy would not take him at all? It showed that he did not take the management department seriously, let alone him. In that case, don't blame yourself for being rude. Just as he was about to give the order, Jiang Qi suddenly widened his eyes like copper bells and felt difficulty breathing, as if his neck was strangled by some kind of energy. You, Jiang Cheng said coldly, go to hell. After saying this, Jiang Cheng turned around and left without looking back, while Jiang Qi in the room suddenly spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, fell to the ground, twitched twice, and died suddenly. The same goes for the people in the management department. They would never have dreamed that they would die so tragically one day. Jiang Cheng's parents didn't know what was happening outside and were still eating there. Go back to dorms. Wang Hao and the others saw that Brother Jiang's expression was not good, and they frowned slightly, asking in confusion, Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Why are you so sad? Fine. Jiang Cheng responded casually, took out a set of clothes from the closet, then turned around and left Guangming University. Wang Hao and his companions were a little confused and didn't know what was going on, but they still ran to the office, only to see Jiang Qi and others lying on the ground, already dead. They finally understood why Brother Jiang was so angry. It turned out to be because of this guy Jiang Qi. Brother Jiang would never kill people for no reason. Now he killed Jiang Qi. It must be because Jiang Qi did something he shouldn't have done. Brother Jiang killed someone. What should we do? Li Nan squatted down to check and found that Jiang Qi had already died and had no chance of survival. Wang Hao said calmly, just throw them all out. I will personally inform Minister Li about this matter and ask him to give me a reasonable explanation. After learning about this, Minister Li was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He didn't expect that Jiang Qi was actually killed. After finding out the whole story, Minister Li expressed his deep apologies. He did not expect Jiang Qi to do such a thing. The management department expressed its deep apologies. We will give you a reasonable explanation for this matter and are willing to actively compensate you. Wang Hao and the other two also said firmly, I hope the management department can give Brother Jiang a reasonable explanation for this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Minister Li looked apologetic. I'm sorry, I will investigate this matter myself. If it is true, I will visit you in person. Wang Hao snorted coldly. If there was no reasonable explanation, then don't blame me for being rude. He even thought about leaving the management department directly. When Brother Jiang was humiliated, they were also humiliated. It would be difficult for anyone to accept such a fact. Hang up the phone. Wang Hao decided to take the two of them to the management department to meet Jiang Ji's parents. At this time, within the management department, when Jiang Cheng arrived here, his endless murderous intent made the people in the management department here turn pale, and they didn't dare to take a step forward for fear of being killed by this cold breath. After seeing his parents, Jiang Cheng retracted his murderous intent and ran over to them and said, Mom and Dad, are you okay? Son? When Jiang's father saw Jiang Cheng, He was also a little surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" "I heard you guys came to Jiang Cheng, so I rushed here without stopping." "I'm glad you're all right," Father Jiang said with a smile. "What can happen to us? Besides, we still have the spirit beast you left behind. Your mother and I will be fine." Jiang Cheng nodded. As long as his parents were fine, it would be fine. If something happened to them, then what would happen if the entire management department was destroyed? The only people he cares about are his own family. What do other people have to do with him? Lu Yao, who had received the news, had also arrived here and immediately expressed her deep apologies to Jiang Cheng. "I'm sorry, Jiang Cheng. This matter was my negligence. I didn't expect Zhang Qi to go directly to you. If I knew about this, I would definitely not let him do this. It's okay. If anything happens to my parents, then there's no need for the management department to exist." Chapter 78. Minister Li personally came to apologize. Lu Yao could also see that Jiang Cheng was angry and felt deeply sorry for it. She also understood that what he said was not groundless. With his level, even if she was given the opportunity, she would not be his opponent. As long as he wants, the people in the management department may not be his opponents. Jiang Cheng arranged for his parents to rest in the room, and he took Lu Yao outside to explain the matter clearly. "Now that Zhang Qi is dead, if the management department blames me, I will bear the responsibility alone." Lu Yao said, "Don't worry, we will give you a reasonable explanation for this matter. Minister Li is deeply sorry and is willing to compensate." Jiang Cheng said, "Forget about the compensation. I have no interest in it. Also, don't ever joke with my family. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lu Yao nodded and said firmly, "Don't worry, we won't let this happen again." At this moment, Wang Hao and others hurried over. They were relieved to see that Brother Jiang did not kill people. They were really afraid that Brother Jiang would kill everyone in the management department. "Why are you here?" Jiang Cheng asked in confusion. It was because of this incident that Wang Hao called Minister Li the first time he learned that the management department had taken my uncle and aunt away and criticized him. Minister Li also paid special attention to this, which led to the scene at the beginning. Jiang Cheng patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, this matter has been resolved. My parents are fine." After hearing that his uncle and aunt were fine, Wang Hao finally felt relieved. If anything had happened to his uncle and aunt, he would have paid a heavy price for it. Jiang Cheng turned around and said, "Okay, let's talk about this matter after I personally send them back tomorrow." Wang Hao and others nodded. There was nothing more to say at this point. If anything happened to their uncle and aunt, these guys would definitely not have an easy time. Somewhere in China, Li Huxiong tore a python's flesh into pieces alive, feeling its blood splattering, with an excited expression on his face. "My current strength has reached the realm of a high-level divine beast. It would be great if I could take this opportunity to break through to the top-level divine beast." Li Huxiong gently stroked the head of Hoopa beside him, wishing he could directly upgrade the other party to a top-level divine beast. In that case, he would be able to fight a decisive battle with the reversal immortal emperor. Hoopa also let out a low roar and had already developed a strong interest in challenging and reversing the immortal emperor. As long as he ate the five-clawed dragon, his own strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and he would achieve hegemony. Li Huxiong glanced at the time and said, "It seems that we have to go to the Magic City. It is a good opportunity to find people whose strength ranks in the top 100 of the strong list stone tablet. Only in this way can we quickly improve our strength. Only by continuously devouring can the tiger soul have a chance to evolve." Li Huxiong collected the tiger soul, turned around and left, and then said expressionlessly, "Next, it's the real killing, he." The next morning, the golden rooster crowed. Jiang Cheng personally sent his parents back home and asked the spirit pet he gave to his parents to take good care of them and protect them if there was any danger. Only after making sure everything was safe did Jiang Cheng return to Guangming University. At this time, Minister Li, the highest leader of the management department, had been waiting for a long time. After what happened yesterday, Minister Li attached great importance to this. "I also didn't expect that Zhang Qi would openly violate morality for his own selfish interests and use Jiang Cheng's parents to threaten him. This kind of person has completely discredited the management department." Minister Li said solemnly, "Mr. Jiang Cheng, we will deal with this matter severely and will never let this happen again. Similarly, we have applied for compensation and have already transferred it to your parents' bank card." Jiang Cheng said expressionlessly, "I just don't want my family to get hurt, and I hope Minister Li won't let this happen again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." He was not joking when he said this. Family was always Jiang Cheng's Achilles heel. Now that things had come to this, he naturally made things clear. If something similar happened again, don't blame him for being rude. Minister Li wiped the sweat from his face, nodded, and promised that such a thing would not happen again. After extensive investigation, Minister Li also learned that Jiang Cheng possessed a top-grade spiritual pet, and that his brothers were all owners of pseudo-divine beasts, so the chances of him breaking through to become a divine beast in the future were very high. To offend Jiang Cheng is to offend the owners of the 3 pseudo-divine beasts. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Minister Li also paid special attention to this matter and promised that this incident would never happen again. If this type of thing happens again, he is willing to resign from his position as minister. Jiang Cheng did not make things difficult for Minister Li. Fortunately, his parents were fine. Otherwise, let alone Minister Li, even the people above the management department would be meaningless in front of him. Minister Li looked at Wang Hao and the others, and after making sure that they had no expression, he finally let go of his worry. At this time, Minister Li slowly stood up and said, "Since this matter has been solved, I will go back first. If you need anything, Mr. Jiang Cheng, please feel free to ask. The management department will do its best to satisfy you. Ms. Liu Yao, I'll leave this place to you. I still have a lot of things to deal with and can't stay here any longer." Minister Li still has a lot of things to do and cannot stay in Guangming University for too long. He must solve the current troubles as soon as possible. Both the United States and Xiao Ri Zi have already begun to take action. Without the help of the reversal immortal emperor, they will always be at a disadvantage. Liu Yao saluted Minister Li and said, "Yes, Minister Li." Watching Minister Li leave, Liu Yao's eyes returned to Jiang Cheng, and she sighed, "Alas, we didn't expect this to happen, but don't worry, we will never let it happen again this time." The situation in China is turbulent right now, and foreign forces are emerging one after another. If you don't have absolute strength, you are likely to be. Having said this, Liu Yao also fell silent. Now the Hulk of the United States is arrogant and domineering, and together with the top summoners from other countries, they are ready to move towards the border of China. They only hope that the reversal immortal emperor can return to people as soon as possible. Only in that way can we protect the people of China. Chapter 79, Title List presented. Title list appears in 3 minutes. After materialization, everyone gets a title in the game. At this moment, the sound of Hongming sounded leisurely in the sky. Both Jiang Cheng and Liu Yao fixed their gazes on the large gilded characters that suddenly appeared in the sky at almost the same time. Seeing the title list that suddenly appeared, Wang Hao was a little surprised and asked, "Title list? What's the use of that thing?" In the game, Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts, titles are only used for appearance and do not really help with improvement. Jiang Cheng was also quite puzzled by this. As for titles, he seemed to have a title that ranked first in the entire server, called Supreme Immortal Emperor. In order to get this title, Jiang Cheng had to work for 3 consecutive nights to barely get it. Now, looking at the entire blue star, it is probably enough to shock everyone. Just when everyone was puzzled, another large gilded character suddenly appeared in the sky. The top 100 titles will receive a mid-level divine beast. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on Blue Star was shocked and looked at the large gold-plated characters in front of them with disbelief. The reward is a mid-level divine beast. Is the value of this list so great? Everyone in the field was shocked with their throats rolling. Some could not believe that all this was true. Wouldn't it be a loss to give away such a precious beast so easily? However, some were happy while others were sad. The owners of the mythical beasts whose titles were not precious had particularly ugly expressions, especially the owners of low-level mythical beasts, who almost burst into cursing. Their strength is already very strong on Blue Star. If someone else suddenly possesses a mid-level divine beast, doesn't that mean that their ranking will be replaced? If this is true, the daily losses would be unimaginable. I don't accept it. Why can those with good titles get intermediate-level divine beasts? This is clearly bullying. Yes, we have been on the list for so long, but who would have thought that someone like Cheng Yaojin would show up halfway? We don't accept this. Change the rules immediately. Many powerful people express strong dissatisfaction. Why should they give up their status to others? Isn't this an insult to them? However, the large gilded characters did not disappear, as if they did not care at all about the dissatisfaction of this group of people. This also made everyone feel dizzy, and they wished they could kill the guy with the top title. Wang Hao was shocked. "Brother Jiang, I didn't expect the reward this time to be a mid-level divine beast. This has already destroyed the current balance. It's not all destructive, it's encouraging." Jiang Cheng replied calmly, "There are currently more than 300 divine beasts on the entire Blue Star. Most of them are low-level divine beasts, while some of the lucky ones have reached the intermediate, advanced, and so on. As for the top-level divine beasts, only these few people have them at the moment, not to mention whether it's fair to those people. Jiang Cheng is more open-minded. The balance of the game is not defined by the top players. Therefore, if you want to make the game data more complete, you need to give all players the same treatment. So, this is probably what it means to turn your life around. The difference between the rich and the poor is just a thought. Looking at the entire blue star, the current rich are almost useless and even have to be wary of the threat from summoners. Brother Jiang, what's your title? Wang Hao glanced at Jiang Cheng, then he remembered that Lu Yao was also here, and immediately took back what he had just said. Brother Jiang's title is number 1 in the entire server. Once it is said out loud, it would be difficult to expose Brother Jiang's identity. Lu Yao turned around excitedly, looked at Jiang Cheng in front of her, and smiled too. Then he raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance, thinking to himself, this time when the title descends, everyone will be bathed in light. At that time, we will be able to know your position and reverse the immortal emperor. Go back to the room. The list in the sky is also being refreshed. Ranked 100th on the title list. Single network filial son. Title: Monopoly. Reward: Intermediate divine beast. Flame Wolverine. As expected, after seeing the rewards above the sky, those summoners who possessed low-level divine beasts were all very angry. They had not deliberately obtained titles and levels at the beginning, but who would have thought that such a short time had passed and the titles and levels had already materialized? This made those guys miserable. They were just one step away from reaching the pinnacle of their lives, but they never imagined that they had completely neglected all of this. Looking back on everything I've been through, it's really unbelievable. I hate myself for not upgrading my title and level. Regret. So regretful. As a golden light lit up, the player who called himself Monopoly was also bathed in the golden light, attracting many people to watch. The people closest to him were full of admiration. They didn't expect that he was actually a strong man in the United States. This was a little unbelievable. This name is obviously from China, but I never thought it was from the United States. The U.S. management authorities also attach great importance to this. Burst into laughter. God bless the United States. We are the first to win. Ha ha ha. There will definitely be more Americans coming next. The top management of the United States immediately went to invite him to join. Such a genius, naturally, could not be allowed to wander outside, and he must be loyal to the country. Wang Hao supported his chin with one hand and said, Flame Wolverine, wow, the intermediate beast is indeed worthy of its reputation. I just don't know what Brother Zhang's intermediate beast will be. Ranked 99th on the title list. Loves to eat salmon. Title: Peerless Sky. Reward: Intermediate divine beast. Dark dragon claw fish. This time they appeared in a place where people were living a good life. The moment the golden light appeared, global satellites immediately captured them, wanting to see who this person was. Jiang Cheng looked at the live broadcast and frowned slightly. It seems that my identity must be exposed? Brother Jiang, what you mean is... Wang Hao and the others also turned around and looked at Jiang Cheng beside them. They frowned involuntarily, as if they had guessed something. Because after this list appears, it has no meaning at all for the hidden people. As long as the corresponding name appears, their identities will be exposed. Jiang Cheng sat in the chair and thought. At present, many powerful people have not appeared, and it would not be a wise choice for him to expose his identity rashly. Moreover, under the current circumstances, the entire blue star will begin to fall into chaos, and I really need to make preparations in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng took out a puppet from the Ziwei ancient ring. After looking at the puppet, Jiang Cheng just sighed. Just use it to replace me. This puppet is an extremely precious chaos divine weapon. Once energy is injected into it, it can transform into its original form and become exactly the same as the original. Chapter 80. Will Jiang Cheng be the one who reverses the immortal emperor? In the game, Mythical Beast Evolution Journey, this puppet is extremely precious, and he is the only one who owns it in the entire server. Jiang Cheng injected his spiritual power into it, and then the puppet in his hand seemed to have gained some kind of energy and began to expand continuously, and soon became a character exactly like Jiang Cheng. The puppet slowly raised its head, looked at Jiang Cheng and said, I know what to do. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, okay, now it's up to you. Don't let anyone know our identities. The puppet took out black clothes and put them on, then disappeared out of thin air. When it appeared again, it had already arrived in the Savage Mountain. All it had to do now was wait. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of Brother Jiang, he really has many tricks up his sleeve. What do you mean by a trick? It's obviously a trump card. Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes at Wang Hao. Wang Hao chuckled, but he was also a little curious. Is the clone puppet really useful? If he failed to deceive Reverse Life, wouldn't he still have to expose his identity? Jiang Cheng was not sure whether he could succeed. If he was really exposed, he could only blame himself for his bad luck. At that time, there would be an endless stream of powerful people coming to provoke him, which would be a real trouble for him. All in all, we have come this far, so we really have to make the final effort. The management department is also quite nervous. They looked up at the list in the sky, and their heartbeats quickened. I don't know if such a strong man can appear in China. At present, there are only a handful of people in China who own divine beasts, and most of them are low-level divine beasts. As for mid-level divine beasts, there are even fewer. If we can come across one, we will definitely bring him into the management department at all costs. Minister Li used satellites to explore the entire country, unwilling to let go of any corner, and even more unwilling to let go of the summoner who possessed the divine beast. Minister, I have played this game before. The strongest person in China should be the immortal Emperor of Reversal. His name is the Immortal Emperor Supreme. However, so far, we still don't know who the Immortal Emperor of Reversal is. Bai Yuling, dressed in military uniform, walked over. Since Zhang Qi's death, his position was temporarily taken over by Bai Yuling, and he returned to the Magic City to cooperate with Minister Li in the management of the department. Minister Li replied calmly, I don't know who the Reversal Immortal Emperor is, but I can tell that he must be in Jiang Cheng. Minister Li placed the baton in his hand at Jiang Cheng's position. Based on his years of experience and the things that Jiang Cheng said, he could judge that the Reversal Immortal Emperor was in Jiang Cheng. But who it is exactly is still unclear. There are many summoners in Jiang Cheng. Even if you have registered for the Reverse Life app, it is still extremely difficult to find a hidden man. As the saying goes, you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. This is pretty much what it means. The Reversal Immortal Emperor does not want to reveal his identity. Even if they turn the entire Jiang Cheng upside down, they probably won't be able to find the other party. So, just wait. Wait until the other person has had enough of the dull life and wants to become famous. Only then can we know who the Reversal Immortal Emperor will be. Bai Yuling raised an eyebrow and asked softly, Minister, what do you think of Jiang Cheng from Guangming University? Jiang Cheng, Minister Li murmured to himself, he only has so many identities at the moment, and his 3 roommates are all owners of pseudo-divine beasts, so we can't offend them. Besides, it was Zhang Qi who really went too far last time. Speaking of this, Minister Li was also a little angry. If it weren't for Zhang Qi's powerful background, he would have deducted all of Zhang Qi's bonuses during this period. Minister, do you think Jiang Cheng has anything to do with the Reversal Immortal Emperor? Hearing this, Minister Li immediately turned around, looked at Bai Yuling and asked, what did you just say? You think that the one who reversed the Immortal Emperor was Jiang Cheng? That's impossible. Bai Yuling said calmly, I hadn't thought about this matter originally, but have you noticed recently that the spiritual pets of Wang Hao and his companions have been improving at an exceptionally fast speed? And they are almost reaching the level of high-level pseudo-divine beasts. This, listening to Bai Yuling's explanation, Minister Li fell into deep thought. Don't mention it. Recently, the pseudo-divine beasts of Wang Hao and the other 2 have indeed been improving very quickly. With the rewards given to them by the management department, it is impossible for them to break through so quickly. Could it be that Jiang Cheng did it? Minister Li was obviously confused. Zhang Qi once said that the Emperor Beast can promote the improvement of spiritual pets cultivation and can also heal other spiritual pets. It is rare to find such a precious spiritual pet in the entire server, and this one just happened to appear in Jiang Cheng's hands, which is a bit hard to explain. If he is the Reversal Immortal Emperor, it would be somewhat credible. Minister Li thought for a moment and said, Bai Yuling, you should return to Guangming University first. If his position is shown on the list this time, it means that he is the Reversal Immortal Emperor. If not, then we have all guessed wrong. Okay, I'll go back to Jiang Cheng now. There was no time to lose. Bai Yuling immediately turned around and left. If they could confirm the reversal of the Immortal Emperor, their management department would be able to relax a lot. At least we know who this person will be. Minister Li was also a little excited and said, Reversal Immortal Emperor. If it is really you, then why are you hiding? Jiang Cheng, I am looking forward to meeting you. Ah. Jiang Cheng sneezed, and a hint of doubt flashed in his clear eyes. From a common-sense perspective, he should not be sick at this moment, let alone catching a cold. Who will talk about me? Brother Jiang, we are already in the top 30, and it will be your turn soon. Wang Hao walked in from outside, holding a spicy hot pot for dinner in his hand. Eat something first, you haven't eaten for a day. Jiang Cheng took the spicy hot pot handed over by Wang Hao and said, I have arranged for my clone to release spiritual power in Savage Mountain. It should be able to attract the attention of the heavenly ranking. If it really doesn't work, I can only reveal my identity in advance. If you reveal your identity in advance, I wonder how many people will challenge you. Wang Hao sat on the chair and lit a cigarette with a worried look on his face. They quite like this kind of life, but if their true identities are exposed, Brother Jiang will probably have to accept challenges from others every day. After a long time, he will naturally feel a little irritated. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. It won't be like this forever. Jiang Cheng is more open-minded. Whether his cultivation level or identity is exposed, it is only a matter of time, and he has already let it go. Chapter 81: The Anger of the Situ Family. Ranked 30th on the title list. Young Master Situ. Title: Situ Jiwe. Reward: Intermediate Mythical Beast. Netherwolf. It's him? Hearing the voice coming from the sky, Wang Hao quickly walked to the window, looked up at the large gold-plated characters that suddenly appeared, and said with surprise on his face, "Who doesn't know Situ Un, the young master of the Situ family? That guy wanted to seize Liu Yao not long ago, and said that he knew the reversal immortal emperor. He is so shameless. I didn't expect his title to be ranked 30th, which is incredible." Wang Hao clenched his fist and said, "When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be the king. Brother Jiang, this bastard can actually make the list. He is the young master of the Situ family, so this kind of small matter is naturally not difficult for him. Don't worry, I don't care about a mere intermediate-level divine beast," Jiang Cheng said while eating spicy hot pot. Originally, the Situ family was doing very well in the Magic City, and the young master of their family was even more idle, so he could probably spare most of his time to play the game Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts. So there's nothing to be surprised about. After hearing these words, Wang Hao didn't say anything else, but he still glared at him. This bastard, next time he sees him, he will definitely give him 2 good slaps. Magic City. The Situ family ancestral hall. As a family with a history of thousands of years, the Situ family is well known throughout the Magic City. Displayed in the ancestral hall are the poetry tablets of the family's ancestors. If there is someone in the family who disobeys the ancestors, he needs to come here, kneel down and apologize, and get forgiveness from the ancestors before he can stand up. Similarly, if a talented disciple appears, he or she also needs to come and burn incense to the ancestors so as to receive their blessings. The elders of the Situ family nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. As expected of the young master of our Situ family, he is indeed very talented." Situ and personally lit 3 incense sticks for the ancestors and bowed deeply. Then he stood up and looked at his father and the elders and said, "Thank you for your cultivation, elders. I, Situin, would like to express my gratitude at this moment." Situin's father, Situ Zhou, walked up quickly, patted his son's shoulder gently, and said proudly, "Ha, little rascal, you are finally famous this time. Not only is your ranking 38th on the strong list stone tablet, but now your title is also ranked 30th. With you, my Situ family will have a bright future." Just when everyone in the Situ family was happy, the golden list in the sky changed again. Ranked 29th on the title list, Liu Yao, title, Flame Girl. Reward, Intermediate Divine Beast, Frost Deer. Situ and naturally laughed, as if he had seen his future, but he still said, "Father, do you still remember Liu Yao who possessed the 7-colored fire phoenix on the strong list stone tablet? She is Liu Zhao's daughter?" Situ Zhou raised his eyebrows. Naturally, he had heard of the other party's name. Not long ago, Liu Xiao wanted to use his daughter to form an alliance with the Situ family. "That Liu Yao doesn't like me." Situin showed an extremely angry expression and said, "Father, Liu Yao is beautiful, has a good figure, and also has the legendary beast 7-colored fire phoenix. Now she has obtained the intermediate legendary beast Frost Cold Deer. I want to marry her." The Liu Yao now is no longer the Liu Yao of the past. Owning a mid-level divine beast means that her future achievement is likely to be a high-level divine beast. As long as she marries it, the status of both of them can be improved. Seeing his son's attitude, Situ Zhou agreed without hesitation. He took out a mobile phone from his pocket and said, "I'll call Liu Xiao now. I'm sure he will fully cooperate after he learns about this." After saying this, the call was connected. Liu Xiao's voice soon came from inside. "Brother Liu Xiao, it's me." Situ Zhou smiled and said. Liu Xiao on the phone looked at the phone number and recognized the other party's voice. It was obvious that he was a little surprised and didn't understand why Situ Zhou called him. But he still smiled and replied, "It turns out to be Brother Situ. Haha, how come you have so much time to call me today?" "Brother Liu Xiao, I heard that your daughter and my son want to get married. If so, I agree. Can you please find a time to arrange it? Lu Xiao frowned. His daughter had clearly said that she would not marry Situan. Now Situ and's father Situ Zhou called him personally. Wasn't this obviously a threat to him? However, Lu Xiao brushed the matter off. I'm sorry, brother Situ. This is no longer our era. Young people value free love, so how they are like depends on themselves. I'm old. How can I take care of my daughter? Don't you think so? Situ Zhou's face twitched twice. He didn't expect that Lu Xiao, the old man, would reject him in person. It seemed that he didn't take the Situ family seriously. He suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, "It's the parents' order and the matchmaker's words. With just one word from you, how can Lu Yao not marry? Don't you want your daughter to marry into my Situ family?" Situ Zhou's words seemed to be a negotiation, but in fact they were threats. Although Lu Zhao's family was not small, it was simply a pipe dream compared to the Situ family, one of the many families in Magic City. They have always spoken with strength. Lu Zhao's face was not looking good. He didn't expect that Situ Zhou would actually threaten him. Did he really think that their Lu family was a soft persimmon? Anyone can bully? Lu Xiao lowered her voice and said, "Brother Situ, I have made it very clear just now. Whether my daughter will marry your Situ family depends on whether my nephew Situ and can catch her. It has nothing to do with me." Situ Zhou hung up the phone directly, slammed his fist on the table in front of him, and said angrily, "Damn Lu Xiao, this bastard. Don't think that just because your daughter is a summoner of an intermediate beast, you can piss on the head of my Situ family. If I push you into a corner, don't blame me, the Situ family, for being rude." Situ Zhou was shaking with anger. Over the years, no one had ever dared to refuse his request, and Lu Xiao was one of them. "Father, please be patient." Situan came over and said softly, "We all know the current situation. Lu Yao is already the owner of a mid-level divine beast. It is difficult for us to suppress her with our status. Leave it to me from now on. He doesn't like the reversal immortal emperor, so I will let him know who the reversal immortal emperor is." Situ Zhou asked in confusion, "Anur, what do you mean?" Chapter 82, The Supreme Immortal Emperor Appears. Situ Zhou clenched his fist and said, "Son, it's up to you from now on. You must get Lu Yao at all costs. When the time comes, I'll see if that bastard Lu Xiao can still be so arrogant. Don't worry, Dad. I have something good." As time goes by, the title list has reached the top 10. Every title that appeared awakened the shock of countless strong people. They didn't expect that they would be able to meet so many talented strong people today. It's really horrifying. Inside Guangming University, Jiang Cheng was also looking at everything in front of him, with one hand behind his back, ready to welcome his intermediate divine beast. Ranked third on the title list, Hulk, title, Overlord of the Sky. Reward, intermediate divine beast, Flame Lion King. Seeing the name of the Hulk appear, everyone knew that this guy was from the United States. They didn't expect that this guy was so powerful. Not only did he become the top powerhouse in everyone's mind, but the rewards he received were also top treasures. I really wonder who this guy is. The Hulk again. Li Nan moved his glasses and said, "This Hulk is really powerful. Not only is his mount ranked third, but he is also ranked third on the power ranking. I guess he has a new title, and it's still the third. He is really the eternal third. That's already enviable enough. Now that you can rank third, you are already considered the best among people. Looking at the entire blue star, there are only a handful of people who can reach the third place in strength and always rank third." Guasinyu also exclaimed in admiration. The Hulk will always be a threat. If he cannot be eradicated in the future, it will not be a good thing for them. Besides, this American Hulk has been targeting their Chinese reversal immortal emperor, that is, their brother Jiang. If he were allowed to continue waiting, it is very likely that one day he would attack China and massacre millions of lives. "Brother Jiang, what do you think?" Guasinyu turned around and asked, "What else can I do? Let's take it one step at a time. I've dealt with this Hulk a few times before, but he's very cunning. When he knew he couldn't beat me, he immediately released his pet to escape. I've let him escape several times, so it's not that easy to kill him." Jiang Cheng spoke calmly. In the game, Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts, Jiang Cheng has seen many top-level warriors and has also killed many of them. Exposing one's identity in advance now is likely to cause unnecessary trouble. This is also why Jiang Cheng is worried. The Hulk's strength is unquestionable. Although he is not as strong as himself, don't forget that all the strong people in the entire blue star want to kill him. Only by killing the reversal immortal emperor can they obtain the supreme reward. Jiang Cheng said calmly, "Okay, keep reading." Ranked second on the title list, Anonymous. Title: Old Man Climbing Over the Wall. Reward: Intermediate Divine Beast, Nether Dragon King. Looking at the second place that appeared, Jiang Cheng also stood up from his chair, walked over, raised his head, and looked at the golden list in the sky. The identity of this second place has always been a mystery. Even the reversal immortal emperor himself does not know it. I really doubt who he is. Jiang Cheng had dealt with him before, and he also knew that the other party typed very slowly, just like an old man. However, most of the people who play this game are young people, and old people are rarely seen, so Jiang Cheng did not take it seriously. But he suspected that the person playing the game was an old man. Otherwise, who could type so slowly and not reveal their identity for such a long time? This means that the person is a top-level expert hiding in the dark. Jiang Cheng shrugged and said, "The next step is to witness a miracle." As Jiang Cheng's voice fell, everyone on Blue Star raised their heads almost at the same time. They breathed rapidly and their expressions froze, because they all wanted to see how shocking the title of Reversal Immortal Emperor was. You must know that the strongest person in this world is the Reversal Immortal Emperor, and his title is naturally extraordinary. Looking at the entire Blue Star, anyone who can become its enemy is a very powerful being. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color. The originally blue sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Everyone frowned involuntarily, breathing rapidly and looking at the energy gathered in the sky. Ranked first on the title list: Reversal Immortal Emperor. Title: Supreme Immortal Emperor. Reward: Intermediate Divine Beast, 9-colored Ice Crystal Phoenix. Quiet. The whole world was eerily quiet. 9-colored Ice Crystal Phoenix. What a being it is. Isn't that a top-level divine beast? The 9-colored Ice Crystal Phoenix has appeared once in the totem of the entire server. So far, no one in the entire game server has ever owned it, which shows how precious this 9-colored Ice Crystal Phoenix is. They had seen it on a totem before, and it was said to be an extremely rare species, no less powerful than the 5-claw dragon that had defeated the Immortal Emperor. It really is the 9-colored Ice Crystal Phoenix. Oh my god, what kind of shit luck does this Reversal Immortal Emperor have that he even has the 9-colored Ice Crystal Phoenix? Yes, we just need to give it enough time, and it will soon be able to break through to the top level of divine beasts. I'm so envious. So envious. Yes, if the 9-colored Ice Crystal Phoenix is given to me, I can definitely use this divine beast to enter the top 10 of the list. Don't say anything. Remember the location of the golden light. We have to find the Reversal Immortal Emperor. As golden light flashed, endless thunderclouds suddenly hovered over Savage Mountain and then tilted down towards the puppet under him. Jiang Cheng looked a little surprised. He didn't expect to be discovered by the other party. Fortunately, this body contained his own energy, so the golden light still bathed his body. Not only that, countless summoners rushed towards the Savage Mountain in the distance, determined to catch a glimpse of the Reversal Immortal Emperor. Wang Hao and his companions stared at the direction of Savage Mountain, then looked at Brother Jiang, who had his eyes closed. They only knew that the thunder was falling down madly. Seeing the energy surge, Wang Hao couldn't help but clench his fists and said, "Damn it. This game has already detected that Brother Jiang is cheating. If the golden light doesn't dissipate, I'm afraid that Brother Jiang's clone will be shattered." Not really. Jiang Ji's level is at the highest level after all. It's not that easy for him to be killed by lightning. Li Nan adjusted his glasses and tried to calm the crowd down. The most important thing for them now is to protect Brother Jiang's real body. If his real body is injured, the consequences will be disastrous. Bai Yuling has also arrived here at this moment. She came here as soon as possible. When she saw Jiang Cheng sitting in the room, she couldn't help but frown. Did I guess wrong? Chapter 83. Reversal of the Immortal Emperor and Lu Yao's meeting. With the appearance of the Reversal Immortal Emperor's light, summoners from Jiangcheng and all over the country flew towards this direction. Minister Li from the management department even mobilized a satellite to get a glimpse of her. However, in the Savage Mountain, he could only see a man in a black robe who was dodging the thunder, and the same golden light flickered on his body. Apparently, it was almost gone. Minister Li immediately notified Lu Yao and Bai Yuling on the intercom, "You must rush to Savage Mountain immediately. We must not let the Reversal Immortal Emperor disappear again. Quick!" After receiving Minister Li's order, Bai Yuling left Guangming University. If the Reversal Immortal Emperor was really in Savage Mountain, then Jiang Cheng and Guangming University might not be the Reversal Immortal Emperor. If this is really the case, then they have obviously made a mistake. The specific situation is not clear yet. Let's wait until we get to Savage Mountain to find out. The clone was also suffering from the pain brought by the thunder at this moment. If this puppet was not a chaos divine weapon, it would have been reduced to ashes in the first thunder tribulation. Jiang Cheng had also sensed that several auras were locking onto this place. He frowned slightly, then quickly took a step forward, intending to use his body to block the last bolt of lightning. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The bronze-colored thunder tilted down, and the energy fluctuations it produced continued to spread out in all directions like a raging storm, and the air became distorted wherever it passed. Summoners who approached here avoided it as much as possible. They had no way of resisting such a shocking force. If they forced their way close, they might damage their foundation. Lu Yao endured the pain brought by the thunder and walked forward step by step. She really wanted to meet the immortal Emperor of Reversal. Even though blood was already oozing from the corner of her mouth, Lu Yao had no intention of stopping and continued walking forward. After Jiang Cheng withstood the last bolt of thunder, he sat on the ground exhausted. After all, this was only a puppet clone, and there was still a huge gap between it and the original body. Therefore, after facing the thunder in front of him, he still felt powerless. Sensing someone coming, Jiang Cheng immediately disappeared from the spot, and the golden light disappeared along with him. At this time, Lu Yao also came here. Looking at the empty savage mountain, tears couldn't stop falling. Lu Yao bit her lower lip, her face showing a sad look, and said softly, "I know you are here. Why don't you even want to see me?" The surroundings were extremely quiet, as if no one had ever been here. But Lu Yao firmly believed that the other party must be here. The sad expression on Lu Yao's face gradually calmed down. Although her voice was low, it was full of determination. She said softly, "I don't ask for anything else. I just hope to see you once. Have you never thought about seeing me?" "Husband." Jiang Cheng, who was hiding in the darkness, was shocked and immediately raised his head to look at Lu Yao. What did she just say? Husband? Before Jiang Cheng could react, the colorful fire phoenix in Lu Yao's body rushed out and flew straight towards Jiang Cheng. It was obvious that it had recognized its former master. Jiang Cheng looked at the colorful phoenix in front of him and also saw Lu Yao's cheek clearly. He finally realized that the girl in front of him was his CP in the game. No wonder this colorful fire phoenix gave him such a familiar feeling at the beginning. "I see." Jiang Cheng walked out. Because he was wearing a cloak, Lu Yao couldn't see his face clearly. But at this moment, she was already in tears. "Is that you?" Lu Yao bit her lips lightly, rushed up immediately and threw herself into Jiang Cheng's arms, venting all the grievances she had suffered in the past few months at this moment. Jiang Cheng's limbs were a little stiff. He looked at Lu Yao in his arms. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the sound of running footsteps. It was obvious that the summoners from Jiang Cheng had arrived. Jiang Cheng knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long and wanted to take Lu Yao away with him, but he found that his body began to disintegrate. "Oh no, it's time." The puppet clone has a time limit, and now the time is about to come. This body will completely disappear. In order to conceal his tracks and prevent satellite detection, he could only whisper to Lu Yao under him. "My identity cannot be exposed. This is my clone. It has already begun to disintegrate. Don't worry, I will always be there for you." Jiang Cheng let go of Lu Yao and disappeared without looking back. However, before leaving, he stuffed an extremely precious sapphire into her hand, as if to tell her that this was all real and not a dream. Looking at her husband who had completely disappeared, Lu Yao fell to the ground in pain. Before she could even ask the other party's name and appearance, the reversal immortal emperor had already left. Within the management department, Minister Li also saw this scene. His brows furrowed. He didn't expect that the reversal immortal emperor would be so cunning that even the beauty trap didn't work. "Immediately send people into the mountains to search. We must find the reversal immortal emperor. No matter the cost, find him for me." "Yes, Minister. We have arranged the money to go into the mountains to search. But Minister, Ms. Lu Yao is hugging the man. Does she know him, or is it a honey trap?" One of the soldiers asked curiously. "I don't know either. In short, this reversal immortal emperor must be from Jiang Cheng. It seems that what Bai Yuling said is correct, but I still don't know who this person is." Minister Li said firmly. "The next step is to investigate thoroughly, and we will definitely find the one who can reverse the immortal emperor." In the dormitory, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes, and the previous clone had turned into a puppet again and appeared in his hand. However, after being attacked by thunder, cracks appeared on the puppet's body. It was indeed worthy of being called Heavenly Thunder. It lived up to its reputation and could even create cracks on the Chaos Divine weapon. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago. Brother Jiang, you're awake? Wang Hao and his companions walked over quickly. Seeing that Brother Jiang was not seriously injured, they finally put their minds at ease. They were worried that something might happen to Brother Jiang in Savage Mountain. Well, also, do you remember my CP in the game? Of course I remember, the owner of the 7-colored Fire Phoenix. So far, I haven't seen a second girl who owns the 7-colored Fire Phoenix. She is Lu Yao. For simple words. The people in the room were stunned, and some could not believe their ears. What did you just say? Brother Zhang's CP wife is the most outstanding student of Guangming University, Lu Yao. Lu Yao's sacred beast is exactly the 7-colored Fire Phoenix. If this is true, then when the game was reversed, it makes sense that Lu Yao's 7-colored Fire Phoenix had some attraction to Jiang Cheng. Chapter 84 Situ and forces Lu Yao to marry him. Wang Hao smacked his lips and said, "If she is really my sister-in-law, why don't you just recognize her?" At that time, no one was allowed to go forward, and my puppet was on the verge of collapse, so I had no choice but to return. Jiang Cheng sighed. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. If I reveal my identity at that time, it might cause unnecessary trouble, so I'd better come back and talk about this matter later. Wang Hao and the other two looked at each other and didn't say anything more. However, they were still curious. Lu Yao was actually Jiang Ji's wife. No wonder the two of them had a special relationship. Jiang Cheng looked at the scene outside the window and said casually, "No one should be coming." No one came. Li Nan replied, "But not long ago, Bai Yuling from the management department was watching you from a distance, as if he was confirming something." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng also knew what Bai Yuling wanted to do. He must be trying to confirm whether she was the reversal immortal emperor ranked first on the strong list steal. Otherwise, how could he have come directly to Guangming University instead of going to Savage Mountain? It seems that we just need to be a little more cautious to avoid unnecessary trouble. By the way, Brother Jiang, when are you going to visit my sister-in-law? We want to meet her in person. Yes, it's been so long. We also want to attend your wedding. Jiang Cheng touched his nose, glanced at the three of them and said, "No hurry. Wait until they are done with their business. Then I will go find Lu Yao in person and tell her about this matter." Oh well. The three expressed regret. If Lu Yao knew that her husband was Brother Jiang, she would definitely be very surprised. At this time in the Savage Mountains, Lu Yao looked at the sapphire in her hand with tears in her eyes. She knew in her heart that the man had always been protecting her. "Thank you, husband." At this moment, Bai Yuling came here hurriedly with the people from the management department. Seeing that there was no trace of the reversal immortal emperor around, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Did he let the other party leave again this time? Bai Yuling shifted his gaze to Lu Yao, especially when he saw the sapphire in Lu Yao's hand. He also cast a curious look at her. This sapphire is actually a top-level innate treasure. Could it be that this is the treasure that the immortal emperor of reversal gave to Lu Yao? Bai Yuling also knew that Lu Yao's husband was the reversal immortal emperor. So after seeing the sapphire-grade top-level innate treasure in Lu Yao's hand, she had the answer. He asked softly, "Ms. Lu Yao, did you see the other person's true appearance?" Lu Yao shook her head. "No, I don't even know his name. I just know that he has always been protecting me." Hearing this, Bai Yuling was also surprised. If it is true as Lu Yao said, then the reversal immortal emperor has always been nearby, and maybe looking in this direction. But why is he unwilling to appear? Is it because his identity is too sensitive, and he does not intend to reveal his identity in front of everyone? Thinking of this, Bai Yuling also became curious. All in all, Lu Yao's husband was in Jiang Cheng, which meant that he had not joined other forces, which also made their management department relieved. Bai Yuling just wanted to say something. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps beside him. As soon as he turned around, he saw Situ and leading the disciples of the Situ family walking over. Situ and said calmly, "I didn't expect Ms. Lu Yao to be here. You really made it hard for me to find you." "Instructor Bai Yuling, we meet again." "It's you?" Bai Yuling frowned and naturally recognized Situ and's identity. He didn't expect that this guy was also here. Situ and smiled without saying anything and shifted his gaze to Lu Yao. He also noticed the sapphire in Lu Yao's palm, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. This top-level innate treasure is extremely precious in the entire Blue Star. Even he does not possess it now, which is enough to show how restless Situn is right now. It's actually a top-level innate treasure. My God, it only appears once in 100 years. Situn walked forward and tried to snatch it from Lu Yao, but Lu Yao dodged him easily. If he wanted his own sapphire, it would depend on whether Situn had the ability to do so. As expected, seeing Lu Yao being so ungrateful, Situn's face turned gloomy. As the young master of the Situ family, Even Minister Li of the management department had to give him some face. This woman actually rejected me. The corners of Situ's mouth twitched, and his eyes revealed a cold look. Then he walked forward and whispered, Ms. Lu Yao, I have discussed it with your father. From now on, you are my woman. You farted. Lu Yao scolded directly. My father has already said that I will decide my own marriage. You are not qualified. Don't be so nervous. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask your father. Situ gave a strange smile, as if everything was already within his expectations. Lu Yao frowned slightly, took out her cell phone and called her father. Then she heard an urgent voice in her ear. Daughter, the beasts of the Situ family actually used their connections to make our Lu family's stock plummet overnight. At the same time, all the cooperating shareholders have withdrawn their investment. What? Lu Yao's face was full of disbelief. She didn't expect the Lu family to suffer such a disaster, but she was still worried to death. Lu Xiaolai said, Dad, are you okay? I'm fine, but I'm afraid the future of the family. Even with Lu Yao's identity, they could not resist the invasion of the Situ family. It is not difficult to see from this that the strength of the Situ family is enough to shake all the families. Lu Yao clenched her fists and stared at the guy in front of her fiercely, wishing she could eat Situn alive. Situn said calmly, Don't look at me like that. I don't know anything at all. If you want to destroy your family, you can do that. But if you don't want to see the Lu family completely destroyed, just agree to marry me. I will protect your Lu family. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The management department is indeed powerful, but there is no room for resistance in front of Master Situ, who is ranked 38th on the powerful list. Unless someone stronger comes to suppress it, who dares to say that the Situ family can fall apart overnight? Bai Yuling said at this time, Master Situan, Ms. Lu Yao's husband is ranked first on the strong list stone tablet. You are obviously seeking your own death by doing this. Chapter 85. The Cunning of the Situ Family. There was a crisp sound. Suddenly, a red slap mark appeared on Bai Yuling's face, and she fell to the ground due to inertia, with scarlet blood flowing out of her mouth. Situan walked over, grabbed Bai Yuling's hair, and said coldly, If it weren't for the fact that you are from the management department, I would slap you to death with one slap. Remember who you are. What qualifications do you have to blame me here? Situan pressed Bai Yuling's head to the ground and said indifferently, I am the owner of the divine beast. There is nothing I cannot get if I set my eyes on it. Someone, take Lu Yao back. I want to see who else in this world can stop me. Situan took a look at the innate treasure in Lu Yao's hand, and a greedy expression appeared on his face, but he was not in a hurry to snatch it. As long as I can get Lu Yao, won't everything be mine? Thinking of this, Situan revealed a strange smile, and then left with Lu Yao without looking back. Bai Yuling looked at the people who had already gone away, and immediately called the management department and told Minister Li about the matter. However, after Minister Li learned about this, he did not go to the Situ family to ask for the person, but chose to remain silent. The Situ family has a high status in the Magic City. Looking at the entire Blue Star, there are only a handful of people who can be their enemy. Besides, Situ is the owner of a divine beast. Who dares to be their enemy? Minister Li said, I will investigate this matter. Please come back first. Minister. Come back. Minister Li exhaled meaningfully, hung up the phone, sat down on the chair, and lit a cigarette solemnly. He really wanted to save Lu Yao, but the Situ family was too powerful. Not to mention him, even if all the people in the management department were here, it would be impossible to rescue her from Situan. You know, under the current circumstances, only the immortal Emperor of Reversal can save Lu Yao, but no one knows where the immortal Emperor of Reversal has gone. Minister Li stroked his forehead and said calmly, This is God's will. Minister, are we really going to ignore it? One of the soldiers asked with a serious expression. Lu Yao is a member of their management department. If they abandon her directly, then who else in this world would be willing to join the management department? Minister Li certainly wants to save Lu Yao, but who can be a match for the Situ family? Not even one. Therefore, it is not that Minister Li does not want to, but that he cannot. Minister Li picked up the phone and waited for a long time before dialing the number. Situ Zhou's voice was heard on the line. Haha, Brother Lei Guang, how come you have time to call me? Situ Zhou said with a smile. Obviously, he was asking this question even though he knew the answer. Minister Li smiled and said, It's like this, Mr. Situ Zhou. Lu Yao from our management department should be in the Situ family. Can you ask her to come back? We have something important to announce. Situ Zhou grinned and pretended to be dumbfounded. I don't understand what you were saying, Brother Lei Guang. You should also know that our Situ family is not capable of capturing a child. So, Lu Yao is not in the Situ family? That's right, Lu Yao isn't here with us at all. If you want to find her, go look somewhere else. Situ Zhou refused to admit it and said, Brother Lei Guang, I have something else to do. I won't talk to you for now. Let's have tea together when we have time. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Minister Li any face. Minister Li's face was livid. He clenched his teeth and punched the table in front of him. He said angrily, Damn it, I didn't expect them to be this kind of people. Minister, what should we do next? Wait for me to make a phone call to the higher-ups and see if I can use their identities to order Situ Zhou to release Lu Yao. The Situ family. Situ Zhou looked at his hand and snorted coldly, Li Leiguang. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for someone from our Situ family? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own behavior? My Situ family has stood in the Magic City for so many years, and we don't rely on the empty reputation of being a wanderer. Situ Zhou curled his lips and didn't care about it. Even if Minister Li was looking for someone above him, he just needed to deny it. Everything else was just a side issue. Dad. At this moment, Situan walked in from outside the hall and said with a smile, I have imprisoned Lu Yao. When are we going to take action next? We must choose an auspicious day and hold a proper wedding. We must not let others misunderstand us. Situan nodded. He thought so too. As long as the matter was done, no matter how much Lu Yao resisted, she would still be his, Situ An's woman. As for reversing the immortal emperor, snort. It was seen from the satellite that he was injured by the thunder. Even if he is still alive now, he is probably in danger. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much about whether the other party will come to the Situ family. Even if he came, with his severely injured body, he would not be able to kill me. Situan then said, Father, how about we hold the wedding in half a month? Okay, during this period I will invite the strong men from the Magic City to come. Among them, the top 10 summoners in the Magic City are from the in-marriage family of our Situ family. With him here, even if the reversal immortal emperor really comes, he will surely die. A hint of coldness appeared on Situ Zhou's lips. He had already seen the scene of his Situ family ruling the entire demon city. The top 10 strongest people? Who are they? It was the first time that Situan heard of this, and he asked with a puzzled look on his face. However, Situ Zhou kept it a secret and said with a smile, Don't worry, son. You will know when the time comes. Don't worry, I will give you a surprise. Seeing that his father was so confident, Situan didn't say anything more. However, to be on the safe side, he decided to invite many summoners to the Situ family. In this way, there is no need to worry about the reversal immortal emperor killing innocent people. Even if he dares to come, he may not kill people here. Son, go and inform them, and also tell your father-in-law Lu Xiao that after the matter is accomplished, our Situ family will personally help the Lu family to revive, but the premise is that they will not commit crimes against their superiors. Otherwise, no one can protect the Lu family. Situan chuckled and said, I understand, father. After I complete the wedding, Lu Yao's top-level innate treasure will be ours. By then, no one will dare to be an enemy of our Situ family. Well, my good son, go ahead. I'll leave it all to you. Chapter 86. Let's turn the world upside down. The next morning, the golden rooster crowed. Guangming University. Jiang Cheng woke up early in the morning and went to the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Originally, he thought he would never see his CP in the game again, but he never expected that Lu Yao had always been by his side. No wonder I felt a special sense of intimacy when I first saw her. After washing up, Jiang Cheng came to the principal's office, hoping to use Principal Zhang to meet with Lu Yao and tell her his identity. However, Principal Zhang said with a gloomy face, Jiang Cheng, you don't know that just yesterday, the Situ family announced that they would marry Lu Yao in half a month. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly when he heard this and asked in confusion, Did Lu Yao agree? Principal Zhang said, We don't know either. We just received a notice. We can only ask Minister Li for the specific situation. He was just a school principal. He had no power and no capital to fight against the Situ family. It was already very difficult for him to know about this matter, let alone to find out the reason behind it. Jiang Cheng's expression gradually turned gloomy. He knew exactly who Situan was. He must have acted on his own initiative and used the Lu family to coerce Lu Yao. It seems that I really need to go to Demon City Situ. After saying goodbye to Principal Zhang, Jiang Cheng returned to his dormitory and woke up Wang Hao and the others. Wang Hao opened his eyes dazedly, rubbed his temple and said, Brother Jiang, what are you doing so early in the morning? We stayed up all night last night and are exhausted. Jiang Cheng looked at the three people in front of him and said seriously, I will take you to kill people. After hearing these words, Wang Hao and the other two, who were originally in a daze, suddenly became much more alert. They immediately sat up from the bed and looked at Brother Jiang in front of them with a strange expression. It was obvious that Jiang Cheng was not joking with them. Wang Hao frowned and asked, Brother Jiang, did I hear you correctly? You want to kill someone? Jiang Cheng told the three what happened. After learning that Situ, the bastard, had done such a heinous thing, he was furious. He had never expected that Situ and his family would do such a beastly thing. It was simply unforgivable. Wang Hao also immediately called Minister Li. Minister Li, I'm Wang Hao. Li Leguang, who had just woken up, glanced at the phone number and asked softly, What's wrong? You should know about Ms. Lu Yao's affairs. Hearing this, Li Leguang also became more energetic. He sat up from the bed and asked with a strange look on his face, How did you know about this? Don't ask me how I know this. You just need to tell me what happened and why Lu Yao married Situ and for no reason. Minister Li hesitated for a long time before answering slowly, Alas, I don't want to either. Since the last incident, Lu Yao was taken away by Situ and I have asked for it many times, but I never thought that the Situ family would never admit it and even use Situ and's reputation to threaten the management department. If the management department dares to take action, then Situ and will destroy us at all costs. Minister Li was also helpless. With a strong person of that level, let alone him, even if all the spirit pet owners were gathered together, they probably would not be able to match the person ranked 38th on the strong list. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. Minister Li wanted to say something, but the other party hung up the phone directly. It seems that the world has completely changed. No matter what, as long as you are strong, you can do whatever you want. Wang Hao clenched his fists, his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he immediately said in a low voice, Brother Jiang, it's up to you from now on. We brothers will never let my sister-in-law marry that bastard Situ and Li Nan and Guasinyu nodded at the same time. The Situ family will inevitably pay a heavy price. Jiang Cheng stood up and said, I have already told Principal Zhang that we will take a long vacation in the next half-month. Next, let's go to the Magic City. Hee. Wang Hao laughed and said, Okay, let's turn the world upside down. Magic City. As the capital, the prosperity here is beyond your imagination. Countless skyscrapers rise from the ground and stand among the clouds. As long as you stand on the top floor, you can even see the misty white clouds. Most of the people who can live here are either rich or noble. Buying a house here is enough money for an ordinary family to earn in 10 lifetimes. In the center of the inner ring of the Magic City, there is also an independent high-rise building. According to preliminary judgment, this building has about 200 floors. It is not difficult to see from here what kind of people live here. Management Department Headquarters. 120th floor, office area. The decoration here is not luxurious, but rather simple. In addition to some flower pots, there are only a few large sofa chairs. The man sitting on the chair had a solemn expression on his face. Looking at the letters in his computer and mailbox, he realized that this matter was far from being so simple. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and the sound seemed particularly bright in the silent room. The middle-aged man looked at the email on the computer and said casually, Come in. The door opened, and a woman walked in slowly. The woman's tight silk dress outlines her heart-thumping curves. If it weren't for the deep sadness between her brows, she would have been charming and attractive. Mr. Zhao, you called me. The chubby middle-aged man took off his glasses and said calmly, Xiao He, how is the negotiation going? Everything is normal at the moment. We are trying to find the reversal immortal emperor, but we don't have any clues. However, what we can be sure of is that the woman who reversed the immortal emperor is Lu Yao, who possesses the low-level divine beast 7-colored fire phoenix. If the reversal immortal emperor knew about this, it would probably cause unimaginable troubles, and it would even likely cause several major families in the Demon City to be implicated. After all, the person ranked first on the strong list is not fake. Mr. Zhao naturally knew this, but the significance of their management department's existence in this world was to maintain the balance and stability of the summoners. Ensure that ordinary people will not be aware of the existence of aliens on a large scale. Therefore, once a person or force that disrupts the balance appears, they must be eradicated regardless of whether they are good or evil. Since the role of the management department is limited to restraining summoners, they cannot interfere too much in the affairs of summoners unless serious crimes occur. Chapter 87 Situ and's Conspiracy. Unless the situation is quite serious, few people will deal with it. This time, The Situ family of Demon City wants to win the reversal and gain the wife of the immortal emperor, so the top management department naturally has to pay attention. Now that such a big commotion has happened, how can we just sit back and do nothing? Director Xiao said, let's make a video call. I want to discuss this with Director Li of the management department, the Liu family, and the head of the Situ family. Xiaohe nodded and tried to do it herself. Soon, the camera was pointed directly at Mr. Zhao in front of him. At the same time, the figures of several major family patriarchs also appeared in the computer. Chairman Zhao Dongxing got straight to the point and said, I understand your difficulties, but Liu Yao is the girlfriend of the reversal immortal emperor. It is obviously too much for the Situ family to do this. In front of Director Zhao, Minister Li and Situ Zhou were obviously much more obedient. To them, Director Zhao had a very high status. Although he was just a businessman, his influence was enormous. Situ Zhou said calmly, Mr. Zhao, I understand what you said, but the identity of the reversed immortal emperor has always been a mystery. Besides, he is now seriously injured. You should also know my son's strength. If the reversal immortal emperor really dares to come, my son is 80% sure that he can kill him, so my Situ family is not afraid of him. Listening to Situ Zhou's words, everyone felt an unprecedented threat. If this kind of person grows up, it is very likely to be a disaster for the entire Demon City. Ever since the reversal of life began, the Situ family's status in the Magic City has skyrocketed. People who originally looked down on them have begun to flatter them. It is obvious that this is because their family has a good son, Situan. If there was no Situan, naturally there wouldn't be so many powerful people choosing to negotiate with him. This kind of person is really hateful. I will personally take charge of this matter. Director Zhao should not interfere. Zhao Dongxing adjusted his glasses and frowned. I will naturally trust you if you decide, but you should also know what it means if it affects ordinary people. As people in the management department, their purpose is to enable summoners and ordinary people to live together in peace. The harm posed by the summoner is too great, and the reversal immortal emperor, who is ranked first on the power list, is extremely powerful and will definitely not take all of this into consideration. Ordinary people will then suffer casualties. Situ Zhou, if you dare to act on your own again, not only your Situ family, but even the entire Demon City will be destroyed in your hands. At this moment, a face suddenly appeared in the video. It was a white-haired old man who seemed to be in his 80s, but his demeanor and expression were not possessed by a man of his age. Situ Zhou's face suddenly changed. This person was none other than the vice-chairman, Wang Jingtian, who was one of the heads of the management department. Wang Jingtian was able to distinguish right from wrong. This matter was originally caused by the Situ family, and naturally it was a matter between the Situ family and the reversal immortal emperor. It would naturally be inappropriate for other people to interfere. After seeing Wang Jingtian, Situ Zhou said uncomfortably, there is nothing wrong with what I said. Besides, my Situ family is not afraid of the reversal immortal emperor. If he dares to come, he will be killed. Wang Jingtian lit a cigarette and said with a cold look, Director Zhao, you are still too kind. If it were me, I would have killed them directly. Alas. Zhao Dongxing sighed, Jingtian, this is no longer our era. The martial arts world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. I will send someone to continue mediating. If that doesn't work, then we'll just have to deal with it all. Zhao Dongxing also made up his mind that if he failed, he would have to get rid of both of them. In that way, nothing would happen that would harm society. This is also the worst plan. Likewise, it is the safest way. If you want the Demon City to restore its former peace, you have no choice but to kill them. I just don't know whether they can successfully kill and reverse the immortal emperor with their current strength. If not, China will be in great trouble. Minister Li said at this time, Director Zhao, in my opinion, let me handle this matter. After all, I am one of the best leaders of the management department. Now, reversing the immortal emperor is our future. If we take action against him, I am afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. Zhao Dongxing thought about it again and again, then nodded, okay, I'll leave this matter to you. After it's done, I will solve this problem myself. Hang up the phone. Zhao Dongxing lay on the chair with his eyes closed and said calmly, notify them and tell them to keep an eye on the movements of the reversal immortal emperor. Xiaohe nodded and said, yes, Director Zhao, I will go and notify them right away. The fire wolf rises, the wind blows down the mountain. I hope fewer people will die this time. Magic City, Situ family. Situ, Zhou slammed his fist on the table in front of him and said angrily, damn management department, do you really think that my Situ family is a soft persimmon? Thinking back to what had just happened, Situ Zhou was extremely annoyed. As the patriarch of the Situ family, When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Besides, he is ranked 38th on the strong list stone tablet, and the father of Master Situ. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? At this moment, Situan walked in from outside. Seeing his father so angry, he couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry?" "It's not because of this matter," Situ Zhou said with a twitch in his mouth. Director Zhao has already intervened in the investigation. It is said that Lu Yao is the wife of the reversal immortal emperor. Humph. Situan snorted coldly. So what if she's his wife? I only know that the current reversal immortal emperor's strength is only 1/10 of what it used to be. If I want to kill him, I can just move my fingers. Situan snorted coldly with disdain. His high-level divine beast was no joke. As long as he wanted, let alone reversing the immortal emperor, even if all the summoners in China came, what could it do? They will all die and become food for his spiritual pet. Situan said at this time, "At present, Lu Yao has been imprisoned by me. Someone is guarding her 24 hours a day. It is absolutely impossible for her to leave here. Also, father, I need you to help me with something." Hearing this, Situ Zhou also raised his eyebrows, turned around, looked at his son beside him, and asked in confusion, "Son, what do you want to do?" "I need a large number of spiritual pets. My spiritual pet has already reached the realm of high-level divine beasts. I want to evolve other divine beasts as well. As long as I have top-level divine beasts, let alone reversing the immortal emperor, even if they are combined, they are no match for me." Chapter 88 Lu Yao. He will really come, right? Situ Zhou listened to his son's words and said solemnly, If you do this, it is very likely to attract attention." "Don't worry, father." Situan raised his lips and said, "In this world, only the strong can survive. As for the weak, they have no qualifications. It is their honor to be devoured by my spiritual pet." Situan became more and more rampant, and he thought he was invincible in the world. Therefore, no matter who the other party was, as long as they angered him, they would be his enemy. Kill them all. Looking at his son, Situ Zhou didn't say anything else. In that case, he would arrange for people to capture some summoners and feed all their spirit pets to his son. Let your son become the strongest summoner in the world. On the train to Shanghai, Wang Hao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Jiang, why don't we just fly over there? According to our speed, we should be able to reach the magic city in less than half a day. There are many forces watching us now. If we fly now, they are likely to be targeted. Besides, we still have half a month, which is enough time." Jiang Cheng said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Wang Hao and others nodded. Half a month later, they wanted to see what the Situ family had done to dare to imprison their sister-in-law. They would make sure that bastard Situ and would be killed every step of the way. Li Nan said calmly, "The Situ family has a very high status in the Magic City. It is not easy to trip them up. Of course, with Brother Zhang's strength, he doesn't have to be afraid of this matter. But I don't understand why they forced Lu Yao, knowing that she is Brother Zhang's wife. Could it be that you are not afraid of Brother Jiang?" Guo Xinyu then gave an explanation. "Have you forgotten? Last time, Brother Zhang's clone was hit by a thunderbolt and his body was damaged. Naturally, Situan noticed it. Otherwise, this bastard would not be qualified to challenge the reversal immortal emperor." Wang Hao and Li Nan looked at each other and nodded at the same time. After all, Brother Jiang is the reversal immortal emperor who ranks first on the power list. With young Master Situ, who ranks 38th, he could probably kill him with just one finger. Jiang Cheng kept silent the whole time. He looked at the photo album on his phone, then clenched his fist and vowed to make the Situ family pay the price. Time flies. 13 days passed in a flash. The Situ family. Situ greedily absorbed the spiritual pets of these summoners, with endless greed revealed on his face. Hee. It's still faster to devour other spirit pets. If I keep going like this, it won't be long before I can break through to the top-level divine beast. Situ licked his lips and couldn't wait to eat Lu Yao's pet, the seven-colored fire phoenix. He believed that as long as he ate the seven-colored fire phoenix, his strength would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Not to mention reversing the immortal emperor. Even if all the spiritual pets on the entire blue star gather together, what can they do to me? Situ walked out and came to an extremely hidden secret room. At this time, Lu Yao was sitting cross-legged on the bed with a cold expression on her face, and no expression could be seen on her face. "Lu Yao, you are really loyal to death. It has been so many days, and the immortal emperor reversal has not come here to save you, which means that he does not regard you as his woman at all." Situ came in front of Lu Yao, gently shook the red wine glass in his hand, and said expressionlessly. However, Lu Yao was not moved at all. She still kept her eyes closed, and there was no sign of sadness on her face. The corners of Situ's mouth twitched, and he slammed his fist on the table in front of him, roaring, Lu Yao, don't be shameless. Do you really think you are so precious? I'm telling you the truth. You have to agree to it whether you agree or not. If you don't agree, I will destroy your Lu family. With my strength, it will be easy to turn your Lu family into ashes. Never challenge my patience otherwise. You should also understand that I will make you wish you were dead. Situ held one hand behind his back and spoke slowly with a cold expression. Seeing that Lu Yao remained calm, Situ was too lazy to continue talking nonsense here. After he married her, he would eat Lu Yao's 7-colored fire phoenix and obtain the innate spiritual treasure. Then this woman would be of no use to him. Situ's expression was cold and his tone was a bit chilly. Bitch, if it weren't for the divine beast on you, I would have been rough with you a long time ago. You had agreed to it long ago, so I would have been more courteous to you. But now, after I have a top-level divine beast, I will definitely humiliate you in every way to avenge your repeated rejections. Situ also left here angrily and vowed that one day he would make Lu Yao pay the price for his arrogance. After Situ left, Lu Yao slowly opened her eyes. A crystal-clear teardrop slid down the corner of her eye, and she murmured, You're going to come, aren't you? The scene at Savage Mountain emerged in Lu Yao's mind. She always believed that the immortal Emperor reversal would come to save her. Time flies, and Lu Yao and Situ's wedding day arrives. On this day, the entire Situ family was filled with joy, and the sky was cloudless and blue. One by one, men and women in gorgeous clothes walked in from outside. Most of them came to celebrate for young Master Situ. Being able to negotiate with the Situ family was a blessing they had earned in their previous life. Situn was wearing a red gown, and his tall figure looked gentle and handsome. He was following his father Situ Zhou, standing outside the hall to welcome the distinguished guests. Although he had a smile on his face, the corners of his eyes were twitching all the time. In fact, the closer it got to the day of the ceremony, the more frightened he became, as if he had a feeling that a disaster was about to happen. Situn gently stroked the corners of his eyes that were twitching. He didn't think anything would happen to him today. After all, most of the people who could come here were strong men in the Magic City. They were well known and had connections. Even if the other party really came, they would not dare to take action here. Inner, don't worry. If the reversal immortal emperor really dares to come, with your current strength, it will be more than enough to kill him. Situ Zhou walked forward, patted his son's shoulder gently, and said calmly, If you can devour the 5-clawed dragon, the number 1 spot on the strong list will be yours. If his son could become the first, then their Situ family would be able to rule the entire Blue Star. At that time, everyone would become playthings in the hands of their Situ family. Chapter 89 Jiang Cheng takes action. Situn laughed and said, I understand, father. As long as he comes, I will eat him and let him become the stepping stone to my peak. Thinking of this, Situn felt much more at ease. All he had to do now was wait for the other party to arrive, and then he would have the opportunity to completely kill him here. Anyone who disobeys him shall die. Minister Li and Director Zhao have also arrived here. They are all wondering whether the reversal immortal emperor will come. If not, then he is indeed injured, or he has not thought about rescuing Lu Yao for a long time. Lu Yao's father, Lu Xiao, had a solemn expression on his face. He clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with anger. He had never thought that the Situ family would do such a thing. However, after getting to know him, he finally understood that Situn was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a cunning villain, and completely different from the person in the rumors. If the other party had not threatened the lives of the entire Lu family, Lu Xiao would never let her daughter marry him. Lu Yao, dressed in red, walked over. Everyone was attracted by her delicate face. They didn't expect Lu Yao to be so beautiful. No wonder Situn would imprison her at all costs. Lu Yao had a cold expression on her face, and she ignored the people around her who greeted her. She had no intention of doing so now, and the events that she had experienced in Savage Mountain kept appearing in her mind. Situn reminded calmly, I'd better advise you not to cause trouble for yourself. I have arranged people to watch over your Lu family. If you do anything weird, I will immediately arrange people to slaughter all your family members. Lu Yao's delicate body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at her father and mother not far away, only to see several people following them. It was obvious that if Lu Yao showed any sign of disapproval, the lives of her parents and the family's disciples would be ruined. Situ and was too lazy to waste time talking to Lu Yao. The auspicious time has arrived. The old patriarch of the Situ family walked out slowly and said with a smile, "Today is your wedding day. I wish you a happy marriage and a long-lasting marriage. We in the Situ family don't have so many worldly affairs. After drinking this glass of wine, the wedding will be finalized." A maid walked over and handed over 2 glasses of wine. Situan picked it up happily, but Lu Yao remained calm. She had never thought about being with Situan, nor had she ever thought about drinking wine with him. Seeing Lu Yao remained calm, Situan's face turned very ugly. He lowered his voice and said, "Lu Yao, don't mess with me, otherwise, you will see your family members dead within 5 steps today." As they spoke, the black-robed men behind the Lu family's disciples drew out the daggers from their waists, as if they would kill the person in front of them without hesitation if Situan gave the order. Lu Yao looked at the wine glass in front of her, then looked at her parents' tears. She raised her right hand tremblingly, and crystal-clear tears slid down. At this moment, an extremely violent energy suddenly came, and the originally blue sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and rolling thunderclouds. Everyone raised their heads almost at the same time, looking at the suddenly changed scene in panic. The moment he felt this energy, Situan immediately rushed out of the hall, raised his head and looked at what was happening in front of him. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. This kind of catastrophe that could bring disaster to the world is probably something that only the reversal immortal emperor could accomplish in the entire blue star. Situan could also feel the terrifying power of this energy and immediately roared to the sky, "Evil creature, come out!" Boom! Deafening thunder suddenly sounded, and the surging energy continued to spread out in all directions like a raging sea, and the air became distorted wherever it passed. Situan immediately stepped back with a strange look on his face. Wasn't he injured? Why could he burst out with such astonishing power? This is indeed a bit unbelievable. Lu Yao also rushed out of the room, raised her head, and said with tears in her eyes, "Are you finally here?" As the sky was torn apart, a man in a black robe that covered his face slowly walked towards them. Seeing the newcomer, all the powerful people who came here were amazed. Some of them even left the Situ family in a hurry to avoid suspicion, for fear that the reversal immortal emperor in front of them would start a killing spree. Situan said with trembling lips, "Don't pretend. I know that your current cultivation is only 1/10 of what it was. Today, since you dare to come, I will make your soul fly away. Come out, Flame Dragon Emperor." Suddenly, the ground shook. The soil under Situan's feet began to crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, hot magma gushed out and endless flames burned slowly, devouring all living creatures in the place. It was a dragon similar to the Western fire dragon, tall, at least 30 meters long, with a strong body, and covered with extremely hard scales all over its body, with hot flame energy attached to the scales. The top beast, the Flame Dragon King. I didn't expect you to upgrade it to the top beast level. Interesting, really interesting. Jiang Cheng glanced at the Flame Dragon King in front of him and sneered. He then raised his right hand slightly and a powerful energy condensed there. Immediately, the entire sky began to tremble wildly under this energy. Situan frowned, looking at the other party who seemed to be uninjured. Could it be that he really guessed wrong? But thinking that he had already elevated the Red Flame Dragon Emperor to the level of a top-level divine beast, he naturally had no need to be afraid of the reversal immortal emperor in front of him. As long as he ate him, he would be the master of this world. Red Flame Dragon Emperor, burn his body for me. I want to make his life worse than death. The Scarlet Flame Dragon King beside him nodded, then condensed his breath and launched a fierce attack on Jiang Cheng in the sky. However, just as the breath burst out, a deafening tiger roar suddenly sounded. The piercing roars of dragons and tigers resounded throughout the Situ family. Perhaps because they were too loud, the sound took a long time to dissipate. At this moment, the dazzling starry sky suddenly dimmed, and above the sky, there were bursts of thunder. Thunder as thick as a bucket rolled in the sky, and every time it flashed, it would leave a scorched earth on the ground. At this moment, everyone raised their heads at the same time, and saw a giant creature suddenly walked out of the clouds. You have to get a clear view of the appearance of this spiritual pet by looking at its body in a fixed position. It is over 5 meters long and extremely majestic, somewhat like a tiger, but it has 3 identical big heads. Chapter 90 Situ and becomes a monster. Each head was over 1 meter in diameter, and its terrifying canine teeth emitted a red-gold luster. The 3 big heads roared at the same time, and within a radius of 10 miles, all the animals crawled on the ground and dared not move. Situ frowned and said, "It is you, the reversal immortal emperor. I was indeed afraid of your Scarlet Fire Tiger King before, but now that we are both top-level divine beasts, it's still unclear who will win." Situ said with disdain, and then immediately controlled the Red Flame Dragon King behind him to attack the Red Flame Tiger King in front of him, determined to make this guy pay the price. The Red Flame Dragon King rushed forward and launched an attack with the Red Flame Tiger King in front of him. As both were top-level divine beasts, the energy generated between the two was extremely terrifying, and even the stone bricks on the ground were shattered. Minister Li and others immediately stepped back. The battle between the divine beasts was extremely terrifying. If one was not careful, it was possible to destroy the entire country, especially with such top-level divine beasts, which was unimaginable. The energy they emit is extremely violent every time, and even a simple touch can make people feel their whole body trembling. Minister Li frowned and said, "Is this the power of the reversal immortal emperor? It is indeed so terrifying. If he really wants to take action, the entire Situ family will be completely destroyed." Chairman Zhao Dongsheng also said, "After this matter is over, immediately invite him to join the management department. With the help of the reversal immortal emperor, the strength of our management department will be greatly improved, and then we will naturally not be threatened by those guys." Hearing this, Minister Li also sighed. If they had this ability, they would not be so ignorant of each other's identity. Moreover, the current reversal immortal emperor uses a special mask to cover his face. It is obvious that he does not want others to know his true identity at all. Situ summoned several divine beasts one after another, wanting to use the human wave tactics to kill the reversal immortal emperor in front of him. Jiang Cheng raised his right hand with disdain on his face and suddenly smashed the energy in his palm onto the ground. In an instant, the surging energy flowed like a surging river. The divine beast that rushed over had no chance to be a match for Jiang Cheng. It died instantly and turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood that sprayed all over the place. The spiritual pet was killed. Situ suddenly spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, fell to the ground, and began to tremble all over. Then he glared at her with eyes as big as copper bells and said, This is impossible. Why do you have such a strong power? What on earth did you do?" "Ignorant bastard," Jiang Cheng said with a cold expression. "My body is no less powerful than that of a top-level divine beast. You think you can threaten me with your low-level divine beasts? You really don't know your place." Hearing this, Situ stared with his eyes as big as copper bells in shock. He didn't expect that this guy's strength was still so powerful. "However, I still have a backup plan. Reversal Immortal Emperor, I have to admit that you are very powerful, but I will give you one chance now. Hand over your Red Fire Tiger King to me, otherwise, I will kill your wife Lu Yao now." "Oh," Jiang Cheng sneered and said, "Then look at the current situation." Hearing this, Situ immediately turned his head. He clearly saw that the killers he had arranged had fallen to the ground, and next to Lu Yao, there were 3 people standing. Their movements were clean and efficient, killing all the black-robed killers. At the same time, the 3 high-level pseudo-divine beasts also left the killers in front of them with nowhere to escape. Situ immediately turned around and understood that this guy came prepared. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? Without the life-saving talisman of the Lu family, Situ can only rely on his own strength to defeat the Reversal Immortal Emperor. It's a pity that he is not qualified to pose a threat to the Reversal Immortal Emperor who ranks first on the powerful list. Reversal Immortal Emperor, since you are seeking death, I will meet you in person. I want to see who will win today." After saying this, Situan rushed forward directly. His speed was so fast that he even left an afterimage. However, in Jiang Cheng's eyes, his speed was even slower than that of a snail. In the face of absolute strength, everything is in vain. Jiang Cheng instantly raised his right hand, grabbed Situ's neck before he could react, and slammed him to the ground without any mercy. Under this huge shockwave, Situ spat out blood again. He looked like a beggar, without any of the bearing of a man ranked 38th on the strong list. Enner. When Situ Zhou saw his son being beaten to the point of vomiting blood, he immediately rushed over and said, "Enner, are you okay? Get lost." Situ was already frantic. He pushed his father out with all his strength and said with his eyes as bright as copper bells, "Very good, very good, very good. I want to see if you can withstand my attack next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Situ took out a bottle of purple-black liquid from his pocket and drank it all in front of everyone. Situ's body was shaking wildly, and the breath in his body was rising at this time. Amid the crisp sound of his bones, he greedily absorbed the original taste. Not only that, his body began to swell, and his left arm shook violently. A fierce hidden force shattered the sleeve into pieces. The blue veins on the arm exposed in the air were throbbing like little snakes. The palm of the hand suddenly and strangely became much wider, and the normal nails suddenly grew half an inch longer, and the color became extremely black. Jiang Cheng looked at Situan, whose power suddenly increased dramatically and turned into something neither human nor ghost, and frowned slightly, asking, "Where did you get this from?" However, Situan had gone completely insane. He disregarded his identity and madly devoured the group of ordinary people and summoners who were watching the fun around him. Jiang Cheng said angrily, "You beast! I didn't expect you to absorb other people's flesh and blood to help yourself improve your strength." Ha 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 ha. Situan laughed wildly and said, "Blue Star is so big that strength is respected. Whether it's an experiment or a forbidden technique, I, Situan, have done nothing wrong in order to become stronger. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for still being alive, you bastard." Situan stared at me with eyes as big as copper bells and said, "And you can bully me and do whatever you want here? Isn't it because you are stronger than me? As long as I master powerful strength, I won't be threatened by guys like you anymore." Ha 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 ha. Seeing Situ and sudden change, everyone was frightened and turned around to escape, but they were caught and devoured by Situ and security department. Chapter 91. The Situ family is completely destroyed. The crowd was in panic and screams were heard continuously. Situ and greedily absorbed the life essence of these people, his eyes full of motivation, as if he had already seen the outcome of the reversal of the immortal emperor. Jiang Cheng said calmly, "You have already gone astray. Next, let me put an end to you myself." Arrogant. Situan seemed to have endless strength as he rushed towards Jiang Cheng. He aimed his sandbag-sized fist at Jiang Cheng's head and smashed it hard, as if this punch would eventually kill him. However, Jiang Cheng easily caught the opponent's attack and kicked him hard in the stomach. The kick was extremely powerful, and under the huge shock wave, Situan's body retreated backwards and crashed directly into the main hall of the Situ family. A deafening explosion suddenly sounded, and the entire hall collapsed instantly under such a horrific impact, completely burying Situan. However, Situan was not so easy to be killed. Seeing that he was no match for Jiang Cheng, he slaughtered the merchants who came to the Situ family like crazy. These people had become his food. Situan no longer cares about other things. All he wants is power. Anyone who dares to stop him will be killed. Situan did not even spare his own people. Situan's father, Situ Zhou, was already in tears. He rushed over and grabbed Situan's wrist and said, "Anur, stop harming the people of the tribe. They are all your family." However, Situan, who was overwhelmed by the power, would never obey Situ Zhou's arrangements. He even pierced Situ Zhou's chest with his palm and completely absorbed his life essence. Seeing this, not only Jiang Cheng, but even Minister Li and others did not expect that Situan would not even let his own father go. This kind of person is worse than beasts. Situan can no longer be called a human being. He is like a wild beast. Anyone he takes a fancy to becomes a tool to enhance his power. Fortunately, the disciples of the Lu family had been transferred away by Wang Hao and others, otherwise Situan, in his violent state, would never let them go. Jiang Cheng rushed over quickly and punched Situan hard in the chest. Under the huge shock wave, a huge dent appeared on Situan's chest, and purple-black blood spurted out of his mouth. However, Situan seemed like an indestructible cockroach. He quickly recovered and slapped Jiang Cheng in front of him with his big hand. Jiang Cheng snorted coldly to avoid the opponent's attack and punched out again. This time the attack was more ferocious, and the energy generated even left a giant gully on the ground that was 100 meters long. Situan's eyes were dull, and he said unwillingly, "This is impossible. Why are you still so powerful? I have eaten so many people. How can you still defeat me?" His body flew backwards, and at the same time, the top-level divine beast, the Flame Dragon Emperor, flew backwards with him. The Flame Dragon King was no match for the Red Fire Tiger King. After just a simple fight, he was completely at a disadvantage. An unwilling look appeared on Situan's face. He gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze on the Flame Dragon King on the ground. This Flame Dragon King has followed me for countless years in the game Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts. He has always been with it, and has watched it rise from a low-level spirit beast all the way to a top-level divine beast. If it has another few thousand years, plus the souls of some spirit pets, it is very likely to surpass the level of divine beasts. But at the moment, Situ An's eyes showed determination. He touched the red flame dragon king beside him and whispered to himself, I can't die, and I don't want to die. Now only you can help me, red flame dragon king. As long as we combine into one, we will definitely kill the guy in front of us. The scarlet flame dragon king seemed to have known his fate. He closed his eyes silently and said no more. Situ An also closed his eyes, but soon opened them, his eyes ruthless, and said in a deep voice, Brother, I'm sorry. After saying that, he thrust his right hand fiercely into the head of the red flame dragon king, then suddenly withdrew it, with something extra in his hand. It was a blood-red inner elixir the size of a fist, emitting powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. The inner elixir was forcibly pulled out, and the red flame dragon emperor's body tilted and fell weakly to the ground, making a faint sound. The red light dissipated bit by bit. It was obvious that at this moment, it no longer had the ability to continue supporting. With the continuous influx of energy, situ and strength become stronger and stronger, and it can even be said that he has reached the power that can only be possessed by people over level 300. Situ An's eyes were slightly closed at this time, and the black energy on his face slowly condensed between his eyebrows, forming a vortex. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils turned into triangles, revealing a ruthless look. You actually swallowed the inner elixir of your own pet. You have indeed gone completely crazy. Looking at the scarlet flame dragon king that had begun to disintegrate, Jiang Cheng also expressed regret. It was the wrong choice to follow such a master. Situ An laughed loudly. You bastard. I have already swallowed the inner elixir of the red flame dragon king. Now I am invincible. You are no match for me. Go to hell. After saying this, Situ An rushed forward directly, but this time Jiang Cheng had become serious, and a magical weapon appeared in his hand. The cold light flashed, tearing the clouds apart. Endless sword energy burst out like a sudden burst of lightning, not only sweeping across Situ An's body, but also destroying all the buildings behind Situ An. Situ An staggered forward 2 steps, unable to believe his eyes, and looked up at Jiang Cheng. No, this is impossible. Why would I lose to you? Situ An's body tilted to both sides, and it was clearly visible that Situ An's body had been completely split into 2 halves, and purple-black blood continued to flow out from the wound. It twitched twice on the ground, and then there was no movement. Jiang Cheng glanced at Situ An, who had completely died, turned around, looked at Lu Yao, who was not far away, then teleported to her position, picked up her delicate body, and disappeared out of thin air. Wang Hao and his companions in the distance looked at each other and sighed. It seems that we are the only ones going back this time. The Situ family suffered heavy losses this time. Almost 80% of the disciples were sucked dry by Situ An, and even the buildings were completely destroyed. The Situ family fully understood what it meant to experience great ups and downs. They were so glorious yesterday, but today, because of Situ An's killing, only 1 in 10 of their disciples is left. Situ An's recklessness completely led to the destruction of his family. From now on, the Situ family will completely disappear from this world. Chapter 92. Lu Yao and Jiang Cheng meet for the first time. Magic City. Management Department. Minister Li kept repeating the video in front of him, and they finally realized how terrifying the power of the reversal immortal emperor was. From beginning to end, he did not use his real strength. Chairman Zhao Dongxing also looked embarrassed and said, Xiao Li, in my opinion, the strength of this reversal immortal emperor has reached the pinnacle. The reason why he didn't kill Situ An instantly is probably to prevent his strength from being too great and killing Situ An. Minister Li nodded. With the power to reverse the immortal emperor, as long as he wanted, he could destroy the entire demon city with just a slap. Besides, no one in the entire blue planet could accomplish such a catastrophic act. Minister Li then said, Don't worry, I will do my best to invite the reversal immortal emperor to our management department. If the other party can join, our China's strength will definitely become the strongest among many major countries. Director Zhao nodded and said, Then I'll leave this matter to you. I will personally arrange for someone to block the news. The Situ family has brought this upon themselves, so they can't blame anyone else. Good. Minister Li nodded, then hung up the phone and prepared to call Lu Yao, but after thinking it over, he decided that it was not the right time yet and decided to wait until tomorrow morning. The moonlight is bright and the wind is bitingly cold. A beautiful place in Jiang Cheng. The moon gradually rose higher. Looking from the evening sky, it seemed like a pure jade plate hanging in the deep night sky. The moonlight was like water, pouring down between the mountains and the land, making the whole world mysterious and romantic. Two figures appeared here out of nowhere. With the bright moonlight, one could clearly see the shy face of the woman in Jiang Cheng's arms. Jiang Cheng gently put Lu Yao down from his arms, and looking at the woman in red in front of him, his heart couldn't help but beat a few times. Lu Yao stretched out her right hand and gently stroked the mask on Jiang Cheng's cheek. Crystal clear tears slid down the corners of her eyes, and she choked up and said, "Do you know how long I have waited for this day? Why haven't you come to see me all this time? Are you afraid that I'm an ugly woman?" Lu Yao's tears couldn't stop falling, and her delicate face revealed an expression of unimaginable pain. Jiang Cheng quickly replied, "No, I don't know who you are." It's not that Jiang Cheng didn't want to find her, but he simply didn't know who his wife in the game was. With a population of 1.4 billion, it is not easy to find one person. It is almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. "Can you please take off your mask?" Lu Yao wanted to see with her own eyes who this man was and why he had to hide his identity. Jiang Cheng exhaled deeply and said, "I can take off the mask, but you have seen my appearance. Are you sure? Have you seen it?" Lu Yao raised her head and looked at Jiang Cheng and asked with her cherry lips slightly parted, "Who are you?" Jiang Cheng also understood in his heart that at this point, there was almost nothing to hide between the two of them, and he had already thought about revealing his identity to Lu Yao. As the mask was removed, a handsome face was revealed. With the refraction of the moonlight, Lu Yao in front of her was obviously stunned. Looking at the extremely familiar face, she finally understood at this moment that her CP in The Journey of Evolution of Divine Beasts has always been her classmate. Lu Yao laughed. "So that's how it is. I was wondering why you could have such a precious pet like the Emperor Beast. It turns out that you are the reversal immortal Emperor." Jiang Cheng sighed, raised his right hand, gently wiped the tears from Lu Yao's cheek and said, "I can't help it. There are still many strong people on the list who have not appeared yet. If I reveal my identity in advance, I am afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, I will do this." Just at this moment, the Emperor Beast jumped onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder, and its lively eyes kept blinking, which completely confirmed Jiang Cheng's true identity. Before Jiang Cheng could explain clearly, Lu Yao rushed up to him, hugged Jiang Cheng's neck tightly, and pressed her red lips against his. At this moment, the air became more and more ambiguous. Seeing the two people in such good mood, the Emperor Beast jumped onto a nearby tree with boredom, looked at what was happening in front of him, yawned, and fell asleep on the tree. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Leaves fell, breeze blew, and the two people hugged each other tightly, releasing the fire in their hearts. Crystal clear tears slid down the corners of Lu Yao's eyes. At this moment, she finally let go. It was daybreak. The sparrows chirped nonstop while standing on the branches. Jiang Cheng leaned against a big tree, looking at Lu Yao sleeping in his arms, with a gentle smile on his face. The two of them chatted all night last night, telling about their experiences in the game. Lu Yao was also extremely grateful to Jiang Cheng for his dedication to her. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng, she probably wouldn't have been able to become a summoner, let alone own the divine beast, the seven-colored fire phoenix. Jiang Cheng gently brushed the dust off Lu Yao's shoulders. Perhaps because she felt the touch of her body, Lu Yao woke up from her sleep. Lu Yao rubbed her eyes, and after confirming that what happened yesterday was not a dream, she hugged Jiang Cheng tightly with a happy smile on her face. "My identity still needs to be kept secret. If Minister Li asks, you should know what to say." Jiang Cheng gently kissed Lu Yao's forehead and smiled. "Got it. I won't tell anyone else your identity." Lu Yao nodded, her delicate face showing some determination at the moment, and then asked, "The three men in black who went to the Situ family yesterday should be your good friends Wang Hao and the others, right?" "That's right." Jiang Cheng did not hide anything and replied, "I knew that Situ and would use the lives of your family members to threaten you. So I arranged for Wang Hao and the others to mix in with that group of people in advance. If they dare to take action, they will all be killed." "Thank you, Jiang Cheng." Lu Yao hugged Jiang Cheng's chest, as if she never wanted to leave him. "By the way, didn't you call your family?" Jiang Cheng glanced sideways and looked at Lu Yao and asked. Lu Yao replied, "My father actually knew about our relationship a long time ago. Since he saw me being taken away by you, he didn't worry about my safety. Can you still harm me?" Lu Yao looked at Jiang Cheng in a teasing voice. "What are you thinking? How could I harm you?" Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand and scratched Lu Yao's nose, saying with a smile. Chapter 93. An Acre of Leeks. It was not until noon that the two of them reluctantly left. Lu Yao returned to her original appearance, but the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Cheng also changed at this moment. Originally, she just regarded Jiang Cheng as her friend. But now she knew that he was the one that the reversal immortal emperor liked, and her star-like eyes were filled with love. Similarly, Minister Li also found Lu Yao in person. Lu Yao and Jiang Cheng had thought about this a long time ago. After this matter was over, given Minister Li's character, he would definitely not sit idly by. Sure enough, after the call was connected, Minister Li asked about this matter hurriedly. Ms. Lu Yao, did you see clearly who the reversal immortal emperor is? However, Lu Yao had already promised Jiang Cheng that she would not reveal his identity, so she replied softly, I don't know who he is at the moment. I only know that he is from Jiang Cheng. Hearing this, Minister Li asked solemnly, Are you sure that the immortal emperor reversal is from Jiang Cheng? Lu Yao nodded and said, I am sure. I learned about this from him, so I can judge that the other party is from Jiang Cheng, but I don't know who it is exactly. You should also know that the reversal immortal emperor does not want others to know his identity. Even if I stand in front of him, I am afraid I can't tell. Minister Li nodded. He naturally knew this. With the strength to reverse the immortal emperor, he did not want others to know his identity. So even if they had evidence, it would probably not have much significance. After a while, Minister Li continued, Ms. Lu Yao, I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. If we can invite the immortal emperor of reversal to join our management department, the strength of our China will surely increase several times. Well, I will try my best to invite them, but I can't guarantee whether it will be successful. Lu Yao answered tactfully. He also made it clear to Minister Li that no one knew the identity of the reversal immortal emperor, so how could it be easy to recruit him to join the management department? If they don't want to, even if the reward offered is extremely generous, I'm afraid they won't even look at it. After all, for such top-level strongmen, money has become something outside of their body. After Minister Li gave a brief explanation, he hung up the video call. Lu Yao looked at Jiang Cheng beside her mischievously and said, Okay, this matter has been successfully completed. Remember to call me when you get back. You don't have a job? Jiang Cheng asked with a smile. Work can be postponed. Besides, there aren't many things to do in Jiang Cheng. I just need to hand it over to other people. Lu Yao put her hands behind her back and ran happily away. This might be the first time she felt so happy in all these years. Remember to call me in the evening. I'm going back first. Bye. Looking at Lu Yao's leaving back, Jiang Cheng smiled quietly, then shook his head, turned around and walked towards Guangming University. Wang Hao and the others should have returned. Without me, Wang Hao and the others would definitely return on their spirit pets. According to their speed, it would only take half a day to get from Magic City to Guangming University. Back to the dormitory. Wang Hao and his friends gathered around with gossipy looks on their faces. Even though they didn't say anything, one could tell from their expressions that they had many questions to ask. Jiang Cheng leaned against them, looked at the three people who were as fierce as wolves and tigers, and asked, What do you want to do? I won't tell you anything. Hey, Brother Jiang, there are some things you can say. We promise not to tell anyone else, don't you agree? Wang Hao stretched his muscles, walked forward with a grin, and tried to get from Jiang Cheng what had happened the night before. Jiang Cheng was also a little speechless, but he still told them. After learning that nothing was done last night, the three of them were very disappointed. Brother Jiang, why didn't you do anything? It's such a pity. We all saw you heroically saving the beauty yesterday. When you are deeply in love, you will naturally do something, hee. What are you thinking about? Jiang Cheng pushed a few people away, turned around and sat on the chair, and said calmly, I'm not that kind of person. Besides, feelings are something that needs to be cultivated slowly, so there's no rush. Wang Hao and the other two looked at each other and curled their lips, obviously not believing what Brother Jiang said. Li Nan seemed to have found something at this time. He immediately looked at Emperor Beast lying on the table and asked with a grin, Emperor Beast, do you still remember what happened last night? The Emperor Beast glanced at the three people and continued to sleep, as if he didn't want to answer them at all. Seeing that the Emperor Beast ignored him, Wang Hao rolled up his sleeves and said, I haven't beaten you for a few days. You have become more capable. Tell me now, otherwise, I won't give you food tonight. Go away and don't disturb my sleep, or I'll slap you away. Wang Hao glared and leaned forward and said, Go ahead and hit me. My brother Jiang is right here. If you hit me, you must know whether you will be blamed or not. The Emperor Beast turned around and looked at his owner who was scrolling through his phone. However, Jiang Cheng's next words completely stunned Wang Hao and the other two. It's none of my business. If you don't like them, it's up to you. Wang Hao. At this moment he really wanted to say something. But the words came to my mouth and I couldn't say them. The Emperor Beast showed a weird smile, then shrugged his shoulders and summoned Erden, ready to teach these three guys a lesson. Bang 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 bang. Ouch, don't hit my face. Brother Jiang, stop hitting me. I give in. Godfather. That night, Jiang Cheng and his companions came to a barbecue restaurant near the school to celebrate the annihilation of the Situ family. Wang Hao and his companions stared with bruised faces and noses, looking aggrieved, just like the third emoticon in your phone. Jiang Cheng had a stern face and angrily accused Emperor Beast. How could you be so harsh? We are all good friends, and you are making it very difficult for me to do this. Wang Hao's face twitched, and he pointed at the black eye and said, Brother Jiang, Emperor Beast has gone too far. Look at the three of us. We are all bruised and battered. How are we going to find a girlfriend in the future? The same was true for the other two. Obviously, they suffered a lot. Jiang Cheng said with a smile, I'll treat you this time, okay? Just order whatever you want to eat. You said. Wang Hao rolled up his sleeves and said bluntly, Boss, give me 10 10-pound lobsters. Sorry, it's not that big. Take it, it's not your money. Give me another acre of chives.